On the night of May 16, 2025, which was meant to be the happiest evening of my life, it instead marked the beginning of a nightmare. Clutching the ancestral jade, I stood at the entrance of my girlfriend's apartment, my fingers trembling slightly with anxiety. The moment I pushed open the door, bathed in warm, golden light, I beheld my girlfriend, Donley, entwined with a stranger. Around her neck hung the jade necklace I had given her just the previous week, while the jade in my hand suddenly radiated an unusual warmth. "Zhang Dong, what are you doing here?" Donley exclaimed, hastily pushing the man away, her face flashing with a hint of terror. The man adjusted his suit, casting a disdainful glance at me as he remarked, "Donley, is this the impoverished boyfriend you spoke of?" In that instant, I felt my world collapse. 3 years of devotion culminated in such betrayal. I grasped the ancestral jade tightly, my nails nearly sinking into my palm. This jade had been entrusted to me by my grandfather on his deathbed. He claimed it was our family heirloom, imbued with mysterious powers, though I had never comprehended its secret. "Why?" I asked, my voice trembling. Donley averted her gaze, replying, "Zhang Dong, just look at yourself. You spend all your time studying those worthless stones. What can you offer me? A house? A car? A decent life?" She gestured towards the man. "He can provide me with everything I desire. What about you?" As I gazed at this unfamiliar woman before me, I suddenly realized she had never truly known me. I turned and walked away, the jade in my hand still radiating warmth, as if it were trying to convey something. Upon returning home, I locked myself in my room, staring blankly at the jade. Suddenly, I noticed what seemed to be faint, elusive patterns on its surface, details I had never observed before. I retrieved the ancient tome left by my grandfather and began to peruse its pages meticulously. My grandfather had been a master jade craftsman, well versed in its intricacies. The tome recounted that high-quality jade possesses a certain spirituality, capable of resonating with its owner, and that the finest jade conceals immense secrets and value. Could it be that the jade in my possession was more than just a mere heirloom? With utmost care, I scrutinized the jade through a magnifying glass. The patterns became increasingly distinct, resembling a map or some enigmatic symbols. I recalled my grandfather's last words. "Aiming, when you encounter difficulties, the jade will guide you." At the time, I had dismissed his words, but now they seemed to carry profound significance. In the following days, I immersed myself in the study of the jade. I discovered that its texture was remarkably fine, its color rich and pure, and its clarity exceptional, a rarity indeed. More astonishingly, as I delved deeper into understanding the jade, it appeared to unveil surprises, the hidden patterns gradually revealing a complete design, as if whispering to me an unknown secret. As I made strides in my research on jadeite, a piece of news reached me. A precious jadeite raw stone would be exhibited at the jewelry fair in the city center. A flicker of excitement ignited within me. Perhaps there lay clues regarding the jadeite I possessed. Thus, I resolved to take this heirloom with me to the fair, embarking on an unforeseen journey. At the jewelry exhibition, I encountered a plethora of individuals, jewelers, collectors, and a few enigmatic strangers. Each displayed a keen interest in the jadeite I held, particularly a venerable old man whose eyes, filled with astonishment and reverence, were fixed upon the stone. "Youth, this jadeite of yours is extraordinary," he quavered. "It is the legendary imperial green jadeite, a rarity beyond measure, its worth unfathomable. More importantly, it seems to harbor a certain mystical power. You must safeguard it with utmost care." The elder's words fortified my resolve to uncover the secrets of the jadeite. I recognized that my life had undergone a seismic shift since my girlfriend's betrayal, and this jadeite might very well represent my opportunity for resurgence. I firmly believed that in the near future, I would unveil the true value of this jadeite, earning the respect of those who once looked down upon me. Thus commenced a legendary journey centered around jadeite. I would inscribe my own spectacular narrative in this world, brimming with opportunities and challenges. Chapter 1. A Dragon in My Left Eye. In the afternoon, in Ning City, the capital of Jiangbei Province, a high-speed train came to a halt at the station. Zhang Dong stepped out of the train station, gazing at the hurried crowd in the familiar surroundings, overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. 3 years prior, in pursuit of greater wealth, he had resolutely ventured abroad for work, enduring harsh conditions and strenuous labor that felt interminable. Yet, he persevered, striving to accumulate the down payment for a home. It was only 3 days ago that he stumbled upon a crystal in the mine where he worked. within which resided a dragon-like creature the size of a worm. Intrigued, he employed tools to excavate the crystal, inadvertently injuring his finger in the process. Blood dripped onto the crystal, and at the moment of contact, it transformed into a crimson thread, as if animated, swiftly burrowing into the crystal, only to be absorbed by the dragon-like creature. Upon absorbing the blood, the creature stirred slightly before, to Zhang Dong's astonishment. It transformed into a golden light that penetrated his left eye, morphing into a golden larva. At that moment, Zhang Dong felt a sensation of heat in his left eye, accompanied by pain and itchiness. Soon, he realized that a golden dragon had materialized within his vision, exuding an air of majesty, coiling in the air and surveying everything around it. Consequently, he acquired the ability of X-ray vision, capable of perceiving not only objects but also elements invisible to the naked eye, such as discerning the age and origin of antiques. The entire experience felt dreamlike, yet he understood that his life had irrevocably transformed. With the gift of sight, who would still toil away? Gemstone gambling, antiquities, a mere endeavor could lead to fortune. Thus, he immediately resigned from his job and purchased a ticket to return home overnight. In his haste to return, he sought to surprise his girlfriend, Luo Donli, and provide a better life for his family and her. Having yet to inform Dan Li of my return, she must be quite surprised to see me suddenly appear, Zhang Dong mused, a smile inadvertently gracing his face. Upon exiting the station, he traversed a street on foot, intending to grab a bite to eat across the way. After enduring an 8-hour flight followed by over 3 hours on a train, during which he had only consumed the airline meal, he was ravenous, feeling as though his stomach was pressed against his back. Not long after setting off, a white Qian barreled towards him from the left, skidding to a halt just in time, its front nearly brushing against Zhang Dong's attire. Startled, Zhang Dong was about to voice his indignation when a woman hastily disembarked from the vehicle. Her figure was enchanting. Adorned in a flowing red gown that resembled flames, she possessed a curvaceous form and striking features, her wavy hair cascading down her back. As she approached, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, captivating his senses. "I am so sorry. Are you all right?" she inquired, her tone laced with concern. The woman was stunningly beautiful, easily deserving a perfect score by Zhang Dong's aesthetic standards. Her physique was exceptional, accentuating her curves with an air of noble elegance. However, her pallor suggested she might be unwell. Overwhelmed by the sight of such a breathtaking woman, Zhang Dong momentarily lost his composure, taking 2 seconds to respond, imphined as he spoke. He felt a sudden twitch in his left eye, and his gaze inadvertently penetrated the fabric of her dress, revealing her flawless skin. Goodness! So large, so fair. Taken aback by his own ability to see through clothing, he felt his pupils dilate at the unexpected revelation. Noticing Zhang Dong's unabashed stare, the woman assumed he was frightened and quickly apologized. "I'm truly sorry." Zhang Dong's heart raced, feeling embarrassed for staring. He averted his gaze, repeatedly assuring her that he was fine. At that moment, the woman suddenly clutched her abdomen, a look of anguish crossing her face as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Alarmed, Zhang Dong asked, "What's wrong?" The beauty, unable to stand due to the pain, instinctively grasped Zhang Dong's arm, her discomfort causing her to bite her lip. Zhang Dong felt another twitch in his left eye, and upon looking down, he noticed a dark mass swirling in her abdomen, a black worm writhing within. He was taken aback. Could this worm be the cause of her pain? In the instant the woman grasped his arm, it seemed the black worm was startled, curling up immediately, and the surrounding dark energy diminished significantly. Moreover, her abdominal pain subsided, and she appeared to relax. The woman, relieved, loosened her grip, but merely 5 or 6 seconds later, her pain returned, this time more intense than before. "Ah!" she cried out instinctively, clutching Zhang Dong's hand once more. Just as before, the sensation of pain receded like a tide, leaving her feeling unburdened. Zhang Dong observed this phenomenon whenever the beautiful woman made contact with him. The worm within her would contract, the dark energy would recede, and her pain would vanish. The enchanting beauty wore a look of confusion on her delicate face as she released her grip once more. Yet, within mere seconds, a formidable wave of abdominal pain surged again, instilling a sense of fear within her. In a moment of desperation, she grasped Zhang Dong's hand tightly, vowing never to let go. Zhang Dong glanced at her slender fingers, their touch exquisitely soft and smooth, stirring a flutter within his heart. The beauty bit her lip and confessed to Zhang Dong, "I apologize. I suddenly experienced a sharp pain in my abdomen while driving, which nearly caused an accident." Zhang Dong replied, "It's all right. Are you feeling any better now?" With a sigh, she responded, "Much better. I had been feeling slightly unwell this morning, but I didn't pay much attention, and I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent." As she spoke, Zhang Dong's stomach growled loudly, a fierce hunger gnawing at him. He quickly interjected, "Dear lady, I'm fine. You should hurry to the hospital. I'll grab a bite across the street." Reluctant to release Zhang Dong's hand for fear of exacerbating her pain, she shifted her gaze and suggested, "Why not join me in my car? I know a restaurant that serves excellent food. May I treat you?" Having decided he needed to eat regardless, Zhang Dong pondered briefly before acquiescing. They climbed into her white Cayenne, with Zhang Dong occupying the passenger seat as she started the engine. She drove with her left hand while her right hand clung tightly to Zhang Dong's left, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. This Cayenne boasted a 4.0T engine, a high-end model with an array of customizable features, valued at over $2 million. While seated in the luxurious vehicle, Zhang Dong mused that once he amassed wealth from his abilities, he too would acquire such a car. As she navigated the roads, she introduced herself. "My name is Yi Ro, and I am 24 years old, currently employed at Minguxuan Holdings. Minguxuan specializes in the appraisal, auction, and investment consulting of art, standing as a titan in the industry with an impeccable reputation." She soon learned Zhang Dong's name, smiling as she inquired, "So you've just returned to the country? What were you doing abroad?" Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Working." "That sounds good," Yi Ro responded. Casting a glance at her, Zhang Dong asked, "Miss Yi, will you continue holding my hand?" Yi Ro's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, "As long as I hold your hand, my stomach doesn't hurt. Please, just let me hold on for a while." Zhang Dong pondered thoughtfully before asking, "Miss Yi, have you recently consumed anything unsanitary?" Yi Ro shook her head. "No, everything I've eaten has been clean and hygienic." Attempting to withdraw his hand, Zhang Dong noticed her immediate panic as she exclaimed, "No!" Upon uttering those words, her abdomen indeed ached once more, and she quickly seized Zhang Dong's hand again, clutching it like a lifeline. Chapter 2. The Beautiful Yi Ro. Zhang Dong managed a wry smile, saying, "Miss Yi, if my girlfriend were to see this, I would find it difficult to explain." With a tone bordering on pleading, Yi Ro implored, "I beg you, help me." She quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "Zhang Dong, is your girlfriend in Ningxing?" Zhang Dong nodded. "She works at a cosmetics company not far from here. Yi Rubing, with her wit and charm, inquired, after 3 years of working abroad, "Do you not fear that your girlfriend may stray?" Zhang Dong felt a slight heaviness in his heart. It was a concern he had pondered, yet preferred to avoid. With a gentle sigh, he replied, "My girlfriend wishes for me to purchase a home in the provincial capital. However, the housing prices are exorbitant, and I do not wish to burden my parents unduly. Hence I must toil abroad for a few years to save some money." Yi Ro asked, "Have you saved a considerable amount then?" Zhang Dong scratched his head, saying, "My girlfriend mentioned her father fell ill, and I have sent her much of what I earned over the past years." Yi Ro's eyes widened in surprise. "How much have you sent?" "Including the money I borrowed from friends, approximately 600,000. Yi Ro gasped, 600,000. Zhang Dong sighed, "When she faces difficulties, I cannot stand idly by." Yi Ro smiled. "Indeed, you are both compassionate and loyal." Zhang Dong forced a smile, sensing that Yi Ro's praise was not entirely sincere. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant. The ambience was pleasant, with a multitude of cars parked outside, and the staff cordially ushered them into the dining area. They chose a table with a double sofa, allowing them to sit side by side, their hands intertwined. Yi Ro suggested that Zhang Dong order, and he casually selected a couple of dishes, while she added several more as they awaited their meal. Yi Ro shared that she had intended to acquire a piece of folk art, but nearly collided with Zhang Dong on her way back. With that, she retrieved an exquisite wooden box from her handbag, unveiling a beautiful small cup within. Zhang Dong, though not well versed in antiques, recognized the cup and inquired with a smile, "Is this the famed chicken cup?" Yi Ro nodded. "Indeed. Can you guess if it is genuine or a replica?" Zhang Dong took the cup, examining it closely, when suddenly he felt a twitch in his left eye, as if a dragon in the air was fixated upon the cup. He soon perceived numerous layers of imagery manifesting upon it. The scenes belonged to the Qing dynasty, featuring officials, emperors, artisans, and various inscriptions. As this information coalesced, he swiftly deduced that the chicken cup before him must have been an imperial treasure of Emperor Qianlong. "This is a replica from the Qianlong era," he exclaimed without hesitation after absorbing the information. Yi Rou's eyes sparkled, and she gave him a thumbs-up. "Impressive." Qianlong had a great fondness for chicken cups and commissioned their replication. Though a replica, its value remains significant. Such a cup is worth at least 10 million. "What about a genuine chicken cup?" Zhang Dong asked. "A true chicken cup is even more precious if it were to go to auction. It would fetch at least 2 to 300 million. Zhang Dong gasped in disbelief. "So expensive?" Yi Rou replied, "Of course. Rarity enhances value. The number of chicken cups from the Changhua period is exceedingly limited, only a few exist worldwide, making them quite valuable." As the server presented their dishes, and famished Zhang Dong devoured his meal with great eagerness. Noticing his hearty appetite, Yi Rou ordered a few more dishes, watching him eat with a smile. During the meal, Yi Rou imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding antique appraisal to Zhang Dong and even shared an electronic book on jadeite identification with him. Zhang Dong's greatest aspiration was to engage in stone gambling. As he ate, he quickly perused the book. Due to the dragon-like entity residing in his left eye, he could comprehend and retain the content after just a single reading. After their meal, Zhang Dong noticed Yi Rou still grasping his hand and could not help but say, "Miss Yi, let me first assist you with your abdominal pain." Yi Rou's eyes sparkled with hope. "Do you have a solution?" Zhang Dong nodded, suddenly releasing her hand and stepping aside while Yi Rou panicked. Her complexion pale and beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her abdominal pain flared up once more. "Help me," she cried, reaching for Zhang Dong. He then took hold of her hand, and the black insect within her immediately became docile, her pain ebbing away like the retreating tide. "Do you see? I can alleviate your abdominal discomfort," Zhang Dong remarked. "Indeed, once I grasp your hand, the pain subsides," Yi Rou pondered thoughtfully. Zhang Dong, examining the insect, explained, "Miss Yi, once that creature within you stirs, you will experience pain." Yi Rou's eyes widened in astonishment and fear. "Are you saying there is a worm inside me?" Zhang Dong affirmed, "Yes. However, that creature fears me whenever we make physical contact." It immediately calms down. Yi Rou, being exceptionally astute, realized that perhaps with Zhang Dong's assistance, she could eradicate the worm completely. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "Zhang Dong, I need to conduct an experiment. I will touch different parts of your body to test the creature's reactions. I hope you can inform me of its responses." Zhang Dong thought to himself that she should not be too reckless, but he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Rou made contact with various parts of Zhang Dong's body: his legs, abdomen, arms, and chest. She observed that the closer her touch was to his head, the more subdued the worm became, and the pain dissipated more rapidly. Zhang Dong's observations aligned with hers when Yi Rou's hand brushed against his face. The insect nearly succumbed to terror, trembling uncontrollably. Inquiring about Zhang Dong's findings led Yi Rou to form a conclusion. Biting her lip, she instructed, "Close your eyes." Zhang Dong, unsure of her intentions, complied. The next moment, he felt her warm lips approach, exhaling softly, and his eyes widened in astonishment, an experience both delightful and exhilarating. At that instant, Yi Rou's beautiful eyes were shut tight, her long lashes fluttering slightly. After a brief moment of tension, Zhang Dong sensed a fire igniting within his abdomen, compelling him to envelop Yi Rou's slender waist. Just then, a golden beam emanated from his left eye, piercing through Yi Rou's mouth and delving into her abdomen, precisely locating the black worm. This golden light was a manifestation of the golden insect residing within his left eye, transformed by the dragon-like entity. The black insect, terrified, curled up and trembled. Yet, the golden light was unrelenting, swiftly engulfing the black worm, which then dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. In the next moment, the golden insect transformed once more into a radiant beam of gold, flying back into Zhang Dong's left eye. Upon its return, Zhang Dong felt a warm energy emanating from his left eye, permeating his body with an exquisite comfort. As the peculiar sensation in his abdomen dissipated, Yi Rou promptly pushed Zhang Dong away gently. Yet, he lingered in that position, gazing at her with an air of dazed enchantment. Yi-Ro wiped her mouth and cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring, "Do you find it unsatisfactory?" Scratching his head, Zhang Dong hastily replied, "Indeed, it was quite thrilling." Chapter 3. Unabashedness. Yi-Ro playfully nudged him, and after a brief pause, she realized her stomach pain had indeed subsided. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "My hypothesis was correct. If merely holding hands can suppress the insect, then surely a kiss would frighten it even more. Look, I feel completely pain-free now." Zhang Dong had already noticed that the black insect had been consumed by the golden one. He chuckled. "Miss Yi, the insect has fled. You will no longer suffer from abdominal pain." Yi-Ro sighed in relief. "That's wonderful. The pain was unbearable. Thank you, Zhang Dong." As they spoke, Zhang Dong was momentarily captivated by a beautiful vision, causing his nose to flush. Overwhelmed by stimulation, a trickle of blood escaped. Embarrassed, he exclaimed, "I need to wash my hands." Watching Zhang Dong flee in disarray, Yi-Ro smirked and murmured, "What a hopeless fellow." In the restroom, Zhang Dong's mind was flooded with images of Yi-Ro's graceful figure, refusing to fade away. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped his left eye, granting him an extraordinary view of his inner self. This ability, known as introspection among practitioners, allowed him to perceive his body in unparalleled detail, a feat no one had ever accomplished before. He observed the golden insect nestled within his left eye, devouring the head of a black insect. Meanwhile, the golden insect emitted waves of golden light, which permeated his entire being, inducing a profound sense of comfort. He had long been aware of his left eye's unique capabilities, which not only enabled him to perceive treasures but also allowed for both distant and microscopic vision. With dynamic visual acuity that was astonishing in all aspects of sight, he surpassed the ordinary. After cleaning the blood from his nose, he returned to his seat, cheeks flushed. Yi-Ro smiled and asked, "Would you like to order another dish?" Zhang Dong replied, "I'm quite full. Thank you, Miss Yi." Pausing for a moment, he inquired, "Miss Yi, is there a place in Ning City where one can gamble on stones?" Yi-Ro was taken aback, asking, "You wish to gamble on stones?" Zhang Dong nodded earnestly. "Yes, I want to gamble on stones." Yi-Ro smiled. "Then you've asked the right person. I happen to need to select some jade as well. Shall we go together?" Zhang Dong grinned. "Certainly." Yi-Ro made a phone call to arrange for the company's procurement manager and jade expert, Mr. Go. Given the substantial risks associated with gambling on stones, she sought to ensure that Zhang Dong would not incur losses. Thus she specifically arranged for an expert to assist him. After finishing the phone call, she remarked with a smile, "I have summoned Mr.Ge from the company. He is a master in the realm of jade betting, and his presence ensures a more secure outcome." While awaiting their arrival, Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to peruse another book on jade appraisal, thus refining his knowledge. Half an hour later, a sharply dressed man accompanied by an elderly gentleman arrived at the restaurant. They were Lu Feng and Mr. Gu. After a brief introduction, the four of them boarded a business vehicle and set off for Jade Street. Ning City, the capital of Jiangbei Province, is the second largest jade distribution market in the nation, with Jade Street being its most renowned thoroughfare. Spanning 3 kilometers, the street is lined with hundreds of shops and dozens of jade processing workshops. Though the small shops may not boast expansive spaces, they house jade raw materials worth millions, even tens of millions. The vehicle came to a stop at the eastern end of Jade Street, and the group disembarked to stroll along the thoroughfare, flanked by shops and numerous vendor stalls. Lu Feng pointed towards a sizable establishment and suggested, "General Yi, that shop has a considerable selection of old pit materials. Shall we take a look?" Yi-Ro nodded in agreement. Certainly. She intended to procure materials for the company during this visit. Upon entering the shop, they were met with a dazzling array of jade materials displayed on counters and the floor, including bedding materials, bright materials, and many open window pieces. The store was vast, partitioned by a screen. Upon entering, Zhang Dong heard a familiar female voice emanating from beyond the screened. "Zijun, have you not yet made your selection? I am utterly exhausted." Followed by a man's chuckling response, "Last night, I had my way with you twice. How come you aren't complaining of fatigue?" The woman retorted playfully, "How insufferable. There are others present." Zhang Dong's body stiffened. Was that not the voice of his girlfriend, Luo Donli? Yi-Ro noticed Zhang Dong's sudden change and softly inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhang Dong shook his head, remaining silent at that moment. The woman on the other side of the screen spoke again. Darling, that fool suddenly expressed a desire to return to the country a few days ago. The man scoffed. Let such an imbecile perish abroad. The woman laughed. Let's not wish for death. I spent over 400,000 on cosmetic procedures. The man beamed. To be fair, that money was well spent. Your transformation is remarkably successful, and you are far more attractive than before. The woman, none other than Luo Donley, shot him a disapproving glance. Stop flattering me. If you hadn't deemed me unattractive, would I have sought surgery? The man, full of pride, declared, my woman, Zhou Zijuan, must be beautiful otherwise. It would be quite embarrassing to take her out. Come, give me a kiss. Not a chance, Luo Donley teased. Zhang Dong clenched his fists, fully comprehending the situation. This woman had not only betrayed him but had also utilized the money he earned for her cosmetic enhancements. All while charming another man. His muscles tensed, his complexion turned ashen, and an overwhelming fury filled his chest. Wai Ro, sensing the gravity of the situation, asked, is she your girlfriend? Zhang Dong's eyes reddened. A tumult of anger, pain, humiliation, and resentment surged within him, causing his entire being to tremble. Sensing Zhang Dong's fury, Yi Ro tightened her grip on his hand and spoke softly. This is not your fault. Moreover, such a woman is not worthy of your sorrow. Her words jolted Zhang Dong back to reality. He inhaled deeply, then strode towards the screen, positioning himself before Luo Donley. Luo Donley was engaged in lively conversation with a man sporting a long face and short hair, dressed in a vibrant short-sleeved shirt. Upon glancing up, she was met with Zhang Dong's somber expression. Initially taken aback, her demeanor swiftly morphed into one of shock as she exclaimed, Zhang Dong, you have returned to the country? Simultaneously, she noticed Yi Ro at Zhang Dong's side, the two appearing remarkably close. Yi Ro exuded a radiant beauty, her noble bearing and voluptuous figure rendering Luo Donley, a product of artificial enhancement, utterly inferior in comparison. In that moment, rather than feeling any remorse, Luo Donley was inexplicably consumed by anger as she confronted Zhang Dong. Who is she? Zhang Dong, you dare to seek another woman while being with me. Zhang Dong scrutinized this familiar yet foreign woman before him. She had transformed beyond recognition. Her facial muscles were taut, her chin sharply defined, presenting an archetypal snake-like visage. Additionally, her breasts and buttocks were conspicuously augmented, revealing the telltale signs of surgical alteration. Yi Ro coldly interjected, you are truly shameless. Zhang Dong toiled abroad for 3 years for your sake. During that time you claimed your father was ill, and he sent you money, yet you squandered it on cosmetic surgery. Then you sought out other men. How do you justify this to your conscience? Chapter 4. A broadened perspective. Zhou Zijuan was captivated by Yi Ro's beauty. She was a paragon of elegance, a true gem among mortals. With a cheerful demeanor, he extended his hand, introducing himself. Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Zijuan, a purveyor of fine jewelry. Yi Ro, however, chose to ignore him, responding coolly, I do not have the habit of shaking hands with strangers. Luo Donley, growing increasingly incensed, rose to her feet and pointed at Zhang Dong, demanding, Zhang Dong, who on earth is she? Yi Ro, unable to tolerate Luo Donley's behavior any longer, deliberately wrapped her arm around Zhang Dong's, leaning closer as she declared, I am, of course, her girlfriend. I am a natural beauty, requiring no enhancements. This remark struck Luo Donley like a blow, inciting her frustration. Despite having spent over 400,000 on cosmetic procedures, she could not surpass Yi Ro's allure. It was utterly humiliating. To make matters worse, her affluent boyfriend was now gazing intently at this woman. Zhou Zijuan continued to praise Yi Ro. This young lady is indeed a vision of innate beauty, truly admirable. Yet, Yi Ro remained indifferent to his flattery, which only served to deepen his irritation. Zhang Dong fixed his gaze on Luo Donley, coldly inquiring, do you have something to say? With a haughty scoff, she clung tightly to Zhou Zijuan's arm, puffing up with pride as she retorted, Zhang Dong, from the very beginning, we were ill-suited. The Zhou family is in the jewelry business with assets in the hundreds of millions. As the heir, Zijuan has a promising future. What can a mere worker like you offer in comparison? Only a fool would not choose him as a boyfriend. Am I wrong to select him?
Je rå frånet, Rippling.
The choice of a boyfriend is your prerogative. However, you should not deceive others by using their money for your cosmetic alterations. Such behavior is utterly shameless and despicable. Luo Donley shot back. He is the fool. I never asked him for money. Zhang Dong, his anger boiling, felt his blood vessels throb with rage, wishing to strike this shameless woman. Unable to bear it any longer, Yiro stated firmly, in 3 years, Zhang Dong has given you 600,000. You have 1 month to repay this debt, or I will expose your disgraceful actions to the media and pursue legal action against you. Luo Donley, taken aback and furious, shrieked, Who do you think you are? This has nothing to do with you. Yiro replied calmly, I am Zhang Dong's girlfriend, so it certainly concerns me. Luo Donley's expression shifted to one of concern as she turned to Zhou Zijuan, who, feeling slighted by Yiro's disregard, coldly warned, Miss, this matter does not involve you. It would be wise for you to mind your own business. He then pointed a finger at Zhang Dong, threateningly stating, If you dare to cause trouble, you will regret it. Zhang Dong, already seething with anger, could no longer contain himself. In a swift motion, he delivered a punch that struck Zhou Zijuan squarely in the nose, causing blood to gush forth. Ah! He hit someone, Luo Donley screamed. In a fiery rage, Zhang Dong followed up with 2 slaps to Luo Donley, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yiro quickly intervened, while Lu Feng and Elder Gu approached the scene. Just you wait. Zhou Zijuan, wiping the blood from his nose, dialed a number for assistance, refraining from retaliating, for he sensed he was at a disadvantage. Zhang Dong's expression was as dark as the deep waters, his gaze fixed coldly upon him. For 3 long years, he had toiled in a foreign land, drenched in sweat, striving for a brighter future for both of them. Even when he discovered his ability to see through objects, his first thought was to provide her with a better life. Yet, in the end, he was met with such treatment. Yiro gently patted his arm, saying, Such trash is not worth your anger. Aren't you interested in gambling on stones? Let me take you for a stroll. Zhou Zijuan's nose was still swollen and red from the earlier altercation. Having just finished a phone call, he glared at Zhang Dong with icy disdain. Kid, how dare you hit me? This isn't over. Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow. You're welcome to call your people. I'll gladly entertain them. Luo Donley wore a look of contempt as she remarked, Zijuan, don't pay him any mind. He's just a lowly worker, not worth your ire. Then, with an air of arrogance, she added, Zhang Dong, do you also wish to gamble on stones? Jade is a high-end item that a mere worker like you cannot comprehend. You'd best stay away. Unlike our Zijuan, who is here to purchase jade worth 10 million. Zhang Dong retorted coldly, is jade truly high-end? I could wager on it with my eyes closed. Zhou Zijuan, filled with disbelief, sneered, You've got quite the talent for bragging. Zhang Dong fixed him with a steady gaze. Your so-called fortune is nothing before me. Let me open your eyes. Yiro, well aware of the vast differences between industries, subtly signaled to Elder Gu to keep an eye on things. Zhang Dong approached a pile of jade roughs, scrutinizing them carefully. These were all high-stakes materials, their skins intact, varying in size. Some were priced in the thousands or tens of thousands, while the more expensive ones reached hundreds of thousands to even millions. Seeing Zhang Dong, a complete novice, daring to gamble on stones, Zhou Zijuan regarded him with derision, mocking, Kid, do you think gambling on stones is that easy? Let me tell you, playing the stone game is just like entering a casino. Outsiders lose 9 out of 10 times. Zhang Dong paid him no heed. His eyes could penetrate the raw stones, and based on the knowledge he had gleaned, he discovered a watermelon-sized rough with a 20-centimeter diameter of icy jade inside, adorned with beautiful green flecks of color. Some areas were fully green, suitable for crafting rings. Overall, it could yield 7 or 8 bangles and several smaller items, each bangle worth at least several hundred thousand. Glancing at the price tag, the rough was listed at 880,000. Knowing it was a worthy investment, he declared, This is the one.
Elder Ye.
In his 50s, lean and wiry, with small but keen eyes, shone a bright flashlight on the rough. After a moment, he remarked, Overall, it's decent, but the risk is considerable. 88,000 is no small sum. The implication was clear. He wouldn't take a gamble on that rough due to its high risk. Zhou Zijuan curled his lip, continuing to mock him. Kid, it's clear you're an outsider. Such a cement-skinned rough rarely yields high-quality goods. The one you chose is bound to fail. Zhang Dong shot him a sidelong glance. Is that so? Care to make a bet with me? Zhou Zijuan frowned. He wasn't afraid of a wager and asked, what do you want to bet on? Zhang Dong. If I lose my bet, I owe you 880,000. Conversely, if I win, you shall pay me 880,000. Zhou Zijuan's family had long been entrenched in the jade market, and from a young age, he was well aware that the likelihood of such materials appreciating in value was quite slim. He promptly clapped his hands and exclaimed, Excellent. If you win, I shall pay you the 880,000. However, if you lose, you must pay me that amount. Lu Feng and Elder Gu exchanged discreet shakes of their heads, thinking to themselves that this fellow was utterly reckless. Wagering on something so uncertain, was he simply affluent with nowhere to spend his wealth? Yet, Yi Rou regarded Zhang Dong with a deep gaze. Having witnessed previous events, she found him enigmatic and trusted that he would not engage in such bets lightly. His audacity suggested he possessed a degree of confidence. Considering Zhang Dong might not have sufficient cash on hand, she signaled Lu Feng to pay the 880,000 for the goods and instructed him to take the material to the adjacent workshop. Zhang Dong knew precisely where to find the green, and he immediately marked a small circle with his pen, indicating the craftsman to proceed with the cut. Typically, such materials are first opened to inspect the interior before deciding on the cutting method. Zhang Dong's approach prompted Elder Gu and Manager Lu to shake their heads repeatedly, yet Yi Rou remained silent. Thus, they too refrained from voicing their opinions. Zhou Zijuan stood by with arms crossed, a sneer upon his face. Kid, prepare the 880,000. This material cannot possibly appreciate. Zhang Dong replied, What is the rush? We shall only know once it is cut. In less than 5 minutes, a 3-centimeter thick slice of the rough stone was cut away. Elder Gu took the piece, and upon a single glance, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Ice type, Shenyang green. It has appreciated. Having spent a lifetime in the bedding stone industry, his discerning eye made an immediate judgment. Lu Feng's heart raced. He had indeed bet on an appreciation. Could it be that he truly was a master in the art of stone bedding? Chapter 5. Principal and interest Zhou Zijuan's countenance was grim as he approached with a powerful flashlight, scrutinizing the material once more. He stubbornly asserted, What increase? This material appears rather mediocre. Old Goose scoffed quietly, Look closely. This is ice-type yang green jade, with several exquisite flecks. This piece alone could yield at least 7 bangles, each valued at no less than 350,000. The areas of solid green could easily be fashioned into ring faces. The worth of this material can never be less than 2,800,000. Zhou Zijuan was clearly reluctant to concede and retorted with a cold laugh. Your word is not final. Yi Rou's expression turned icy as she coldly remarked, Daring to dispute the account of Ming Gu Xian, you possess quite the audacity. 880,000. Not a cent less. Indeed, Ming Gu Xian boasted a formidable reputation, and the Yi family's influence behind it was not to be trifled with. Zhou Zijuan realized he could not evade this debt, and his expression darkened further. Yi Rou continued, It matters not if you refuse to acknowledge the debt. I shall disseminate the news that your Zhou family lacks integrity. In the jewelry business, nothing is more feared than the stain of dishonesty. By that time, the price you pay will far exceed 880,000. Understanding the futility of his position, Zhou Zijuan let out a heavy huff and gritted his teeth, muttering, It's merely a few 100,000. Why would I need to evade payment? He promptly transferred the 880,000 to Zhang Dong. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. 880,000. Luo Donli had only swindled this fellow for 60,000, and he could not swallow this grievance. With a glint in his eye, he proposed, Zhang Dong, are you willing to wager with me once more? Zhang Dong, having reviewed the transfer notification, replied nonchalantly, Very well, I shall accompany you to the end. Zhou Zijuan continued, There is a place called Baoyu Fang ahead. Let us each select a piece of material and see who profits more. Are you willing to gamble? Zhang Dong, possessing the ability to see through the materials, felt no trepidation and inquired, What stakes do you have in mind? Zhou Zijuan fixed his gaze upon him, Whosoever's material proves most valuable. The other must pay the difference based on the jade's actual worth. For instance, if my jade is valued at 1 million and yours at 800,000, then I win and you owe me 1 million. What say you, are you game? Zhang Dong replied, what is there to fear? You go ahead, I will join shortly. Zhou Zijuan snorted dismissively, disregarding Luo Danli, and turned to head towards Bao Yufeng. Old Gu no longer underestimated Zhang Dong. He cautioned, Mr. Zhang, the materials at Bao Yufeng tend to be quite expensive, and the owner possesses considerable connections.
Ye rou similet.
No matter the outcome, this expenditure will be accounted for by the company. Lu Feng hastily interjected, President Yi, it would be prudent to keep personal and corporate matters separate. He was concerned that if Zhang Dong lost, it might result in a financial setback for Minggu Xian. Zhang Dong reassured, President Yi, this is a personal affair. Please lend me the funds to purchase the materials. I shall repay you once I have earned a profit. Yi Rou recognized Zhang Dong's confidence and smiled, nodding in agreement. Before long, the group made their way towards Bao Yufeng. The owner, Lu Zhongyu, was quite renowned in the area. A decade prior, he had ventured to Myanmar with $50 million to gamble on jade, ultimately reaping a staggering return of over 3 times his investment, catapulting him to fame. Subsequently, he established a precious gem shop on Emerald Street, specializing in high-quality materials. Zhou Zijuan arrived at the shop first. The owner of the gem shop was his second cousin, and there was a slight familial connection between them. He came early, hoping that his cousin could assist him in defeating Zhang Dong. This time, he not only intended to reclaim the 880,000 he had lost but also aimed to secure a significant profit from his opponent. Lu Zhongyu regarded this cousin, whom he had only met a few times, with a smirk and inquired, Zijuan, how may I assist you? Zhou Zijuan promptly replied, Cousin, I recall you possess several treasures of the store. Could you sell me one? Zhou Zijuan looked at him and chuckled. The items are for sale. If you can afford the price, you may purchase them all. However, my materials are not inexpensive. The smallest piece is priced at 6,800,000. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Zhou Zijuan nodded vigorously. Yes. However, could you devise a means for my materials to be valued higher than those of another person? Lu Zhongyu pondered for a moment and replied, that is simple. Those several pieces are worth at least a few million. If I sell them exclusively to you and not to him, it will become exceedingly difficult for him to defeat you. Zhou Zijuan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Thank you, cousin. Once I triumph over that fellow, I shall certainly prepare a generous red envelope for you. Lu Zhongyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for the red envelope. However, I must caution you, should your opponent possess extraordinary luck and divine intervention, do not blame me for not having assisted you. Zhou Zijuan laughed. How could that be possible? Such a surge in luck with gambling stones occurs only a few times a year. I refuse to believe that this fellow will continuously enjoy good fortune. Once their discussion concluded, Zhang Dong and Yi Rou's group also arrived. Upon seeing the various jade displayed in the hall, Zhang Dong's eyes brightened. These materials were not cheap. The price tags ranged from hundreds of thousands to even millions. Zhou Zijuan approached with an air of assurance, saying, Zhang Dong, be sure to choose wisely. Luodan Li, having overheard the conversation between Zhou Zijuan and Lu Zhongyu, felt even more triumphant. She clung to Zhou Zijuan's arm and remarked, Zhang Dong, there is a saying, sudden wealth does not favor those of poor destiny. If you lose, do not weep bitterly. Zhang Dong shot her a disdainful glance and coldly replied, Luodan Li, Zhou Zijuan is destined to lose because you bring him bad luck.
Luodan Li,
infuriated, retorted, you are the one who is cursed. In a huff, she slammed a bank card onto the table, declaring, I will wager against you, betting that you will certainly lose. There are 650,000 in this card. If you lose, you must pay me that amount. Zhou Zijuan was taken aback and asked, Dan Li, where did you acquire this money? Luodan Li smiled and said, This money is what I earned from my work. It was originally intended for my dowry. However, since there is an overconfident fool willing to gamble against you, I shall certainly support you. Yi Rou immediately instructed Lu Feng, verify the funds. Lu Feng took the card, and after consulting the bank, he quickly confirmed that there were indeed 650,000 within. He nodded to Yi Ro. Zhang Dong thought it was perfect to reclaim that 60,000, and nodded very well. I accept your wager. If I lose to Zhou Zijuan, I shall owe you 650,000. However, should I emerge victorious, that sum will be mine. Luo Donli, brimming with confidence, remarked, I fear I shall once again profit from you by 65,000. Zhang Dong, disinterested in their banter, focused intently on selecting raw stones. It must be said, the treasures within the Jade shop were plentiful, yet only two truly captivated his attention. One was priced at 990,000, weighing over 60 kilograms. This piece was a type of wood material with a thick outer shell, a color band along its surface, and some cracks, making it a stone of high risk. Upon his scrutiny, he discovered that the interior was filled with vast expanses of high-grade icy green jade. However, it was well concealed, and light could not penetrate it. Based on his acquired knowledge, this material was worth several tens of millions. He promptly declared, I shall take this stone. In contrast to Zhang Dong, Zhou Zijuan extracted a raw stone from within. This stone exhibited several color bands and weighed an impressive 200 kilograms, with a price tag of 880,000. Upon witnessing Zhou Zijuan's substantial find, Yi Ro furrowed her brows and remarked, Zhou Zijuan, is this truly necessary? A stone worth less than 1 million is hardly comparable to one nearing 10 million. Zhou Zijuan quickly retorted, General Manager Yi, I did not prevent him from selecting the more expensive stones, did I? Before Yi Ro could respond further, Zhang Dong interjected calmly, it matters not. The value of an expensive stone is not always superior. I shall wager this piece against him, ensuring he is convinced. In truth, he had already examined that stone, and while its internal quality was indeed commendable, it held no remarkable surprises. Its actual worth did not exceed 10 million. Chapter 6. Earning millions. Old Gu opened his mouth as if to speak, but was halted by Lu Feng tugging at his sleeve, rendering him silent. The two parties proceeded with their respective payments, subsequently transporting the materials to the neighboring workshop for processing. Zhang Dong marked a line on the material, instructing the craftsman to cut along it. Zhou Zijuan, being particularly cautious given the value of over 8 million, insisted that the craftsman first open a window. Once Zhang Dong's initial cut was complete, the crowd gasped in unison upon witnessing the vibrant green hue within the window. High ice, fully green. Old Gu was the first to exclaim, his eyebrows raised in astonishment. Yi Ro swiftly leaned in for a closer look, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, "This is a significant rise. Old Gu, please appraise it for us." Old Gu gestured to indicate the dimensions with a smile, proclaiming, "At least 20 bangles can be crafted. The leftover material can yield several smaller items as well. Such high ice, fully green bangles could fetch at least 3 million each. 20 would amount to 60 million, coupled with other smaller items. The total value will not fall below 75 million. Lu Feng's expression grew complex as he cast a deep gaze at Zhang Dong. Perplexed as to how he achieved this, was it mere luck? Zhou Zijuan's face turned ashen, as if mourning a great loss. 70 million was an insurmountable figure. Was his own material destined to fall short, leading to yet another defeat? Luo Donli swallowed hard, exclaiming, 75 million. If only I were still Zhang Dong's girlfriend. Wouldn't all this money belong to me? She instinctively inched closer to Zhang Dong, only to be yanked back by Zhou Zijuan, who glared at Zhang Dong and gritted his teeth. Don't celebrate too soon. My material hasn't been unveiled yet. The crowd's attention shifted as Zhou Zijuan's material was finally opened. Just as Zhang Dong had surmised, this piece yielded no surprises. Too much cotton, merely approaching the ice quality, with only a small portion of green and an improper hue. Zhou Zijuan realized he might be losing, yet he remained undeterred, instructing the craftsman to slice it open from a third of the way through. Old Gu shook his head slightly and remarked to Yi Ro, "Miss Yi, this is all that can be expected from young Master Zhou's material. Once crafted into bangles or pendants, its value will peak at around 7 to 8 million. Yi Ro felt a sense of happiness for him. Turning to Zhang Dong, the material you purchased is quite remarkable. If you are inclined, consider selling it to Minggu Xian." Zhang Dong nodded, then turned to Zhou Zijuan, stating coolly, "According to our wager, you owe me 75 million.
Yi Ro interjected.
Some individuals may be inclined to backtrack. Zhou Zijuan remained silent, his expression icy, yet his anxiety was palpable. 20 minutes later, as the stone was split open, it revealed no surprises. The two pieces were of mediocre quality, too much cotton, with a value not exceeding 10 million. Yiro declared, "Young Master Zhou, the outcome is clear. It's time to settle up." Zhou Zijuan snapped his head around, retorting angrily, "Prepare what money? His material is worth at most 5 million. Far inferior to mine." Lu Feng couldn't help but scoff. "Zhou Zijuan, if you can't play the game, then don't. Otherwise, you'll only end up embarrassed." Zhou Zijuan snorted coldly. After all, 70 million was at stake, and he would never concede. Yiro picked up her phone and opened a video, revealing the entire process of the two engaging in a stone gambling game. It turned out she had recorded the entire event, documenting every detail. Denial would be futile. "I shall present this video to Boss Zhou. If he chooses to dismiss it, I will gladly share this footage with Zhou's competitors." Zhou Zijuan's expression darkened. Indeed, the Zhou family faced a formidable rival, as both families essentially monopolized the local jewelry business. If the adversary were to exploit this video, it could easily tarnish their business. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Yi, my Zhou family is not to be trifled with." Zhang Dong, fixing his gaze upon him, inquired, "If our positions were reversed, and I were the one denying, what would you do?" Zhou Zijuan stared intently, enunciating each word. "I can offer you money, but would you dare to accept it?" His tone was clearly one of intimidation, yet Zhang Dong showed no sign of fear, responding coolly, "If you dare to offer, I shall dare to accept." Zhou Zijuan chuckled sinisterly. "Very well. Regardless of how much you take from me today, I assure you, I will return it twofold." Yiro interjected, "This material from Zhang Dong could yield at least 75 million in jewelry. Even at the price of the raw stone, it will not be less than 60 million. Zhou Zijuan frowned deeply. "I do not possess that much cash. I will transfer 30 million first and owe you the rest." Zhang Dong, unperturbed by the prospect of a potential default, replied, "That is acceptable." Before long, he received a text notification regarding the transfer. 30 million was sent to his account in 6 installments. At that moment, Luo Donley's face turned pale, for that 650,000 was hard-earned money from her previous year's work at Night Z, now slipping away just like that. Yet, even Zhou Zijuan could not renege on his obligation. Under Yi Ro's watchful gaze, she reluctantly transferred the 650,000 to Zhang Dong. Upon receiving the bank notification, Zhang Dong remarked, "For the remaining 30 million, please draft an IOU." This time, Zhou Zijuan complied readily and swiftly completed the note. With the IOU in hand, Zhang Dong and his companions departed with an air of triumph. Luo Donley's heart ached, and she softly murmured, "Zijuan, it's all right. He was merely lucky." Slap! Zhou Zijuan struck Luo Donley across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. He glared at her with malice, stating, "If it weren't for you, that wretched woman, would I have lost 60 million? 60 million. I could have entertained 100 women more beautiful than you. Get out of my sight, as far as you can." Luo Donley, stunned, soon broke into tears, while Zhou Zijuan turned away without a backward glance. Boss Lu Zhongyu witnessed the entire scene unfold and addressed the visibly furious Zhou Zijuan. "Are you dissatisfied?" Zhou Zijuan replied menacingly, "Cousin, I must destroy him. I share a close friendship with the general. When the time comes, I shall orchestrate a scheme that will ensure he is left with nothing but his undergarments. If you still harbor grievances, I could enlist the general's assistance in eliminating him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zijuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Cousin, I shall rely entirely on you." Lu Zhongyu patted him on the shoulder and assured him, "Do not worry. Orchestrating such a scheme is not a first for me. I guarantee he will have no means of return. You still owe him 30 million, correct? Let this be the pretext to lure him with you to Myanmar for a gambling venture." Lu Zhongyu nodded vigorously. "Understood." Meanwhile, Zhang Dong did not hesitate to sell 2 pieces of material to Minggu Xian for 63 million. In a single stroke, he amassed over 90 million in capital. As the business vehicle made its way to the company, Yiro, her beautiful eyes sparkling, inquired, "Zhang Dong, what are your plans for the future?" Zhang Dong shook his head. I haven't given it much thought. I plan to take a break for a while. He was not in the mindset to seek employment, nor did he find it necessary. Yiro smiled and suggested, would you be interested in becoming an art appraiser at Minggu Xian? Chapter 7. The divine eye shatters illusions. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? Yiro nodded affirmatively. Of course. Your discerning eye is a rare talent. She elaborated, the base salary is 30,000, with a year-end bonus. What do you think? Would you consider it? Zhang Dong felt a stir of interest. While he was indifferent to the salary, he was inexperienced in the field of appraisals and lacked sales channels. However, working at a professional institution like Minggu Xian would not only facilitate his learning but also ease the process of monetization. Reflecting on this, he nodded. All right, I am willing to give it a try. Yiro beamed with delight, exclaiming, then let us return to the company now. Half an hour later, they arrived at the office building where Minggu Xian was located. Minggu Xian was a subsidiary of Minggu Group, a leading enterprise in the industry with an annual revenue exceeding 20 billion and profits in the tens of billions. Among its branches, Zhongbei Minggu Xian accounted for 30% of the total revenue. Yiro, in fact, was the de facto leader of Zhongbei Minggu Xian. As they walked through the corridors, numerous employees greeted Yiro respectfully, addressing her as Director Yi. They eventually reached an opulent office, which included a bedroom, an office, and a reception area. Yiro invited Zhang Dong to take a seat and then summoned her secretary, a fair-skinned, attractive young woman dressed in a white business suit, to assist Zhang Dong with his onboarding paperwork. After a couple of trips back and forth, Zhang Dong received his employee badge and the necessary supplies. With some time left before the end of the workday, Yiro smiled and said, Zhang Dong, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest in the bedroom for a while? Zhang Dong replied cheerfully, Director Yi, I'm not tired. Lu Feng, also present in the office, furrowed his brow upon hearing Yi Ro's suggestion. He knew well that Yi Ro's bedroom was off-limits to others, and now she was allowing this newcomer to rest there, which irked him greatly. He cast a cold glare at Zhang Dong. At that moment, Yi Ro slightly furrowed her brows and pressed her hand to her neck. Zhang Dong, with his keen observation, inquired, Is your neck bothering you, Director Yi? Yi Ro replied, Perhaps it's due to the long car ride. My neck muscles are sore and painful. It's nothing serious. I've had this issue for a while, and it will pass in a couple of days. During his time abroad, Zhang Dong had learned a massage technique from the locals that was effective for ailments like stiff necks and lower back pain. He promptly offered, Miss Yi, I know a bit of massage. Let me help you. It might alleviate the discomfort. Lu Feng, alarmed, immediately interjected, No way. Director Ye's status is too esteemed for just anyone to offer a massage. However, Yi Ro appeared pleased, waving Lu Feng off and smiling. Is that so? Then please, help me. Lu Feng could only watch in frustration as Zhang Dong placed his hands on Yi Ro's porcelain-like neck, kneading gently. Before he stormed out, his expression darkened. As Zhang Dong continued to massage, he occasionally caught a glimpse of a delicate sight just below her collar, causing his heart to race. He hastily averted his gaze and focused intently on the task at hand. Moments later, a few delicate strands of golden light gradually emerged between his fingers. These glimmers were released by the tiny creature residing in his left eye, resonating within his body. Now, these golden rays, combined with his massage, permeated into Yi Ro's being, bestowing upon her an unparalleled sense of comfort, swiftly alleviating the soreness, which was replaced by an overwhelming lightness and ease. Zhang Dong, your massage technique is extraordinary. My neck feels completely pain-free, she exclaimed with great admiration. 15 minutes later, the massage concluded. Not only had Yi Ro's neck ceased to ache, but she felt even more relaxed than before the pain. Your skills are truly remarkable. It feels wonderful. When you have the chance, please give my grandfather a massage as well. It would be a delightful surprise for him, she added. Zhang Dong chuckled. It seems that you and your grandfather share a close bond. Yi Ro smiled softly. When I was very young, my father remarried and neglected me entirely. My grandfather, concerned that my stepmother might mistreat me, kept me by his side until I reached adulthood. After speaking, she retrieved some literature on antique appraisal from a nearby bookshelf and handed it to Zhang Dong. These are some books I often read. You might find time to peruse them and accumulate experience in the field of art evaluation. Zhang Dong regarded the books as treasures. Once he received them, he settled into the sitting room to peruse them. In less than an hour, he had already finished 3 volumes. Just as he was about to delve into the 4th, the workday came to an end. Yiro smiled. That was incredibly soothing. To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight. Zhang Dong inquired, Mr. E, are there any establishments nearby where one can indulge in a drink? Tonight I shall treat you. Yiro glanced at him and nodded. Indeed, there are. As the two ascended to the parking level, Yiro, being the first to step out, found the lot devoid of any presence, enveloped in an eerie silence. Not far away stood her Porsche, quietly resting in its designated space. After taking several steps, Zhang Dong suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar, sweet metallic scent. In an instant, the surroundings shifted. The lights extinguished, leaving only Yiro standing beside him. She too paused in astonishment, scanning her environment before softly inquiring, Zhang Dong, are we not in the garage? Zhang Dong's expression remained unchanged as a surge of warmth enveloped his left eye, conjuring a dragon-like entity that hovered in the air, casting a cold gaze upon the ground below. In an instant, he discerned the illusion, and the scene before his eyes reverted to its original state. Soon after, he observed a man clad in a black trench coat and wearing a black mask approaching from a distance, muttering incantations as if casting a spell. Yet, Yiro remained ensnared in the illusion, unable to perceive these events, her grip on Zhang Dong's hand tightening in trepidation. Do not fear. Zhang Dong feigned being entrapped in the illusion, suspecting it to be a case of a ghost wall. Upon hearing the term, the man in the black trench coat revealed a cold smile, swiftly closing the distance between them, drawing forth a slender black needle aimed at Yiro's nape. At the very moment he struck, Zhang Dong delivered a powerful kick to his groin, causing the needle to clatter to the ground as the assailant's mouth opened in a silent gasp, his body gradually sinking down. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Dong delivered another punch to his opponent's face, causing blood to spurt forth. Suddenly, the illusion dissipated, revealing the tragic figure of the man in the trench coat. Zhang Dong coldly inquired, who sent you? No sooner had he posed the question than a vehicle sped towards them. He swiftly pulled Yiro behind a pillar for cover. The car screeched to a halt, and 2 masked individuals emerged, forcibly dragging the trench-coated man into the vehicle. After a cacophony of tires screeching against the pavement, the car sped away. Stepping out from behind the pillar, Yiro's delicate face was etched with coldness as she remarked, Zhang Dong, I am fortunate that you were here, otherwise I might have met my demise. Zhang Dong replied, Yi, who are they? Yiro fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, a chilling smile crossed her lips as she declared, the only person capable of employing dark sorcery against me is her. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Dong asked, Yi, who is this her you speak of? Chapter 8. Bargaining at the night market. My stepmother has been targeting me ever since my grandfather entrusted me with the operations of Mingguxian in Jiangbei province. She is intent on positioning her biological daughter in a position of power, yet the cunning girl possesses no real ability beyond her scheming. Zhang Dong understands that in affluent families, interests abound, and intrigue is inevitable. He advises General Manager Yi, you must exercise caution in the future. Yiro gazes at Zhang Dong, whose earlier demeanor instills a sense of security within her. Zhang Dong, from now on, you will not only serve as Minggu Xian's appraiser but also as my personal bodyguard. I shall double your salary. Zhang Dong chuckles, no need for double pay. 1 is sufficient. Absolutely not. 2 roles warrant 2 salaries. Henceforth, your base salary will be 60,000. Yiro waves her hand, revealing a rare glimpse of her domineering CEO persona. Zhang Dong concedes, very well, thank you, General Manager Yi. Before entering the vehicle, he discreetly inspects it to ensure its safety before starting the engine. As it is now mealtime, Yiro directs Zhang Dong to a roadside stall, declaring, the skewers here are exceptional. Tonight, we shall indulge until we are inebriated. Zhang Dong nods in agreement. Indeed, they order several stir-fried dishes, dozens of skewers, and 2 crates of craft beer. As they consume the beverages, their conversation becomes increasingly animated. Yi shares tales of her lineage and experiences over the years, while Zhang Dong reciprocates by recounting his own journey. Halfway through their beer, 5 men in black vests emerge from the establishment. One, a tattooed man in his 40s, notices the stunningly beautiful and alluring Yi, and his eyes gleam with mischief. Already predisposed to trouble and emboldened by alcohol, he approaches her with a predatory grin, seating himself beside her and placing his hand on her delicate shoulder. Yi furrows her brows, subtly leaning towards Zhang Dong, leaving the man's hand grasping at air. "Lovely lady, let us become acquainted," he slurs, reaching out to caress her cheek. Zhang Dong's gaze sharpens, and he seizes the man's wrist, proclaiming loudly, "Where do you think your hand is going?" The tattooed man's expression darkens as he retorts, "Get lost, mind your own business, or you'll regret it." He leaps up, throwing a punch towards Zhang Dong's face. In an instant, as the last 2 individuals swung their fists, he seized the opportunity to pull, causing them to crash heavily to the ground, their front teeth shattered, covering their mouths and crying out in pain. Witnessing the scene before her, Yi was profoundly struck by Zhang Dong's bravery and ferocity. Zhang Dong, already filled with rage, was about to rush over and deliver a few vicious kicks, but he was restrained by Yi, who shook her head and said, "Do not strike. I have called the police." Minutes later, a police car arrived, and the officers seemed to recognize Yi, treating her with great courtesy. After asking a few questions, they took the offenders away for questioning. As for Zhang Dong, they merely asked him a couple of token inquiries. The scene was chaotic, and Zhang Dong voluntarily compensated the owner 300 yuan. Their plans for drinking dashed. The 2 of them had no choice but to leave. Once back in the car, Yi suddenly remarked, "There is a world-renowned ghost market in the city, which opens at 9:30. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" With nothing pressing on his agenda, Zhang Dong readily nodded in agreement. Since they had both indulged in alcohol, they took a taxi to the ghost market. The so-called ghost market is situated within a natural park on the outskirts of Yun City. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an eerie glow of yellow lights, resembling clusters of ghostly flames. Zhang Dong asked, "Yi, with such dim lighting, can we discern the items clearly?" Yi replied with a smile, "We can use a flashlight, but the goods at the ghost market can be both genuine and counterfeit. Whether one can procure authentic items depends on one's skill." Finally entering the ghost market, they passed a stall selling calligraphy and paintings, where Yi paused to examine a piece. Due to the inadequate lighting, she switched on her flashlight. Zhang Dong's gaze roamed across the stall and was soon captivated by a short-axis painting. He observed that this artwork depicted layered images, indicating it was a creation of Emperor Huizong from the Northern Song dynasty, having been treasured by notable collectors throughout history. The painting featured 7 types of birds, hence its title, 7 Birds Painting. However, when he unrolled it, he discovered that it actually illustrated the popular 8 Steeds painting. The 7 Birds painting was cleverly concealed within the scroll. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he inquired of the vendor, "How much for the 8 Steeds painting?" The vendor glanced at him and replied, 5,000. "This is a work by a modern master, quite rare." Seeing his interest, Yi quickly examined the piece and shook her head repeatedly. "This 8 Steeds painting is merely a mass-produced craft. It is worth at most 200. The street vendor, visibly displeased, retorted, "I say, young lady, you need not buy it, but please refrain from making such claims." Zhang Dong chuckled and said, "Vendor, I truly appreciate this painting. Would you consider lowering the price? How about 1,000? The painting had originally cost the vendor 10 yuan in the countryside years ago, rumored to be a collection of a certain wealthy landlord. He did not take the rumors seriously and thought selling it for a few hundred would be a success. Now that Zhang Dong offered 1,000, he feigned a difficult expression and said, "Young man, it is evident that you have a connection with this painting. I will let it go for 1,500. I cannot go lower." Knowing that a genuine piece lay within, Zhang Dong feared complications might arise and promptly agreed, purchasing the 8 Steeds painting for 1,500 yuan. Leaving the stall, Yi smiled and remarked, "Although the painting may not hold much value, if you genuinely appreciate it, then it is worth it." Zhang Dong offered no further explanation, simply suggesting, "Let us explore other items." The pair wandered through a significant portion of the night market, yet they encountered little else of interest. While some items were indeed appealing, their prices rendered them impractical purchases. Nevertheless, Yiro managed to find a few cherished items, making the outing worthwhile. As they noticed the dwindling number of stalls, they prepared to depart. On their way back, Zhang Dong spotted several Buddha statues not far away, varying in size. To his astonishment, one statue radiated a brilliant golden light. This spectacle left him utterly amazed. Could there be a hidden treasure within the statue? He swiftly approached and picked up the 30-centimeter tall golden statue, exclaiming, "The craftsmanship is impressive. How much for this statue, my good sir?" The vendor, an old man with a single eye, clad in ethnic attire and wearing a patch over his left eye, extended a finger and replied, 10,000. Chapter 9. The Golden Sutra and the Seven Birds painting. Yiro furrowed her brow, remarking that the statue of Buddha resembled not an ancient artifact but rather a piece crafted from plaster, deeming it excessively priced at 10,000. The old man replied, "My dear girl, this statue is gilded, and artisans skilled in such craftsmanship are indeed rare." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, if 10,000 it is, then so be it." Ignoring Yi Ro's protests, he resolutely purchased the statue. Upon exiting the ghost market, Yi Ro sighed, "Spending 10,000 on a plaster Buddha statue. You are truly devout." Zhang Dong chuckled lightly, and upon reaching a secluded spot, he abruptly turned the statue upside down and struck the base with a fist. The plaster base shattered instantly, and he reached inside to retrieve a volume of the Golden Sutra. The sutra comprised over 30 pages, each meticulously crafted from thin sheets of gold, densely inscribed with characters. Zhang Dong glanced at the cover, which bore the ancient title Ling Fei Jing. Yiro exclaimed, "A Golden Sutra! Zhang Dong, this is remarkable. How did you know that there was something valuable inside?" Zhang Dong replied with a smile, "It was merely a guess." As Yiro perused the sutra, she mused, "This item must possess a history of at least 1,000 years. If it were to be auctioned, could easily fetch millions." Zhang Dong, feeling a sense of pride, remarked, "Acquired for 10,000, not a bad deal, is it?" Yiro gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You've made a fortune." After stowing away the sutra, the two hailed a taxi to return. Yiro arranged accommodation for Zhang Dong at a nearby hotel before heading home to rest. Once settled in the hotel, Zhang Dong retrieved the painting of the 8 steeds and procured some tools to unroll the scroll. The scroll was hollow, and from within, he extracted a tightly rolled painting, which, upon unfolding, revealed the 7 Birds painting by Song Huizong. He pondered the potential value of this artwork, contemplating the following day's request for Miss Ye's appraisal. Setting aside the painting, he began to study the Golden Sutra. The classical Chinese text appeared obscure and incomprehensible, leaving him at a loss. Just as he was about to concede defeat, a warmth surged in his left eye, and a dragon-like entity materialized, coiling around the sutra. Suddenly, the Ling Fei Jing began to radiate light, and within the golden glow emerged 12 sequences of images, each depicting a golden figure repeating a series of movements. He observed that within the golden figure's body, various colors of energy circulated, seemingly following a specific cultivation route. Zhang Dong stood transfixed. Was this not akin to a martial arts manual from a novel? Astonished as he was, he instinctively began to mimic the first set of movements. Yet, after completing only a third of the sequence, an overwhelming discomfort engulfed him. At that moment, the golden light emanating from his left eye took effect. The discomfort dissipated, and he felt a wave of relief. Gritting his teeth, he persevered to complete the first set of movements. Upon finishing, he sensed a new essence coursing through him. This essence felt akin to a small mouse scurrying within. Subsequently, he endeavored to control this essence, channeling it through his meridians according to the route observed within the golden figure. Cultivation is an arduous endeavor, achievable only by those of exceptional talent who receive guidance from masters. However, bolstered by the power of his left eye, Zhang Dong successfully completed the first set of movements, thereby acquiring his initial strand of true energy. The initial attempt proved challenging, yet with the second endeavor, the process became significantly smoother. With each repetition, his internal energy grew denser and more robust. After 10 iterations, the energy was quite substantial, akin to a gentle stream meandering through his meridians. Zhang Dong, wary of overexertion, chose to rest after 10 repetitions and soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered a layer of dark, greasy substance coating his skin, accompanied by a pungent odor. Startled, he hurried to the bathroom to cleanse himself. Having finished his ablutions and changed into fresh attire, he was greeted by the sound of the doorbell. Today, Yi-Ro donned a regal purple dress that accentuated her beauty, and with a smile, she inquired, "Did you rest well yesterday?" "Quite well, indeed. Miss Yi, I need your assistance with something," he replied, inviting her into the room. With utmost care, he retrieved the 7 birds painting, slowly unfurling it before her. Yi-Ro's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Heavens! This is the 7 birds painting by Emperor Song Huizong." Zhang Dong nodded, explaining, "This painting was hidden within the scroll of the 8 horses painting. Its owner must have devised such a method to safeguard it." Yi-Ro inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What a remarkable piece! Its value must be at least several tens of millions. Zhang Dong, if you are willing to part with it, I can arrange for it to be auctioned. The commission fee can be halved." Zhang Dong chuckled. "Very well, let us proceed with the auction." Yi-Ro's joy was palpable as she scrutinized him with admiration, remarking, "You are quite impressive, a master of fortune. Indeed, with the Golden Sutra and the 7 birds painting, you are truly a connoisseur of hidden treasures." Zhang Dong quickly waved his hands, saying, "I merely stumbled upon it. It was sheer luck." Yi-Ro scoffed lightly, "I find that hard to believe." Shortly thereafter, they enjoyed a buffet at the hotel. However, before they could finish their meal, she received a phone call that left her visibly anxious. After a brief conversation, she dialed another number, and upon connection, she asked, "Aunt Lu, how is my grandfather?" After a few minutes of listening, she abruptly hung up, her worry deepening. Zhang Dong glanced at her, asking, "Miss Yi, is something amiss?" Yi-Ro sighed softly. "My grandfather hasn't been seen in 2 days, and I fear for his safety." "Have you tried contacting him?" Zhang Dong inquired. She shook her head. "His phone has been unreachable since last night. Something must have occurred. Otherwise, that woman would not be so eager to eliminate me." Zhang Dong suggested, "Why not ask your father?" Yi-Ro's expression turned disdainful as she replied, "He is entirely under that woman's control. Consulting him would be futile." After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "We must go to Haicheng." Zhang Dong felt a surge of surprise. Haicheng was over 200 kilometers away, requiring at least 3 hours of driving. Yi-Ro continued, "I need to see my grandfather to ensure he is unharmed." Zhang Dong nodded, recognizing his duty as her bodyguard, stating, "Very well, I shall escort you to Haicheng." Yi-Ro had arranged for her vehicle to be parked at the hotel the previous day. As the 2 individuals descended to the underground parking lot in the elevator, they were about to enter their vehicle when suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the car's roof, surging towards Yi-Ro. Stunned, Yi-Ro found herself momentarily paralyzed, unable to react. However, Zhang Dong perceived the situation with clarity. The black smoke was, in fact, a swarm of grotesque black insects, unmistakably malevolent in appearance. Fearing for Yi-Ro's safety, he instinctively swung his hand towards the swarm. In that instant, he felt a warmth in his left eye, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar echoing in his mind. A beam of golden light then burst forth, swiftly engulfing the dark insects. The golden light returned to his left eye, while golden larvae continued to emit waves of golden radiance, purifying his body. Chapter 10. Encountering a benefactor. "Why are you still shaken?" inquired. "What is that?" Zicheng Ding furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "It is a type of insect, quite similar to the ones that were in your abdomen before. Someone must have employed these insects to harm you." He then recalled a scene from a novel he had read, murmuring, "Could these possibly be poison insects? Why are Yu's face drained of color at the mention of poison insects? Someone has placed a curse upon me?" Zicheng Ding reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I have ways to deal with these creatures. Let us get in the car and leave." Shortly after departing from the hotel, they merged onto the highway, with Zicheng Ding concentrating on driving. Meanwhile, Yu was incessantly making calls to various individuals, gathering intelligence from different sources. After concluding her last call, she closed her eyes, awaiting further news. Moments later, her phone rang. After listening intently, her eyes welled with tears as she asked, "How long has he been in a coma?" "All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. X." Zhang Ding glanced at her and asked, "Why Zing? Have you received any news?" "Why are you?" Gently wiped her tears away. "My grandfather is in a coma, and the situation is dire. Mr. X mentioned that my grandfather can only hold on for at most another 2 weeks." After a brief moment of contemplation, she added, "That woman has already sent people to control the place where my grandfather is staying. I must meet with someone to seek guidance." Zieneng Ineng inquired, "Who is this person?" "Why are you?" replied, "An old friend of my grandfather. He is a recluse of great wisdom. If he is willing to assist, there may still be hope for my grandfather." Zhang Ding asked, "Where does this sage reside?" "Why are you?" responded, "He lives on Lingyun Peak." Upon hearing the name, Zhang Ding appeared somewhat surprised. "Lingyun Peak in QNGSHN County? Do you know of Lingyun Peak? Why are you?" asked. Zhang Ding smiled. "I reside in QNGSHN County. Lingyun Peak is not far from my home. During my middle school years, I often hiked there." He then opened the navigation app, stating, "We will arrive at Lingyun Peak in about an hour and a half." After driving for a while, he remarked, "This Taoist must be quite formidable." "Why are you?" nodded gently. "My grandfather once told me that if I encountered significant difficulties, I should seek out Taoist Longyan on Lingyun Peak. He would undoubtedly help me." An hour later, they entered QNGSHN County, soon arriving at Lingyun Peak. Rising over 1,000 meters, there was only a winding mountain path leading to the summit, necessitating a trek on foot. Gazing at the peak shrouded in mist, "Why are you?" offered a wry smile. She was still wearing high heels, making it impossible to climb. Zhang Ding noticed her predicament and glanced at the long trail, saying, "Why Zing? I will carry you up the mountain." "Why are you?" looked at him in surprise. "Carry me up? That would be exhausting. A mountain over 1,000 meters high would leave an ordinary person sore even without additional weight, let alone carrying someone." Zhang Ding chuckled, "It's all right. We can take breaks if necessary." With no other options, "Why are you?" reluctantly nodded. "I appreciate your help." "And why are you?" rested on his back, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. Feeling the soft touch on his back, Zhang Dong's heart fluttered. He quickly regained his composure and ascended the mountain with great strides. Despite carrying someone, he moved with remarkable agility. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a Taoist temple, surrounded by ethereal mist, resembling a realm of immortals. The ground outside the temple was relatively flat, and Zhang gently set Yi Ro down. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she gathered her hair and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Dong smiled broadly. "It's a trivial matter." Remarkably, he remained calm and collected, not a drop of sweat on him. At that moment, a young Taoist priest, around 15 or 16 years of age, emerged. He glanced at the two and performed a single-handed bow, saying, "My master invites you both inside." They immediately entered the courtyard, welcomed into the temple by the young priest. The temple was modest, housing statues of the three pure ones, beneath which a Taoist sat in meditation, his eyes appearing neither fully closed nor fully open. Zhang Dong found it difficult to ascertain the man's age. At first glance, he seemed to be in his 50s, yet a closer look suggested he could be in his 30s. As he gazed at the individual, he noticed a strand of energy circulating through the man's body along an unusual path. Intrigued, he activated his internal energy to mimic the other's flow. This man was none other than Taoist Longyan. The priest smiled gently. "Missy has grown so much. The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl." Suddenly, Yi Ro knelt before the priest, pleading, "Taoist, my grandfather is in a coma. Can you save him?" Taoist Longyan sighed softly. "Life and death have followed us since ancient times. This is his fate, I fear." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Zhang Dong, and he exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat, wondering if he had been discovered for having learned from him in secret. Taoist Longyan suddenly chuckled, changing his tone, "You should take this young man home. He will help your grandfather awaken." Both Yi Ro and Zhang Dong were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. "Taoist, I do not understand medicine. I fear I cannot be of any assistance," Zhang Dong replied honestly. Taoist Longyan smiled and said, "You are a fortunate benefactor in her life and will surely aid the Yi family." Yi Ro's eyes sparkled with hope. Recognizing that Taoist Longyan never spoke in jest, she deeply bowed. "Thank you, Taoist." Longyan nodded. "Do not visit your grandfather just yet. Go the day after tomorrow." Yi Ro was taken aback. "Why?" Taoist Longyan shook his head. "The time is not right." She inquired further, but the Taoist was reluctant to elaborate, so she had no choice but to take her leave with Zhang Dong. Once again carrying Yi Ro down the mountain, Zhang Dong remarked, "Miss Yi, it is getting dark. Let us rest in Qingshan County for the night." Taoist Longyan had mentioned that they would go to Haiqing the day after tomorrow, stating that there was no rush. Yi Ro agreed, "All right, let us rest in Qingshan County tonight." Although Zhang Dong had not returned home for several years, he remained well acquainted with his hometown. He drove to the finest hotel in Qingshan County, known for its splendid environment and service. After settling in, Zhang Dong suggested that Yi Ro rest first while he made a brief visit home. Zhang Dong's home is situated in a quaint town on the eastern edge of the county, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, adorned with picturesque scenery. The locals have established camping bases, agritourism ventures, and fruit-picking gardens, drawing a multitude of urban visitors to this serene locale. Zhang Dong's residence lies at the eastern end of the town, where his parents have long operated an orchard, diligently tending to their fruit trees daily. Upon returning home by taxi, Zhang Dong was greeted by the sight of his cousin, Zhang Hu, standing at the doorstep, vociferously berating something with a fierce demeanor. His parents remained sheltered inside, refraining from intervention. Upon spotting Zhang Dong alight from the vehicle, Zhang Hu momentarily hesitated, then raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Zhang Dong, you've arrived just in time. Do persuade my uncle." Zhang Dong's expression darkened as he retorted, "Zhang Hu, have you been consuming excrement to come to my doorstep and hurl insults?" Their relationship was far from cordial, having engaged in countless altercations since childhood, leading Zhang Dong to respond with little courtesy. Enraged, Zhang Hu shot back, "Zhang Dong, you've grown bold, daring to shout at me," and approached to shove him. The energy derived from the golden insects had significantly enhanced Zhang Dong's physique, granting him extraordinary agility. Zhang Hu's movements appeared as though in slow motion to him. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly pulled Zhang Hu off balance, causing him to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dong delivered a swift kick, eliciting a pained cry from Zhang Hu. The commotion attracted the attention of his parents, who rushed outside. Zhang Dong's father, Zhang Baoxing, and mother, Tang Lan, were both known for their straightforward nature. "Father, mother, what is Zhang Hu doing here? Shouting at us?" Zhang Dong inquired. Tang Lan sighed and explained, "Your uncle wishes to purchase our contracted orchard to sell as burial plots. Your father refuses, and they come here daily to berate us." Zhang Dong, lifting Zhang Hu, coldly asked, "Is this true, Zhang Hu?" Zhang Hu, seething with anger, retorted, "Zhang Dong, your father is a fool for not seizing the opportunity to make money." Tang Lan interjected, "Zhang Hu, your father could earn tens of thousands from a single burial plot. Yet he aims to acquire 50 acres of our mountainous land for a mere 30,000. We will not acquiesce." Zhang Dong scoffed. "You think 30,000 will buy dozens of acres of land? Your calculations are quite ambitious." At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed over, forcefully pushing Zhang Dong aside, and shouted, "Zhang Dong, what are you doing?" Chapter 11. A radiant Herb, the newcomer, of modest stature yet exuding an air of authority, was none other than Zhang Dong's uncle, Zhang Baochai, the village chief. Zhang Dong stepped back a few paces and exclaimed, "Uncle, Zhang Hu has insulted my family at our doorstep, and you stand idly by?" Zhang Baochai, incensed, retorted, "How dare you speak so? If your parents were more sensible, would Zhang Hu dare to scorn them?" Zhang Dong scoffed, "To refuse to be taken advantage of is to be unreasonable? Since you are so astute, why not begin by giving me 1 million? Zhang Baochai regarded his nephew with a chilling gaze. "Zhang Dong, after years abroad, you've grown quite bold to address your elder in such a manner." In his youth, Zhang Baochai had trained in martial arts and ventured far beyond the province, gaining a wealth of experience that earned him his position of power. The villagers held a modicum of fear towards him. Zhang Dong asserted, "Let us waste no more words. The land my family leases is not for sale." Zhang Baochai chuckled coldly, "Very well. If you choose not to sell, I shall not press the matter." With that, he signaled to Zhang Hu, and the pair departed hastily. Tang Lan, filled with trepidation, waited until they were far off before saying, "Xiao Dong, your uncle is cunning. I fear he may pose a threat to you." Zhang Dong replied calmly, "Mother, there is no need for concern." After 3 years away, the home remained unchanged. The courtyard immaculately tidy. A large yellow dog bounded from its kennel, wagging its tail around Zhang Dong. At 7 years old, De Huang was Zhang Dong's childhood companion. Despite the years apart, the dog recognized its young master at once. Zhang Dong affectionately patted De Huang's head, chuckling, "De Huang, you've grown plump." That evening, Tang Lan prepared a sumptuous feast, having just slaughtered a chicken in anticipation of her son's return after 3 years abroad. Noticing the time was still early, Zhang Dong sent a message to Yi Ro, inquiring if she had retired for the night. Her reply came swiftly, "I can't sleep. I'll head downstairs for a bite." Zhang Dong responded, "My mother has just killed a chicken. Why not join us for dinner? I'll send you the address." Yi Ro replied, "Is that convenient?" "Absolutely. All right. I'll set off in 10 minutes. "Mother, my boss will be dining with us shortly," he informed Tang Lan, who promptly asked, "Xiao Dong, will it be too humble for your boss to eat here?" Zhang Dong reassured her, "Not at all. I noticed plenty of mushrooms in the fridge, along with ham in the kitchen. We'll sort them all." Zhang Baoxing inquired, "Xiao Dong, what business is your boss in?" Zhang Dong replied, "She specializes in the appraisal of antiques and curios. I work alongside her, earning 60,000 a month." His parents were taken aback. 60,000 a month? Such a high salary. Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing stir-fried ham, stir-fried chicken, sautéed wild mushrooms, bamboo shoot stewed with cured meat, snake soup and various side dishes, a total of 4 cold dishes and 8 hot ones. As the meal approached completion, a Kian came to a halt at the entrance. Zhang Dong's residence is conveniently located at the village entrance, making it easily identifiable. Shortly thereafter, Yi Ro, donned in a flowing black dress, gracefully descended from the vehicle. Upon entering the courtyard, she was warmly greeted by Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing, with even the dog, De Huang, wagging its tail in a show of welcome. Holding 2 gift boxes, Yi Ro cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. I hope I'm not intruding." Tang Lan, captivated by the beauty of the young woman, replied with sparkling eyes, "Not at all. We are delighted by your presence. Please, make yourself comfortable." Once they settled into the living room, Zhang Dong prepared a cup of wild mountain tea, freshly roasted from their own harvest, which boasted a delightful flavor. After exchanging pleasantries, they commenced their meal. The dishes, though modest in presentation, were authentic hometown delicacies that received Yi Ro's enthusiastic praise. Following the meal, De Huang scampered inside in search of a bone. When Zhang Dong inadvertently noticed a fragment of a broken leaf lodged between the dog's claws, radiating an ethereal glow. Intrigued, he discerned that his left eye could perceive it while his right could not, indicating the extraordinary nature of the leaf. He carefully plucked it from De Huang's paw and inquired, "De Huang, where did you find this?" De Huang sniffed the leaf and immediately darted outside, prompting Zhang Dong to hastily follow. "Yizong, please enjoy your tea. I shall step out for a moment." The man and his dog ventured into the mountains, reaching a nearby summit where De Huang slipped into a grove of bamboo. There, within a small depression in the earth, grew a medicinal herb. Zhang Dong observed that the herb emitted a layer of spiritual light and a fragrant aroma. After capturing a photograph with his phone and conducting an online search, he discovered it to be a wild ginseng. He chuckled heartily, patting De Huang's head in praise of its cleverness, while the dog wagged its tail with evident delight. Using a sharp stone, he swiftly unearthed the ginseng, which measured over 20 centimeters in length and resembled a human form, weighing at least half a pound. As the adage goes, 7 taels for ginseng, 8 taels for treasure. In ancient times, 1 pound was equivalent to 16 taels, thus 8 taels equates to half a pound. The wild ginseng in Zhang Dong's possession exceeded this measure, categorizing it as a treasure of ginseng. After excavating the ginseng, he descended the mountain and returned home. Upon seeing the ginseng in Zhang Dong's hands, Yi Rou's eyes lit up with intrigue. "Is that ginseng?" she inquired. Zhang Dong nodded. "I'm not very knowledgeable, but a quick search online suggests it is indeed ginseng." Yi Rou gingerly accepted the ginseng and examined it closely, stating, "This is a mutated ginseng, known as ginseng treasure. This specimen has likely been growing for at least 300 years. While ginseng typically does not live long, certain mutated varieties can thrive for hundreds or even thousands of years, earning the titles of ginseng treasures or ginseng kings." Zhang Dong laughed. "So, is it valuable?" Yi Rou replied earnestly, "That depends on luck. If you encounter a buyer in need, selling it for 10 million is entirely feasible." Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing exchanged astonished glances at the mention of 10 million. Yi Rou continued, "My grandfather is in a coma. Perhaps this could aid him." "Zhang Dong, would you sell me this wild ginseng?" Upon hearing that the ginseng might assist Yi Rou's grandfather, Zhang Dong responded, "As it is something I personally unearthed, there is no need for payment. Yizong, please take it for your use." Yi Rou shook her head, asserting that it was not acceptable. She would propose a reasonable price. As their conversation continued, the evening grew late, and considering the inconvenience of staying at home, Zhang Dong drove Yi Rou back to her hotel. Zhang Dong served as Yi Rou's bodyguard, and naturally, he would also reside at the hotel for the night. However, she occupied an inner room while he took the outer one. As night fell, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, following the path of true energy circulation as taught by the Taoist master Long Yin. With the ability to introspect through his left eye, his energy flow was remarkably smooth, and he quickly completed a full cycle. After one cycle, he felt a significant increase in his internal energy, leaving his body in a state of comfort. Drawing upon previous experiences, he no longer required introspection for subsequent energy circulation. Thus, Zhang Dong practiced for 7 consecutive cycles, ensuring his internal energy was ample before resting. Upon awakening the next day, he felt rejuvenated. After Yi Rou rose, they ventured out together for breakfast, indulging in local delicacies that Yi Rou particularly enjoyed. Once their meal was finished, Zhang Dong drove Yi Rou to the mountain they had contracted. With spring in full bloom, the flowers blossomed beautifully, making it an ideal time for flower admiring and outdoor excursions. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, Zhang Dong heard the sounds of exertion emanating from the opposite side. Rushing to the peak, they beheld an elderly man instructing 2 young boys in the art of boxing, each movement precise and practiced. Chapter 12. Learning from others. Upon noticing the arrival of a stranger, the elderly man merely nodded, seemingly unfazed, and continued instructing the 2 youths. Zhang Dong and Yi Rou took a moment to rest, observing the man's teachings in martial arts. The techniques he demonstrated were quite elementary. Standing post, walking the rim, and 3 basic punches. The standing post was straightforward. Zhang Dong grasped it after a few glances, even perceiving the flow of internal energy within the instructor. However, the 2 youths struggled to maintain proper posture, as if an invisible force hindered their success. The walking exercise, which required one to traverse the edge of a 1.5-meter diameter barrel without causing it to wobble or slipping off, appeared simple to him as well. Yet, the youths moved sluggishly and often fell before completing a full circle. The final 3 punches were uncomplicated, repeated with slight variations, and the youths managed to mimic them quite well. After half an hour of observation, Yi Rou felt sufficiently rested. Zhang Dong waved goodbye to the elderly instructor, and the duo retraced their steps. As they reached the mountainside, Zhang Dong noticed several individuals conversing in his family's orchard, including Zhang Baochai and Zhang Hu, who were engaged in discussion with 3 men. "Uncle, what brings you to my family's orchard?" Zhang Dong approached and inquired. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, Zhang Baochai placed his hands on his hips and replied, "Xiao Dong, this gentleman is a prominent businessman. He intends to develop a cemetery on the mountain. After negotiations, we agreed on a compensation of 10,000 yuan per mu for your land. 50 mu would amount to 500,000. I refused to sell." Zhang Dong responded firmly. He understood that if this uncle was willing to offer 500,000, the profits for him would certainly exceed 5 million. With 50 mu of forest land, he could easily establish 300 to 500 burial sites, each fetching 30 to 50,000, resulting in profits of 1 to 2 million. Seeing Zhang Dong's reluctance, Zhang Baochai's expression darkened. Xiao Dong, do you know who this businessman is? If you do not show him respect, your family's future may be bleak. Among the three men, a middle-aged man in black stepped forward. A serpentine scar marred his face, and his large, bulging eyes bore a fierce demeanor. He cast a glance at Zhang Dong and said, "Young man, this land is merely under your leasing rights. It does not belong to you. Should you refuse, the village can unilaterally sell the land to me, and at that point you shall receive not a single penny." Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. The leasing period for the forest is 60 years, with over 40 years remaining. Should you wish to reclaim the leasing rights, you would need to compensate for the orchard's yield for those remaining years. He produced his phone and opened the calculator. For 10 mu of apricots, yielding 1,500 jin per mu over 45 years would total 675,000 jin, priced at 2 yuan per jin, approximately 175,000. For 15 mu of fragrant pears, yielding 1,200 jin per mu over 45 years would produce 810,000 jin, also at 2 yuan per jin, totaling 162,000. Zhang Dong continued tapping on the screen, concluding over the next 45 years, based on this year's market price, the orchard's yield would be approximately 6,550,000. This is merely this year's valuation. As living standards rise, so too will the price of fruit. If the price increases by 3% each year, the value will reach 3.8 times its current amount after 45 years. Therefore, you must compensate my family at least 15,720,000. The profit, calculated at 40% of the value, amounts to 6,280,000. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's quotation, Zhang Baochai's expression turned grimmer than one who has tasted despair. He said in a sinister tone, "Xiao Dong, your audacity is akin to a toad croaking in the moonlight. 6,280,000. How dare you utter such a figure?" Zhang Dong replied, "Business is a matter of mutual consent. If you find it too expensive, you need not proceed with the purchase." The scarred-faced middle-aged man chuckled menacingly and said, "Kid, do you believe I could acquire your land without spending a single penny?" Zhang Dong met his gaze and replied, "I do not believe that." The middle-aged man scoffed, signaling to the two men beside him. Both stood around 1.85 meters tall, their muscular frames exuding an intimidating presence, their eyes cold and calculating. Receiving the signal, the two men advanced toward Zhang Dong. Having just observed others sparring, Zhang Dong stepped forward with his left foot, adopting a relaxed stance. The man on his left suddenly reached for his shoulder while the other aimed for his arm, seemingly intent on subduing him. Drawing upon the martial techniques he had recently learned, Zhang Dong shook his shoulders, his internal energy surging as he thrust his arms outward. The two hulks were sent flying as if severed from their strings, landing 7 or 8 meters away, one crashing into a fruit tree, the other colliding with a sturdy trunk. Both men, injured by the force of his energy, struggled to rise, their faces pale, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained, with hearts racing. Zhang Dong placed his hand on the shoulder of the scarred man, who looked ghastly, realizing that the two fallen were his strongest allies. He had not anticipated defeat at their first encounter. Clearly, this individual was a master. "Brother, let us speak amicably," he hastily declared. "Your price is quite reasonable. We can negotiate." Zhang Dong patted his shoulder and said, "Then return and consider it well. 570,000. If you agree, I will sign the contract with you immediately." The scarred man nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I will certainly deliberate carefully and provide my brothers with a response." Zhang Dong replied, "You may leave now." "Of course, we shall depart at once," the man insisted. As Zhang Dong and Yi Ro descended the mountain, the scarred man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, releasing a long sigh of relief. He bent down to assist his subordinate, who waved him off. "Boss, I feel utterly drained, as if I've been rendered powerless. This man is a master. We must not provoke him." The scarred man sighed heavily. Who could have anticipated that this young man would possess such formidable prowess? Zhang Baochai, taken aback, quickly interjected, "Scarred elder, I have watched Zhang Dong grow. How could I not know his capabilities? He is no master at all." Scarred elder glanced at him coldly and queried, "How long has it been since you last saw him?" 3 years, Zhang Baochai replied. during which he has been working abroad. Scarred elder sighed again. That explains it. 3 years is ample time to cultivate a master. The man seated on the ground remarked, Boss, this individual possesses formidable strength. Perhaps you should invite him to confront the formidable expert that He Yuanhu has summoned. He Yuanhu is a rival of Scar Elder, and the two have been embroiled in conflict in Yun City for many years, each experiencing victories and defeats. However, recently, He Yuanhu has called upon a boxing master from the border provinces to engage in a duel of martial arts with Scar Elder's faction. A duel, in this context, refers to a contest where conflicting parties each select a master to compete, and the losing side must concede ground. Previously, the expert invited by Scar Elder suffered defeat in such a contest, resulting in significant losses. With tensions once again flaring, He Yuanhu is eager to engage Scar Elder in a rematch, and this predicament weighs heavily on his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He clapped his thigh and declared, Indeed, I shall pay my respects at once. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong discovered a Volkswagen Passat parked at his doorstep, recognizing it as his brother-in-law's vehicle. Entering the house, he was greeted by the sight of an adorable 5- or 6-year-old girl playfully chasing a dog named De Huang, feeding it snacks. De Huang, having clearly indulged excessively, sported a round belly and could hardly consume another morsel. However, the little girl's exuberance made it impossible for him to refuse her offerings. Uncle, she squealed upon spotting Zhang Dong, rushing towards him with glee. He crouched down, embracing her as he chuckled, My dear, you've grown into quite the young lady. Although he had been working away for 3 years, Zhang Dong frequently video-called his niece. Thus their bond remained untainted by distance. At that moment, a young woman in her late 20s emerged from the room, bearing a resemblance to Tang Lan. She was none other than Zhang Dong's sister, Zhang Hong. One side of her face was bruised and swollen, suggesting she had recently endured a beating. Chapter 13. Seeking justice for my sister. Upon seeing the bruises on Zhang Hong's face, Zhang Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, Sister, who did this to you? Zhang Hong averted her gaze, hastily responding, It's nothing. I just fell. Zhang Dong shook his head. Sister, you cannot deceive me. This injury is the result of violence, not a fall. At that moment, a man in his early 30s emerged, his demeanor exuding an air of sincerity. He addressed Zhang Dong. Xiao Dong, you've returned. He was Zhang Hong's husband and Zhang Dong's brother-in-law, Li Kongming. Brother-in-law, did you inflict this injury on my sister? Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of sternness. Throughout his life, his sister had been his greatest protector. During their childhood, she carried him on her back to the town's elementary school. Whenever there was something delicious at home, she ensured that he, her younger brother, enjoyed it first. With their parents often busy, it was Zhang Hong who prepared meals for him. In Zhang Dong's eyes, his sister held a status equal to that of their parents, and he would not permit anyone to mistreat her. Li Kongming quickly waved his hands. Xiao Dong, how could I possibly harm your sister? At that moment, Tang Lan stepped forward, her expression equally grim, stating, Xiao Dong, it was your brother-in-law's younger brother who struck her. Fury ignited within Zhang Dong. What kind of person does he think he is to dare strike my sister? In his wrath, his energy surged, causing his hair to stand on end. Li Kongming, feeling uneasy, hastily explained, Xiao Dong, my brother was drunk that day. He truly did not mean it. Tang Lan scoffed. Did he not mean it? Then why did he not strike someone else? Does he think the Zhang family is an easy target? Zhang Dong pulled Zhang Hong aside, asking, Sister, I will support you. Tell me, why did Li Kongliang hit you? Realizing she could not hide the truth, Zhang Hong sighed. If it weren't for missing you too much, I would have delayed my return to spare you and mother from worrying. It's nothing serious, really. My father-in-law receives over 8,000 in retirement each month. For the past few years, the bank card for his pension has been with Li Kongliang's wife. Yesterday was my father-in-law's birthday, and Li Kongliang's wife flaunted her bag worth over 10,000 in shoes costing more than 5,000, while belittling me as a plain, yellow-faced woman. I couldn't hold back and teased her about spending the old man's money without gratitude. Just for that remark, Li Kongliang suddenly jumped up and struck me. If it weren't for your brother-in-law holding him back, he would have attacked me with a knife. Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. Sister. Both are sons. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law are terribly biased. Zhang Hong sighed. Duwan's father is a former convict who has committed murder. My in-laws fear him. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly. A convict is hardly a cause for pride. What is there to fear? He declared, I will take you home shortly. I will seek justice for you. Zhang Hong quickly interjected, Xiaodong, please don't go. It's really not a big deal. It has passed. Zhang Dong shook his head resolutely. No. This cannot be overlooked. At that moment, Zhang Hong noticed Yiro standing nearby and quickly said, Xiaodong, is this your boss?
Yero similet, sister. Uame yero.
Zhang Hong promptly invited, please, come inside and sit down. Li Kongming remained silent, lost in thought, while Zhang Dong's frustration grew, nearly compelling him to kick Kongming. Suddenly, he inquired, brother-in-law, is Li Kongliang at home? Kongming quickly responded, Xiaodong, Kongliang is at the construction site. He has just secured a landscaping project in town. Before he could finish, Zhang Dong stood up and stormed out. Zhang Hong hurried after him, but Zhang Dong had already sped away in his Kian. On his way, Zhang Dong happened upon a landscaping project in town, prompting him to seek out Li Kongliang for retribution. On the main road in the east of the town, Li Kongliang was directing a crew planting trees and flowers. He had leveraged connections to obtain this project, which was set to last a month and would easily net him 70 to 80,000. Beside him stood a bald man in his 50s, who remarked, Kongliang, once this job is done, I will help you find the next one. This intimidating figure, named Du Gui, had committed murder in a brawl over a decade ago and had only recently been released from a life sentence. Upon learning that his daughter was married and his wife had left him, he sought out Li Kongliang. Initially, Li Kongliang kept his distance from this ex-convict father-in-law, but soon realized Du Gui's extensive network could prove beneficial, prompting him to treat his father-in-law with newfound respect. Father, that would be splendid. I promise to honor you well with what I earn. Just then, a Qian halted before them, and Zhang Dong emerged. Though the two had met only a few times, Li Kongliang recognized him immediately. Zhang Dong? Li Kongliang sensed impending trouble and instinctively stepped back. Zhang Dong glared at him, demanding, Li Kongliang, you have quite the nerve to strike my sister. Before Kongliang could respond, Du Gui interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Dong. Kid, I know about Kongliang hitting your sister. She deserved it. It's up to the in-laws to decide who gets the money. What business is it of hers? Zhang Dong retorted. Who are you? Du Gui scoffed. I am Kongliang's father-in-law. Zhang Dong coldly replied. My issues with Li Kongliang are none of your concern. Step aside. Enraged, Du Gui, emboldened by his past, dismissed Zhang Dong with a loud, watch your tone. Kid. Ignoring him, Zhang Dong seized Li Kongliang by the neck and delivered a resounding slap. The impact left Kongliang dazed, struggling to regain his senses. Fuming, Du Gui swung. Du Guichong rushed over to assist his son-in-law but was effortlessly tossed into the pond by Zhang Dong, soaking him thoroughly. Realizing he could not overpower Zhang, he no longer dared to approach. Thus, covered in mud and water, Li Kongliang drove his car to Zhang Dong's residence, with Du Gui accompanying him. Feeling inadequate against Zhang Dong, he planned to confront Zhang Dong's parents instead. At that moment, a luxurious Range Rover was parked outside the Zhang residence, with Scar standing beside it, flanked by 6 of his subordinates. Scar scratched his head and inquired, why haven't they returned yet? One of the subordinates suggested, Boss, should we head back? Scar slapped him across the face, exclaiming, we've come this far. You want me to return empty-handed? Just then, Li Kongliang and Zhang Dong's vehicles arrived simultaneously. As they exited their cars, Scar approached with a demeanor of utmost respect, clasping his hands together in greeting. Brother Zhang, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused previously. I have come to express my contrition. Du Gui, having made acquaintances during his time in prison, recognized Scar and paled in fear, realizing he knew Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, somewhat surprised by Scar's visit, presumed the latter had not given up and replied coolly, Are you still interested in purchasing my family's orchard? Scar quickly waved his hands, asserting, I wouldn't dare. It's yours. Whenever you decide to sell, I will be ready to buy at your asking price without negotiation. Zhang Dong's interest was piqued. So, you have other matters to discuss? Chapter 14. The Lianhua bowl of Ding Kilnscar Old Yi nodded and said, Brother Zhang, shall we converse in the car? Zhang Dong agreed, and the two men settled into the spacious and comfortable seats of the Range Rover. Scar Old Yi stated earnestly, from your impressive display today, I can tell you are undoubtedly an expert. I am currently preparing to face an adversary at the sided building, who has enlisted the aid of a formidable opponent. I lack anyone capable of matching him, and I wonder if you might be willing to assist me. Of course, I shall not ask you to help for free. Should you succeed in defeating him, I am prepared to offer this amount. He raised 3 fingers, signifying 3 million. Zhang Dong replied calmly, I have no interest in fighting. Perhaps seek out someone more capable. He acknowledged that the individual in question possessed some skills, but they were merely recently acquired and insufficient against a true master. Scar Old Yi chuckled. Do not rush to respond, Brother Zhang. Take your time to consider it. We can connect at any moment. As their conversation continued, an associate outside noticed Du Gue and, after a moment's hesitation, waved him over. They had been prison mates, with Du Gue serving him by preparing meals, washing feet, and making beds, treated like a servant. Upon being beckoned, Du Gue found himself moving uncontrollably towards the other man. His face alight with a smile as he exclaimed, Master Xiong. Master Xiong replied, What brings you here, you rascal? Du Gue, with a glint in his eye, offered a cigarette and responded, Nothing much, just wandering nearby. He then gestured towards Zhang Dong and asked, Master Xiong, do you know Scar Old Yi? Master Xiong lowered his voice. This man is indeed extraordinary. Scar Old Yi has a request of him. The mention of an extraordinary individual sent a shiver through Du Gue, extinguishing his earlier intention to advocate for his son-in-law. Just then, Zhang Dong emerged and proceeded directly home. Immediately, Du Gue kicked his son-in-law, Li Kongliang, and sternly instructed, Aren't you going to apologize? Li Kongliang, not foolish, recognized the formidable nature of his sister-in-law's brother and, having just faced a reprimand, promptly followed Zhang Dong into the courtyard. Zhang Hong and several others were present in the yard. Upon seeing his younger brother in a disheveled state, Li Kongming was taken aback and inquired, Kongliang, what brings you here? Li Kongliang approached Zhang Hong and, kneeling down, said, Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I apologize. Zhang Hong, surprised, glanced at Zhang Dong. Sister, you may have him remain in that position until he feels comfortable enough to rise. Zhang Hong, inherently kind-hearted, replied, Let it be. Since he has admitted his fault, I shall not pursue it further. Zhang Dong fixed his gaze on Li Kongliang and instructed, Return that pension card to your father. It is their retirement fund, not meant for purchasing luxuries for your wife. Yes, yes, I shall return it, Li Kongliang said with a pained expression. Li Kongming quickly helped his younger brother to his feet, and the two siblings stepped outside to converse. Zhang Dong summoned Tang Lan into the room and handed her a card, saying, Mom, there is 1 million inside. Whenever you have the chance, give some money to my sister. Just don't mention that it's from me, or she will surely refuse. Tang Lan, aware of her son's newfound financial success, smiled and replied, All right, I understand. In the past, your father and I lacked the means. We barely prepared a dowry, and were looked down upon by our in-laws. Now that you have made a name for yourself, we ought to make amends. After addressing this matter, he sought out Yi Ro. She had been engrossed in a book in Zhang Dong's room and, upon seeing him return, playfully inquired, Did you vent your frustrations? Zhang Dong nodded. I gave that scoundrel a good lesson. Miss Yi, when shall we set off? How about tomorrow? Yi Ro suggested. Tonight, there's a trade fair in the antique circle of Yun City. Would you accompany me to take a look? Zhang Dong, intrigued, asked what exactly is a trade fair. Yi Ro explained it's an old tradition. Players bring 1 or 2 items to participate, engaging in discussions and evaluations. If they find something appealing, they purchase it. If the price is right, they make a deal. Zhang Dong replied, But Miss Yi, we haven't brought anything back. What will we use to participate? Yi Ro smiled. ISNT, there a street dedicated to cultural relics in Yun City? Let us first explore there and see if we can uncover any hidden treasures. Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. Sounds good. After having lunch at home, The two drove to the Yun City Antique Market. Renowned for its cultural relics, Yun City has produced several prominent collectors. The antique market itself is quite famous nationally, touted as one of the top 10 antique markets. The market resembles a commercial street, with various shops lining both sides and spaces in the middle for stalls. Upon arriving at the street entrance, they were surprised to find more stalls than customers, suggesting that the claim of being one of the top 10 antique markets might be overstated. Zhang Dong, lacking a specific objective, browsed casually while chatting. Although he appeared to be glancing around nonchalantly, he absorbed the essence of all the objects within his line of sight. Most items displayed on the stalls were contemporary, with only a few dating back just over a century. As they traversed half the street without any notable discoveries, Zhang Dong noticed a bustling shop nearby with many patrons entering and exiting. He suggested to Yiro, "Let us check out that store." It was a porcelain shop, showcasing an array of exquisite porcelain pieces displayed on exhibition shelves. However, upon a cursory glance, Zhang Dong discerned that among the hundreds of items, only a few emanated an ancient aura. He picked up a Ming Dynasty bowl and, upon inquiring about the price, was taken aback to learn it was over 300,000. While authentic, it was a product of folk craftsmanship, and the price was evidently inflated. At that moment, a shrewd, middle-aged man in black entered, clutching a blue bundle tightly, his demeanor anxious. He had purchased the item in the countryside for merely 1,000 yuan. After researching online, he felt it might hold significant value, prompting him to seek opinions from experts here. However, he had already encountered several sellers who declared it a counterfeit. The instant he walked in, Zhang Dong's keen eye caught the distinct essence of the Song dynasty emanating from the object the man was holding. As he observed intently, countless images emerged, and he instantly recognized that the bundle contained a Ding Kiln lotus bowl. Having perused 2 tomes on porcelain appraisal, he quickly reached a conclusion. The Ding Kiln is one of the 5 renowned kilns, famed for its production of white porcelain, as well as black, green, and red glazes, particularly celebrated for its exquisite white porcelain. The bowl in the middle-aged man's possession is indeed a Ding Kiln white porcelain bowl, originating from the Northern Song dynasty, although it had spent the majority of its existence concealed within a tomb, only to be unearthed 3 years prior. Thus, with just a glance, Zhang Dong comprehended the object's history. He promptly approached and inquired with a smile, "Sir, are you looking to sell something?" The middle-aged man swallowed hard and nodded, "Yes." "How did you know?" Zhang Dong replied with a grin, "It was merely a guess." "Sir, what treasure do you hold, and what price do you seek?" The man stated, "This is a family heirloom, and I intend to sell it for this amount." He opened his right hand, shaking 5 fingers. 50,000? Zhang Dong ventured tentatively. The man shook his head, solemnly asserting, 500,000. Zhang Dong was taken aback. 500,000? Your item must be exceedingly precious. Might you share what it is? The old man lowered his voice. I have conducted my research, and this should be a piece from the Yuan dynasty's Ding Kiln. Though it does not compare to those from the Song dynasty, its value is certainly not less than 1 million. Asking for 500,000 is not excessive, is it? Zhang Dong stroked his chin contemplatively and said, I am one who enjoys taking risks. How about this? I will offer 300,000 for this item, in cash, without a verification. Chapter 15. The exchange fair. The middle-aged man was taken aback, filled with bewilderment. Aren't you afraid of receiving counterfeit goods without inspection? Zhang Dong replied, That's precisely why I said it's a gamble. So, sir, are you willing to take the risk? The man had initially intended to part with the item for a mere 100 to 200,000. Now, with Zhang Dong offering 300,000 without even seeing it, how could he refuse? After all, he too was uncertain about the authenticity of the item. If he were confident, he wouldn't have settled for 50,000. Without hesitation, the man replied, All right, the item is yours. Zhang Dong promptly escorted the elderly gentleman to a nearby bank, where he withdrew 300,000 and handed it over. As the money filled the leather bag, it became noticeably bulky. Fearing the attention of unsavory characters, the man quickly hailed a cab and departed. Throughout the entire exchange, Yiro remained silent until she finally inquired, You truly are remarkable to spend 300,000 on an unknown item. Zhang Dong, with a smile, unveiled the contents of the bundle. Inside lay a shoebox filled with old cotton wadding. As he peeled back the layers of cotton, a bowl as pure as jade emerged before them. Yiro paused momentarily, then lifted the bowl with both hands for a closer examination. After half a minute, she inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "So thin as paper, white as jade, with a robust texture, a lustrous glaze, and exquisite patterns." And here, the inscription, "I am certain it must be a piece from the Northern Song Dynasty's Ding Kiln." Feigning surprise, Zhang Dong exclaimed, "It appears that fortune smiles upon me." Yiro was perplexed. Could it truly be mere luck? Zhang Dong continued, "Ms. Yi, may we take this to the exchange fair?
Yero chocolate.
This bowl is worth millions. Certainly, we may. Now let us continue to explore." At that moment, Zhang Dong, having overexerted his sight, retracted his ability to see through objects, gazing at them with a casual demeanor. In the interim, Yiro purchased another item for 450,000, which she anticipated would yield a modest profit. After wandering for over an hour, Zhang Dong's energy began to revive, but Yiro was already preparing to leave. At the end of the antique street, they came upon a stall displaying a collection of aged redwood furniture, primarily from the Qing dynasty. An elderly gentleman, in his 70s, sat in an armchair, leaning on a cane, his eyes half closed. Zhang Dong's keen eyes caught a glimmer within the cane. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it concealed 45 beads. Drawing from his learned knowledge, he recognized these beads as fine pearls used by the emperors of the Qing dynasty, each valued at several hundred thousand in the market. He immediately halted, pointing at the cane, and asked, "Sir, this cane is quite remarkable. It is from the Qing dynasty, correct?" The old man opened his squinting eyes, smiling. "You have a discerning eye. This cane was once used by Prince Gong. It has been passed down through generations, and I have owned it for several decades." Zhang Dong complimented. "What a splendid item! Might I inquire if you would part with it?" The old man grinned. "Since I have presented it, it is indeed for sale. Crafted from precious wood and adorned with fine gemstones. I will let it go for 1 million if you desire it." 1 million is not a trifling sum. Yiro couldn't help but remark, the cane is indeed exquisite, yet the gems upon it are merely later added crafts. "If you are truly sincere in selling, I offer you 100,000. Instantly discerning the cane's flaw, she firmly set the price at 100,000. The old man repeatedly shook his head, asserting, "I won't sell it for 100,000. I might as well keep it for my own use." After a spirited exchange, they ultimately settled on a price of 200,000. Having acquired the cane, the two returned to their vehicle, where Zhang Dong inquired, "Do you have a dagger?" Yiro, intrigued, asked, "What for?" Zhang Dong tapped the cane and replied, "It's hollow inside. I want to see if there's anything within." Yiro felt a surge of curiosity and retrieved a screwdriver from the toolbox. Zhang Dong applied force at the cane's base, prying it open to reveal 2 plump beads rolling out. Subsequently, he held the cane upright, and 45 beads cascaded onto the seat.
Yero eklaymet, Dongzu.
Zhang Dong chuckled. 1 Dongzhu is worth at least 200 to 300,000. We've struck gold this time. Yiro regarded Zhang Dong with awe, exclaiming, "You're truly remarkable. How did you know the cane was hollow?" Zhang Dong explained, "When the cane made contact with objects, it emitted a hollow sound, leading me to deduce its emptiness." Yiro raised her thumb in admiration. "Impressive. Those 45 Dongzhu could be worth a minimum of 10 million. Upon returning to the hotel and resting briefly, they proceeded to attend the exchange fair. The venue for the fair was the Four Seasons Villa, a hotel owned by the wealthiest man in Yun City, Li Donghai. Spanning over 3,000 acres, the hotel took a decade to construct and boasts opulent interiors. At that moment, the spring and autumn courtyard of the villa was entirely reserved, hosting hundreds of collectors from across the nation to exchange and discuss their treasures. The courtyard featured 3 halls, each furnished with 60 tables, where groups of collectors had already congregated. As the owner of Minggu Xian, Yiro not only secured a spot at the event but also enjoyed a higher status than ordinary collectors, being seated at a central table in the hall. Upon locating her designated seat, she instructed Zhang Dong to produce the Ding Kiln bowl, which immediately attracted a crowd of nearby collectors. "Goodness, is this a piece from the Ding Kiln? So thin as paper, so white as jade. Could it truly be Ding Kiln?" At that moment, A bespectacled man approached, clad in a blue suit and adorned with a gold watch worth hundreds of thousands. He leaned closer to examine the bowl, adjusted his glasses, and inquired of Yi Ro, "Is this yours?" Yi Ro replied affirmatively, eager to hear his assessment. The bespectacled man remarked, "This is likely a replica from a later era. The craftsmanship is commendable." Offended by the implication that her possession was a counterfeit, Zhang Dong refrained from arguing and instead asked, "What makes you say that?" The man smiled slightly and explained, "Allow me to elaborate. Ding kiln pottery is fired in a wood kiln, and during the heating process, bubbles of varying sizes form on the porcelain, which makes it easily identifiable. Due to the inherent difficulty in replicating the chai kiln technique, imitations can only be produced through modern firing methods, resulting in remarkably uniform bubbles." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement, asserting that is indeed correct. "Thus you should take a closer look at this item." The bespectacled man was momentarily taken aback. His confidence stemmed from having seen this bowl earlier that day. An elderly man had attempted to sell it, and he had meticulously examined it, concluding that it was a modern imitation. "No need, a single glance suffices for me," he remarked coolly. Yi Ro interjected, "Is that so? There are several esteemed porcelain appraisers present. Why not invite them to take a look?" She lifted the porcelain bowl and approached an elderly gentleman. The man, with a head of white hair and a spirited demeanor, was seated, savoring tea, flanked by several young companions. Upon noticing Yi Ro's approach, the elder smiled and said, "Yi girl, what brings you to Yun City?" Yi Ro replied with a smile, "Uncle Zhu, I am here to join in the excitement. I stumbled upon an interesting piece this afternoon. Would you be so kind as to take a look?" The crowd gasped upon recognizing the elder. This venerable gentleman, named Zhu Jiong, was a luminary in the field of porcelain appraisal and a distinguished collector, boasting a collection of over 10,000 exquisite porcelain treasures in his home. Chapter 16. A glimpse of clarity. The bespectacled man approached, nodding slightly as he said, "Old Zhu, I believe this item is a counterfeit." Zhu Jiong took the porcelain bowl, examining it through a magnifying glass for half a minute before setting it aside. Turning to Yi Ro, he remarked, "Young lady, you are quite fortunate. How much did you acquire it for?" Yi Ro held up 3 fingers, 300,000. Zhu Jiong chuckled, "Not bad. The item is authentic. However, it differs from typical Ding kiln porcelain, as it was crafted in a coking kiln. There are only scant records of such Ding kiln artifacts, but I happen to be knowledgeable in this regard." The crowd nodded in agreement, and Yi Ro, impressed, said, "Old Zhu, without your expertise, I doubt anyone could have accurately identified this bowl." Zhu Jiong laughed heartily. "I am actively seeking Ding kiln items. What do you say, will you part with it?" Yi Ro replied with a smile, "If you like it, take it for your enjoyment." Zhu Jiong turned to a young and attractive female secretary beside him and instructed, "Issue a check for 15 million. After the check was prepared, he handed it to Yi Ro, saying, 15 million, neither too high nor too low. If you have a change of heart, feel free to come to me." Yi Ro agreed, "All right, as you say, Uncle Zhu." The bespectacled man's expression darkened, realizing he had overlooked a true treasure of the Ding kiln. However, he quickly composed himself, smiling as he said, "It seems old Zhu's discerning eye prevails. I have much to learn." Zhu Jiong glanced at him and remarked coolly, "Are you Zhou Wenwu's son?" The bespectacled man nodded. "I am Zhou Tsong," indeed referring to my father. Zhu Jiong acknowledged him with a grunt and said nothing further. Zhou Tsong extended his hand to Yi Ro, smiling, "Zhou Tsong, you must be General Manager Yi of Minggu Xian." Yi Ro did not reciprocate, replying coolly, "I have heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Zhou." Yu Gong, undeterred by the lack of warmth, withdrew his hand and said, "General Manager Yi, are you free for dinner tonight?" Yi Ro replied, "Sorry, I have no time." Zhou Tsong frowned slightly. His family background was no less prestigious than Yi Ro's, and he felt slighted by her indifference. Coupled with his earlier misjudgment in missing the Ding kiln treasure, he felt a simmering anger and retorted, "Your visit to Yun City must not solely be for the exchange fair, correct?" Sensing the underlying implications in his words, the astute Yi Ro smiled subtly and asked, "What are you implying, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Tsong lowered his voice, saying, "Let us converse privately." They moved to a corner, where Zhou Tsong whispered, "Tonight at midnight, Four Seasons Villa will auction off some collectibles. You must be aware of this?" Yi Ro smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Zhou Zong continued, I can serve as your advisor during this event. Seeing Zhou Zong's persistent attempts to ingratiate himself, Zhang Dong interjected coldly, you failed to recognize a Ding Kiln piece. What gives you the audacity to advise General Manager Yi? Zhou Zong, incensed at having his shortcomings pointed out, turned and glared at Zhang Dong, stating, mind your words, young man. Zhang Dong, unimpressed by Zhou Zong, raised an eyebrow and met his gaze with a frosty demeanor. Yi Dao, there is no need for your assistance. Zhang Dong is a senior appraiser at Minggu Xian, and I have faith in his discerning eye. Upon hearing that Zhang Dong is a senior appraiser, Zhou Zong displayed a hint of disdain, remarking that Zhang Dong is far too youthful. What experience could a young person possibly possess? He continued, Yi, do you remember the collection that Minggu Xian lost 2 years ago? Yi Rou's beautiful eyes flickered with a glint of coldness. This matter is highly confidential. How does young Master Zhou know about it? Zhou Zong chuckled. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. It's not surprising that I know. Minggu Xian suffered a heavy loss. Do you not wish to recover it? Yi Rou gazed at him and inquired, what are you trying to imply? Zhou Zong smiled slightly and suggested, shall we discuss this in a different location? Zhang Dong cast his eyes around and, penetrating through Zhou Zong's pocket, spotted a list containing photos and names of a collection of 32 paintings. These works were all registered and immensely valuable, with even the least expensive piece fetching over 10 million. Just as Yi Rou was about to speak, Zhang Dong interjected, are you implying that these paintings will be auctioned off tonight? Zhou Zong was taken aback, staring at Zhang Dong as he asked, how did you know? Zhang Dong replied, you just mentioned that there are no secrets. Zhou Zong scoffed, even if you know, it's merely peripheral information. Tonight's auction resembles a blind box. Each box contains different items, some precious, others not worth much. Yi Rou remarked, that sounds intriguing. Zhou Zong explained, the organizers have opted for this method to maintain confidentiality. Only those who bid will know what lies within the blind boxes. This approach serves to keep secrets while also facilitating sales, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, to my knowledge, the actual value of these items is at least 2 to 3 million, so even if losses occur, they won't be substantial. If one acquires enough, they can still profit overall, hence the lack of reluctance among bidders. Zhang Dong stated, I am aware of all you've mentioned. Zhou Zong furrowed his brow and scrutinized Zhang Dong, letting out a soft huff before addressing Yi Rou. Then, I shall see you at the gala tonight. After Zhou Zong departed, Yi Rou asked with a smile, you don't actually know about the auction, do you? Zhang Dong replied, I was merely probing him. What is the nature of the collection that Minggu Xian lost? Yi Rou sighed softly. The warehouse at Minggu Xian was robbed by the custodian, resulting in the loss of a batch of precious paintings and calligraphy worth billions. Subsequently, police investigations revealed that the custodian had committed suicide, severing all leads. Zhang Dong was astonished. Such valuable items vanished just like that? Which paintings were they? Yi Rou named several pieces, and upon comparing them with the list Zhou Zong had, Zhang Dong realized they were indeed included. A thought struck him and he said, based on what Zhou Zong just mentioned, I suspect that the lost items may appear at tonight's auction. Otherwise, the organizers would have no reason to conduct this blind box auction. Yi Rou pondered, if that is true, what shall we do? Once these paintings are lost, reclaiming them will be exceedingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dong proposed, tonight I will select the blind boxes on your behalf. Yi Rou smiled wryly, pondering, how much can one truly find relying solely on luck? Zhang Dong contemplated for a moment and responded, I possess a keen sensitivity to sense. Were there any common characteristics among the lost paintings and calligraphy? Yi Rou's eyes sparkled with realization as she replied, at that time, to prevent insects and decay, they were stored in camphor-wood boxes, infused with musk. All the artworks carry the distinctive fragrances of camphor and musk. Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. That simplifies matters. I shall follow the scent to locate the stolen artworks. Yi Rou exclaimed with delight, Zhang Dong, if you manage to recover those lost pieces, Minggu Xian will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. After a brief moment of contemplation, she added, if only my grandfather were lucid, I would persuade him to grant you a 5% stake in Jiangbei Minggu Xian. Chapter 17. The brain-eating Gu Zhangdong chuckled. It's merely a collection of calligraphy and paintings. Can it truly be valued at 5% of the equity?
Ye Rou replied.
These artworks are the treasures of the shop. Their worth transcends monetary evaluation. My grandfather invested immense effort to acquire them, and I cannot allow them to be lost. Zhangdong nodded. Rest assured, Miss Yi, I will handle this matter. At the exchange event, everyone brought their items. Zhangdong placed the 45 East pearls on the table. Immediately, several elderly gentlemen approached, and one red-faced elder picked up 2 pearls for inspection, exclaiming, "These are genuine court pearls used by emperors. My young friend, would you part with these for me?" Yi Rou responded, "For 100,000 each. You may purchase them individually or all at once." While 400,000 was undoubtedly above market value, Yi Rou discerned the elder's profound affection for the pearls, likely remnants of the Qing dynasty, and intentionally inflated the price. The elder paused for a moment and declared, "I'll take them for 350,000. Yi Rou smiled. "It seems you truly cherish them. Let us each make a concession, 400,000. The elder chuckled. "I am not adept at negotiations, but this is my final offer, 370,000. Any more, and I shall withdraw." Zhang Dong interjected, "Miss Yi, 370,000 is acceptable." Yi Rou conceded, "Very well, as you insist, it shall be 370,000. Before long, the elder transferred 16,650,000 to Zhang Dong's account. It was evident that the elder possessed considerable wealth, transferring such a large sum without batting an eye. After the elder departed, Zhang Dong found himself with ample funds and contemplated selecting some blind boxes at the evening auction. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, prompting Zhang Dong and Yi Rou to step closer to the crowd. They beheld an elderly man in traditional attire lying on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, his breath shallow and labored, appearing on the brink of death. "Old Tang! Old Tang!" Several young individuals anxiously called out, but the elderly man showed no sign of response. Zhang Dong observed the elder, noting his complexion turning an ominous shade of blue and purple. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a small white worm perched upon the elder's brain, its form almost imperceptible, voraciously feeding on his cerebral matter. This worm was a type of goo, known as the brain-eating goo, capable of stealthily claiming lives. Zhang Dong's heart raced. It was evident the elder had been subjected to a sinister plot. Yet who was the perpetrator? Scanning the crowd, he identified a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, his gaze icy, emanating a faint luminescence. Feigning concern, Zhang Dong approached the elderly man, pretending to stimulate his acupoint. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of energy flowed into the elder's body, swiftly reaching his brain. A golden worm emerged, devouring the white worm in one swift bite before returning. The middle-aged man's expression shifted drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The brain-eating insect is exceptionally ferocious. Even seasoned experts may fall victim to its assault. Consequently, once a cultivator is struck by its backlash, death is inevitable. Chaos ensued around the scene, as someone attempted to check for breath. The middle-aged man had already perished. In contrast, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire slowly opened his eyes. A portion of his brain had been gnawed away, but it was a minor issue. Only his left eyelid drooped slightly. "What has happened to me?" he inquired. Zhang Dong replied, "You suddenly fainted and convulsed, which frightened us terribly. Are you feeling all right now, sir?" The elder sighed deeply, casting a glance at the deceased middle-aged man, appearing contemplative. He addressed Zhang Dong, "Young man, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. I am Tang Kegong." Upon hearing the elder's name, those in the vicinity gasped in astonishment. So it is Elder Tang. He is a master in the field of calligraphy and painting appraisal, a national treasure-level expert. Zhang Dong initially intended to explain, but upon reflection, he surmised that Elder Tang likely deduced the situation, so he merely smiled and said, "It was nothing." Tang Kegong grasped Zhang Dong's hand, preventing him from departing, and turned to the individuals nearby, asking, "Did that person die?" A middle-aged man, calloused hands and sharp gaze like that of an eagle, responded, "Elder, he has passed away, succumbing to blood loss." Tang Kegong snorted softly. To harm others ultimately leads to one's own demise. Yi Rou approached with a smile, Introducing herself, Elder Tang, I am Yi Ro, and my grandfather is Yi Zhouji. Oh, so you are the granddaughter of the young Yi. How is your grandfather faring? My grandfather is unwell, and I am preparing to visit him. Indeed, I hope he recovers swiftly. Young man, what is your name? Elder, I am called Zhang Dong, he replied with a smile. Tang Kegong pulled Zhang Dong aside, lowering his voice to ask, Young Zhang, did that deceased individual employ some means against me just now? Zhang Dong understood that this elder was knowledgeable and had already formed a diagnosis. Thus he no longer concealed the truth, stating, he released a type of insect that gnawed at your brain. I happen to possess a method to counteract that insect. Suddenly, Tang Kegong deeply bowed to him, startling Zhang Dong, who quickly assisted him upright. Elder, please do not. The elder insisted gravely. The grace of saving a life is akin to rebirth. How can one not bow in gratitude? He retrieved a wooden box from a nearby person, opening it to reveal a round jade pendant, which emanated a kaleidoscope of colors in Zhang Dong's eyes. Tang Kegong smiled, saying, this is a precious jade I acquired 10 years ago. Wearing it has health benefits. This jade hails from the Preqin era, and I now present it to you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me. I, Tang Kegong, shall never decline any matter I am capable of assisting with. Zhang Dong understood that Elder Tang's promise was not mere words, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, Elder, I have heard that there is an auction tonight? Elder Tang nodded. Indeed. I came here for the auction, as it is said to involve some blind boxes. Do you, young friend, also harbor an interest? Zhang Dong asked, Elder, can everyone present today participate in the auction? Mr. Tang shook his head, stating that only those who possess an invitation letter may attend. However, he reassured, not to worry, I have an extra one to offer you. Zhang Dong was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude. After conversing with Mr. Tang for a while, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro resumed their search for desirable items at the exchange fair. Yet, the attendees were all industry experts, and Zhang Dong found himself without the opportunity to seize any bargains. The items he found appealing were priced exorbitantly, rendering them unworthy of purchase. It was not until he approached a table occupied by a man in his 30s that he encountered something intriguing. Upon the table lay 36 bronze figurines, each striking a distinct pose. The figurines were smooth to the touch, plump, and endearingly charming. However, as Zhang Dong scrutinized them closely, his gaze penetrated the surface to reveal the intricate network of mercury that formed the figurine's internal structure. Furthermore, these channels were exquisitely crafted, with some so delicate that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, discernible only through his extraordinary vision. A thought sparked in his mind. What could this be? Chapter 18. The sword and the mirror. The rotund gentleman, clad in a gray suit, beamed as he surveyed each passerby. Zhang Dong inquired, Sir, your bronze figurines are quite charming. What is their origin? The portly man replied, I cannot specify their exact provenance. I only know they date back to the Zhou dynasty. My father acquired them from an elderly farmer over 40 years ago. Zhang Dong remarked, Fascinating. I am quite interested. May I know your price? The man had already contemplated the figure and stated, 100,000 each. 100,000 for each of the 36 figures amounts to 360,000, a considerable sum. Yi Ro interjected, We are genuinely interested, but the price seems rather steep. Could you reconsider? The stout man shook his head. These have been with me since childhood. I cannot part with them for less. Although Zhang Dong was unaware of the specific functions of the internal channels within the bronze figurines, he recognized the opportunity and promptly agreed. Very well, 100,000 it is. I shall take them all. He immediately transferred 360,000 and secured the 36 bronze figures. Yi Ro, no longer doubting Zhang Dong's decisions, curiously asked, Zhang Dong, do you think there might be hidden treasures within those figurines? Zhang Dong laughed heartily. Not quite. However, they do possess some unique attributes. Let us consult with Tang Lao. Tang Lao, a man of vast knowledge and experience, was approached by Zhang Dong, who presented the bronze figures to him. Upon learning that the figurines contained channels filled with mercury, Tang Lao pondered, in the Preqin era, there were many practitioners of qi cultivation who possessed extraordinary abilities. They occasionally preserved their techniques in the form of bronze or iron figures. Zhang Dong responded, so, the interiors of these figures may hold records of cultivation methods? Tang Lao chuckled. I cannot ascertain whether they contain such methods, as I cannot see their insides. When you return, you might consider using X-rays to examine them. Zhang Dong nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your guidance, Tang Lao.
Tang Lao, indeed, asked.
How did you come to know about the mercury inside the figurines? Zhang Dong replied, by gently shaking the figurines. I could hear the mercury flowing. My hearing is quite acute. Tang Lao smiled. An excellent observation. Be sure to preserve them well. Following this encounter, Zhang Dong found no further intriguing items. As evening approached, some stayed for the buffet while others departed. Those remaining were likely attendees of the evening auction. During the meal, Tang Lao sent someone to invite Zhang Dong and Yi Rou to join him at the table. With a jovial demeanor, Tang Lao asked, My young friend, are you familiar with the auction rules for tonight? Zhang Dong responded, Tang Lao, I have heard that blind boxes will be auctioned this evening.
Tang Lao clarified.
During the auction, key terms will be provided, such as dynasty and category, with bidding starting at 5 million. The highest bidder will win. Zhang Dong realized. I had thought 5 million was the price for a single blind box. Tang Lao chuckled. Certainly not. Some items within are valued at tens of millions, even billions. They could not possibly be sold for just 5 million. Zhang Dong. So, aside from the auctioneer, no one knows the true value of the items, correct? Tang Lao. The host will provide hints, and those with experience will have a rough estimate. For instance, if an item is valued at 30 million, the host's cues will make it evident that it is a treasure worth millions. Whether it ultimately sells for 10 million or 50 million depends on luck. Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled. That is indeed intriguing. Tang Lao chuckled. My young friend, I can assist you with some insights when the time comes. Zhang Dong smiled. Thank you.
Tang Lao.
After dinner, Tang Kegong took Zhang Dong and Yi Rou directly into an elevator, where an attendant swiped a card. The elevator began its descent to the 3rd basement level. Upon arrival, the doors opened to reveal a foyer, where 4 bodyguards in black suits stood, checking each person's invitation. Those without an invitation would be denied entry to the auction. Tang Kegong possessed 2 invitations. Each allowed for 3 attendees, including his entourage, totaling 6 individuals. Once the checks were completed, they passed through the foyer into a long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a grand hall, featuring a circular raised platform at its center, surrounded by hundreds of seats. At this moment, the hall was already filled with over 100 attendees, with more continuously arriving. The host, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat, with long hair and a booming voice, was already warming up the crowd.
Zhang Dong, Yi Rou.
And Tang Lao engaged in light-hearted conversation. After several minutes, the hall was packed, with some standing in the aisles due to a lack of seats. The host then declared, Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is officially underway. The first item up for bid is a piece of calligraphy and painting by a renowned poet from the Northern Song dynasty. The starting price is 5 million, with increments of no less than 500,000. Let the auction begin. The item was held by the host, encased in a long wooden box. Zhang Dong gazed intently at the box, his vision penetrating it to glimpse the contents within. Upon seeing the painting, vivid memories surged forth, and he realized it was the work of the illustrious Su Shi from the Song dynasty. The painting depicted a beautiful lady against a backdrop of bamboo, accompanied by a poem. Recognizing it as one of the stolen treasures from Minggu Xian, worth a fortune, he nudged Yi Rou, indicating her to make a bid. Yi Rou replied, Many here are familiar with me, you should place the bid. Zhang Dong nodded, watching the price rise to 8 million before he began to bid, offering 8,500,000. 9 million. 9,500,000. 10 million. 10 million marked a critical juncture. After all, countless poets flourished during the Song dynasty, and this painting might not be worth that much. At this moment, only 4 bidders remained in contention. 10,500,000. 11 million. After several rounds of competition, the price reached 15 million, leaving only Zhang Dong and a middle-aged man in the bidding war. Zhang Dong remained calm and collected, increasing his bid by only 500,000 each time. Soon, the price reached 18 million. The middle-aged man hesitated, for he could not ascertain the true identity of the artwork. Although he harbored a vague suspicion, it remained merely conjecture. 18,500,000. Zhang Dong remained calm and unhurried. After a few seconds of contemplation, the middle-aged man shook his head and ultimately conceded. Zhang Dong acquired the painting for the astonishing sum of 18,500,000, drawing admiring glances from those around him. After all, not everyone dares to spend such a fortune on an art blind box. The auction continued, but in the subsequent rounds, from the second to the fifth, Zhang Dong found nothing of interest. In his eyes, the final prices exceeded the intrinsic value of the treasures. In the seventh round, the item for bid was yet another piece of artwork, a painting that had been lost from the Ming dynasty's Guxian, which he secured for 12 million. In truth, this painting was valued at over 80 million. In the eighth round, the item was a sword, shrouded in red cloth, revealing only its silhouette. Zhang Dong noticed a crimson glow emanating from the sword, exuding an aura that was chilling and foreboding. Intrigued, he resolved to purchase the sword. Chapter 19. Yi Zhouji, the host, presented only a few keywords, such as sword and Master Zhang, resulting in limited interest in this particular blade. Consequently, it was acquired effortlessly for a sum of 6 million. Subsequently, Zhang Dong seized every opportunity to bid on the paintings and calligraphy lost by Ming Guxian, with prices soaring to over 20 million at their peak and dipping to 800,000 at their lowest, ultimately securing a total of 17 artworks. During this period, Zhang Dong himself made 3 purchases: a piece of porcelain, a calligraphic work, and an ancient jade, culminating in an expenditure of 37.5 million when factoring in the sword. As the auction continued, Zhang Dong began to feel lightheaded, having spent the entire evening in a state of intense observation, straining his eyes. Just as he contemplated exiting, an object was presented, a mirror claimed to be from a prehistoric civilization. This revelation piqued his curiosity. Could a prehistoric civilization have produced mirrors? Unable to quell his intrigue, he strained to observe. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the ancient mirror was crafted from bronze, hollow within, and inscribed with thousands of intricate runes that subtly formed a formation. The mirror emitted a golden light, exerting immense pressure on his spirit. Even the insect residing in his left eye recoiled, seemingly intimidated by this artifact. As the bidding commenced, he joined the fray. Typically, the value of such mirrors is not high, leading to few participants. Thus, he secured it for a mere 650,000. At this juncture, he could no longer maintain his focus and refrained from further bidding until the auction concluded. Upon exiting the auction venue, Elder Tang instructed his attendant to assist in loading the items into the vehicle. Noticing that Zhang Dong and Yi Rou's car was filled with treasures, he generously lent Zhang Dong his 6.0T Bentley, along with a driver, stating that he could use it for as long as needed. Consequently, Zhang Dong drove the Qian while Yi Rou rode in the Bentley, and the pair returned to Zhang Dong's residence. The decision to return home rather than to the hotel was prompted by the need to safeguard the valuable items in a secure location. Zhang Dong's house was a 2-story structure featuring 2 bedrooms on the first floor and 4 on the second. Yi Rou was assigned a room on the eastern side of the second floor, with fresh linens and pillows provided. All acquired items were stored in a room on the second floor. Zhang Dong, utterly exhausted, fell asleep the moment he hit the bed, only to awaken the following morning after 8 o'clock. Yi Rou had already risen and was engaged in conversation with Tang Lan. Upon seeing him awake, Tang Lan urged, "Xiao Dong, hurry and eat. Soon, Miss Yi must return to Haiqing." Haiqing is a first-tier city within the country, thriving economically with a resident population exceeding 20 million. This time, Zhang Dong utilized Elder Tang's driver, and the two set off in the Bentley toward Haiqing. After more than an hour, they entered the city limits, and it took an additional half-hour to reach the residence of Yi Rou's grandfather, Yi Zhouji. The dwelling was an old-style Jiangnan architecture, exuding an air of simplicity and grandeur. Upon arrival, 2 bodyguards clad in black approached the vehicle and tapped on the window. Yi Rou lowered the window and coldly commanded, "Open the door." Clearly recognizing her, the guards appeared taken aback, and one of them responded, "Miss, I apologize, but you cannot enter." Yi Rou, adept at managing Ming Guxian, spoke with a calm demeanor. Allow me entry, and in return, I shall ensure your recruitment to Minggu Xian, with salaries doubled and a reward of 1 million for each successful endeavor. These individuals were merely following orders, their motivations anchored in immediate gain. Upon hearing Yi Rou's proposition, the two exchanged glances, and the one on the left promptly declared, "Miss Yi, we shall heed your instructions from now on." He then gestured for his companion to open the door. With a determined resolve, the other complied, and Yi Rou's car, accompanied by Zhang Dong, drove directly into the courtyard. They parked before a small building, and Yi Rou swiftly exited the vehicle, pushing the door open. Inside the living room sat 4 burly men adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, unmistakably not of amiable disposition. As they noticed the newcomers, they all rose, one of them bellowing, "Who are you?" Yi Rou scanned the room and inquired, "Where is my grandfather? Yi Zhouji?" Upon realizing her identity, one of the tattooed men approached her with a cold smirk. "So it is Miss Yi. Unfortunately, you cannot enter here." He reached out to seize her shoulder. Yi Rou stepped back, and Zhang Dong positioned himself protectively in front of her, intercepting the man's advance, causing him to stagger back 3 paces. The tattooed man glared, remarking, Well, you possess some skill." With a stomp, he launched a punch. Zhang Dong, having learned only 3 moves of martial arts, twisted his waist and charged forward with an elbow strike, resulting in a muffled grunt as the tattooed man was propelled several meters back, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting out blood. The remaining men, taken aback, dared not move. Zhang Dong's voice resonated. "Where is old Master Yi?" One of the men with yellow hair pointed upstairs, replying, "He's on the 2nd floor." Yi Rou hurriedly ascended the stairs, with Zhang Dong closely following. In a dimly lit bedroom on the 2nd floor lay an elderly man with graying hair, deeply unconscious. His pallor was alarming, breath shallow, and a deathly pallor enveloped him. "Grandfather," Yi Rou softly called, but the old man remained unresponsive. Overcome with sorrow, tears welled in her eyes. Zhang Dong observed the elder and noticed a dark mass on his head. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it was teeming with slender, worm-like creatures, each only a few micrometers in diameter yet extending over several centimeters in length. These parasites clung to the brain, releasing toxins that ensnared the mind in a deep slumber without immediate death. Startled by this revelation, Zhang Dong tugged at Yi Rou's sleeve, whispering, "The old master has been cursed." Yi Rou's eyes gleamed with icy determination. "That woman used these cursed insects against me. She must be the one who inflicted this upon my grandfather." Suddenly recalling something, she grasped Zhang Dong's hand tightly. "Zhang Dong, you previously helped me rid myself of these creatures. Do you have a way to save my grandfather?" Zhang Dong nodded, stating, "I shall give it a try." He placed his hand on the old man's forehead, and the worms within his left eye immediately responded, swiftly traversing his arm to invade the elder's brain, targeting the multitude of snake-like parasites. Before long, a small insect, akin to slurping noodles, devoured the worm-like creatures with remarkable speed, consuming them entirely in under a minute before contentedly returning to the elder's left eye. Upon its return, the insect released a surge of energy, continuing to refine the elder's body. At that moment, the old man let out a long sigh, his eyelids fluttering before he opened his eyes. Yi Rou, filled with joy, called out, "Grandfather." The elder's gaze shifted, landing on Yi Rou, and a smile graced his lips. "Xiao Rou, when did you come home?" With tears of joy, Yi Rou exclaimed, "Grandfather, you have finally awakened." The old man pondered for a moment before responding, "I remember now. I was in the study writing when I suddenly lost consciousness." "Xiao Rou, how long have I been in a coma?" Yi Rou replied, "Grandfather, you have been unconscious for 4 or 5 days." She then recounted the events that transpired during that time in great detail. After listening, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in the elder's eyes as he picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Lao Zhou, please come here." Lao Yu, a person who typically remained in the shadows, often absent for months at a time, invariably emerged to assist Yi Zhou whenever trouble arose, and this occasion was no exception. After concluding the call, Yi Zhou turned to Zhang Dong and inquired, "Who is this young man?" Yi Rou briefly introduced Zhang Dong, concluding with, "Grandfather, it was Zhang Dong who cured you." He saved you from the worm curse. Yi Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he remarked, "This young man is quite impressive." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a tall man in his 20s ascended, followed by 5 or 6 others, initially exuding an air of menace. He was taken aback upon spotting Yi Zhou, and then hurried over, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you're awake. How wonderful." Chapter 20. Deception beyond measure. A newcomer, Yi Jihuan, arrived, the offspring of Yi Rou's father, Yi Dinghai, and his current wife from a previous marriage. Accompanied by her mother, she had come to the Yi household. Yi Zhouji held a certain disdain for this outsider. He uttered a brief acknowledgement and inquired, "Where is your father?" Yi Jihuan replied, "My father is busy at the company." Yi Zhouji commanded, "Call him to come over." Understood. She promptly dialed Yi Dinghai's number. "You may leave now," Yi Zhouji gestured, signaling for Yi Jihuan to depart, and she quickly retreated. 15 minutes later, a man clad in a gray Zhongshan suit entered, donning an old-fashioned flat cap and bowing his head as he approached Yi Zhouji. Greeting him in a subdued tone, "Master," Yi Zhouji articulated, "someone has cast a hex upon me. It may be Wu Hui. Investigate this matter. If it proves true, bring the culprit to me." Old Zhou nodded in affirmation, "Yes, master." He exited, and Yi Zhouji turned to Yi Rou, stating, "From this moment onward, you shall assume the role of president of Mingguxian, overseeing all major branches." Yi Rou responded, "Grandfather, I am still young. Such a heavy responsibility frightens me." Yi Zhouji waved his hand dismissively, "You have matured. Your second uncle and cousin are merely indulging in revelry, lacking ambition. Your father is incapable of managing affairs. This burden can only be entrusted to you." He then glanced at Zhang Dong, smiling. "Yi Rou just informed me that you assisted her in recovering the stolen paintings and calligraphy. This is a significant achievement. Henceforth, you shall receive a 5% share of the profits from Jiangbei Mingguxian." Zhang Dong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Having recently awakened and in need of recuperation, Yi Zhouji and Yi Rou returned to the living room on the first floor. The guests who had previously occupied the space had since departed, and the two shared a light meal. Before they could finish, a middle-aged man entered, his demeanor somewhat anxious. "Yi Rou, how is your grandfather?" he inquired. This man was none other than Yi Dinghai, Yi Rou's father. Yi Rou replied coolly, "Grandfather is well. He is resting." Yi Dinghai took a deep breath and asked, "Did grandfather mention me?" Casting a glance at her father, Yi Rou responded, "He did not." To her surprise, Yi Dinghai appeared relieved, stating, "Then I shall take my leave. Please take good care of grandfather." With that, he turned to depart. Yi Rou frowned. "Father, aren't you going to see grandfather?" Yi Dinghai waved his hand dismissively. "If he is fine, I must return to the company." His visit was brief, and he left even more swiftly, prompting Yi Rou to shake her head in disbelief. At 2 in the afternoon, Yi Zhouji descended the stairs, shortly followed by old Zhou's return. "Master, we have uncovered the truth. Wu Hui has colluded with her family to usurp Mingguxian." Yi Rou scoffed, "I suspected as much. Wu Hui is no ordinary woman, and the Wu family is among the wealthiest in Haiqing, with financial resources and connections rivaling our own." Yi Zhouji closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before asking, "Who is the expert they have engaged?" Old Zhou replied, "A Gu master from the southern frontier, though he has been injured and has yet to recover." Having spoken, he cast a glance at Mr. Zhang, who had struck at the very heart of the matter. Zhang Dong recalled his experiences in the underground garage, where he had confronted a man clad in a trench coat, undoubtedly the sorcerer from the southern frontier. Yi Zhouji smiled faintly, remarking, "I did not anticipate your bravery, young Zhang." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Old Zhou, I entrust the remaining matters to you. Locate that sorcerer and issue a warning to the Wu family." Old Zhou nodded affirmatively. "Understood." Once Old Zhou departed, Zhang Dong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Yi Zong, who exactly is Old Zhou?" Yi Rou replied, "Uncle Zhou was once a reconnaissance soldier. In a time of societal chaos, his wife was wronged and took her own life. He single-handedly infiltrated the local gang, eliminating 49 individuals. The case caused quite a stir, rendering him a fugitive abroad. Upon hearing of this, my grandfather, in admiration of his valor, took it upon himself to care for his son, Shao Kai, as if he were his own. 5 years later, Uncle Zhou returned, his records expunged by the state and the bounty lifted. He reunited with my grandfather and took Shao Kai with him. Since then, he has served as my grandfather's right hand. No matter how intricate the issue, there is nothing Uncle Zhou cannot resolve. Zhang Dong stroked his chin, remarking, "This old Zhou is quite enigmatic." Before long, the sky darkened, and just as he prepared for dinner, his mother, Tang Lan, called, "Xiao Dong, your uncle has led a group into our orchard, uprooting many fruit trees. Your father attempted to intervene and was assaulted." Her voice trembled with emotion. Zhang Dong's hair stood on end. He reassured her, "Mother, do not fear. Take care of Dad. I shall return at once." After hanging up, he declared, "Yizong, I need to return home." Yiro inquired, "Is there anything you require from me?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "I can handle it." Yiro handed him the keys to the Qian, saying, "This vehicle is now yours, a provision from the company. Maintenance and fuel expenses will be reimbursed." Without hesitation, Zhang Dong accepted the keys and instructed the driver to take him to Yun City. An hour and a half later, they arrived at his home. Zhang Dong alighted swiftly and dashed into the courtyard, where his sister and brother-in-law awaited him. Zhang Baoxing bore a gash on his forehead, already bandaged, yet his clothing was stained with blood. "Sister, are they still uprooting the trees?" Zhang Dong asked. Zhang Hong nodded, her voice laced with anger. "Uncle is clearly bullying us. Those trees were about to bear fruit this year. On what grounds does he uproot them?" Zhang Dong reassured her, "Sister, it will be all right. I will take care of it." Zhang Hong quickly grasped his arm. "Xiao Dong, do not go. They are numerous. I have already called the police." Zhang Dong replied calmly, "Do not worry. I will seek assistance." He picked up his phone and dialed the number of Scarface, known as Xiao Wanlong, who had once sought Zhang Dong's help, which he had declined. As the call connected, Zhang Dong stated, "This is Zhang Dong." Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Wanlong was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, are you willing to assist me?" "Zhang Dong, I can assist you in martial arts. Zhang Baochai has gathered a group to strip the fruit trees from my family. You should address this matter," Xiao Wanlong proclaimed loudly. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I shall handle this trivial issue." After hanging up the phone, within 20 minutes, Zhang Baochai and Zhang Hu arrived at Zhang Dong's doorstep, their expressions dark as thunder. Zhang Baochai called out from outside, "Baoxing, come out for a moment." Zhang Dong stepped outside, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Baochai, and inquired, "Uncle, was it you who had someone strike my father?" Zhang Baochai's countenance was conflicted. He had enlisted some ruffians with the intent to forcibly reclaim Zhang Dong's orchard. Unexpectedly, Scar Master intervened, compelling him not only to cease the invasion but also to apologize to Zhang Dong's family, or else face dire consequences. Although Zhang Baochai held some influence in the village, he dared not offend Scar Master, thus he reluctantly came to apologize. "Little Dong, I merely had a quarrel with your father, and in a moment of rashness, I struck him. Do not take offense." Zhang Dong chuckled coldly. "A moment of rashness?" Slap! He suddenly struck Zhang Hu across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, his face swelling immediately. Zhang Baochai furiously exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, I merely struck Zhang Hu in a moment of rashness." Chapter 21. The matchmaking Saif Zhang Baochai's face flushed crimson. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, grappling for the right words. Zhang Hu, with a look of grievance, covered his face and questioned, "Zhang Dong, what gives you the right to strike me?" Zhang Dong ignored him and addressed Zhang Baochai, "If you continue to covet the orchard, do not expect me to treat you kindly." Zhang Baochai, a mixture of astonishment and fury, retorted, "Zhang Dong, do not think that your acquaintance with Scar Elder makes you superior." Zhang Dong casually replied, "If you doubt it, then by all means, test me." The cold glimmer in his eyes sent a shiver down Zhang Baochai's spine, prompting him to utter, "Zhang Dong, I am still your uncle. Is this how you show respect?" Zhang Dong responded, "Enough with the nonsense. Go inside and apologize to my father. If you refuse, I shall have Xiao Wanlong speak with you. Zhang Baokai felt utterly humiliated, yet had no choice but to comply. He lowered his head and entered the courtyard. Standing before Zhang Baoxing, he confessed, Xingbao, I am truly sorry. I apologize to you. Zhang Baoxing gazed at his elder brother with a sigh, saying, Brother, I have been tending to those fruit trees for nearly a decade, enduring countless hardships. Please do not continue down this path. Zhang Baokai stiffened his lips, nodded, and then turned to leave. Zhang Hong spat on the ground in disgust, exclaiming, You exhibit not a trace of elderliness. Zhang Dong inquired of Zhang Hong, Sister, has Li Kongliang caused you any further trouble? Zhang Hong affirmed, He has become much more subdued. He no longer dares to meet my gaze. Zhang Dong nodded, producing his phone to transfer 100,000 yuan to her, stating, Sister, did you not mention that Yaya wishes to learn the piano? Purchase her a decent one. Zhang Hong was taken aback, hastily replying, Xiao Dong, keep this money for yourself. You are not a child anymore. You should marry within the next couple of years. You will need funds for that. Zhang Dong smiled, Sister, please accept it. My monthly salary is 60,000. This amount is inconsequential. Zhang Hong was astonished. 60,000? Xiao Dong, what line of work are you in? Zhang Dong chuckled, I am in artifact appraisal and moonlight as a bodyguard. By the way, President Yi has also granted me shares in the company. I shall receive dividends by the year's end. Genuinely delighted for her brother, Zhang Hong beamed. That is splendid. Xiao Dong, I heard you broke up with Luo Donli. I have asked a friend to introduce you to a young lady. Would you consider meeting her? Upon hearing of the matchmaking, Zhang Dong felt overwhelmed, quickly responding, Sister, I am busy. I have no time. Let us discuss this later. Zhang Hong's expression darkened. What do you mean you have no time? Make time. I have already arranged for you to meet her at 10:30 at the Hongyan CAF. Zhang Dong sighed, realizing that when his mother summoned him, she had already factored this into the equation, making escape impossible. Fine, I will go, he conceded with resignation. The betrayal by Luo Donli had left Zhang Dong with significant psychological scars. If a girlfriend of several years could act thusly, what reliability could one expect from a woman met through matchmaking? Thus, he resolved to face this encounter in his own way. He rummaged through his belongings to find an old outfit from his university days, donned it, and then rode off on a dilapidated electric bicycle. Zhang Hong pursued Zhang, insisting he change into a new outfit, but he swiftly fled, leaving her stomping in frustration. Half an hour later, Zhang Dong arrived in Yun City and located the Hongyan CAF. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the room until it settled on table 7, where both parties had agreed to meet. He sat down and glanced at the time, only 10:10, so he ordered a glass of lemonade and began to play games on his phone. Not far away at table 5, a stunning long-haired beauty sat dressed in a JK uniform, showcasing her exquisite navel and flat, smooth abdomen.
Her beauty rivalet ye rose.
Though Yi Rose allure bore an air of elegance, intellect, and classic charm. In contrast, this young woman embodied a vivacious and dynamic beauty, with large eyes, long eyelashes, and a voluptuous figure that suggested at least a D-cup. Sipping on a jelly milk tea, she engaged with her phone, accompanied by a short-haired girl who, while not as striking, still rated a solid 9. Both ladies laughed heartily, seemingly sharing a delightful moment, their melodious laughter catching Zhang Dong's attention. He glanced their way, prompting the two girls to quickly suppress their giggles. Zhang Dong, engrossed in his game, paid little heed. He was performing exceptionally well, racking up 19 kills. When he finally set his phone down, it was precisely 10:30. Sipping his lemonade, he murmured to himself, where could they be? Just then, a young man with red hair approached and seated himself opposite the two JK girls. Grinning as he said, Ladies, may I join you here? The short-haired girl replied coolly, There are plenty of empty seats. Why not sit elsewhere? The young man's gaze roamed over the long-haired beauty, making her uncomfortable enough to shift back in her seat. I'm the manager of AI Media, he continued, and I believe you possess a remarkable aura, with potential as a model or influencer. Would you be interested in joining my company? The long-haired beauty, unimpressed, wrinkled her nose and replied, Not interested. The man persisted, This is a rare opportunity. Our company has launched many successful influencers, Don't you want to give it a try? I really don't, she retorted. Leaning forward, the man smiled. That's all right. Let us just be friends. As he reached out to touch her hand, she recoiled, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Leaning back on the couch, he smirked. "Dressing like this is clearly to attract men, don't play coy." Enraged, the long-haired beauty shot back, "Watch your mouth. You're the one who's trying to attract attention." She was not to be trifled with and retaliated fiercely. In a fit of anger, the man stood, ready to slap her. Just then, a figure rushed over, grabbing his wrist and coldly stating, "What's the point of hitting a woman? If you're looking for a fight, I'm more than willing to oblige." The man winced as his wrist was grasped, a pang of pain shooting through him. His rudeness had led to this moment, and a sudden timidity enveloped him. With a huff, he shook off Zhang Dong's hand and said, "Forget it. I have matters to attend to. It's best you don't cross my path again." Zhang Dong, determined to dismiss this harasser of women, nodded towards the two girls before returning to his seat. "Wow, he is so brave and exudes such a sense of security," the short-haired girl remarked, slightly taken aback. The long-haired girl cast a furtive glance in Zhang Dong's direction and chuckled. "Could he be here for a blind date?" The short-haired beauty exclaimed. "Oh, someone is approaching." A woman, around 25 or 26, strode over, clad in a white dress that accentuated her well-maintained figure, though her makeup was rather heavy. Her appearance was moderately attractive, scoring a solid 6 out of 10. She seated herself directly opposite Zhang Dong, scrutinizing him before her gaze fell upon his worn attire, devoid of any valuable possessions, leading to her immediate disappointment. "Are you Zhang Dong?" she inquired. Zhang Dong smiled. "Hello, beautiful, that would be me. Would you care for a drink?" The woman replied, "By the looks of you, I assume you haven't purchased a car yet?" Zhang Dong waved the key to his electric bike. "Why buy a car? This little thing is quite convenient." Her eyes already filled with disdain, she pressed on, "Have you bought a house?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "Not yet. My family has a 2-story house with a large yard, so buying a place isn't necessary." The woman, unable to contain her impatience, was ready to leave but persisted with another question. "Is your income between 20 and 30,000? She thought to herself that if Zhang Dong's earnings were substantial, there might still be something to discuss. Zhang Dong shook his head again. "Not in that range. Excluding bonuses, my base salary is 60,000, so it certainly exceeds that." The woman scoffed. "What gives you the audacity to come on a blind date when you have nothing to offer?" Zhang Dong, however, remained cheerful, responding, "It's a pity you weren't able to choose me. I wish you the best in finding a suitable partner." The woman abruptly stood up, storming off in a huff, muttering to herself in frustration, her words indistinct. At that moment, the long-haired beauty rose and approached, taking a seat opposite Zhang Dong. "May I join you?" she asked sweetly. Zhang Dong nodded, "Of course. Thank you for your help earlier," she said, her smile warm. "Just a small matter." Zhang Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Were you on a blind date just now?" she inquired. Zhang Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, "My sister insisted I come. I had no choice." The long-haired beauty chuckled softly. "You really do listen to your sister." Zhang Dong smiled in return. "She raised me single-handedly. She is more stringent than my mother." "Ah, the weight of family ties." The long-haired beauty introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Qin Yen." Chapter 22. Qin Yen teased, "Handsome. Is this how you dress for a blind date?" No wonder the girl turned and left. Zhang Dong, somewhat pleased with himself, replied, "I intentionally dressed this way to achieve that very effect." Qin Yen raised her thumb in approval. "Clever." After exchanging a few casual remarks, she inquired, "So, what is your profession?" "Antique appraisal," he responded. "Do you work in Yun City?" she asked with a smile. "At Mingguxian in the provincial capital," he answered. "Mingguxian. I know it. It's a major enterprise in Jiangbei. There's even a pawnshop run by Mingguxian in Yun City." Qin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Dong nodded. "Yes, that establishment does exist." "Do you understand porcelain?" she continued. "My father has collected numerous pieces from various dynasties. Others claim they are fakes, but he insists they are all genuine. Could you help me assess their authenticity?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "If he enjoys them, there is no need to ascertain their truth." Qin Yan sighed. but he has spent all our family savings on various ancient porcelain pieces. My mother couldn't dissuade him. Alas, if this continues, our family will be left with nothing but dust. Oh, has he spent that much? Zhang Dong was taken aback. It was uncommon for collectors to be so irrational. Qin Yan lamented, over the past 7 or 8 years, he has spent over 3 million, even selling a house for it. Zhang Dong immediately understood that Qin Yan's father had likely been misled. After a moment's thought, he said, "All right, I can take a look for you when I have time." Qin Yan beamed. "Can you do it now?" Zhang Dong considered that he had no pressing matters, and nodded in agreement. "Thank you so much. As long as you can convince my father not to be deceived again, I will find a way to repay you," Qin Yan declared gratefully. Any form of repayment? Zhang Dong's mind wandered. At that moment, a short-haired girl approached, surprised, and asked, "Really? You two have only chatted for a bit and already hit it off?" Qin Yan shot her a glance. "Allow me to introduce Zhang Dong, the antique appraisal expert from Mingguxian. Zhang Dong, this is my close friend, Yang Rui." Yang Rui smiled. "Hello, handsome. Thank you for your generous assistance earlier." Qin Yan added, "Yang Rui, I've asked Zhang Dong to help out. Let us all have lunch together. Remember to bring your boyfriend." Yang Rui giggled, "Sure. See you at noon." Upon exiting the CAF, Zhang Dong entered a small electric vehicle. The car, although modest in size and acceleration, boasted a charming and fashionable appearance, adorned with cartoon characters that clearly indicated it belonged to a woman. After driving for about 20 minutes, Qin Yan arrived at an upscale residential community, parking in front of a multi-leveled house. Her family occupied the first and second floors, complete with a front and side yard. Such a property in Yun City would easily be valued at over 5 million, and with renovations it could reach 6 or 7 million. No wonder Qin Yan's father was so engrossed in ancient porcelain. Clearly, the family was well off. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man in his 50s was pruning the flower branches. Upon seeing Qin Yan, he inquired, "Xiao Yan, why are you back so early today? Did you not go out with your friends?" Qin Yan replied, "Dad, this is my friend Zhang Dong. He is an appraiser from Mingguxian, and I invited him to help you assess some items." Upon hearing the name Mingguxian, the man's demeanor brightened. He set down the pruning shears and extended his hand to Zhang Dong, saying, "Ah, so you are the appraiser. Greetings. I am Qin Yan's father, Qin Zhong'an." Zhang Dong responded, "Hello, Uncle Qin. Please, come in." After a brief exchange, they ushered Zhang Dong into the living room and then to the second floor. The second floor housed a spacious room dedicated to the storage of various porcelain artifacts. As Zhang Dong entered, he was taken aback, for the room was filled with an array of porcelain items. Blue and white vases, Tang Dynasty figurines, Junware brush washers, and Ru kiln jars, an impressive assortment indeed. Yet, at a glance, he discerned that every single piece was a counterfeit. None were genuine. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "Uncle Qin, where did you acquire these items?" Qin Zhong'an proudly replied, "I know a collector who is an expert in porcelain appraisal. He helped me select these." Zhang Dong picked up a purported yuan blue and white vase and asked, "Uncle, this vase is quite beautiful. How much did you pay for it?" Qin Zhong'an, with a hint of pride, responded, "I purchased it 4 years ago for 150,000. Zhang Dong remarked, "There is a vase in the museum that is identical to yours, valued at 130 million. If you had truly bought a genuine piece for 150,000, its value would have skyrocketed 1,000-fold. Qin Zhong'an felt a twinge of unease and could not resist asking, "Xiao Zhang, do you think my vase is real?" Zhang Dong had already examined it and replied, "This vase is a modern imitation. It bears marks left by the craftsman. However, to be candid, the craftsmanship is quite skilled. It would still serve well as a collectible." Qin Zhong'an's expression faltered, prompting him to question, "Xiao Zhang, you say it is a counterfeit? Do you have evidence?" Zhang Dong produced his phone and took a photograph of the vase, subsequently magnifying the image tenfold. Upon closer inspection, a plum blossom imprint was revealed, along with a small inscription in fine script, "Imitation by Rui Shanren." Upon reading those words, Qin Zhong'an appeared as if his spirit had been momentarily drained. He muttered, "How could it be fake? Boss Huang personally appraised it for me, and there is an appraisal certificate." Zhang Dong reassured him, "Uncle, if you wish to purchase anything in the future, Feel free to consult me. My discerning eye is quite capable. Feeling dejected, Qin Zhongin picked up a chicken cup and asked, "What about this?" Zhang Dong glanced at it and replied, "Though it is a reproduction, it is a Republic-era imitation and may hold some modest value." He then pointed out the flaws in the chicken cup. Qin Zhongin continued to inquire about a dozen pieces of porcelain, each time receiving the disheartening news that they were all counterfeits. His spirits plummeted, and his countenance darkened. Finally, it was Qin Yen, who had remained silent, who spoke up, "Dad, I believe Boss Huang deliberately set you up to deceive you." Qin Zhongyi closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Having traversed various realms and partaken in the public sphere, he possessed a wealth of social experience. In truth, he had long sensed that something was amiss, yet it was only now that Zhang Dong had brought it to light. The staggering sum of over 3 million had yielded not a single authentic piece. He felt a pang of self-reproach, pondering what could have been accomplished with such a fortune. Moreover, he had devoted an excessive amount of energy to his collection over the years. Just as Zhang Dong was about to offer some words of comfort, his attention was drawn to a cardboard box in the corner, emanating a faint white glow. Intrigued, he approached and opened the box, revealing 2 exquisite blue and white dragon-patterned large plates, carefully wrapped in thick cotton paper. As he lifted one of the plates, a vivid array of images flashed before his eyes. These magnificent dishes dated back to the Yongle period. He turned to the visibly troubled Qin Zhongyi and inquired, "Uncle Qin, where did these plates come from?" Chapter 23. Are you familiar with ancient martial arts? Qin Zhongyi, displaying an air of indifference, scarcely glanced at the plate. He remarked casually, "I acquired this piece during my studies abroad, at a flea market. At the time, I simply found it aesthetically pleasing, never considering it a genuine artifact. Later, upon having it appraised, I was informed it was merely a replica." Zhang Dong chuckled. If this plate were authentic, it would fetch over 20 million. With a sigh, Qin Zhongyi lamented, "Alas, it is not genuine." Zhang Dong asserted, "I, however, believe both of these blue and white plates are indeed authentic." Qin Zhongyi was taken aback. "Really?" Zhang Dong nodded. "Both plates date back to the Yongle period and are official creations. If I were to appraise them, each would be valued around 30 million. Qin Yen was left speechless. Her intention in inviting Zhang Dong was to enlighten Qin Zhongyi, yet she found herself in the extraordinary position of him discovering a true treasure. "Zhang Dong, are you certain this plate is worth over 30 million? She inquired in astonishment. Zhang Dong smiled. "Absolutely. That valuation is based on market trends from a decade ago. The price has likely appreciated since then. If Uncle Qin is considering selling, he could take it to Minggu Xian for authentication, and I can provide a fair price." Qin Zhongyi, who had previously appeared as lifeless as a corpse, now radiated vitality, bursting into laughter with a sense of revitalization akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. He slapped Zhang Dong on the shoulder enthusiastically. "Xiao Zhang, coming from Minggu Xian, I place my trust in your discerning eye." Qin Yen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she chimed in, "Zhang Dong, dear brother, do you see any other genuine artifacts belonging to my father?" Zhang Dong surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. "Only these 2 plates are authentic." At that moment, a woman entered the room. In her 40s, she possessed fair skin and donned a simple white embroidered qipao, exuding a graceful allure that rivaled that of youthful women. "Mother," Qin Yen called out, approaching to link her arm with her mother's. "Mother, I have wonderful news. Father has hit the jackpot." The woman cast a glance at Qin Zhongyi, then scoffed, "Your father is the reigning champion of squandering. Winning a prize is improbable." In a rare moment of defiance, Qin Zhongyi retorted, "Xiao Min, I possess 2 genuine blue and white plates." Xiao Zhang confirmed their worth to be no less than 60 million. The woman gasped, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Zhang Dong. Qin Yen quickly introduced, "Mother, this is Zhang Dong, a friend of mine. Zhang Dong, this elegant lady is my mother, Ms. Zhu Min." "Hello, Auntie," Zhang Dong greeted. Zhu Min acknowledged him with a brief hum and suggested, "Let us retire to the living room." Once settled in the living room, Zhu Min seemed indifferent to the blue and white plates, instead inquiring about Zhang Dong's professional endeavors. Upon learning he worked at Minggu Xian, she appeared quite pleased. "Xiao Zhang, since you two are acquainted, it would be wise to converse further. Your father and I have no particular expectations. As long as Xiao Yan is content, we are in agreement. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, realizing Zhu Min had misconstrued the nature of their relationship. He sought to clarify, but Qin Yan interjected, "Mother, we are merely friends." Zhu Min, uncertain of what to believe, simply replied with a non-committal adding, "The young man seems quite commendable. She knows her daughter all too well. Had it not been for the arrival of a charming young man, she would not have brought him home." Zhang Dong scratched his head, pondering if he had just navigated through a blind date only to be singled out by the girl's mother. He had only just made the acquaintance of the Qin family and, feeling it inappropriate to linger, engaged in a few light exchanges before taking his leave. Qin Yan drove him back to the vicinity of the CAF, where he intended to ride his electric bike. After Zhang Dong departed, Zhu Min remarked nonchalantly, "That boy seems decent enough. I wonder what Xiao Yan thinks." Qin Zhongyi, however, was quite open-minded. The child has grown up and has her own opinions. Let her be. He then proudly proclaimed, "Xiao Min, you see, I made 60 million with just 2 plates. Yet, Zhu Min merely rolled her eyes and ascended the stairs, leaving Qin Zhongyi to smile wryly to himself. Upon returning to the CAF, Qin Yan asked, "Donggu, would you like to have lunch together?" Zhang Dong initially contemplated declining, but upon meeting her expectant gaze, his resolve softened, and he replied, "Sure." Qin Yan beamed with joy, suggesting, "There's a barbecue place nearby that has delicious food. Let us go there." The choice of cuisine was inconsequential to Zhang Dong, and he nodded in agreement. After parking the car, they walked to the restaurant. The barbecue joint had been in business for a few months and was thriving. They ascended to the second floor and settled at a table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Shortly thereafter, Yang Rui arrived with a muscular young man. He appeared to be in his early 20s, clad in a black tank top, with a buzz cut and standing at about 6 feet tall, hands tucked into his pockets and his head held slightly high. Yang Rui smiled, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let me introduce my boyfriend, Fan Liwei." Fan Liwei offered a slight smirk as he turned to Qin Yan. "You must be Qin Yan. I've heard plenty about you from Rui." Qin Yan chuckled. "Yang Rui has mentioned you 100 times. Please, take a seat." Zhang Dong merely nodded, having no intention of forging a connection with this individual, as it was their first encounter and likely their last. Fan Liwei, a boxing enthusiast, felt a surge of jealousy upon seeing Zhang Dong, who was less muscular and dressed quite unfashionably, yet somehow had won the affection of someone like Qin Yan. Unable to suppress his instinct to dominate, he cheerfully inquired, "What do you do, brother? With a physique like yours, you must have either worked construction or trained." While this question seemed innocuous, it concealed an undercurrent meant to belittle Zhang Dong, implying he was merely a laborer. Qin Yan, detecting Fan Liwei's ulterior motive, interjected, "What are you talking about? Zhang Dong is an appraiser for Ming Guxian." Fan Liwei feigned surprise. "Oh, so you're an appraiser? That means you make money by issuing appraisal certificates, right?" "Ha ha." His implication was clear. He regarded Zhang Dong as little more than a fraud. Qin Yan, feeling a surge of indignation, retorted, "Zhang Dong is quite impressive. He just helped my father appraise 2 large blue and white plates." Yang Rui, intrigued, asked, "What blue and white plates? Are they valuable?" Qin Yan replied with a smile, "My father lost over 3 million on antique porcelain, but one of those blue and white plates is worth 30 million. Fan Liwei's eyes widened in astonishment. 30 million? That's simply outrageous. In a professional context, Fan Liwei found himself at a loss for an opening. Thus he remarked, "So, it must be that you've trained before. What style did you learn? Sansho? Free fighting?" Taken aback by the directness of this stranger's inquiry, Zhang Dong responded nonchalantly, "I've practiced a bit of boxing." Fan Liwei chuckled, "You've studied boxing? Quite commendable. My master is a renowned local boxing instructor. How about we spar a little? It would also allow me to gauge my current level." Zhang Dong understood that if he did not engage, this fellow would persist indefinitely. He replied calmly, "Sure, let's practice." Fan Liwei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He planned to knock Zhang Dong down with a single punch, hoping to impress the enchanting Qin Yan and demonstrate his masculine allure. He immediately exclaimed, "Excellent. There's an open space by the entrance. Let us have a friendly bout. I'd like to learn from you. Yang Rui interjected, all right, but please keep it light. Qin Yan glanced at Zhang Dong, choosing not to intervene. She trusted that he would not engage unless he was confident in his abilities. The group moved to the vacant area in front of the restaurant, where Fan Liwei swiftly positioned himself, adopting the classic boxing stance. Zhang Dong, unperturbed, was only familiar with the 3 techniques he had covertly learned, yet they sufficed against someone like Fan Liwei. Suddenly, Fan Liwei launched a punch initially meant as a probe. However, Zhang Dong deftly tilted his head and leaned in closer. In an instant, Fan Liwei felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, propelling him into the air for 2 meters before he crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Lying on the ground, Fan Liwei felt as though his internal organs had shifted, experiencing excruciating pain, unable to muster any strength. He opened his mouth to cry out, but no sound emerged. After several agonizing seconds, this sensation gradually subsided. Yang Rui hurried to assist him, her concern evident as she asked, "Liwei, are you all right?" Finally catching his breath, Fan Liwei gently shook his head. "I'm fine." Then, fixing his gaze on Zhang Dong, he asked in a tone of astonishment, "Do you understand ancient martial arts?" Chapter 24. The nameless elder Zhang Dong was unfamiliar with the concept of ancient martial arts. He merely responded with a hint of indifference, claiming to know a little. Fan Liwei clenched his teeth and said, "I did not realize you were a master. My earlier behavior was disrespectful, and I sincerely apologize." Zhang Dong was taken aback that this individual would apologize to him. What exactly was this ancient martial art he spoke of? He had only learned 3 techniques. How could that qualify as ancient martial arts? He couldn't help but recall the elder who taught a few young boys boxing on the mountain. Qin Yan's charming face radiated admiration as she exclaimed, "Dong Gu, I never expected you to be so formidable in a fight." Upon returning to the inn, the group engaged in casual conversation over their meal. Fan Liwei exhibited a much more subdued demeanor, calling Zhang Dong Gu repeatedly, making it seem to outsiders as though he was merely a subordinate. When Qin Yan mentioned Zhang Dong's expertise in appraising a blue and white plate, Yang Rui gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Dong Gu, you are truly remarkable. From now on, when we purchase antiques, we must have you as our guide." Suddenly, Fan Liwei interjected, "Dong Gu, tonight is the annual Jiang market. Shall we go take a look?" The Jiang market, a tradition that has persisted for centuries, originally served as a clandestine trading ground for salt merchants. Over time, it was emulated by the common folk, evolving into a covert method of exchange. As the name suggests, the market is set in a placid stretch of river. Sellers conceal their faces and navigate downstream on boats. If a buyer finds something of interest, they can negotiate from their own vessel. If an agreement is reached, they can board the seller's boat to complete the purchase. Due to the anonymity of both parties, transactions remain highly discreet. Once completed, both parties depart immediately, never to meet again. He inquired, "Is cash required for purchases at the Jiang market?" Fan Liwei nodded, saying, "Bank transfers leave a trace, so traditionally, transactions are conducted with cash or gold. However, items at the Jiang market are generally not exorbitantly priced." "What time does it commence?" Zhang Dong asked. "It opens at 7 in the evening," Fan Liwei replied. "Very well, let us meet at 6:30. "I will prepare some cash," Zhang Dong said. Qin Yan chuckled, "What is there to prepare? Just withdraw cash from the bank." Zhang Dong countered, "Isn't it necessary to make an appointment to withdraw over 200,000? No need. I'll introduce you to my aunt. I'll take you there shortly." It turned out that Qin Yan's aunt worked at the bank. After their meal, Qin Yan and Zhang Dong made their way to the nearby bank. Qin Yan waved to the counter, and a beautiful woman in her 30s, impeccably made up, approached. She bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yan's mother. "Xiao Yan, what brings you here? And who is this?" The woman, dressed in a black uniform, inquired with a graceful smile. Qin Yan replied, "Aunt, this is my friend, Zhang Dong." Her aunt smiled and scrutinized Zhang Dong, saying, Quite a spirited young man." Qin Yan added, "Aunt, Zhang Dong wishes to withdraw some cash. We are heading to the Jiang market tonight." Her aunt crossed her arms and asked with a smile, "Great. How much would you like to withdraw?" Zhang Dong pondered for a moment before responding, 10 million. This sum was the maximum he could carry, as it amounted to over 200 pounds. Ant's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. 10 million? Zhang Dong nodded, handing her the card with both hands. Thank you for your assistance. She glanced at him, accepted the card, and replied, All right, I shall go and make an introduction. A few minutes later, Zhang Dong approached the counter to conduct a cash withdrawal, retrieving 10 million in cash. Fan Liwei was taken aback, exclaiming, Brother Dong, your true self is quite concealed. I never imagined your financial resources were so formidable that you could casually withdraw 10 million in cash. Qin Yen was also somewhat astonished, playfully inquiring, Brother Dong must have stumbled upon quite a few treasures. Zhang Dong chuckled. Once we reach Jiang City, I can assist you in exploring. Qin Yen beamed. That would be splendid. Fan Liwei cleared his throat. Brother Dong, if possible, could you also help me out? Certainly. With 10 million in cash, there wasn't enough room in the electric vehicle, so he had called Zhang Hong in advance to pick him up. Soon, a Qian arrived before them, and Fan Liwei assisted in loading the money into the trunk. Let us meet here at 6:30, he waved goodbye to the three. Zhang Hong settled into the passenger seat, continuously waving at Qin Yen. Once the car had driven off, she smiled and asked, Xiao Dong, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Look how beautiful Qin Yen is. She's a dance instructor and has even won awards. Zhang Dong replied, Sister, let us discuss this matter later. Zhang Hong laughed. All right, you two should talk for now. Then she added, Xiao Dong, that scarred-faced man came looking for you. When he heard you weren't home, he waited at the door. Zhang Dong recognized that the visitor was Xiao Wanlong, who must have come to invite him for a sparring session. Upon arriving home, Zhang Dong indeed spotted Xiao Wanlong's vehicle parked at the entrance. He quickly approached and helped Zhang Dong open the car door, smiling, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Dong nodded. When shall we spar? Xiao Wanlong replied, If your schedule permits, shall we set it for tomorrow noon? All right, let us make it noon. Please provide me with the address and I shall be there. Xiao Wanlong was elated, cupping his fists. Thank you for your trouble. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Wanlong stepped back. Zhang Dong tossed the cash from the vehicle into his study, washed his face, and headed up the mountain, intending to pay a visit to the elder who taught martial arts. He carried 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of aged liquor, both purchased on his way back. The cigarettes were 1,000 yuan per pack, and the liquor was 15,000 yuan per bottle of vintage mutai. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he indeed heard the familiar sounds of training. Upon reaching the other side of the mountain, he found the elder still instructing martial arts. 2 youths were learning, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. The elder sat on a stone, smoking a pipe. It was then that Zhang Dong noticed the elder's right hand and left foot were both twisted, evidently suffering from severe injuries. The elder remembered Zhang Dong, smiling at him. Zhang Dong approached and asked, Elder, what style of martial arts are you teaching? The elder chuckled. Young one, you watched for a long time yesterday. What do you think I am teaching? Zhang Dong reflected on the 3 techniques he had just learned and remarked, the martial art you taught harbors an explosive force. It appears deceptively simple yet possesses astonishing power. The old man's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, Did you comprehend what I demonstrated yesterday? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Dong replied, I grasped most of it. The elder set down his pipe and calmly instructed, Show me your practice. Zhang Dong stepped back a few paces and promptly imitated the 3 moves imparted by the elder, his fists striking the air with a resounding crack, akin to the sound of firecrackers. Upon completing the 3 techniques, the old man's eyes briefly reflected astonishment and delight. However, when Zhang Dong turned to face him, his expression returned to neutrality as he remarked, Your practice is decent, but your stance lacks stability. That requires work. Rubbing his nose, Zhang Dong asked, Elder, may I learn martial arts from you? The tall, slender youth scoffed at Zhang Dong's words, saying, Our master was a renowned expert in his time. Do you think you can simply become his disciple? The elder disregarded the youth's comment and replied coolly, If you wish to learn from me, you may. He then glanced at the cigarettes and liquor that Zhang Dong had brought forth. Zhang Dong hurriedly said, This is merely a token of respect upon our first meeting. I hope you will accept it. The elder, satisfied, chuckled. From now on, you shall practice alongside them. Chapter 25. Learning the art of boxing, Zhang Dong was filled with joy. Yes, master. The elder replied with solemnity. I have vowed never to take on disciples again in this lifetime. These two are merely learning boxing alongside me. Zhang Dong sensed that there was a hidden story behind this, and he asked, How should I address you? The elder chuckled. You may call me whatever you like. Just refer to me as Old Wu. Zhang Dong responded, Even if you do not wish to accept me as a disciple, you are still my teacher. Henceforth, I shall call you Master Wu. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. He pointed to a nearby water vat and instructed, Walk around it a few times. Having previously observed the two youths traversing the vat, Zhang Dong nodded and lightly hopped onto the rim, beginning to walk. Initially, the vat trembled, and he wobbled precariously, but fortunately he did not fall. After walking 3 or 4 laps, the elder nodded slightly and began to offer guidance, imparting techniques. Zhang Dong, having the energy of the sorcerous insect refining his body and possessing keen eyesight, learned rapidly and soon mastered the art of swift walking. Once he became adept, the elder gestured towards the water within the vat and said, Next, you must cause the water to swirl. The depth of the water must not fall below 20 centimeters. Zhang Dong nodded, inhaled deeply, and resumed walking around the vat. He discovered that the force exerted by his feet had to be precisely calibrated for the water to spiral into a vortex, and his steps needed to follow a wondrous rhythm. A slight misalignment in rhythm would cause the vortex to vanish. After several minutes of experimentation, Zhang Dong gradually adjusted his movements and finally succeeded in creating a swirling vortex in the vat. He had discerned the secret. The rhythm was intrinsically linked to his vital energy and breath. Grasping this understanding made the process significantly easier. The two youths nearby were utterly astonished. They had been training under Old Wu for 6 months, yet could only maintain their balance for a brief time on the vat, let alone create a vortex, something they could never achieve no matter how hard they tried. Could it be that he was a prodigy in martial arts? As Zhang Dong's rhythm improved, it was as if he was dancing atop the rim, and the vortex deepened, finally reaching a depth of 20 centimeters. The elder rarely displayed a smile, but now he did, saying, Come down. Zhang Dong leaped back to the ground, feeling the vital energy cultivated within him now circulating in his legs and waist in a peculiar manner, forming 3 circuits of vital energy. The elder chuckled, Not bad. Now, I shall teach you the standing post. He turned his back and spoke slowly. In our lineage, there are 3 types of standing posts, ranging from easy to difficult, the 5 elements post, the 7 stars post, and the divine machine post. Zhang Dong inquired, Master Wu, what type of post were those 2 practicing before? Master Wu smiled. They were practicing a simplified version of the 5 elements post. The complete form is too challenging, and they have never been able to grasp it. Following this, he began to impart the secrets of the 5 elements post. The 5 elements post requires one to embody a state of primordial energy, which is, in fact, the foundation of Tai Chi. However, few can truly master it. Most merely mimic its form without comprehending its essence. To the astonishment of the 2 youths, Zhang Dong quickly mastered the seemingly insurmountable 5 elements post. As he stood still, he sensed a formidable resistance emanating from every direction, compelling him to overcome these obstacles. At that moment, his internal energy coursed through 5 distinct pathways, forming 5 elliptical bands of vitality. As the energy flowed, he perceived the acupoints illuminating, granting him an ethereal sensation of weightlessness. After standing in the 5 elements stance for an hour, a plume of heat rose from the crown of Zhang Dong's head, manifesting as a straight white line, measuring approximately 1 foot and 3 inches in length. At the apex of this white line, the vapor dispersed, resembling 3 exquisite lotus blossoms, a sight beyond description. Master Wu observed this ethereal phenomenon, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of excitement, though he tempered his enthusiasm and instructed the 2 young disciples. You may descend the mountain. Return tomorrow. Upon hearing they were relieved of their training, the 2 youths dashed away joyfully. In truth, they held little affection for martial arts, their arduous practice primarily driven by their elders' insistence. Once Zhang Dong concluded his practice, Master Wu remarked, You have performed commendably in this stance. Next, I shall teach you a set of techniques based on the 5 element stance, known as the 5 elements cannon fist. The 5 elements cannon fist comprises merely 5 forms, each consisting of 5 strikes, which can be executed individually or in combination, exhibiting formidable power. Despite his physical limitations, Master Wu personally demonstrated the techniques and elucidated their intricacies. Zhang Dong attentively observed and, after a single attempt, managed to replicate the essence of the techniques with remarkable proficiency. After several more pointers, he was able to execute the movements in perfect alignment with Master Wu's instruction. After an hour and a half of practice, Zhang Dong unleashed a punch that caused a resounding crack in the air, sending a forceful energy wave several meters forward, shattering a dry branch across from him. Master Wu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Well done. You may return to rest now." Slightly perspiring, Zhang Dong inquired, "Master Wu, tomorrow I am to demonstrate my skills. May I use this set of techniques?" After clarifying the situation, Master Wu cautioned, to demonstrate for others inevitably involves the risk of injury. As you are new to this practice, take time to reflect on your control. Understood, Master Wu. Master Wu shared additional insights about the martial world before sending Zhang Dong down the mountain. By this time, it was already 6 o'clock. After changing his clothes, he drove back to the vicinity of the CAF to meet with Qin Yan and her companions. Just moments after their arrival, they spotted Zhang Dong's vehicle. "Get in," he called out, as Qin Yan settled into the passenger seat while the other 2 took their places in the back. As the car started, Fan Liwei expressed his envy. "Wow, a fully equipped Qian." Zhang Dong replied, "It's a company car, not mine." Qin Yan chuckled, "Impressive. My mother, even as a vice president, only has a car worth around 700,000 to 800,000. Brother Dong, your position at Mingguxian must be quite significant." Zhang Dong, intrigued, asked, "Which company does Auntie serve as vice president?" Qin Yan replied, "A state-owned enterprise. My mother has been there for 20 years. Unfortunately, she lacks the connections that the current president possesses. Otherwise, she would have long ascended to that position." Yang Rui chimed in to support her, stating, "Exactly. If it weren't for Auntie's exceptional business acumen, that company would have collapsed long ago." After approximately 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at the riverside dock. A considerable number of individuals have gathered at the dock, embarking on small boats in groups. Zhang Dong inquired about the cost of chartering a boat, which proved to be quite steep, 2,000 yuan. Such exorbitant pricing deterred most onlookers from participating. A few opted to hire a larger black awning boat, the rental fee being 5,000 yuan. However, refreshments and snacks were provided on board. Once aboard, the small vessel gently glided into the heart of the river. The official trading commenced at 9:30 in the evening, yet numerous transactions were already underway, albeit with a limited number of newcomers. Nearby, a boat had illuminated its lights, displaying a dozen or so bronze artifacts at its bow, among which was an astonishing bronze tripod. With a single glance, Zhang Dong discerned that these bronze items were of relatively recent manufacture, save for one bronze sphere that emanated an ancient aura, seemingly alien to this world. He instructed the boatman to draw closer, and the 2 vessels momentarily secured themselves together with a clasp. Leading the way, Zhang Dong and his companions leaped onto the adjacent boat. At the bow sat a portly middle-aged man, who greeted them with a jovial smile, inviting them to inspect the offerings. Zhang Dong picked up the bronze sphere, observing its surface adorned with intricate floral and avian engravings. It was evidently not a modern artifact. Its origins possibly predated the Xia and Shang dynasties. Could it be a relic of a prehistoric civilization? Chapter 26. Jiang City, he inquired, "Boss, this ball is quite intriguing. Which dynasty does it belong to?" The proprietor chuckled, "It should be an artifact from the pre-Qin era. I can offer it to you for a mere 300,000. Zhang Dong examined the bronze sphere and discerned an exceedingly intricate mechanical structure within, accompanied by several optical components. A thought struck him, and he replied, 300,000 seems rather excessive. I shall take it for 100,000. The owner hesitated slightly. If you are genuinely interested, I can let it go for 150,000. Qin Yan interjected, "Boss, let me add 5,000. My friend purchased this as a mere trinket. If you truly cannot part with it, then so be it." With Qin Yan's involvement, Zhang Dong swiftly acquired the bronze sphere for 110,000. After paying in cash, the 2 returned to the boat, where Qin Yan curiously asked, Donggu, what is the origin of that bronze sphere? Did we stumble upon a treasure? Zhang Dong laughed. It likely hails from a civilization predating the Xia and Shang dynasties. Just then, the clouds parted, revealing the luminous moonlight. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he placed the bronze sphere under the moon, adjusting its position repeatedly. As the intricate structure within the sphere shifted, it began to vibrate slightly. The upper portion astonishingly captured the moon's light, and a small aperture opened below, projecting an image. The image cast upon the deck displayed a monochrome silhouette, practicing a particular stance, each step deconstructed into fundamental movements. Moreover, bright lines manifested along the limbs of the black figure, illustrating the pathway of vital energy. Zhang Dong promptly stowed the sphere away, stating, "This is rather fascinating." Qin Yan and Yang Rui were left in awe, with Yang Rui exclaiming, "Is this akin to an ancient film? This is incredibly sophisticated. If this artifact were revealed to the world, it would undoubtedly cause a stir." Qin Yan grasped Zhang Dong's hand. "Donggu, you must help me select something as well." Her tone bore a hint of playful persuasion, and Zhang Dong smiled. "Very well." Yang Rui wished to adopt a similar demeanor, but with her boyfriend Fan Liwei present, she felt unable to do so. At that moment, their small boat glided past a considerably larger vessel, its deck adorned with a variety of antiquities. Old books, paintings, chairs, teacups, and countless other items, surely numbering in the thousands. Zhang Dong's gaze swept across the collection, and he noticed two items emitting a faint glow, prompting him to signal the boatman to draw nearer. Qin Yan immediately perked up, following him closely. The owner, seated on the deck with a cigarette, wore a weary expression and merely nodded as they boarded. Zhang Dong casually inspected the items and picked up a clay statue of a Buddha, approximately 30 centimeters tall, remarkably lifelike, though much of its paint had worn away. He turned to Qin Yan, saying, "This clay Buddha is exquisitely crafted. You could take it home for worship." Qin Yan eagerly nodded and asked the owner, "How much for this?" The proprietor glanced at it, revealing a hint of disappointment, and queried, "Aren't you interested in selecting something else? I have plenty of old items here." Zhang Dong replied, "Let us take it one at a time." The owner responded, 1,000, take it." In his recollection, the clay statue, a mere earthen sculpture, was enshrined in his great-grandmother's hall, and daring to price it at 1,000 was already quite audacious. Naturally, Qin Yan engaged in haggling, ultimately acquiring the clay bodhisattva for 600. Fan Liwei, with a face full of eagerness, inquired, "Donggu, what do you suggest I purchase?" Zhang Dong pointed to a painting, remarking, "This artwork merits a closer look." Fan Liwei lifted the painting, and upon unfolding it, revealed a landscape piece. One corner had been waterlogged, rendering it somewhat indistinct, yet it was discernible that it was a work by the renowned Qing dynasty artist Wang Shimin. However, it appeared that the painting had not been unrolled for quite some time, and the proprietor likely remained unaware of its provenance. Fan Liwei promptly asked, "Boss, this painting is quite impressive. What is its price?" The owner, without rising, merely glanced at the dimensions of the artwork and responded, 50,000. Fan Liwei exchanged a glance with Zhang Dong, who subtly nodded, prompting the former to decisively proceed with the purchase. At last, the owner's expression brightened with a hint of satisfaction, stating, "I have plenty of old items. Feel free to browse, none of them are exorbitant." Zhang Dong approached a cabinet, crafted from mahogany, robust and adorned with exquisite carvings. This cabinet housed one of the two luminous treasures. It contained a compartment that likely held something valuable. "How much for the mahogany cabinet?" he inquired. "This is premium small-leaf red sandalwood. It's a firm price of 2 million. Qin Yan interjected, "Even if it is small-leaf red sandalwood, that price seems excessive. It's just a cabinet." The seller widened his eyes, retorting, "I stated a firm price. The value is for you to assess." Zhang Dong's gaze penetrated the cabinet, revealing within the compartment 3 pieces of calligraphy and paintings, 6 seals, and over 100 intricately shaped gold leaves. Estimating quickly, he realized that each painting alone was worth far more than 2 million, and the mahogany cabinet indeed held considerable worth. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Very well, I will take it for 2 million. The 3 of them each acquired their desired items and returned to their small boat. Qin Yen, brimming with curiosity, asked, Dong Gu, does my clay bodhisattva possess any unique qualities? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. The eyes of Guanyin should be two precious gems. Qin Yen wiped the statue with a tissue and, to her delight, discovered that the bodhisattva's eyes sparkled with clarity. I can't wait to share this with my father, she exclaimed. Fan Liwei, eager to know, interjected, Dong Gu, what about mine? How much can I earn from this painting? Zhang Dong replied, your painting is a work by Wang Shimin. Though the seal is somewhat obscured, a professional appraisal should reveal its authenticity, with a value not less than 300,000. Fan Liwei gasped, 300,000? That means I can profit 25,000. Thank you, Dong Gu. After navigating for another 10 minutes, a large vessel appeared ahead, populated by over 100 individuals engaged in an auction. Zhang Dong instructed the boatman to steer closer, and he ascended onto the grand ship. At this moment, a stunning Tang Sankai camel was being auctioned aboard the ship, with the price already exceeding 3 million. Zhang Dong could instantly discern the authenticity of the item. To his astonishment, he spotted Luo Donli amidst the crowd, accompanied not by Zhou Zijuan, but by a middle-aged man in his 40s. With a smile, Luo Donli leaned against his arm, playfully inquiring, Brother Xiong, do you really think this little piece could be worth 3 million? Brother Xiong chuckled, you simply do not understand. This is Tang Sankai, and fine examples can fetch upwards of 10 million. He decisively raised his bid, ultimately securing the Tang Sankai camel for 3,850,000. Next up for auction was a calligraphy piece, the Diamond Sutra, transcribed by the renowned Ming Dynasty calligrapher Wen Zhengming. This particular transcription was from his early years, while he had also produced another, markedly different version in his later years. The host announced, behold, the handwritten Diamond Sutra by the illustrious calligrapher Wen Zhengming from the Ming Dynasty. The starting bid is 15 million. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million. Zhang Dong recognized the authenticity of the Diamond Sutra as indeed being penned by Wen Zhengming. The initial bid of 15 million did not seem excessively high, so he promptly sent a message to Yi Rou, inquiring whether she desired this calligraphy piece. Within Ming Guxian, 2 of Wen Zhengming's calligraphic works were present, yet none approached the scale of this extensive piece, comprising thousands of characters. Yi Rou swiftly replied, if it is within 40 million, I would be willing to acquire it. Consequently, he immediately joined the bidding, participating fervently once the price surpassed 20 million. Chapter 27. Brothers speak candidly. The competition for this piece of art was fierce, and ultimately, Zhang Dong secured it with a bid of 31 million. At that moment, Luo Donli spotted Zhang Dong among the crowd, her expression a mixture of emotions. Her gaze caught the attention of Brother Xiong, who inquired with a grin, is this the ex you mentioned? Luo Donli nodded. He was once a penniless lad. Who would have thought he suddenly amassed such wealth? Brother Xiong chuckled, introduce us, will you? Luo Donli hesitated slightly, replying, there's nothing left between us. Brother Xiong remarked, he purchased something worth 30 million without batting an eye. He must possess considerable funds. I wish to profit from him. Luo Donli's eyes lit up as she gently nodded. Very well. After acquiring the box, Zhang Dong was invited to the cabin, where he received the other party's account details. He then called Yi Rou to facilitate the transfer. Within 5 minutes, the transfer was successfully completed, and he instructed Fan Liwei to bring the box back onto the ship. Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone calling his name, the voice somewhat familiar. He paused and turned around. Luo Donli approached him, accompanied by a middle-aged, portly man. The man, balding with a round face and short stature, grinned as he extended his hand to Zhang Dong. Brother, let me introduce myself. I am Xiong Kuan from the Antique Circle. Zhang Dong had long since lost interest in Luo Donli. He shook hands with the man and asked, what can I do for you? Luo Donli interjected, Zhang Dong. Brother Xiong has some fine items and would like to know if you're interested. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, sure. Let us head aboard. The two made their way to the ship Zhang Dong had rented, where Qin Yen curiously scrutinized the artificial beauty, Luo Donli. Luo Donli said, Zhang Dong, I owe you an apology for the past. Here is 600,000. I am returning it to you. She handed Zhang Dong a card, which, of course, contained money provided by Brother Xiong to foster a closer relationship. Zhang Dong accepted it without hesitation, stating, "What is done is done." Qin Yan blinked and asked, "Brother Dong, who is she?" Luo Donli replied, "We were once lovers, but we parted ways." Zhang Dong preferred not to dwell on that chapter and said, "What does Brother Xiong have? Let us take a look." Brother Xiong grinned, "My items are on that ship. Let us head over." As their vessel approached, they saw a larger ship ahead, where 4 individuals stood at the bow. Zhang Dong, bold and daring, led his companions onto the other vessel. Once inside the cabin, they encountered a table, surrounded by 4 more individuals, all with their arms crossed, casting malevolent glances at Zhang Dong and his companions. Unfazed, Zhang Dong inquired, "Brother Xiong, where are your items?" Brother Xiong chuckled sinisterly as 3 individuals from the bow entered, encircling Zhang Dong and his companions, making a total of 8. Zhang Dong remained composed, asking calmly, "Brother Xiong, what is the meaning of this?" Brother Xiong's expression darkened, revealing a murderous intent. "Brother, I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye. With a mere display of power, 30 million is at your fingertips. Your wealth is truly remarkable. My dear brother, I find myself in need of funds. Might I borrow a sum from you?" Zhang Dong scoffed coldly, "Robbery?" Brother Xiong shrugged, "You could interpret it that way. On this river I have taken more than one life. If you cooperate, I shall leave you in one piece." Luo Donli's complexion turned pale as she trembled. "Brother Xiong, please don't. Robbery and murder are against the law." Brother Xiong struck Luo Donli across the face with a resounding slap, grinning sinisterly, "Men speak. Women should refrain from interjecting." Fan Liwei, though exceedingly anxious, chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Dong, boldly proclaiming, "Do not be deceived by your numbers. We fear you not." Qin Yan and Yang Rui, equally apprehensive, hid behind Zhang Dong and Fan Liwei, attempting to dial for help. However, the ship was equipped with signal jamming devices, rendering their calls futile. Brother Xiong let out a chilling laugh. "My subordinates are all desperate men. I shall allow them to entertain you." With that, 2 burly men, each standing at 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds, advanced towards Zhang Dong. Fan Liwei shouted in alarm, ready to charge, but Zhang Dong pulled him back, his impression of the young man improving significantly. At least he was not cowardly. Releasing Fan Liwei, Zhang Dong stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch straight to the chest, employing the newly learned 5 elements cannon fist. With guidance from Master Wu and fueled by his formidable internal energy, the force of his punch was nothing short of terrifying. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as one of the towering men was sent flying, crashing through the doorpost and plunging into the water, his fate uncertain. Brother Xiong and his henchmen stared wide-eyed, their expressions shifting in shock. Swallowing hard, Brother Xiong gritted his teeth and commanded, "Charge." One of the men hesitated, fearful of engaging. Remembering the footwork of the copper ball projection, Zhang Dong swiftly moved, leaving his opponent momentarily disoriented before he too was struck by a tremendous force and sent tumbling into the water, mirroring his comrade's fate. With their 2 strongest fighters defeated in an instant, Brother Xiong realized he had encountered an immovable obstacle. Taking a deep breath, he began to retreat, saying, "Brothers, let us talk this over. I was merely jesting." Zhang Dong paid no heed to his excuses, stepping forward to throw another punch. Brother Xiong screamed, twisting his body only to be struck in the lower back, soaring into the air before crashing into the water. The remaining men, filled with terror, leaped into the water without needing Zhang Dong's intervention. After all, enduring the impact of Zhang Dong's fist was not something one would willingly face. Jumping into the water seemed the safer option. Only Luo Donli remained on the ship, her face ashen and trembling, staring blankly at Zhang Dong, the once gentle boyfriend who had transformed into such a formidable figure. Yet Zhang Dong did not cast her a glance, instead surveying the cabin and discovering 5 items purchased by Brother Xiong in Jiang City, all authentic. He turned to Fan Liwei, stating, "Liwei, let us move everything onto our boat." Right away, the now devoted Fan Liwei willingly complied. Once they had finished transferring the items, they returned to the ship. Given that the goods were stolen, Zhang Dong placed them at the bow of the vessel, awaiting potential buyers. The total value of these items was approximately over 10 million. Zhang Dong hastily sold them at a discounted price, offering them at 70% of their worth to anyone who inquired, and thus they were swiftly sold out, netting him over 9 million. After their ship departed, Brother Xiong was finally retrieved from the water by a few subordinates, who struggled to drag him onto the vessel. However, by this time, Brother Xiong was grievously injured. His left kidney was ruptured, 5 of his ribs were fractured, and his mouth was filled with blood. He cast a resentful glance at the dazed Luo Donli, exclaiming furiously, "You wretched woman! This is all you're doing! Throw her into the water!" Luo Donli cried out in despair, "Brother Xiong, it has nothing to do with me, Brother Xiong." 2 burly men seized Luo Donli and unceremoniously hurled her towards the bow of the ship, kicking her into the water. Fortunately, Luo Donli was resilient. She managed to cling to a piece of wood and, after half an hour, was successfully rescued by someone from a passing boat. At that moment, the market in Jiang City had officially opened, with an increasing number of vessels arriving for trade, and they encountered one ship after another as they navigated through the bustling waters. As they passed a small fishing boat, the crew noticed a large fish over a meter long, its scales shimmering silver, eyes a vivid red, and its tail a riot of colors. The fish was still alive, occasionally flicking its tail. Chapter 28. The pearl hidden in the fish's belly. Zhang Dong gazed intently, and within the belly of the large fish, he spotted a dazzling golden light. Such intense radiance was something he had never encountered before. Maintaining his composure, he maneuvered the boat closer and inquired, "What a magnificent fish! What species is it?" He posed the question to a fisherman with bare legs. The fisherman glanced at him and replied, "It's a red-eyed knife fish, a species that was thought to be extinct, renowned for its exquisite meat." Zhang Dong asked, "How much?" The fisherman extended a single finger and casually stated, 100,000. Due to overfishing, the yield of knife fish had diminished year after year, causing prices in the river to soar, with some fetching over 1,000 yuan per pound. However, the fisherman's initial demand of 100,000 was indeed exorbitant. Nevertheless, Zhang Dong, desiring the treasure within the fish's belly, chose not to haggle and nodded. "I'll take it." Fan Liwei lifted the knife fish onto the boat, and Zhang Dong tossed a bundle of cash toward him. The fisherman counted the money and chuckled. "This fish is best prepared by a skilled chef." As the 2 boats parted ways, Zhang Dong retrieved a small knife and delicately made a small incision on the fish's belly, pulling out a small bag from within. Upon opening the bag, he discovered 7 vividly colored pearls. He asked the boatman for some thread and needle to stitch up the fish's wound before releasing it back into the river. Due to the minor nature of the injury, the fish swiftly darted into the depths, vanishing from sight. He rinsed the bag and took out a green pearl. At that moment, he felt a peculiar stir in the worm residing in his left eye, as if it yearned to escape. Intrigued, he promptly stowed the bag away. Qin Yan, filled with curiosity, asked, "Donggu, what is this?" "It might be a colorful pearl," he replied with a smile. 100,000 is not a loss. Fan Liwei gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Donggu, you are truly remarkable. You could discern this." Just as Zhang Dong was preparing to continue his treasure hunt, the distant sound of police sirens pierced the air. 2 police boats approached swiftly, causing the vessels on the river to panic and scatter in all directions. The boatmen, not daring to linger, ferried Zhang Dong and his companions back to shore. Uncertain of who had reported the incident, the Deus River excursion abruptly concluded, leaving many disheartened. Upon reaching the shore, Fan Liwei exclaimed bitterly, "Whoever called the police is truly heartless." Zhang Dong replied, "It's getting late. We should head back." Qin Yan, still feeling a sense of longing, suggested, "Donggu, could you take me home?" Zhang Dong casually agreed, first driving toward a nearby CAF. Fan Liwei went to retrieve his car, heading back with Yang Rui, while Zhang Dong drove Qin Yan home. In reality, Qin Yan had driven herself. Her small car was just nearby. However, she desired some alone time with Zhang Dong, which prompted her request for a ride. As the clock approached 11, the city lights twinkled, and the roads were relatively clear. Qin Yan glanced at Zhang Dong and asked, "Did you have any luck with your blind date? Didn't your sister mention it?" Zhang Dong chuckled, "What can be done? It's quite normal for blind dates not to work out. Qin Yan looked at him intently. What if your sister insists on setting you up again? Zhang Dong was momentarily troubled. His sister was known for her relentless pursuit of goals and would undoubtedly continue to arrange blind dates for him. Hence, he resigned himself to a state of apathy. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Then I suppose I shall just continue to be indifferent." Qin Yan bit her lip and suggested, "Then why not just get a girlfriend? If it proves too challenging, I could masquerade as your girlfriend." Masquerade? Zhang Dong gazed at Qin Yan, noticing her cheeks flush and her eyelashes fluttering slightly. His heart raced, sensing her nervousness. Chuckling, he replied, "All right then, a girlfriend it is." Qin Yan beamed with delight, her smile radiant as she inquired, "Donggo, you helped me find something wonderful today. I would like to treat you to a meal. Are you free tomorrow evening? We could go to the Sig restaurant." The Sig restaurant was a high-end establishment in Yun City, with an average expenditure of 500 to 600 yuan per person, and a more lavish meal accompanied by fine wine could easily surpass 1,000. After considering it, Zhang Dong concluded that he would likely be free the following night and nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Qin Yan's residence, the two exchanged farewells with a wave. Once the car departed the community, Zhang Dong dialed Yi Ro's number to inquire about the Yi family's current situation. Yi Ro informed him that the Wu family had launched a full-scale assault on the Yi family, employing various tactics against one another. The conflict had significant ramifications, prompting a prominent figure in Haiqing to mediate, resulting in both families taking a step back. The Wu family conceded some interests, while the Yi family decided against pursuing the matter involving Wu Hui. However, Wu Hui and Yi Dinghai had divorced, with their daughter remaining with Wu Hui, effectively dissolving the alliance between the two families. As the Yi family had just emerged from a fierce battle, Yi Ro needed to remain in Haiqing for a while. After concluding the call, Zhang Dong was nearing home. The moonlight was particularly bright that night, and he retrieved a copper sphere, suspending it in midair before laying a large sheet of white paper on the ground. A shadow was projected onto the paper, depicting a figure practicing footwork. Observing the shadow, he noted that there were 9 distinct steps, with subsequent movements being a combination of the first 9, such as the combination of the first and third steps, or the second and fifth, and so forth. After teaching the footwork, he proceeded to instruct a set of sword techniques. Though he had not yet mastered the footwork, he temporarily set aside the sword practice to adjust his position and study the footwork projection. Imitating the movements, he took his first step, only to feel a wave of soreness and numbness in his legs, as the meridians had yet to be fully opened. Thus, he continued to practice, with each attempt gradually unblocking the meridians in his legs. After several repetitions, he had successfully opened most of the relevant pathways. At last, he accomplished the first step, feeling a surge of energy racing up his spine to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, akin to a cat startled by a stepped-on tail. Completing the first step made the second somewhat easier, as he had already begun to open some of the leg meridians. Thus, Zhang Dong spent the better part of the night practicing the footwork until he had mastered the first 3 steps. After finishing, he practiced the first set of movements from the Lingfei Sutra 3 more times, resting only at 4:30 in the morning. When he awoke, it was already 7:30. After hastily consuming a bit of food, he set off to find Master Wu on the mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, Master Wu was already seated there, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Zhang Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he said, "Master Wu, I apologize for my tardiness." Master Wu glanced at him and replied, "It is of no consequence. I have merely waited for 2 hours." Zhang Dong scratched his head sheepishly, explaining, "Master Wu, I practiced too late last night and overslept." Master Wu seemed unfazed by the delay and calmly stated, "Today, you are to demonstrate your skills to someone. Allow me to teach you 2 special techniques. Should you find yourself overmatched or at risk of injury, these techniques may serve you well." He then recounted the origins of these 2 extraordinary skills. After mastering his art, Master Wu traversed the land, seeking wisdom from various masters. This tradition of wandering the world in pursuit of martial knowledge has persisted through the ages. However, the path is fraught with peril. Many who embarked on such journeys have met untimely ends or suffered grievous injuries, with only a select few surviving. Through relentless encounters with formidable opponents, Master Wu distilled his experiences into two signature techniques, one known as the Nine-Dragon Strike and the other as the Meteor Cannon. The Nine-Dragon Strike employs the simultaneous force of both knees, elbows, fists, feet, and the crown of the head to launch a rapid barrage of 9 strikes against the opponent. Naturally, this technique demands exceptional coordination and strength, and Master Wu was uncertain if Zhang Dong could master it. The Meteor Cannon, on the other hand, utilizes only the legs and fists, representing a leg technique that, upon connecting, guarantees severe harm to the adversary. This formidable skill is rooted in the 5 elements cannon fist, making it somewhat easier to practice. Zhang Dong commenced with the Meteor Cannon. Thanks to the internal energy within him and his prior training in footwork, he grasped it swiftly. After just 3 demonstrations from Master Wu, he had mastered the technique. He then proceeded to practice, gradually finding his rhythm, and with each punch, the air resonated with thunderous, cannon-like sounds. Chapter 29. The Art of Fist at 10 o'clock, he commenced his practice of the 9 dragons posture, a task that proved somewhat challenging. However, after 7 or 8 attempts, he mastered it. At noon, he took a brief respite and inquired, "Master Wu, would you accompany me?" Master Wu took a puff from his pipe and nodded affirmatively. Having found such a promising disciple, he felt a sense of unease and naturally decided to follow along. The master and disciple descended the mountain, with Master Wu settling into the passenger seat of Zhang Dong's Cayenne. As the vehicle began to move, he asked, "How much does this car cost?" Zhang Dong replied with a smile, "Over 2 million. If you like it, Master Wu, I could purchase one for you as well." Master Wu chuckled lightly, "At my age, what need do I have for such an extravagant vehicle?" Yet it was evident that he was pleased. The car arrived at the 4 Virtues building, where Zhang Dong exited first and opened the door for Master Wu. As they stepped out, Xiao Wanlong had already emerged and, upon spotting Master Wu beside Zhang Dong, his eyes lit up. He quickly clasped his fists in greeting, "Elder, I am Xiao Wanlong." Zhang Dong introduced, "This is my teacher, Master Wu." Xiao Wanlong promptly responded, "Master Wu, it is an honor to meet you." Master Wu merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Zhang Dong asked, "Has the opponent arrived?" Xiao Wanlong's expression turned serious. "Just arrived. Shall we head up?" "Let us proceed," came the reply. The 4 Virtues building was a riverside establishment. The group ascended to the 5th floor, where a spacious private room awaited them, offering a view of the river. Inside, a gathering of over a dozen individuals awaited, with the foremost being Xiao Wanlong's rival, He Yuanhu. He Yuanhu was a tall, lean man in his late 40s, possessing sharp eyes and perpetually spinning 2 iron balls in his right hand. Upon entering, Xiao Wanlong and his companions took their seats opposite He Yuanhu. Xiao Wanlong spoke coolly, "Brother He, must we truly discuss our matters? Is it necessary to engage in a contest of fists?" He Yuanhu chuckled, "In a contest of fists, I am confident of a complete victory. Why not engage? Xiao, if you fear defeat, perhaps you should concede and relinquish those few venues." Xiao Wanlong laughed heartily. "Let us first exchange formalities. Since you insist on a contest, I, Xiao, shall accompany you until the end." From behind He Yuanhu emerged a dark-skinned man, whose appearance suggested origins from Southeast Asia. Xiao Wanlong turned to Zhang Dong, saying, "Mr. Zhang, this is the individual with whom you will engage in combat today. His father is a Muay Thai master and his mother a revered martial artist in our country. Thus, his fighting style is a formidable blend of both heritages." Zhang Dong inquired, "Are there any restrictions?" Xiao Wanlong replied, "No weapons, no hidden devices, firearms, or poison. Everything else is permitted." Zhang Dong then rose and clasped his fists in salute, while the opponent merely stepped forward, adopting a Muay Thai stance. Zhang Dong focused intently on his opponent's shoulder, and the moment it moved, he executed a swift slide step, employing the 1st and 2nd footwork techniques. His movements were astonishingly rapid and entirely unexpected. His opponent had no time to react. Zhang Dong closed the distance and unleashed a horizontal strike from the 5 elements cannon fist. The opponent could only retreat with all his strength while raising his elbow to block. However, he practiced only external martial arts, while Zhang Dong's punch contained the essence of internal strength. With a resounding thud, the man's elbow struck his own chest, resulting in a crack as his sternum fractured. causing him to spurt blood and retreat violently. To achieve victory with a single blow took Zhang Dong by surprise. He had anticipated a prolonged exchange of dozens of rounds before ultimately employing his ultimate technique to defeat his opponent. Wu Shi's eyes sparkled. Zhang Dong's footwork was exceptionally refined, even astounding him. Xiao Wanlong was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, applauding and calling for praises, while his entourage joined in clapping and cheering. He Yuanhu, after a brief moment of shock, darkened in expression, not even glancing at the bloodied figure on the ground, and coolly remarked, "You have won." Xiao Wanlong, with a beaming smile, replied, "Brother He, my apologies." He Yuanhu snorted, rising to depart, followed closely by his subordinates. Xiao Wanlong, brimming with pride, gestured, and one of his men presented a silver case, placing it before Zhang Dong. Upon opening the case, it revealed 12 gold bars, each weighing 200 grams. This entire chest of gold bars was worth a fortune. Zhang Dong glanced at it, contemplating the prior assistance he had received, and intended to decline. However, Wu Shi was quicker, seizing the case and exclaiming, "Xiao Longban has been generous." Xiao Wanlong laughed heartily. "Master Wu, Mr. Zhang, I have prepared a feast here. I hope you both will honor us with your presence." Yet, Wu Shi replied, "Zhang Dong has just engaged in a fierce battle and requires rest. We shall dine another day." Hearing this, Zhang Dong had no choice but to refuse as well, stating, "Boss Xiao, let us defer to another time." Xiao Wanlong responded with a smile, "Very well, I shall ensure a grand invitation on another occasion." After bidding farewell to Xiao Wanlong and returning to the car, Wu Shi opened the case, took out a gold bar, bit into it, and nodded repeatedly, "Indeed, pure gold." Zhang Dong, bemused, remarked, "Master Wu, I had no intention of accepting this gold. We had agreed that he would assist me with my troubles, and I would repay him with my skills." Wu Shi replied nonchalantly, "What do you understand? You helped him defeat that individual. The money he gains is worth 10-fold or even 100-fold more than this gold. Why refuse it? It is rightfully yours. Remember, whenever you fight for someone, always ensure you receive your due." Zhang Dong could only nod in agreement. "Understood. I will remember." Wu Shi set down the case and said, "Let us go to my home." Although he had known Wu Shi for several days and had learned some martial arts, he had never visited his house. Hearing this, he quickly nodded, "That sounds great." Wu Shi's home was situated just across a mountain from Zhang Dong's orchard, perched on the hillside of the opposite mountain. The area was lush with bamboo, and within the bamboo grove lay a small courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard, several young boys were practicing martial arts, while a man in his 20s instructed them. A winding path led up to the site, and Zhang Dong parked his car in the open space before the courtyard. Upon disembarking, Wu Shi pointed to the young man and said, "His name is Zheng Jian. He has been studying martial arts with me for 7 or 8 years, while the younger ones have been my pupils for just a few years. In the past, I received many students, yet they could not endure hardship and all dispersed. Today's children are increasingly pampered." Zheng Jianxing, a tall and robust individual, approached Teacher Wu with confident strides, exclaiming, "Teacher." Wu responded with a brief acknowledgement, and introduced, "This is my new student, Zhang Dong." Zhang Dong nodded politely, "Hello." Zheng Jian appraised Zhang Dong and extended his hand, saying, "Greetings, Junior. I am Zheng Jian." After their handshake, they proceeded to the courtyard. 2 dogs, one yellow and one white, rushed out, circling around Teacher Wu. The local boys looked curiously at the Cayenne, as they were merely village children and had seldom encountered such an exquisite vehicle. Teacher Wu gestured towards the house, stating, "I have lived here for 11 years, though I am uncertain how much longer I shall remain." Zhang Dong sensed that Teacher Wu harbored his own stories. Thus he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Teacher Wu, who are the most formidable experts in the world today?" Chapter 30. The date Wu Shi fell into a moment of contemplation before speaking. In this world, masters can be categorized into several types. The first type consists of ordinary masters, who are the most formidable in their respective provinces or regions. Ascending from there, we encounter first-rate masters, who are capable of traversing the country with ease. Beyond that, there exist super first-rate masters who, even when abroad, can sweep across all directions with their prowess. You are referring to these super first-rate masters. Such individuals are rare, with no more than 10 in the entire nation. In Jiangbei Province, there is one such figure known as the Iron-Handed Dragon Slayer, Wu Tai-Xian. Zhang Dong inquired, which category did you belong to, Wu Shi? Wu Shi paused for a brief moment before responding. In my prime, I was considered a relatively strong first-rate master, on the cusp of entering the realm of super first-rate masters. Alas, I fell just short. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he beckoned Zhang Dong inside the room and closed the door. His expression turned serious as he asked, Zhang Dong, have you been practicing internal martial arts? Zhang Dong, unreserved, nodded. I have practiced a bit and cultivated some inner energy. Wu Shi acknowledged. The ability to cultivate energy already qualifies you as a master. Zhang Dong smiled. It is thanks to your excellent teaching, Wu Shi. Wu Shi continued. The footwork you employed today was remarkably sophisticated, something I have neither seen nor heard of before. I am aware that you have other formidable mentors behind you, and I do not wish to restrict you. The more powerful you become, the more honor it brings to my name. Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. Wu Shi added, in 6 months, there will be a grand martial arts event where many of the younger generation will participate. I hope you will also join and compete with them. If you can defeat that person's disciple, I shall officially take you as my apprentice. Zhang Dong's eyes brightened. Really? I will strive to triumph over him. Wu Shi declared. My name is Wu Qingfeng. In your future journeys through the martial world, you may proclaim my name. Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. Wu Qingfeng shared numerous tales of the martial world and anecdotes of heroic exploits, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Zhang Dong took his leave to return home. While traversing a road nestled between 2 mountains, a car suddenly screeched to a halt. The window rolled down, and a head emerged, cheerfully inquiring, Zhang Dong? Upon seeing this person, Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback as memories from his student days flooded back. The round-faced man in his 20s was Ho Xiaowen, a former classmate from high school. Ho Xiaowen? Zhang Dong smiled. It has been many years since we last met. Ho Xiaowen grinned. Zhang Dong, where have you been these past few years? Zhou Qingning has been inquiring about you everywhere lately. Zhang Dong paused, and memories that seemed forgotten suddenly became vivid. In their senior year, a boy named Meng Gang, after being rejected, had lured the school beauty Zhou Qingning into a secluded grove, intending to force her. Zhou Qingning fought back fiercely, calling for help, which Zhang Dong heard while passing by. He struck Meng Gang on the head with a brick, causing blood to flow profusely. Afterward, both Meng Gang and Zhou Qingning transferred schools, and Zhang Dong received a letter of gratitude from Zhou Qingning, the contents of which he could no longer recall clearly. Zhou Qingning has transferred schools, so why is she seeking me out? He inquired with curiosity. Ho Xiaowen grinned. I'm not sure. Perhaps she has taken an interest in you. Did you know? Zhou Qingning's father's company has gone public, and now he is worth billions. Alas, it truly seems unattainable. At that moment, a short-haired girl seated in the back row impatiently interjected. Are you done? I have matters to attend to. Ho Xiaowen quickly replied. Almost there. By the way, have you joined our classmates group? Let us be friends and I'll add you. Zhou Qingning is in there. All right. After adding each other as friends, they waved goodbye. As he walked back, he opened the group chat, which was unusually quiet. Now that everyone had reached the age of marriage and parenthood, busy with their careers, there was little time left to nurture friendships from school. Upon reaching his doorstep, the group suddenly buzzed with activity. Dear classmates, our esteemed teacher Ma has just been transferred to Yun City as the director of the Education Bureau. I propose that we hold a welcome ceremony tonight. Those who are available, please sign up quickly. Zhang Dong was somewhat taken aback. That teacher Ma, though average in teaching quality, had an excellent rapport with students, and now, indeed, he had achieved great success, transforming from a mere teacher to the head of the Education Bureau. He had little interest in such festivities. After changing his clothes, he drove to meet Qin Yan. The two had made plans the day before, with Qin Yan inviting him to dine at the Shiga restaurant. Arriving at the restaurant precisely at 6:30, he saw that Qin Yan had already secured a table and was waiting for him.
Dong Yi.
She waved from a distance. Zhang Dong sat across from her, smiling. Apologies for being late. No, it was I who arrived early, Qin Yan replied with a smile.
Dong Yi.
My father has extracted 2 gemstones. Today, we had them appraised, and they are worth over $1 million. Thank you, you could have bought them, but you let me have them. Zhang Dong chuckled. Oh, no need for thanks. I merely took a glance. As the dishes arrived, they chatted while eating. Qin Yen remarked, Donggu, do you remember the person who helped my father select porcelain? He has contacted my father again to choose more, claiming they are all rare treasures. Humph, I suspect he is trying to swindle my father. Zhang Dong looked at her and asked, What would you like me to do? Qin Yen blinked. If Donggu has time, could you accompany my father? It would be great to expose that old con artist. Zhang Dong inquired, Where are you going to look at the porcelain? Apparently, a private collector has passed away, and his children are selling off over 3,000 pieces from his collection. It seems many people will attend. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment and said, All right, I will go. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, quickly serving him some food. The dishes at Shiga restaurant were rather average in taste, albeit presented with finesse. After their meal, Qin Yen invited Zhang Dong to the dance hall. Being a dance instructor herself, she was skilled in various dance styles and enjoyed dancing immensely. Zhang Dong initially declined, for he had no skill in dancing whatsoever. However, he soon succumbed to Qin Yan's charmingly playful demeanor and soft pleas, ultimately accompanying her to a Kai dance hall. Although it was termed a dance hall, it also offered KTV features with private rooms and a spacious dance floor, thus proving to be quite popular. Within the hall, there were youthful revelers as well as individuals in their 30s and 40s, with numerous couples gracefully dancing, though many were clearly preoccupied with distractions beyond mere libations. I truly cannot dance, Zhang Dong confessed. Qin Yen chuckled lightly. It's perfectly fine. I shall teach you. She proceeded to instruct him in a set of her own choreographed dance steps, which were quite fashionable and of moderate difficulty yet appeared exceptionally fluid and graceful when executed well. Zhang Dong, who had mastered even the most challenging of steps, found these simple dance movements to be a trivial endeavor, as the foundation of dancing lies in the steps themselves. Thus, after just 2 demonstrations from Qin Yen, he had already become proficient. Qin Yen, taken aback by his swift progress, introduced him to 2 additional dance styles. As they engaged in this exchange of teaching and learning, some physical contact was inevitable. Having spent 3 years abroad, nearly in monastic solitude, Zhang Dong felt an unexpected rush of warmth coursing through him as their bodies brushed against one another. Qin Yen, acutely aware of his reaction, deliberately drew closer, prompting him to take a deep breath as an unfamiliar sensation enveloped him. During the second dance, they were nearly pressed together, with Zhang Dong's arms wrapped around her slender waist, his hands becoming somewhat mischievous as he discreetly squeezed her twice. Qin Yen shot him a playful yet reproachful glance, and as the music softened, she nestled her head against his chest, feeling his heart race. A sly smile crept across her charming face. Chapter 31. The pickled vegetable jar. After concluding their dance, Zhang Dong was drenched in perspiration, yet he was persuaded by Qin Yen to meander through the night market, where they indulged in trinkets and delectable snacks. The two appeared to be a couple, and as the clock approached 11, Qin Yen remarked, Donggu, my parents have gone to my grandmother's house, and I feel frightened being home alone. Zhang Dong hesitated momentarily, rubbing his nose, poised to respond when Qin Yan's phone rang. It was her mother calling. Xiao Yan, why aren't you home yet at this late hour? Qin Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, for she had intended to spend the night with Zhang Dong at a hotel, but her mother's call thwarted her plans. Zhang Dong, having overheard the conversation, bore a peculiar expression, observing, it seems auntie and uncle have returned home. Qin Yen rolled her eyes in response, urging, take me home. During the drive back, Zhang Dong received a friend request on his phone from an unknown number. Upon accepting the request, a message arrived. Are you Zhang Dong? Zhang Dong replied with a voice message. I am. The response came, Zhang Dong, this is Zhou Qingning. Zhang Dong felt a flicker of surprise. Had she truly been searching for him? He pulled over to the side of the road and replied, hello, Zhou Qingning. She continued, do you have time tomorrow? I am in Yun City and wish to meet you. Zhang Dong replied, I have some matters in the morning, but I should be free in the afternoon. She confirmed, then let us meet in the afternoon. I will contact you then. All right. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong began practicing the second movement of the Ling Fei Jing, which proved to be more challenging. It wasn't until after 3 in the morning that he managed to master it, followed by repeated reinforcement exercises. As dawn approached, he allowed himself a brief respite. At 8:30, he rose to freshen up, as he was to meet Qin Yan and accompany Qin Zhongyi to a private collector's residence. Zhang Dong drove to Qin Yan's home, where Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yan awaited him. "Xiao Zhang, let us go in one vehicle," Qin Zhongyi cheerfully suggested. "I'll take the wheel." Qin Zhongyi's vehicle was an imported pickup truck, suitable for his frequent fishing excursions. Zhang Dong and Qin Yan settled into the back seat, enjoying light-hearted banter as they journeyed to their destination. They arrived at a residence in the old city, directly adjacent to a public park, where a dozen luxury cars were parked, indicating that their purpose aligned with Qin Zhongyi's. Exiting the vehicle, they were greeted at the entrance by a middle-aged man, slightly balding, clad in a white suit, who smiled warmly at Qin Zhongyi. "Brother Qin, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for half an hour." He then turned to Qin Yan, adding, "Niece, welcome." Qin Yan felt no fondness for this man and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Zhongyi inquired, "Has it begun, Boss Huang?" To which Boss Huang replied, "Some have already entered to select items. We must hurry, or the good pieces will be snatched up." As a few individuals made their way inside, Mr. Huang occasionally cast his gaze upon Zhang Dong, inquiring with a smile, "Who might this be?" Naturally, Qin Zhongyi refrained from divulging the truth, replying, "This is my daughter's boyfriend. He has come to broaden his horizons." Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang felt a sense of relief. Over the past few years, he had earned no less than 1.5 million from Qin Zhongyi. Such a substantial prize was one he was determined to retain. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by an array of large items, including Wangwali chairs, redwood furniture, and sizable porcelain jars. The seller's family was quite affluent, possessing an expansive traditional courtyard with 4 sections, each adorned with various artifacts, all meticulously arranged. "What do you think, Brother Qin? I am not exaggerating, am I?" This family's ancestors held high offices during the Qing dynasty, and several distinguished officials emerged during the Republic, contributing to a substantial family fortune. Qin Zhongyi nodded with a smile, yet his gaze shifted towards Zhang Dong. As they strolled along, Zhang Dong discerned that among the items, some were genuine while others were forgeries. Even the authentic pieces were priced steeply, making any potential profit from purchasing them negligible. Suddenly, Mr. Huang pointed to a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, declaring, "Brother Qin, this vase is exquisite. Would you care to consider it?" Qin Zhongyi had already realized that Mr. Huang was attempting to deceive him. Maintaining his composure, he replied with a smile, "Is that so? Little Zhang, could you help me ascertain the era of this vase?" Zhang Dong approached, took a glance, and remarked, "Uncle, this vase appears to be a replica from the Republican era. Its craftsmanship is remarkable, almost indistinguishable from the genuine article." Qin Zhongyi nodded. "Since the craftsmanship is commendable, let us purchase it. How much is it?" In each room there was an attendant, and in this instance a man in his 30s responded, "Sir, this is a Ming Dynasty blue and white vase, priced at 6,500,000. Qin Zhongyi shook his head. "I have stated it is a replica. How can you still quote such a high price?" He then walked towards another area. Mr. Huang exchanged a glance with the man, both taken aback. As Zhang Dong continued his exploration, he found that the first room contained nothing that piqued his interest. Subsequently, he entered the second courtyard, where numerous pieces of furniture and ancient books were displayed, yet none captured his attention. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon several pickling jars in the corner. These jars appeared to have been long unused, collecting rainwater inside. He noticed that 2 of the jars emitted a faint glow. Peering through the jar's body, he discovered a hidden compartment filled with gold bars and 2 exquisite incense burners. Astonishingly, the renowned Xuanda furnace. Maintaining his composure, he pointed to the jar without a hidden compartment and inquired, "Is this one for sale?" The middle-aged woman overseeing the courtyard hesitated for a moment before responding, "Sir, these items hold little value and were not intended for sale. However, if you are interested, I can seek approval." Zhang Dong nodded. "Very well, please go ahead." Mr. Huang, a clever man, blinked and smiled. "Could it be that this pickling jar possesses some extraordinary quality?" Zhang Dong replied, I simply find it quite antiquated and wish to purchase it since it appeals to me. Soon, the woman returned and stated, the jar can be sold for 15,000. Zhang Dong chuckled, excellent. Send a few to help me move it out. Wait. Boss Huang interjected with a smile. I will take this jar and offer an additional 5,000. It was said that unusual occurrences often conceal extraordinary secrets, and Boss Huang immediately surmised that Zhang Dong's interest in this jar was not trivial. The woman inquired, oh, how much are you offering? Boss Huang raised 2 fingers, declaring, 20,000. Qin Zhongyi furrowed his brow. Boss Huang, what do you mean? Are you competing with a child for something? Boss Huang replied nonchalantly, Brother Qin, when I encounter something extraordinary, I shall not yield. Zhang Dong nodded, very well, since you desire it, I shall give it to you. I shall acquire another. Boss Huang was taken aback. You don't want it anymore? Zhang Dong replied indifferently, it's merely a pickling jar, not something of great significance. If you want it, take it. With a sense of curiosity, Boss Huang approached the jar, examining it closely but finding nothing unusual. Could it be that he simply cherished this jar? Zhang Dong then walked to another pickling jar without a partition, gently tapping it, discreetly employing his true strength. Suddenly, with a crack, the pickling jar shattered, spilling brine across the ground, prompting the onlookers to scatter. Boss Huang stepped forward to inspect. The jar had shattered completely, revealing no hidden secrets within. It seemed he had overthought the matter. Chapter 32. Tang Yin's folding fan. Zhang Dong lamented. This jar is exceedingly fragile. It cracked upon a mere tap. The woman replied, there is no need for you to compensate. Do you still desire the remaining 2 jars? Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. Thus, Boss Huang purchased one of the jars without a middle layer for 20,000, while Zhang Dong acquired 2 jars with layers for 30,000. The jars were remarkably heavy, yet Zhang Dong effortlessly lifted one with a single hand and placed it in the bed of his pickup truck. Upon returning to the courtyard, Boss Huang regarded Zhang Dong with a somewhat disdainful expression. Young man, he remarked, your taste in acquiring 2 pickled vegetable jars is rather peculiar. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, wealth cannot purchase my preferences. Your understanding is rather superficial, Boss Huang. With a dismissive snort, Boss Huang continued to recommend several items to Qin Zhongyi, but Zhang Dong immediately identified them as forgeries and pointed them out one by one. Boss Huang's expression darkened. Young brother, do you truly comprehend antiques? The genuine pieces I present are deemed forgeries by you. Your actions may cause Qin to miss out on treasures. Qin Zhongyi interjected. I trust in Zhang's discerning eye. Boss Huang sneered. Is that so? Then why doesn't the young brother assist Qin in finding a genuine artifact? Zhang Dong wished to assist, yet regrettably found nothing of merit in the 2 rooms until he arrived at the 3rd courtyard. There, he spotted an ancient fan displayed on a table. Occasionally, someone would pick it up for inspection, but upon noticing the absence of a signature, they swiftly lost interest. Upon seeing the fan, Zhang Dong was struck by an aura of brilliance. He examined it closely and perceived the shadows of profound history, instantly concluding that this fan was indeed a creation of Tang Bohu. Gently, he unfurled the folding fan, revealing plum blossoms adorned upon it, accompanied by a poem. However, a layer of opaque paper had been affixed to conceal the signature. Beneath the white paper lay the name of Tang Yin. He turned to Qin Zhongyi and said, Uncle Qin, this fan is remarkable. Though unsigned, it must be the work of a master. Boss Huang cast a disdainful glance from a distance, scoffing, an anonymous folding fan could hardly be the work of a renowned artist. Yet, without hesitation, Qin Zhongyi purchased it for 5,000. A modest sum. After completing the transaction, Zhang Dong took a sip of water and inadvertently sprayed it onto the fan's surface. Once the fan was thoroughly dampened, he deftly peeled off the layer of white paper, revealing the signature beneath Lu Ru Jusher. At this revelation, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the space. It turned out to be a fan painted by Tang Yin. An elderly gentleman rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fixated on the signature, his expression filled with regret. I distinctly thought the calligraphy and poetry resembled Tang Yin's style, yet I dismissed it due to the lack of a signature. With the fan's artistry combined with the poem, the value of this folding fan was likely to exceed 10 million. Over a decade ago, A painting by Tang Yin fetched an astronomical price of 80 million abroad. Even if this fan were valued at merely a quarter of that, it would still be worth 20 million. Qin Zhongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with satisfaction. He laughed heartily. Zhang, your discerning eye is commendable. This fan is indeed a worthy purchase. With eyes nearly bulging, Boss Huang exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth? This kid has truly struck gold, and right off the bat, it's a monumental find. A work by Tang Yin which could easily fetch a sum in the 8 figures. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he pointed at Zhang Dong, shouting, You scoundrel! That pickled vegetable jar is suspicious. You're trying to deceive me. Zhang Dong regarded Boss Huang with a calm demeanor and replied coolly, You are quite the character. I purchased the jar and the painting myself. It has nothing to do with you. How can you accuse me of deceit? Boss Huang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he retorted. Those 2 jars of yours must surely harbor some issue. Zhang Dong smirked. Whether there's an issue or not, what concern is it of yours? I have purchased the items. One wishes to sell, the other to buy. If there is loss, it is mine. If there is gain, it is also mine. What right do you, an outsider, have to meddle here? Qin Zhongyi, maintaining a serious expression, interjected, Boss Huang, your behavior is quite unbecoming. I understand your jealousy, but such envy should not lead to baseless accusations. Boss Huang was visibly agitated, feeling that the fan by Tang Yin rightfully belonged to him, yet it had been claimed by Qin Zhongyi. There were still more items to explore, so they continued their search. Following Zhang Dong, Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yan entered the 4th courtyard. Unfortunately, it was evident that the family was orchestrating a scheme, and genuine treasures were nowhere to be found. Zhang Dong refrained from allowing Qin Zhongyi to make any purchases, and the group departed with merely a folding fan in hand. It could be said that the total worth of all the items sold there paled in comparison to that single fan. Once back in the pickup truck, Qin Zhongyi laughed heartily, saying, What a thrill! Did you see Boss Huang's face? It was as if he had lost his dearest kin. Ha ha ha. Zhang Dong chuckled. He views Uncle Qin as a prime target. Witnessing your profit, he surely finds no joy in it. At that moment, Boss Huang dashed out, patting several pickled vegetable jars, and fixed his gaze on Zhang Dong, questioning, These jars have a partition. Am I mistaken? Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, And if they do, what of it? If they don't, what then? Boss Huang grinned widely. I am interested in what lies within. May I take a look? If it is suitable, I would consider purchasing it. Zhang Dong replied coolly, They are of no concern to you. Subsequently, Qin Zhongyi pressed the accelerator, and the pickup truck kicked up dust as it sped away, leaving Boss Huang with a sullen expression. Beside him, a young man with a buzz cut said, Brother Huang, I know a notorious thief. This family has just acquired a treasure. Perhaps I could send him to retrieve it? Boss Huang's eyes lit up. Can that individual be trusted? The young man reassured him. Rest assured. My friend has even breached bank vaults, robbing billionaires, and has only failed once, but he managed to escape. Boss Huang nodded. Good. Tell your friend that if he can retrieve the items, I will reward him 5 million. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Zhongyi returned the folding fan to Zhang Dong, saying with a smile, Little Zhang, you chose this. It belongs to you. Zhang Dong responded with a grin, Uncle, you are the true protagonist today. I merely lent a hand. How could I claim your possessions? Qin Zhongyi spoke with solemnity. In my opinion, it is impossible to discover this folding fan. Do not be modest, quickly accept it. Zhang Dong replied with a smile. Uncle Qin, I too have made a discovery. Are there not 2 jars in the carriage? The contents within belong to me, while the fan shall be yours. Both Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yan were filled with curiosity, eagerly inquiring, Is there truly something inside the jars? Zhang Dong lifted 1 jar in each hand, set them down with a thud, and with a resounding crash, the bottoms shattered, revealing 2 piles of gold bars alongside 4 exquisite bronze incense burners. Qin Zhongyi's eyes sparkled as he picked up a gold bar, weighing it in his hand before examining the inscription. These gold bars weigh 50 taels each, approximately 1.86 kilograms. There are a total of 60 bars, amounting to nearly 112 kilograms. Their worth exceeds 44 million. However, Zhang Dong seemed less concerned with the gold. He picked up one of the incense burners and remarked, "In comparison, this incense burner is far more precious." Qin Zhongyi took the burner and observed its amber hue, intricate textures, and subtle brilliance that captivated him. He exclaimed, "What a beautiful incense burner! Could it be?" Zhang Dong nodded. "Indeed, it is a Xuanda furnace." Each of these 4 Xuanda furnaces boasts a unique color and distinct shape. They are truly remarkable. Qin Zhongyi trembled with excitement, murmuring, "Xuanda furnaces are priceless. I never imagined there were for hidden within these jars." Chapter 33. The enchantment. Zhang Dong captured photographs of the 4 incense burners and promptly sent them to Yi Rou. She soon called him, her voice brimming with excitement. "Are they genuine?" Zhang Dong replied, "Absolutely authentic, exquisite pieces from the palace, all fine examples of Xuanda furnaces." Yi Rou proposed, "Zhang Dong, I would like to rent these 4 Xuanda furnaces for Mingguxian for a period, at an annual rental of 10 million. What do you think?" With a smile, Zhang Dong responded, "As you wish, Yi General Manager." She lamented, "If only I weren't tied to Haicheng, I would certainly join you in scouring for treasures." Zhang Dong reassured her, "I haven't been to work these past few days, so you may forego my salary for this month." Yi Rou insisted, "The salary will be disbursed as usual, and I have tasks for you." Intrigued, Zhang Dong inquired, "What tasks?" Yi Rou elaborated, "Mingguxian's primary revenue source is assisting affluent individuals in collecting antiques and artwork with appreciation potential. A significant client has arrived from Jiangbei, Mr. Chao Huayan, chairman of Shengda, with assets in the hundreds of billions. However, he is surrounded by numerous experts in antique appraisal. To impress him, we must demonstrate true skill. Therefore, I hope you can travel to the provincial capital and engage in a contest of wits with a few of his esteemed associates. If you prevail, Mr. Chao will undoubtedly collaborate with Mingguxian." Zhang Dong pondered, "How will this contest unfold?" Yi Rou explained, "Mr. Chao will present challenges, and you will tackle them." After a moment's reflection, Zhang Dong asked, "When should I go?" "If you are available, you can head to the provincial capital tomorrow. I've arranged for secretary and to meet with you," Yi Rou replied. Beside her was a beautiful secretary named Anruxia. "All right, I shall go tomorrow," Zhang Dong affirmed. After ending the call, he transferred the gold bars and Xuanda furnaces to his Qian and bid farewell to Qin Yen and Qin Zhongyi. Knowing that storing such a large quantity of gold at home was unsafe, Zhang Dong intended to relocate everything to Mingguxian for safekeeping in their private vault, which offered convenient storage services. Upon returning home, he changed into a different outfit and contacted Zhou Qingning. They had arranged to meet that afternoon. At 12:30, Zhang Dong arrived punctually at the most prestigious restaurant in Yun City, Fulong Restaurant. Entering a private room, he found 7 or 8 individuals already seated, with Zhou Qingning occupying a spot second closest to the door. As she turned to face him, Zhang Dong noticed her transformation. Yet, her beauty remained unchanged, her figure gracefully curvaceous, features exquisitely defined, and her attire impeccably suited. He was taken aback, having anticipated a private meeting, only to discover the presence of so many others. Zhou Qingning rose and greeted him with a smile. "Zhang Dong." She approached and embraced him. The others emitted surprised exclamations, and as he scanned their faces, he vaguely recognized several. They were former classmates from high school, including Ho Xiaowen and the teacher from the Education Bureau, Mr. Ma. Among the crowd, a tall man stood, possessing a commanding presence with a broad forehead and elongated face, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. He was clad in a suit worth hundreds of thousands, adorned with a watch worth millions, exuding confidence with every gesture. "Zhang Dong, do you not recognize me?" A flicker of realization crossed Zhang Dong's mind as he recalled a certain individual, Meng Gang, who had once sought the affections of Zhou Qingning but had failed. "Is that you?"
Meng Gong.
Meng Gang chuckled heartily, patting Zhang Dong on the shoulder, and said, "You finally recognized me." Teacher Ma, having already consumed a couple of glasses of wine, exhibited a slight inebriation as he jovially pointed at Meng Gang, proclaiming, "Zhang Dong, this is Meng Gang, the president of a publicly listed company, worth billions. He has come to our Yun city to invest in the education sector." Zhang Dong, indifferent to the notion of wealth, merely responded, "I am glad to see that you are still alive. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." His impression of Meng Gang was far from favorable. After all, this individual had committed unspeakable acts in the past, and he could only presume that with age, he had not transformed into a better man. Furthermore, he recognized that Zhou Qingning had deliberately lured him here. It was a trap set for him. Meng Gang's expression darkened. How dare this young man speak to him with such disrespect? Hou Xiaowen also rose, wearing a stern face, and said, "Zhang Dong, how can you speak in such a manner? President Meng is a distinguished figure in our Yun city, poised to invest 50 billion. Zhou Qingning smiled and said, "Zhang Dong, since you are here, why not sit down and reminisce with your classmates?" Zhang Dong once again turned his gaze to Zhou Qingning and noticed a blue insect at her heart's position. A thought crossed his mind. Was this also a cursed insect? He then looked at Meng Gang, speaking coolly. "Meng Gang, did you orchestrate Zhou Qingning's invitation for me? What is your intention behind this? Are you seeking revenge because I thwarted your plans in the past?" Meng Gang displayed a look of disdain. "Revenge? You, a mere insignificant character, believe you warrant my vengeance? It was Qingning who insisted on inviting you. I thought it inconsequential, as you are nothing but a trivial person." Hou Xiaowen interjected. "Qingning has chosen well to follow President Meng." Zhang Dong felt a surge of realization. Zhou Qingning had summoned him. He fixed his gaze on her, asking, "Qingning, why would you associate with someone like Meng Gang?" He noticed a flicker of pain and struggle in her eyes, yet she replied, "It is simply because I like Meng Gang." Zhang Dong observed the blue insect stir slightly, releasing a toxin that seemed to influence Zhou Qingning's thoughts and emotions. He glanced once more at Meng Gang, realizing that he too harbored a similar, albeit larger, blue insect within him. Could it be the fabled love curse? In an instant, he comprehended the situation and inquired, "How long have you two been together?" Meng Gang replied nonchalantly, "Not long. Qingning returned to the country just a week ago. However, we fell in love at first sight, and she quickly developed feelings for me." Zhang Dong scoffed. "Fell in love with you? You think you are worthy?" Suddenly, he cupped Zhou Qingning's face in his hands and kissed her deeply. This unexpected kiss left everyone in shock, and Zhou Qingning closed her eyes. A golden insect from the left eye swiftly burrowed into Zhou Qingning's body, viciously lunging toward the blue insect, and with a series of sharp bites, it devoured it. Meng Gang, realizing the urgency, bellowed and reached out towards Zhang Dong to stop him, while the others gasped in alarm. However, as Meng Gang extended his hand, the emotional insect within him let out a shriek, suddenly melting and releasing a torrent of toxins. Within mere seconds, Meng Gang's body became rigid, and he began to froth at the mouth. Those around him rushed forward to apply pressure points for resuscitation and dial emergency services. After a brief interval of 5 or 6 seconds, Zhang Dong finally released Zhou Qingning, the insect having returned to his left eye, and the blue emotional insect was no more. Zhou Qingning's lipstick had smudged, and in a daze, she gazed at Zhang Dong. The effects of the emotional insect were gradually fading, and she soon returned to her senses. She recalled the recent ordeal vividly and called out his name. Zhang Dong glanced at Meng Gang and said, "Allow me to escort you home." Zhou Qingning nodded gently, and the two departed the restaurant. Once in the car, Zhou Qingning looked out at the sunlight, exhaling deeply. "I am at a loss. On the second day after returning home, I began to feel unwell. That day, I encountered Meng Gang, and I found myself inexplicably drawn to him. This individual is someone I should utterly despise, yet he placed an emotional insect upon you." Zhang Dong elucidated. "That entity releases toxins, distorting your judgment and emotions, leading you to mistakenly believe you have fallen for Meng Gang. But fret not, I have eradicated the emotional insect." Zhou Qingning felt both astonished and enraged. The infamous emotional insect? This Meng Gang is utterly detestable. Chapter 34. The beauty in distress. Zhang Dong inquired, "Where do you reside?" Zhou Qingning replied, "I am staying at a hotel." "Very well, I shall escort you there." As the car roared to life, he asked Zhou Qingning, "I heard you have been looking for me recently?" A blush crept onto Zhou Qingning's delicate face as she confessed, "Upon my return to the country, I yearned to see you. However, I unexpectedly encountered Meng Gang, who had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the thought of finding you lingered in my mind." Zhang Dong understood that Zhou Qingning had subconsciously sensed something amiss, which prompted her persistent search for him. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhang Dong accompanied her to her room. Zhou Qingning had just dispelled the emotional hex and felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, prompting Zhang Dong to suggest she rest first. After returning home, he resumed his training on the mountain, diligently practicing the third, fourth, and fifth steps of his footwork. Upon completing his regimen, he returned home, where the clock read 7:30 in the evening. Tang Lan had long prepared dinner, awaiting his return. Zhang Hong was also present. She had been staying at her parental home with Ye for the past few days. Zhang Dong presented a bank card to Tang Lan, stating, "Mother, this is 1 million in dividends from the company. Please use it as you wish." Tang Lan and her husband, along with Zhang Hong, were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "1 million. Zhang Dong explained, "I have contributed to the company. The annual dividends are at least 2 million. Zhang Hong beamed. Little Dong has made a name for himself. By the way, Little Dong, that young lady seems quite remarkable. Did you go on a date today? Zhang Dong did not deny it, replying, "Sister, while I am away, please take care of things at home." Zhang Hong assured him, "Do not worry. I will visit whenever I can." Zhang Baoxing remarked, "Little Dong, you need not concern yourself with home. Focus on your work." After dinner, Zhou Qingning called Zhang Dong. "Where are you?" Zhang Dong responded, "At home, not far from the hotel." "Have you awakened?" Zhou Qingning replied, "Yes, I am feeling hungry and would like to grab a bite." Zhang Dong said, "Wait for me. I shall come to find you." In a matter of minutes, the car arrived at the hotel, where Zhou Qingning awaited him in the lobby. "Zhang Dong, do you remember that wonton shop across from our school? I have a craving for their wontons," she said. Zhang Dong recalled the shop, which had remained in operation, and nodded, "Very well, I will take you there." The quaint establishment had undergone some changes since their last visit. Zhang Dong ordered 2 bowls of wontons, along with 4 side dishes, and the two engaged in lively conversation as they dined. Through their discourse, Zhang Qingning revealed that after graduating high school, her father had sent her abroad for her studies, where she completed both her undergraduate and master's degrees, subsequently working at a major global corporation for a year. She had only returned to the country the previous week, intending to assist her father in managing the family business. Raising her drink, she said to Zhang Dong, "Zhang Dong, you saved me back then, and I have never had the chance to express my gratitude in person. Today you have once again come to my rescue. Such kindness is beyond words. Allow me to toast to you." They both emptied their glasses, and after chatting for a while longer, Zhou Qingning received a phone call. She smiled, "My father's driver has arrived. I must take my leave. Zhang Dong, let us keep in touch." "Certainly." Zhang Dong rose to see her off. Zhou Qingning climbed into a Range Rover, waving goodbye as she departed. Upon returning home, with the evening still young, Zhang Dong made his way to a nearby park. He found an open space to practice the movements of the 36 copper men. After days of diligent training, he concluded that the Lingfei Sutra was indeed a Taoist method for cultivating the self, rather unsuitable for conflicts. However, he recognized that mastering the Lingfei Sutra would establish a solid foundation, making any future martial arts endeavors significantly more effective. The 36 copper men, in stark contrast, were designed with the sole purpose of combat, each copper figure's meridians existing to enhance techniques for efficiently and powerfully vanquishing foes. At this moment, Zhang Dong focused on the first copper man's mercury meridians, guiding his true energy through them. After circulating his energy for 2 cycles, he moved on to the second and third copper men. The movements of the first 3 figures could seamlessly connect, forming a singular technique. As he unified the 3 movements and allowed his energy to flow continuously, a resounding dragon's roar emanated from his chest, and a surge of power burst forth from his palm. This force struck a nearby tree, thick as a bowl, with a crack, causing it to splinter as if struck by lightning, its fibers reduced to dust. Startled, Zhang Dong continued to practice until he had perfected the technique. As the clock struck 11, he suddenly received a voice message from Qin Yan, the background noise chaotic. A strange man's voice demanded the whereabouts of the treasures belonging to the Qin family, yet Qin Zhongyi remained silent. Zhang Dong's eyes glinted with cold fury. He stomped his right foot on the ground, causing his whip to crack and snap, and like a shadow, he dashed towards Qin Yan's home. The direct distance between the two locations was approximately 5 kilometers. Yet Zhang Dong leaped as if flying, swift as a galloping horse. Minutes later, he arrived beneath Qin Yan's building, stealthily ascending to the second floor like a great cat. There, a slender man wearing a mask was tracing the edge of a dagger with his finger, his gaze fixed menacingly on Qin Zhongyi, who was bound and kneeling on the floor. Mr. Qin, if you refuse to disclose the whereabouts of those treasures, I shall be compelled to take actions you would rather not witness, he sneered, stepping closer to Qin Zhongyi's wife, the dagger poised to cut open Zhu Min's collar, threatening to descend further. Furious, Qin Zhongyi shouted, "Dare you lay a hand on my wife, and I shall fight you to the death. TSK, TSK. How blind to reality you are. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me at this moment? Your wife and daughter are both exquisite beauties. I can hardly contain my salivation. Shall I have my way with your wife or your daughter first?" Remarkably, Qin Yan remained unafraid, retorting coldly, "Do not be so arrogant. My boyfriend will not let you go. You are doomed." The masked man scoffed. "My dear, it appears you are mistaken." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Startled, the masked man thrust his dagger backward in panic, but it found nothing but air. At that moment, a hand clamped onto his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. The one who intervened was none other than Zhang Dong, who had hastened to the scene just in time. After unbinding Qin Yan, she threw herself into his embrace, weeping softly. To say she was unafraid would be a lie. In truth, she had been terrified, to the point of tears. Fortunately, she had discreetly sent a voice message to Zhang Dong, harboring a flicker of hope in her heart. Zhu Min remained composed, saying, "Xiao Zhang, could you help us untie ourselves as well?" Zhang Dong promptly freed Qin Zhongyi and his wife, inquiring, "Uncle and aunt, I hope I haven't arrived too late?" Zhu Min nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Xiao Zhang, you have saved our entire family. I am deeply thankful." Qin Zhongyi then aimed a kick at the masked man, but the latter showed no reaction. Zhang Dong asked, "Uncle Qin, who is this person?" With narrowed eyes, Qin Zhongyi replied, "Many know I purchased the fan today, but only one person believes there is treasure within the urn, and that is Huang Yongtai." Zhang Dong splashed a cup of cold water on the masked man, who found himself unable to move, his face etched with terror as he asked, "What have you done to me?" Zhang Dong pressed, "Tell me, did Boss Huang send you?" The man, resigned to his fate, replied, "I will tell you everything, but please do not harm me." Zhang Dong agreed, and the man continued, "It was someone close to Boss Huang who instructed me to steal a few treasures from here, offering a reward of 5 million. With a swift kick, Zhang Dong knocked the man unconscious, then turned to Qin Zhongyi, asking, "Uncle Qin, what are your plans?" Qin Zhongyi scoffed, "Huang Yongtai, I shall not let him escape." Zhang Dong inquired, "Does Uncle Qin know where Huang Yongtai resides?" Chapter 35. Vice President Qin Zhongyi nodded, acknowledging, "I am aware. I have even visited his vault, which contains numerous valuable items." Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. I shall seek him out now." Qin Zhongyi, sharing a mutual disdain for Boss Huang, declared, "Xiao Zhang, I shall accompany you." Qin Yan fervently agreed. "Indeed, we must teach him a lesson. That Boss Huang is utterly detestable." Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Dong. He roused the thief once more, applying a few precise touches to his body, instilling profound pain that coursed through him. This technique, taught by Master Wu, could implant a method within a person that would periodically erupt in excruciating agony. "What is your name?" Zhang Dong inquired. "Hufeng," he replied. "Hufeng, you are to go to Boss Huang's residence and steal everything of value. Whatever you manage to procure, I shall accept here," Zhang Dong instructed. The thief's eyes glinted with resolve. "Understood. I will follow your orders." Zhang Dong fixed him with a stern gaze. "You would do well to refrain from trickery. I have employed a technique on you from the underworld. Every 6 hours you will endure unbearable suffering. Therefore, you must return within 6 hours, or you will perish." The man, both alarmed and enraged, contemplated the wealth that awaited him from Boss Huang, envisioning a life of leisure in Southeast Asia should he succeed. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Very well. Zhang Dong added, anything you cannot take, burn it. Leave not a single hair behind. The man stared at Zhang Dong in astonishment. Understood. After releasing him, Zhu Min sighed. This inevitably forges a deep enmity with Boss Huang. Qin Zhongyi, his expression darkening, remarked, it was one thing for him to deceive me before, but now he dares to threaten my wife and daughter. I shall not let this go unpunished. Moreover, we need not fear. Xiao Zhang is indeed a master. Zhu Min scoffed, you refer to him as Xiao Zhang so casually. Zhang Dong chuckled. Auntie, you may simply call me Zhang Dong from now on. Zhu Min rarely smiled, replying, Zhang Dong, our home is now your home. Feel free to visit any time. Certainly, Auntie. The four awaited news at home, while Zhang Dong, restless, ventured to the courtyard to practice the 6th and 7th steps of his technique. Just as he completed the 7th step, Hufeng returned, parking a business vehicle downstairs. Zhang Dong and the others hurried down to find the car laden with over 100 items, including paintings, porcelain, and jade. After a swift inspection, Zhang Dong discerned that the majority were forgeries. He selected only the authentic pieces for Qin Yan to pack into a box. Ultimately, he extracted 37 items, valued at approximately 20 to 30 million. I shall offer you 5 million. The remainder you may handle as you see fit. Upon hearing the sum of 5 million, Hufeng hesitated, yet upon meeting Zhang Dong's gaze, he quickly acquiesced. Very well, 5 million it is. Zhang Dong did not provide cash. Instead, he handed him 7 gold bars, approximately worth 5 million. With the bars in hand, Hufeng drove away, eager to continue seeking buyers. On the other side, a great fire engulfed Huang Yongtai's home, reducing all his possessions and valuables in the safe to ashes. At that moment, Huang Yongtai sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, as if mourning the loss of a beloved father. He could never have anticipated that the arsonist would be none other than the notorious thief, Hu Feng, whom he had hired. By the time the clock struck midnight, Zhang Dong arrived in his car and loaded all the remnants into it, intending to secure them in the Minggu Xian's safe. After bidding farewell to Qin Yan's family, Zhang Dong returned home to inform his parents before heading up the mountain to meet Master Wu. Once they had spoken, he changed into fresh attire and drove towards the provincial city. By 10:30, he arrived at Yi Rou's office, wherein Ruxia, dressed in professional attire, was diligently attending to paperwork. During Yi Rou's absence from Minggu Xian, and Ruxia had been overseeing all matters, having been groomed by Yi Rou as her trusted confidant. As Zhang Dong entered, and Ruxia promptly rose to greet him, President Zhang. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback and replied, Secretary In, when did I become General Manager Zhang? And Ruxia chuckled and said, you are not aware of it yet? Yi Rou has officially informed the entire company that you are now the Vice President of Jiangbei Minggu Xian. All antique items entering or exiting Minggu Xian must receive your approval. Zhang Dong chuckled. Very well then. General Manager Yi has asked me to liaise with you to meet with Boss Qiao. And Ruxia added, President Zhang. Boss Qiao has a keen interest in antiques and is accompanied by 3 renowned appraisers, all distinguished figures in the industry. Boss Qiao is sponsoring a grassroots treasure hunting event to collect folk treasures. The event is set to take place next week, and due to extensive advertising, there has been a significant influx of applicants. For those valuable antiques, Boss Qiao will directly purchase them. Zhang Dong inquired, will Minggu Xian be participating in this event? And Ruxia nodded, indicating that Mr. Yi hoped Mr. Zhang would represent Gu Xian and serve as one of the 5 appraisers. Mr. Zhang replied affirmatively. Subsequently, and Ruxia invited Zhang Dong to his exclusive office, which was comparable in size to Yi Rou's, divided into a workspace and a relaxation area. After inquiring about Zhang Dong's satisfaction, and Ruxia handed him a document, suggesting he select someone from it to be his secretary. All right, Zhang Dong responded. And Ruxia then took her leave, and Zhang Dong sat in his chair, spinning around a few times before taking out his phone to capture the office's ambience, accompanied by a caption expressing gratitude for Mr. Ye's trust in him. Shortly after the video was shared, Yi Rou, Qin Yan, and others began to like it, with numerous acquaintances inquiring about his workplace. Subsequently, Zhang Dong verified his identity, proudly tagging himself as the Vice President of Jiangbei Minggu Xian. Reflecting on the past, Zhang Dong felt a wave of nostalgia. During his high school years, a severe fever had caused him to underperform in the college entrance examination, despite his commendable academic record, resulting in his admission to the moderately ranked Zhongbei University. After just a year of work post-graduation, he had left for overseas employment due to his girlfriend. In comparison to his peers among relatives and friends, some pursuing further studies, others preparing for civil service exams, and some starting their own businesses, he felt he was the least accomplished of them all. "Have you come to the provincial capital?" Suddenly, Zhou Qingning sent a message. Zhang Dong replied, "Indeed, it just arrived today." Zhou Qingning, "My father also has a penchant for collecting and is considering investing in art. Could you kindly offer some advice?" Zhang Dong, "Certainly, that's not an issue. I believe uncle could opt for Minggu Xian, and we shall provide professional guidance." Zhou Qingning, "That's fine. But you must first assist me with a small favor." "What is it?" "A certain individual owes my father 300 million. Yet he lacks the means to repay and intends to settle the debt with his collection of artifacts. As you are a highly esteemed appraiser from Minggu Xian, I would like to request your presence to assist my father in evaluating the items." Zhang Dong chuckled and remarked, "For assets of such magnitude, I presume your father has already engaged professional experts. My involvement would merely be redundant, wouldn't it?" Zhou Qingning expressed her skepticism towards certain individuals, remarking that those within the antique circle are quite familiar with one another. She further noted that the debtor possesses extensive connections, raising her concerns about potential collusion among them. Zhang Dong, comprehending her apprehension, responded affirmatively, stating he would investigate the matter. Zhou Qingning then informed him that she and her father had already arrived at the scene and would send him the address. Upon glancing at the location, Zhang Dong noted it was a mere 7 kilometers away, thus not too far. As he exited his office, preparing to drive over, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached him, saying, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am your dedicated driver, Lu Chong." Given Zhang Dong's position as the vice president of Zhongbei Ming Antique House, he was not surprised to have a designated driver and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 36. Zhou Dingshan. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Lu Chong escorted Zhang Dong to a majestic Mercedes-Benz Maybach S-Class. This vehicle, equipped with a powerful and smooth 12-cylinder engine, was one of Yi Rou's preferred rides. The seasoned driver, Lu Chong, navigated the roads with remarkable skill, reaching their destination, a residential villa area, within a mere 10 minutes. Zhou Qingning awaited them in front of the villa. Spotting Zhang Dong as he alighted from the car, she waved cheerfully and remarked, "Mr. Zhang, quite an impressive ride you have there." Zhang Dong responded with a smile, "It's the boss's car. I merely borrowed it for a spin. So has it begun?" Zhou Qingning escorted him to the first floor of the villa, where an extensive collection of hundreds of exquisite artifacts and paintings was displayed, and 3 professionals were meticulously appraising each piece. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa, engaging in lively conversation with a bald gentleman in his 60s. Zhou Qingning smiled and said, "Father, this is Zhang Dong." Zhou Dingshan, impressed by the man who had once saved his daughter, rose from his seat, smiling as he shook Zhang Dong's hand. "Zhang Dong, I've long wished to meet you, but the opportunity never arose. Qingning speaks highly of your expertise in antique appraisal. I hope you can assist us today." "You flatter me, uncle," Zhang Dong replied. The professionals exchanged glances at Zhang Dong before continuing their work. Zhou Dingshan then requested, "Xiao Zhang, could you help me ascertain the total value of these items?" Zhang Dong circled the room, noting that there were indeed a number of genuine items, with forgeries being relatively few. However, the true piece's worth was not particularly high, totaling just over 50 million. He returned to the sofa, refraining from offering any suggestions, and engaged in casual conversation with Zhou Qingning. Half an hour later, one of the appraisers presented a report to Zhou Dingshan, saying, "Boss Zhou, the evaluation is complete. Please take a look." Zhou Dingshan glanced at the report and remarked, "These items are valued at 280 million. The individual remarked, "Boss Zhou, please trust in our expertise. The valuation of these items is at least 280 million. Zhou Dingshan murmured in acknowledgement and inquired of Zhang Dong, "What are your thoughts, Xiao Zhang?" Zhang Dong Dao, "The valuation I provided is 50 million, which presents quite a disparity compared to the 280 million. The individual delivering the report, possessing a naturally horse-like visage and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, revealed a hint of a cold smirk. 50 million? Do you dare to take responsibility for that statement? Zhang Dong chuckled. Since I am here, I am naturally willing to take responsibility for my words. He took the report from Zhou Dingshan's hands and discovered that the highest valuation listed was for a Ming Dynasty blue and white vase, appraised at 45 million. With a swift glance, he spotted the vase, held it in his hands, and remarked, "You have appraised this vase at 45 million. However, to my knowledge, a comparable piece recently auctioned for merely 23.5 million. Furthermore, that was the post-auction price, from which a 20% commission must be deducted. What you are speaking of occurred over a year ago. The market has since risen, making the price of 45 million quite reasonable." Reasonable? Well, even if you claim the price is reasonable, this bottle is undoubtedly a counterfeit. How dare you appraise it at 45 million? Zhang Dong fixed his gaze on him. The other party's complexion darkened. Counterfeit? How can you prove it? Zhang Dong replied, "Proving it is quite simple. The base of this bottle is indeed exquisite Ming blue and white porcelain, but the upper part is a high-quality imitation." As he spoke, he flicked the bottle with his finger, and with a sharp sound, the bottom fell off, which Zhang Dong deftly caught. The cut was remarkably smooth, indicating it had been affixed later. Several experts gathered around, their faces reflecting their dismay. Although they had accepted benefits, they had mistakenly identified this bottle as genuine. Being publicly embarrassed by Zhang Dong must have been quite a blow to their pride. Zhou Dingshan scoffed, "Gentlemen, you truly are experts." The expressions of the three were exceedingly grim, and one of them said, "Boss Zhou, it was our oversight, but I assure you that the other items are all authentic." Zhou Dingshan, no longer trusting them, waved his hand dismissively, "You three may leave. I will settle the expenses." The trio had no choice but to depart in resignation. Zhou Dingshan smiled at Zhang Dong. "Thanks to your presence today, I would have incurred a loss of at least 200 million otherwise. Would you mind assisting me further by evaluating these items?" Zhang Dong replied, "I have already examined them. The total value does not exceed 55 million. Zhou Dingshan turned to the bald elder, "Brother Zhu, you have heard. These items are worth merely 55 million. If you find that acceptable, I shall have them taken away." The bald elder sighed. He was well aware of the worth of his possessions and said, "Brother Zhou, let us settle on 55 million. I will repay the remainder gradually. I kindly ask for some leniency." Zhou Dingshan agreed, "Very well. I shall have the items taken away." As all the items were being packed for transport, Zhou Dingshan said to Zhang Dong, "Xiao Zhang, I am also considering investing in some antique calligraphy and paintings. These items are both elegant and retain value. Do you have any good suggestions?" Zhang Dong suggested, "Uncle Zhou, you could collaborate with Minggu Xian. They will assist you in formulating a comprehensive investment plan." Zhou Dingshan smiled, "I trust you. If you vouch for Minggu Xian's reliability, I shall partner with them." Zhang Dong responded, "Thank you for your trust, Uncle Zhou." During their conversation, Zhou Dingshan received a phone call, abruptly standing up with a grave expression, asking, "Is there still hope for the person? All right, I will return immediately." After hanging up, he turned to Zhou Qingning. "Qingning, keep an eye on things. I must attend to an urgent matter." He took a few steps outside but suddenly turned back to Zhang Dong, asking, "Xiao Zhang, you must have some knowledge of feng shui and metaphysics related to antiques. Could you accompany me to the construction site?" Although Zhang Dong was not well versed in feng shui, an idea sparked in his mind. His left eye might indeed be capable of discerning aspects related to feng shui and fortune, so he nodded, "All right, I will take a look." He entered Zhou Dingshan's car, with the driver Lu Chong following closely behind. "Uncle Zhou, where are we headed?" The construction site encountered a significant issue. Zhou Dingshan sighed, reflecting on his company, which primarily operates in the pharmaceutical industry. A new factory is currently under construction. However, the process has been fraught with peculiar incidents. Previously, a worker lost his life, and 3 others sustained injuries. I sought the assistance of an expert who intervened, and for a time the situation seemed to stabilize. Unexpectedly, today brought forth another calamity. 3 workers were struck by a crane, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 severe injury. Zhang Dong remarked, Such safety incidents should fall under the responsibility of the construction team. Zhou Dingshan responded with a wry smile. That may be true, but the progress of the new factory cannot be hindered. I have a contractual agreement with investors that mandates a doubling of profits by next year, along with a 50% increase in stock prices. Should the factory fail to be completed this year and commence production before April of next year, there will be no feasible way to boost revenue and profits. Consequently, I would be liable for double the investment amount. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow slightly. Uncle Zhou, the fact that you dared to wager with the investors suggests you must have a solid plan. Zhou Dingshan replied, Indeed, the sales of several medications have been steadily increasing. Once the new factory is completed, I am confident I can elevate profits by 1.5 times, if not more. Yet, who could have anticipated such an incident at the construction site? The two arrived at the site, where ambulances and police cars were present, and workers had gathered, engaged in animated discussions. Zhou Dingshan immediately sprang into action, ensuring order was maintained while simultaneously reaching out to acquaintances in an effort to mitigate the impact of the incident. Zhang Dong took the personnel elevator to the top of a 9-story building, surveying the entire construction site from above. He noticed, in the southeast direction, a patch of ground emanating a sinister black mist. Though faint, it was imbued with an air of the eerie and malevolent. Chapter 37. The withered hand in the jar. Zhang Dong called in Ruxia, instructing her to retrieve a bronze mirror from the trunk of a Qian and have it delivered. This mirror had proven formidable against the creature in his left eye, suggesting it possesses extraordinary qualities. Though he was not well versed in the intricacies of feng shui or metaphysics, he was eager to ascertain whether the mirror could yield results. Half an hour later, a company employee delivered the mirror, which was transported to the rooftop by the driver, Lu Chong. Zhang Dong accepted the mirror, adjusting its angle so that the sunlight reflected upon the area shrouded in black mist. The mirror's surface was adorned with intricate patterns, and as it illuminated the dark vapor, the mist swelled and dissipated like foam. He promptly stowed the mirror away and continued to observe, noting that the black mist no longer emerged. Pondering this development, he descended in the elevator to the source of the dark vapor. The area had been excavated into a deep pit, and as he approached, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Even the creature in his left eye seemed to sense the disturbance, entering a state of heightened alertness. It appeared that the source of the problem lay here. Zhou Dingshan, having concluded his previous task, approached Zhang Dong while wiping the sweat from his brow. Noticing Zhang's intense focus on the pit, he inquired, Xiao Zhang, have you discovered something? Zhang Dong's gaze penetrated the ground, extending downwards. He discerned a patch of 5-colored soil approximately 20 meters below the surface, within which lay a metal canister, standing 1 meter tall and over half a meter in diameter. The top was sealed with a large iron lid, its edges fastened with tin. 3 seals adorned the lid, although one had become partially indistinct and damaged. Aware of the necessity to maintain an air of mystery to avoid probing inquiries, he replied, Uncle Zhou, I sense malevolent energy here. Something sinister must be buried beneath. Zhou Dingshan, eager for answers, brightened at Zhang Dong's revelation. Very well, I shall summon excavators immediately. The construction site was equipped with large excavators, making the task of digging a 20-meter deep pit relatively straightforward. Within an hour, 2 workers had unearthed the canister and placed it on the ground. Zhang Dong brandished the bronze mirror, directing sunlight onto the canister, which emitted a series of metallic clinks, audible to all present. Zhou Dingshan's expression shifted, and he took several steps back, astonished. Xiao Zhang, what lies within? Uncertain of the contents, Zhang Dong approached the canister with the mirror in hand. As he drew within 2 meters, an eerie scream echoed in his mind. The lid of the canister cracked open, and a plume of black mist surged upward, reaching several meters in height. Zhang Dong swiftly redirected the mirror's light towards the dark vapor. The mist crackled ominously before exploding into nothingness. Though taken aback, Zhang Dong maintained his faade of wisdom, casually assuring Zhou Dingshan, Uncle Zhou, the malevolent entity has been vanquished. You need not worry. He then stowed away the bronze mirror and casually peeled off the 2 complete talismans. These talismans, crafted from an unknown material, were remarkably soft and smooth, heavy in his hand. He recognized their value. Subsequently, he glanced at the iron canister and discovered a withered hand at its base, severed at the wrist, clasping a spell. A profound sense of solemnity enveloped him. He reached for the withered hand and requested Zhou Dingshan to find a wooden box, placing both the hand and the talismans inside. Zhou Dingshan, filled with admiration and joy, exclaimed, "Xiao Zhang, you have rendered me an immense service. I was duped by that eminent person last time, spending over 3 million, all under the pretense of needing to alter my feng shui. What nonsense." Zhang Dong chuckled, "Uncle Zhou, it's nothing. I shall return to the company now." Zhou Dingshan promptly replied, "Very well. I will send someone to sign the contract with Minggu Xian immediately." "Xiao Zhang, I am immensely grateful today. You must visit my home often. You and Qing Ning are classmates. We are not strangers." Zhang Dong smiled, "I will, uncle." As he departed the construction site, Zhang Dong cradled the box on his way back. The driver, Lu Chong, who had witnessed the entire process, felt as though he were in a dream, filled with admiration for Zhang Dong. Halfway through the drive, he ventured, "Zhang Zong, may I request your assistance once?" Although Zhang Dong had only recently met Lu Chong and they were not well acquainted, recognizing him as his future driver, he kindly inquired, "Master Lu, what troubles you?" Lu Chong nodded and replied, "Zhang Zong, my daughter is 17 this year. Since last year, she has been able to see spirits every day, terrified to leave the house, forcing me to withdraw her from school. I have consulted many renowned mediums and eccentric folk healers, yet none have succeeded in curing her, only providing slight relief. Zhang Zong, I have little money, but I will pay whatever it takes to heal my daughter, even if it means selling my house." Zhang Dong laughed. "Oh, you are my driver. How could I accept payment for such a trivial matter? Let us go directly to your home instead of returning to the company." Lu Chong was nearly moved to tears. For the past 6 months, he had endured great torment, and his wife had even developed depression as a result. Witnessing Zhang Dong's abilities today, he hoped for assistance, never expecting such smooth progress. Lu Chong's home was not far away, situated in an old-fashioned community. The car drove directly to the building's entrance, and the two ascended to the 3rd floor on foot. Upon entering, Lu Chong invited Zhang Dong to sit, while his wife was at work. He quietly approached his daughter's room and knocked on the door, asking, Jun, are you asleep?" A soft voice emanated from within. "Dad, I'm not asleep. There are many people standing around me, and they are all staring. I'm scared." Lu Chong hastily reassured, Jun, do not be afraid. I have invited a skilled person to assist you." After half a minute, the door creaked open, revealing a disheveled girl peering out. She was slender and pale, yet one could discern that she was a strikingly beautiful girl. Zhang Dong, holding the iron box, entered and began to observe the girl, noticing a dozen faint figures surrounding her, barely perceptible, at a distance of about 2 meters. He was immediately struck with a sense of unease. Could it be that she truly encountered a specter? He forced himself to regain composure and retrieved a talisman from an iron box. As the talisman was unveiled, a surge of righteous energy emanated, causing the shadows to dissipate. Lacking proficiency in ghost hunting, he entrusted the talisman to the girl, advising her, "Keep this with you and observe if it proves effective." Upon receiving the talisman, a wave of warmth enveloped her cold form, and her eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she murmured, "It's all right now, truly all right. They have all vanished. Thank you, master." She bowed deeply to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong thought to himself that it was indeed effective and replied, "No need for thanks. Just carry it with you and in a few days return to your studies." The girl nodded vigorously, feeling an immense sense of relief. Lu Chong, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears and suddenly bowed to Zhang Dong, who hastily interjected, "Master Lu, there is no need for such reverence." At that moment, he noticed a bracelet adorning the girl's wrist, crafted from animal bones and adorned with colorful gemstones, exuding a captivating blend of primitive and rustic beauty. Chapter 38. Youthful years. The bracelet emanated a faint yellow glow. Could it be that it attracted those entities? He inquired of the girl, "Where did you purchase this bracelet? It appears quite exquisite." The girl cast a glance and replied, "I found it last year on the bus. I was unable to locate the owner, so I decided to keep it for myself. I truly cherish it. Zhang Dong, adopting a serious demeanor, insisted, "This item has dubious origins. You must hand it over to me." A sudden jolt coursed through the girl's heart as she promptly removed the bracelet and presented it to Zhang Dong. To validate his suspicions, he stowed away the iron box and then proceeded to the kitchen with the bracelet in hand. In less than 3 minutes, he sensed shadowy figures, resembling human forms, penetrating the walls and gravitating towards him. Narrowing his eyes, he confirmed that it was indeed connected to this object. He opened the iron box, retrieved the desiccated hand, and adorned its finger with the bracelet. Instantly, the yellow light vanished, and a golden radiance emanated from the bracelet, causing the shadows to evaporate in an instant. Zhang Dong appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Did these two entities react simply by being placed together? Unable to comprehend the situation, he placed the bracelet and the lifeless hand into an iron box. Upon returning to the living room, he said to Lu Chong, "Have your daughter carry the talisman on her person. In 3 days, she will be able to return to her normal life. At that time, you may return the talisman to me." "All right. Thank you, Mr. Zhang." After departing from the residence of the driver Lu Chong, Zhang Dong checked into a hotel near the company. He subsequently entrusted his gold bars and antiques to the safe at Mingguxian. Shortly thereafter, subordinates of Zhou Dingshan arrived at Mingguxian to formalize an art investment agreement. According to the terms of this agreement, Zhou Dingshan would invest approximately 1 billion yuan in art over the next 3 years, with Zhang Dong designated as the responsible collaborator. In accordance with company policy, Zhang Dong would receive a 5% commission from the client's investment amount. This marked his first substantial deal since ascending to the position of vice president. At lunchtime, he dined on a work meal at the company before making his way to the provincial library. The provincial library ranks among the top 10 in the nation, boasting an extensive collection of books. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Dong immersed himself in the library, perusing literature on antique appraisal, as well as texts on history, culture, and the esoteric art of feng shui. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had slipped past 6 in the evening, and just as he contemplated a bite to eat, a message from Zhou Qingning arrived. "Zhang Dong, do you have time this evening? I'd like to treat you to dinner." Zhang Dong replied, "When a beautiful lady invites me to dinner, I certainly have time." They agreed to meet at Qingtsong Sui Yu restaurant on the 2nd floor at 7 o'clock. After tidying up, Zhang Dong drove to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed a man and a woman also approaching. The woman, adorned in striking makeup, wore a white camisole and a light shawl, her beauty scoring a solid 7 out of 10. She clung to the man's arm, her body leaning close to him as she whispered sweet nothings. At the sight of her, Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback. He recognized her as Su Ying, his former college sweetheart. During their sophomore year, they had officially become a couple, with Zhang Dong often preparing her meals and accompanying her on shopping trips, shouldering nearly all her living expenses. That year, Zhang Dong's living expenses doubled. After a year of their relationship, Su Ying began dating the son of a government official, ultimately telling Zhang Dong that they were incompatible. It was only at that moment that Zhang Dong realized Su Ying had regarded him as a long-term meal ticket. Despite the years that had passed, Su Ying recognized Zhang Dong immediately. After all, they had spent an entire year together. "Zhang Dong?" She smiled, her gaze appraising him. He nodded. "Su Ying, what a coincidence." Su Ying replied with a smile, "I haven't heard from you in ages. Have you come to the provincial capital?" Zhang Dong responded, "Yes, I've just started a new job." The man beside her chuckled. "Since you know each other, let's have a meal together." Zhang Dong replied, "I have an appointment." After exchanging pleasantries, he fell silent as they ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor restaurant was divided into 2 areas. One was a casual dining section where patrons could order from an open menu, while the other was a relatively private dining area, open on one side and separated by plants and soundproof glass on the other 3 sides, offering a more refined atmosphere with more attentive service. Naturally, the latter came at a higher cost with more upscale menu items. Su Ying and her boyfriend entered the casual dining area, while Zhang Dong proceeded to the more exclusive section. As Zhang Dong reached his designated spot, Zhou Qingning was already waiting for him, having arranged tea with the waiter. "Zhang Dong, do you know how my father praises you? He says you are a remarkable individual, Zhou Qingning said with a smile. Zhang Dong chuckled, you flatter me. I merely have a slight understanding of feng shui. By the way, the incident today didn't have any repercussions. Did it? Zhou Qingning sighed softly. After all, a life was lost, and that is significant. Thankfully, everything was handled according to protocol and classified as an accident due to force majeure. Meanwhile, Su Ying sat at a nearby table. The man beside her was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Qingning and exclaimed, It's the young lady. Su Ying glanced at him and asked, Which young lady? The daughter of the Zhou family, he replied, Of course. She is the daughter of Zhou Dingshan, our boss's boss. Su Ying remarked, So she is Zhou Dingshan's daughter. Zhou Dingshan's pharmaceutical company is going public, and he is now a billionaire. Yes, our company specializes in pharmaceutical equipment. 2 years ago, we faced difficulties, and Zhou Dingshan invested 20 billion, acquiring 30% of the shares. Next year, the company is also set to go public, with a valuation not less than 300 billion. At that time, his assets will increase by another 100 billion. The man continued, Su Ying, your friend is quite impressive, dating the daughter of the Zhou family. Su Ying felt a mix of emotions. The Zhang Dong she once looked down upon had garnered the affection of a wealthy heiress. The man remarked, I have heard that this Miss Zhou possesses an air of superiority, as even the son of our boss cannot catch her eye. At that moment, Ruxia and another lady entered the restaurant. Upon catching sight of Zhang Dong at a distance, she paused briefly. The accompanying woman chuckled, President and, isn't that President Zhang? Shall we go greet him? Ruxia replied, President Zhang has just secured a monumental contract worth 10 billion. It would be best not to disturb him. Su Ying, overhearing their conversation, felt a sudden rush of excitement and inquired, Excuse me, the esteemed gentleman you refer to as President Zhang, is it Zhang Dong? Ruxia shot her a wary glance and asked, Do you know our President Zhang? Su Ying responded with a smile, We are classmates. Ruxia nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and proceeded with the other lady to another table. Su Ying's boyfriend suddenly recalled something and said, I heard from a friend that Ming Guxian has welcomed a new vice president who holds a 5% stake in the profits of Jiangbei Ming Guxian. It must be him. Su Ying felt a whirlwind of emotions. She was responsible for financial reports at a company and was aware that Ming Guxian made no less than 2 billion in profit annually. A 5% share amounts to 100 million. Reflecting on her own annual salary of merely 200,000 and her boyfriend's earnings of 40 to 50,000, the stark contrast rendered her indifferent to the dishes before her, making everything taste like mere cardboard. Chapter 39. A master of unparalleled skill. During the meal that followed, Su Ying became increasingly distracted, her gaze perpetually drifting towards the direction of Zhang Dong. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingning engaged Zhang Dong in conversation about the events that transpired at the construction site earlier that day. Suddenly, she remarked, Zhang Dong, I have a close friend who is a police officer, a renowned detective from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team. She has encountered some difficulties and has been in a state of confusion for the past few months. Despite consulting various experts, she has been told that she is haunted by malevolent spirits. I thought perhaps, given your knowledge of feng shui and metaphysics, you could lend her some assistance? Zhang Dong, recalling the efficacy of the talisman in his hand, nodded with enthusiasm and replied, Certainly. Would tomorrow suffice? All right, let us meet tomorrow morning. Thank you. Zhou Qingning clinked glasses with him, and the two indulged in a modest drink. After dinner, Zhou Qingning's chauffeur arrived to escort her away, while Zhang Dong's driver, Lu Chong, also made his appearance. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, a gentle voice suddenly resonated from behind. Yong! Zhang Dong was taken aback. He turned around to find Su Ying standing there. Aren't you leaving yet? He inquired. Su Ying smiled and said, I did not drive. May I ride in your car? Zhang Dong said to Lu Chong, Master Lu, could you accompany her for a moment? Su Ying's smile vanished from her face as she asked, Dong, won't you join me? Zhang Dong replied calmly, I have other matters to attend to. Allow my driver to escort you. Su Ying bit her lip and then entered the vehicle. As the car began to move, she inquired of Lu Chong, Master, is President Zhang currently the vice president of your company? Lu Chong regarded Su Ying as a friend of Zhang Dong and remarked with a smile, Indeed, our general manager Zhang is both youthful and accomplished, a truly admirable person. Su Ying expressed her desire to inquire further about Zhang Dong. Lu Chang added, I am somewhat acquainted with the matter. Not long ago, General Manager Zhang successfully retrieved a collection of invaluable calligraphy and paintings for Minggu Xian. In appreciation of his efforts, the chairman granted him a 5% share of the profits. Su Ying was taken aback, astonished at Zhang Dong's remarkable prowess. Without a vehicle at his disposal, Zhang Dong walked to a park situated a kilometer away. Upon arrival, he sought a secluded spot to continue refining his skills on the bronze figures. This time, he practiced the movements of the 4th, 5th, and 6th bronze figures, which could be seamlessly integrated into a singular technique, presenting a greater challenge than the initial move. After more than an hour of diligent practice, he finally mastered this technique. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed from a distance, prompting him to hasten toward the source. He discovered an elderly man seated on the ground, wailing in agony, claiming to have twisted his hip and was unable to rise. As bystanders prepared to call for emergency assistance, a middle-aged man approached. He knelt beside the old man, gently pressed on his hip, asked a few questions, then instructed him to lie flat. With a firm yet precise application of pressure, a resounding crack was heard, and astonishingly, the elderly man was instantly relieved of his pain and stood up with ease. Zhang Dong observed intently, noting how the middle-aged man applied just the right amount of force, as if he possessed the ability to see through the old man's affliction. He held great admiration and approached to inquire, Sir, are you a bone-setting physician? The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Dong. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, a gaze that startled Zhang Dong, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Without responding to Zhang Dong's question, he turned and strode out of the park. Zhang Dong followed suit. Upon exiting the park, the middle-aged man quickened his pace along a wide path, each stride remarkably lengthy. An ordinary person might cover 70 centimeters to a meter in a step, yet he managed 2 to 3 meters, as if his feet could compress distances. Zhang Dong, fueled by a competitive spirit, summoned his true energy and, utilizing his foundational steps, matched the man's remarkable pace. Thus, these two peculiar individuals traversed at an astonishing speed, swiftly leaving the city and ascending a mountain path. After some time on the trail, the middle-aged man abruptly veered up the mountain, and Zhang Dong continued in pursuit. This nameless peak outside the city lacked a proper path, making the ascent challenging. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man's speed remained unrelenting, and Zhang Dong found himself struggling to keep up. At the summit, a man in a blue robe, appearing to be in his 50s, sat upon a large stone. Upon the middle-aged man's arrival, he leapt down and coldly declared, Wu Taixian, you have finally decided to show yourself. The middle-aged man, Wu Taixian, responded with indifference, Wang Zhenyue, do you truly wish to settle this once and for all? The elder laughed heartily. Who could forget you? The martial champion of Jiangbei from 7 years ago? Defeating you would instantly bring my name to fame across the land. Wu Taixian replied, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. The two men suddenly fell silent, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. A full half-minute passed before they simultaneously moved, engaging in combat that, while not exceedingly swift, boasted tremendous weight in each strike. With every exchange, the sound reverberated like thunder. Zhang Dong activated his vision and discerned a marked difference in the flow of true energy within both combatants. Wu Taixian excelled in fist techniques, whereas Wang Zhenyue's leg techniques were superior. Upon reflection, Zhang Dong realized that he would stand no chance against either of them. Their internal energy was too formidable, and their battle experience was extensive, often switching techniques mid-execution. After over 100 exchanges, both men began to emit white vapor from their heads, their expressions grave and their movements slowing. At that moment, Zhang Dong noticed someone ascending the mountain, a young man in his 30s with a cold gaze. Upon arrival, he immediately directed his attention toward Wu Taixian, his eyes brimming with hostility. Wu Taixian seemed affected, diverting some of his focus to monitor the young man's movements. Zhang Dong felt a sense of unfairness and leaped out from behind the stone, fixing his gaze on the youth. Taken aback, the young man appeared surprised to find a fourth person at the summit, remarking coolly, friend, are you one of Wu Tieshuan's companions? Wu Taixian called out, keep an eye on him. Though they were strangers, Zhang Dong reassured, "Do not worry. Focus on your fight, and I shall keep watch over him." The young man let out a cold snort and suddenly approached Zhang Dong. His movements were peculiar, swaying from side to side, while his eyes emitted an eerie blue glow. Zhang Dong fixed his gaze on the young man's eyes, and as the latter drew near, he unleashed a powerful punch. With keen eyesight and impeccable timing, he struck with precision. A resounding thud echoed as the young man staggered back 3 steps, exclaiming, "5 elements cannon fist. Who is Wu Qingfeng to you?" Zhang Dong did not respond. Instead, he delivered another fierce punch, further pushing his opponent back. A true master reveals their prowess in a single exchange. Acknowledging his inferiority, the young man shot Zhang Dong a furious glare before turning his back and descending the mountain. Witnessing this turn of events, Wang Jinyue's confidence crumbled. The young man had been arranged by him in advance, yet he was taken aback to find that Wu Taixian had also prepared a contingency, and his opponent was evidently stronger than those he had summoned. Distracted by this revelation, Wang Jinyue became vulnerable, allowing Wu Taixian to exploit the opening. A swift strike landed on his shoulder, followed by a sickening crack as his shoulder was shattered. He let out a cry of agony, losing his balance, only to be met with a second and third strike, one to the chest and the other to the crown of his head. Wang Jinyue swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, as he succumbed to death. Chapter 40. Wu Taixian took a deep breath, calming the surging energy within him, and then clasped his fists towards Zhang Dong, saying, "Brother, I sincerely thank you for your gallant assistance." Zhang Dong chuckled, "It's a trivial matter. I followed you all the way. Why did you not intervene?" Wu Taixian chuckled, "I sense that you possess remarkable agility, my brother, and I am inclined to put it to the test. Furthermore, I am concerned that Wang Yuezhen may have plotted a contingency. Thus I have decided to bring you along." Zhang Dong looked somewhat astonished. "Do you truly place such trust in me? After all, we are not acquainted." Wu Taixian chuckled heartily, saying, "I cannot fathom why, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable trust. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a sense of familiarity upon first meeting." Zhang Dong pointed at the lifeless body of Wang Yu and inquired, "Did you not encounter any trouble in taking his life?" Wu Taixian reassured, "Do not fret. There will be someone to handle it. Matters of the world will resolve themselves without trouble. Come, let me treat you to a drink." The two descended the mountain together, and upon reaching the base, a luxury vehicle awaited them. Wu Taixian gestured for Zhang Dong to enter the car. As the engine roared to life, Wu Taixian inquired with a smile, "My brother, what prompts you to follow me?" Zhang Dong candidly remarked, "I find your bone-setting technique truly remarkable and would like to get to know you better." Wu Taixian chuckled and replied, "As practitioners of martial arts, we possess a profound understanding of the human body. Thus, bone-setting is not particularly extraordinary. However, my approach to bone-setting does differ from that of traditional Chinese medicine, as I have learned from a master of divine healing." Zhang Dong's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, which illustrious healer is so exceptional?" Wu Tieshuan's face displayed a look of reverence as he spoke. "The divine healer, Chen Xuanjin. The venerable gentleman has surpassed the century mark, yet he appears more youthful than myself. 5 years ago, I assisted the miraculous physician with a minor task, and in return, he imparted to me the art of bone-setting, a skill I have found invaluable ever since." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. The medical prowess of this miraculous physician must be extraordinary. Wu Taixian replied, "Indeed, it is. I witnessed him resurrect a man who had been deceased for 3 days, a feat of astonishing skill." During a casual conversation, Zhang Dong inquired about Wang Yuezhen. Wu Taixian remarked that Wang Yuezhen is a formidable master from Jiangbei province who, under some guidance last year, made significant advancements in ancient martial arts. This prompted him to challenge Wu Taixian in an attempt to seize the title of martial arts sovereign. As the vehicle entered a grand estate, it became apparent that the estate spanned 3 mountains, each adorned with numerous structures. Zhang Dong was invited into a 3-story building, where the first-floor living room was occupied by dozens of individuals, all of whom clearly possessed considerable martial prowess. Upon Wu Taixian's arrival, they all clasped their fists in salute, proclaiming, "Master." Zhang Dong was taken aback. Master? Wu Taixian nodded and invited Zhang Dong to take a seat, smiling as he said, My friend, I possess another identity. I am the master of the Iron Palm sect. The Iron Palm technique originated during the Eastern Han Dynasty and is a form of ancient martial arts. I am the 69th successor of this esteemed lineage. Zhang Dong. I had not heard of it before. Wu Taixian chuckled. Times have changed. We rarely engage in violence anymore, and instead we have turned to commerce. You may not have heard of the Iron Palm sect, but you must have heard of Jingu pills and tiger bone medicinal wine, right? Zhang Dong is certainly familiar with these two products, both of which belong to a health supplement company that seemingly generates revenue in the tens of billions annually, with profits reaching several billion. It turns out that the owner of the woman faction is the proprietor of that company. Wu Taixian Dao. In my home, you may call me San Gu, as brothers do not stand on ceremony. Zhang Dong nodded. Very well, San Gu. Wu Taixian instructed someone to prepare a few appetizers, and he and Zhang Dong engaged in conversation while enjoying drinks. As the clock struck past 1 in the morning, Zhang Dong remarked, San Gu, I have only recently begun my martial arts training and wish to exchange a few moves with you. Wu Taixian's eyes sparkled. Excellent. The two men entered the courtyard, where Zhang Dong engaged in combat using the 5 elements cannon fist. Wu Taixian, employing only 60% of his strength, surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage. The two exchanged blows, each taking turns in a spirited duel that lasted over 100 exchanges. With his wealth of combat experience, Wu Taixian not only attacked but also offered guidance, allowing Zhang Dong to make significant advancements in his technique. After reaching the 100th exchange, they paused, and Wu Taixian remarked, Brother, your vitality is formidable, and your talent is exceptional. Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. Zhang Dong replied, I seldom engage in combat. I must seek your guidance more often, third brother. Wu Taixian chuckled. Everything is commendable, except that the power of the 5 elements cannon fist is rather mediocre. Zhang Dong inquired, Are you suggesting, third brother, that the 5 elements cannon fist does not qualify as an ancient martial art? Wu Taixian nodded, stating that ancient martial arts possess their own lineage, having been refined through centuries or even millennia. However, the 5 elements cannon fist learned by his brother has only been established for a mere 60 years, falling significantly short of the standards set by ancient martial arts. Zhang Dong contemplated his own Copper Man martial arts. Does it qualify as ancient martial arts? Wu Taixian. Brother, did you learn your martial arts from Wu Qingfeng? Zhang Dong nodded. Indeed, he is my mentor. Wu Taixian chuckled. Wu Qingfeng only teaches martial arts and does not take on disciples. He possesses a certain self-awareness. Zhang Dong felt a stir in his heart, pondering why his third brother would say such a thing. Wu Taixian Dao. Wu Qingfeng is no longer capable. He cannot protect you, which is why he hesitates to take on disciples. My brother, mastering martial arts is no simple endeavor. It requires not only innate talent but also wealth. One must possess the resources of law, fortune, companionship, and territory, none of which can be overlooked. Zhang Dong, pondering this, remarked, Third brother, you must be an extraordinary master, are you not? Wu Taixian smiled and remarked, Ordinary individuals are only aware of first-rate masters and superlative masters. However, the so-called superlative masters can actually be further divided into 5 distinct realms. These 5 realms are the true Qi realm, the form refinement realm, the spirit nurturing realm, the Dan embracing realm, and the human immortal realm. Zhang Dongda was astounded. Is a human immortal truly an immortal? Wu Taixian chuckled and said, A human immortal, a being that is half human and half immortal, is a legendary existence. The divine healer I mentioned earlier is a remarkable individual who has 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of human immortals. Zhang Dong. So that's the Baodan realm. Third brother, just how formidable is the Baodan realm? Wu Taixian pondered for a moment and remarked, Let me put it this way. A master in the body refinement realm could eliminate me within 10 moves. Meanwhile, a practitioner in the Dan refinement realm could effortlessly dispatch a body refinement expert within 30 paces. Zhang Dong exclaimed, Incredible. Zhang Dong remarked that those individuals are sovereigns in their own right, unbound by the constraints of mundane laws. Hence, there is no need for excessive contemplation. One should simply progress step by step. Wu Taixian. a practitioner of ancient martial arts, possessed a deeper understanding, and through their conversation, Zhang Dong gleaned significant insights. It was not until after 4 in the afternoon, after his seclusion, that he rose to take his leave and returned to the hotel for a brief rest. The following morning, he first visited the company to sign some documents, dedicating the remainder of his time to reading and practicing the second movement of the Lingfei Classic. By 10:30, he called Zhou Qingning to arrange a meeting with the female officer. A half-hour later, Zhou Qingning entered, accompanied by a woman in police uniform. She appeared to be in her 20s with fair skin and striking beauty. Her long legs suggested a height of at least 1.70 meters. Unlike Zhou Qingning's charm, this officer possessed piercing eyes, radiating a sense of valor. Any ordinary man who beheld her would scarcely dare entertain any improper thoughts. Zhang Dong, this is my close friend, Tianxi. Chapter 41. An unexpected visit. Tianxi glanced at Zhang Dong and nodded slightly. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Dong replied with a smile. Please, just call me Zhang Dong. Have a seat. He instructed the newly hired secretary to prepare tea and then inquired about Tianxi's circumstances. Approximately 3 months prior, she, along with several other officers, received intelligence regarding a notorious criminal and traveled to another region to apprehend him. This criminal was responsible for 7 murders, and the local police cooperated fully, dispatching special forces. During the operation, the criminal fled into the sewers, and Tianxi and her team led the charge. Ultimately, they succeeded in neutralizing the defiant fugitive. However, from that day forth, Tianxi began to experience haunting nightmares, so vivid that she became fearful of sleep, which eventually escalated into insomnia. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong inquired, what transpired that day, and when did the nightmares commence? Tianxi vividly recalled the events of that day. She recounted the suspect was shot, and I was the first to rush over. It seemed he uttered a few words to me, though I couldn't quite catch them. I merely felt a tingling sensation on my scalp, accompanied by a couple of shivers. Zhang Dong observed Tianxi intently, his gaze penetrating her attire, and he soon realized that this beautiful police officer possessed an exceptionally stunning figure, compelling him to steal a few more glances. However, duty called, and he soon noticed a faint gray aura enveloping a portion of Tianxi's cranial region. After a moment's contemplation, he opened a metal box, retrieved a withered hand, and adorned it with a bracelet. Indeed, the bracelet emitted a golden radiance once more, radiating outward. As the golden light enveloped her, the grayish energy surrounding Tianxi's mind dissipated in an instant. He promptly removed the bracelet and placed both items into an iron box. Then, addressing Tianxi, he said, "You must have fallen victim to some form of curse. Allow me to recite an incantation to assist you in breaking it." Over the past few days, he had perused numerous texts on metaphysics and had acquired a modicum of knowledge regarding such matters. Without hesitation, he chanted a passage that resonated with both Buddhist and Taoist tones, repeating it thrice. He then lifted his hand and tapped it gently atop Tianxi's head, proclaiming, "All is well now, you may rest." As the gray aura dissipated from her mind, clarity returned, and she reclined in the adjacent lounge. Having suffered from insomnia for an extended period, fatigue soon enveloped her, and she quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Zhou Qingning peered in momentarily, and upon exiting, gave Zhang Dong a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Zhang, you are truly remarkable. I am increasingly impressed by you." Zhang Dong chuckled. That incantation was something I had just learned. It happened to be effective. Of course, Zhou Qingning did not believe him and shot him a glance of disdain. Suddenly, she remarked, "Meng Gang has been saved, but he is rendered useless. He will only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life." Zhang Dong scoffed. He got off lightly. That day, had it not been for Zhang Dong's intervention, the outcome for Zhou Qingning would have been dire. Zhou Qingning remarked he did not fare any better. My father, infuriated by the situation, took measures to suppress the shares of Meng Gang's company, subsequently acquiring them at a bargain price. As a result, Meng Gang's fortune has plummeted from billions to merely several hundred million. Zhang Dong inquired, "What business does Meng Gang's company engage in?" Zhou Qingning, "In the field of education. Due to successful operations, last year's revenue reached over $1 billion, with profits exceeding 100 million. Zhang Dong, Meng Gang indeed possesses considerable capability to expand the company to such great heights. Zhou Qingning scoffed. He possesses no real abilities. The company was acquired by his father 2 years ago for 3 billion, merely a shell, purely a conceptual play designed to cash out in the capital market. Zhang Dong. Why does Meng Gang's father not manage the company? Zhou Qingning remarked on his enigmatic nature, noting his rarity in the public eye, with Meng Gang often representing him in various matters. In light of recent events, my father had commissioned an investigation into him, yet it yielded little in terms of results. As the two engaged in conversation, half an hour slipped by until the sound of an alarm resonated throughout the lounge, heralding the arrival of Tianxi. Having set her alarm before sleeping, she was mindful that this was not the comfort of her own home, where she could indulge in endless slumber. Her complexion had notably improved, and she expressed her gratitude to Zhang Dong, saying, "Thank you, Zhang Dong. I did not experience any nightmares." Zhang Dong chuckled. "I am glad to be of assistance. Make sure to get a good night's sleep." Tianxi nodded. "I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. How about this? I will treat you and Qingning to dinner tonight." Zhou Qingning replied, "Sounds good. Let us dine together this evening." Tianxi appeared quite busy, receiving a phone call and took her leave. Zhou Qingning then took hold of Zhang Dong's hand and led him to a restaurant she adored, specializing in rice noodles. The flavor of rice noodles can vary immensely from one establishment to another. When prepared well, they can be truly delightful. The rice noodle shop Zhou Qingning mentioned was indeed a hidden gem. She chose not to have a driver accompany them, opting instead to drive a small car herself, guiding Zhang Dong to a village nestled within the city. However, as they reached the village entrance, 2 vehicles suddenly sped towards them, one halting in front and the other blocking the rear. Suddenly, 8 men descended from the vehicle and immediately began yanking open the car door, attempting to drag Zhou Qingning out. A piercing scream escaped her lips. Zhang Dong swiftly struck the assailant's hand with a sharp slap, eliciting a cry of pain as the grip instantly loosened. Leaping out of the car, he delivered a powerful punch that sent one man sprawling through the air, then swept his gaze coldly over the group. Abruptly, one of them reached toward his waist, where the ominous outline of a gun was concealed. Zhang Dong's heart raced, and in an instant he sprang into action. A shadow flickered momentarily, and the individual was sent sprawling, while the firearm at their waist found its way into Zhang Dong's grasp. Upon witnessing Zhang Dong brandishing a firearm, the others were taken aback, fleeing in panic. Zhang Dong made no effort to pursue them. Instead, he seized an individual who lay prostrate on the ground and inquired, "Who sent you?" His eyes glimmered with a chilling light. The man, having received a punch from him, was dazed and muttered, "It was Mr. Pai who sent us." Zhang Dong inquired, "Which Mr. Pai? Where is he?" This individual, Mr. Pai, serves as the strategist for Lord Meng, residing at number 7 Dingxi Street. Are you referring to Lord Meng as the father of Meng Gang? Indeed, it is Meng Shieling. Zhang Dong cast him aside and then assisted the still-shaken Zhou Qingning out of the vehicle, saying, "Let us go enjoy some rice noodles." Zhou Qingning regained her composure and inquired, "Is it Meng Shieling who intends to confront us?" Zhang Dong nodded and reassured, "Do not fear. After finishing the rice noodles, I shall seek out Mr. Pai." Upon arriving at the rice noodle shop, the flavors were indeed delightful. Zhang Dong consumed 3 bowls all by himself. After finishing his meal, the driver, Lu Chong, also arrived. He instructed the driver to take Zhou Qingning home while he himself drove off in search of Mr. Pai. Meng Gang was involved throughout the entire affair. If Meng Shieling were to confront Zhou Qingning, he would undoubtedly be targeted as well. D Street, number 7. Zhang Dong parked Zhou Qingning's car at the entrance and then alighted to ring the doorbell. After a full minute, a woman in her 20s opened the door. She glanced at Zhang Dong and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Dong, "I am looking for Mr. Pai. Not here." She was about to close the door immediately, but Zhang Dong stopped it with his hand and forcefully stepped inside. The woman wanted to scream, yet Zhang Dong swiftly traversed the yard, which spanned several meters, and arrived at the front of the house, reaching out to push the door open. Inside sat a middle-aged man, pale and beardless, engrossed in a blue-covered booklet. Upon noticing Zhang Dong entering, he furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Who are you?" Zhang Dong took a seat opposite him and smiled. "I am the person you were just about to contend with." The middle-aged man maintained an impassive expression and replied, "So you are the one called Zhang Dong?" "Zhang Dong, it is I. Are you Mr. Pai?" The middle-aged man nodded. "It is I." Zhang Dong fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, "Did Meng Xiling instruct you to abduct Zhou Qingning?" Mr. Pai articulated each word with precision. "This is none of your concern. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you shall meet a most dreadful fate." Chapter 42 Capture the Golden Silkworm. Gu Zhangdong scoffed, "Are you threatening me?" Mr. Pai replied, "It is not a threat, but a reminder. The methods of Master Meng are beyond your comprehension." Zhang Dong scoffed, "The methods you speak of, could they possibly involve the use of sorcery?" Mr. Pai's expression shifted dramatically. "You know, Zhang Dong, if knowing a bit of sorcery is all that one possesses, then it is hardly remarkable. Inform Elder Meng that I shall pay him a visit." Having finished speaking, Zhang Dong turned and departed. Mr. Pai's expression darkened. After a moment's contemplation, he made a phone call. His demeanor immediately shifted to one of deference as he said, "Yes, I will be there at once." 5 minutes later, Mr. Pai entered a vehicle and drove out of the city. Not far behind, Zhang Dong's car emerged from an alley, trailing closely behind. With keen eyesight, he was able to discern the other vehicle even from several miles away, allowing him to follow without being detected by Mr. Pai. Mr. Pai's car ventured deep into the mountains, ultimately taking a very concealed path. Observing that the mountain was not particularly high, Zhang Dong parked his car by the roadside, surmising that the journey would not last long, and proceeded on foot to follow. Indeed, after traveling a few hundred meters, Mr. Pai's vehicle came to a halt before a colossal rock, after which he alighted and continued on foot. He walked over 100 meters to arrive at a 3-story building adorned with white walls and a red-tiled roof. The entrance was enclosed by a courtyard, and the main gate was shut. Mr. Pai approached and knocked rhythmically. 2 long, followed by 2 short taps. The door opened swiftly, allowing him to enter. At this moment, Zhang Dong had circled around to the rear of the house, where he could observe the interior without the need to enter the courtyard. He saw Mr. Pai being led into the living room by a woman. In the living room, there was a cloud bed, upon which sat a man who was both plump and pale, his figure grotesquely deformed by his considerable weight, estimated to be no less than 300 to 400 pounds, a veritable mountain of flesh. He gazed at Mr. Pai and inquired, "How is Xiaojiang?" "Mr. Pai, my lord, the backlash from the love poison is exceedingly severe. A normal person would surely not survive. However, the lady has sent golden silkworm goo, which will enable the young master to recover in 2 to 3 months. Naturally, I shall publicly declare that the young master is beyond cure to mislead them." Mr. Pai nodded. "You mentioned earlier that Zhang Dong is aware of the goo. It appears that the love poison was eradicated by him. What is the background of this individual?" "Mr. Pai, it remains unclear at this moment. I have dispatched someone to investigate." Zhang Dong gazed at the rotund figure, pondering whether this was indeed the esteemed Meng Xiling. Why has he become so overweight, especially while residing in the remote mountains? At that moment, he sensed a peculiar excitement emanating from the goo worm in his left eye. Intrigued, he decided to peer into the physique of the rotund man before him, only to be astonished to discover that numerous goo worms, over 100, were parasitically inhabiting various parts of his body. The goo insects varied in hue and size, all nestled within the acupoints of the human body. So many goo creatures. No wonder the insects were so exhilarated. They would surely feast to satiety, he thought to himself. Inside, Mr. Pai inquired, "My lord, is your cultivation nearing completion?" "Meng Xiling, in just 3 months, I shall possess a complete body of 100 goo, at which point I will be able to bear immortal goo, to eternal life and longevity. Certainly, my loyal supporters, I shall never treat you unjustly." Mr. Pai expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord. Meng Xiling, investigate this Zhang Dong thoroughly. If he lacks any significant backing or powerful connections, eliminate him without hesitation." Mr. Pai, "Yes, when the time comes, I shall request the Sure family to intervene, as they owe the master a favor." Meng Xiling nodded. "That is acceptable. The Sure family's poison can kill silently, far more effective than goo. By the way, please check on Xiao Gang again. He can no longer remain in the hospital. After inquiring a few more questions, Mr. Pai took his leave. Zhang Dong also did not linger. He maneuvered to the lower level and drove away. Once Mr. Pai's vehicle descended the mountain, he followed closely behind. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at a tertiary hospital. Zhang Dong parked the car in the hospital, but there were no available parking spaces. After Mr. Pai exited the vehicle, he departed directly, while the driver took the car away. As he had no driver, he produced 200 yuan and handed it to the parking attendant, requesting him to find a space. The attendant, smiling cheerfully, accepted the money, glanced over, and removed several nearby cones, allowing Zhang Dong to park his vehicle. Zhang Dong followed the path to the internal medicine building, where Meng Gang resided in a private care room, attended by a dedicated nurse. Mr. Pai entered and emerged a few minutes later, prompting Zhang Dong to knock and enter. Inside, Meng Gang appeared pale but seemed to have improved significantly. A nurse was currently assisting him with arm massage. "Have you been sleeping?" he inquired with the nurse, who, although not recognizing him, mistook him for Mr. Pai's companion. She nodded, indicating that he had just fallen asleep. Zhang Dong cast a swift glance and noticed a golden worm nestled within Meng Gang's heart. Upon sighting it, the creature residing in his left eye became increasingly agitated, nearly bursting forth. Maintaining his composure, he approached and gently pressed Meng Gang's forehead, remarking, "You appear much better. Do not forget to offer water to my young master." The nurse nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, I am a professional caregiver." At the moment Zhang Dong withdrew his hand, a stream of golden light surged along his arm and entered Meng Gang's body, directly targeting the heart, where it swiftly latched onto the golden worm. The disparity in strength was evident. The encounter resembled a mighty tiger capturing a helpless lamb, the latter offering no resistance. The golden light retreated, and as Zhang Dong removed his hand, he said, "Thank you for your hard work. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you need." The nurse smiled in response, "Certainly." Zhang Dong took a final glance, observing that the golden worm was firmly held by his own creature but had not yet been consumed. Content. He departed from the ward and returned to the underground garage to retrieve his vehicle. Meng Gang remained unresponsive, still in slumber. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Pai returned and similarly failed to notice any oddities. He, along with others, assisted Meng Gang into a wheelchair and wheeled him out of the hospital. Zhang Dong contacted Zhou Qingning and subsequently drove to the Zhou residence, instructing Lu Chang to meet him there. The Zhou family resided in an opulent standalone villa, sprawling across nearly 2 acres. As Zhou Qingning emerged to greet him, she asked, "Zhang Dong, are you all right?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "It's nothing." The two entered the room where Zhou Dingshan was also present, engaged in a phone call while seated on the sofa. Upon noticing Zhang Dong, he nodded and shortly concluded his conversation. "Zhang Dong, have you identified the individual on the other end?" Zhang Dong replied, "Uncle Zhou, it is Meng Gang's father, Meng Xiling." Zhou Dingshan remarked, "I have had little interaction with this Meng Xiling, but I have heard he is quite enigmatic." Zhang Dong affirmed, "He is indeed mysterious. Uncle, you and Qingning should exercise caution and consider employing additional bodyguards." Zhou Dingshan scoffed, "Having been in business for many years, I have encountered all sorts of individuals." Zhang Dong advised, "Better to be safe than sorry. I will continue to investigate on my end and will inform you of any developments." Zhou Dingshan perceived that Zhang Dong was no ordinary person and nodded appreciatively. "Xiao Zhang, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, Qingning might have been taken away. Alas, as a father, I have been too negligent." Zhou Qingning interjected, "Dad, I am fine." Zhou Dingshan's eyes sparkled with determination as he stated, "The Meng family's actions cannot go unanswered." Zhang Dong understood that a wealthy individual like Zhou Dingshan surely possessed means of self-protection, and he posed no further inquiries. When Lu Chang's car arrived, he returned to the company. On his way back, he noticed a shop crowded with people and surrounded by police officers. His keen eyesight discerned that Tianxi was present in the shop's main hall. Chapter 43. The body of 100 venoms. He immediately instructed Lu Chang to halt the vehicle and proceeded to assess the situation in front of the shop. Tianxi emerged and addressed a man, saying, "Team Leader Zheng, the individual is exhibiting extreme agitation. I believe we should neutralize him." Team Leader Zheng, A middle-aged man. Pondered for a moment before responding. This individual is mentally unstable. If we resort to lethal force, the repercussions could be dire. Let us contemplate alternative strategies. At that moment, Tianxi spotted Zhang Dong and waved him over. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. I was passing by, saw you here and thought I would check in. What transpired? Tianxi explained. A mentally unstable man has taken a young girl hostage, and we are devising a plan for her rescue. Zhang Dong glanced inside and observed a young mother seated on the ground in tears. Nearby, a stout middle-aged man was hoisting a 3 or 4-year-old girl like a rag doll, brandishing a dagger in his other hand and gesticulating wildly. The little girl was wailing in terror, a heart-wrenching sight, while the surrounding officers hesitated to act, attempting to calm the man's frayed nerves with words. Zhang Dong noted a swirling haze of purple-gray mist within the man's mind, reminiscent of Tianxi's earlier condition. Could this be the source of his mental disturbance? He summoned Tianxi and instructed, draw his attention. I will rescue the child. Tianxi, taken aback, protested. No, that is far too perilous. Zhang Dong reassured her. Do not worry. I possess a method to subdue him instantly. After a moment's hesitation, Tianxi gazed deeply into his eyes and replied, Very well, I trust you. She cautiously approached the man, who, becoming agitated, fixated his attention entirely on her. Zhang Dong stealthily approached from the opposite side, channeling his energy intensely. With an uncanny gait, he swiftly closed the distance, reaching out to press a point on the man's waist. Instantly, the man's muscles stiffened, allowing Zhang Dong to seize the child. The officers surged forward, restraining the middle-aged man. The young mother rushed over to embrace her daughter, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Zhang Dong. Team leader Zhang entered, astonished by the scene, then smiled and extended his hand to Zhang Dong. Young man, thank you. Which unit are you from? I shall arrange for a banner to be delivered to you. Tianxi interjected with a smile. Team leader, this is Mr. Zhang from Mingguxian. Zhang's eyes widened in recognition. Mr. Zhang, I am familiar with Mingguxian. I know your general manager Yi. Tianxi remarked, Mr. Zhang has aided me twice today. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Zhang Dong humbly replied, It's a trivial matter. Please, continue with your duties. I shall take my leave for now. Tianxi called after him, Mr. Zhang, do join us for dinner tonight. I would like to treat you and Qingning. As Zhang Dong departed, team leader Zhang pondered, then remarked to Tianxi, This Mr. Zhang is quite remarkable. He may very well be a master in his field. Tianxi mused softly, A master, you say? Upon returning to the company, Zhang Dong began to examine the golden goo worm. According to Mr. Pai, it was identified as a gold silkworm goo. While working abroad, he found little entertainment and spent his idle hours engrossed in novels. He had learned that the golden silkworm goo was the monarch among goo, a rare find, though he was uncertain of its authenticity. To his astonishment, he discovered that the golden silkworm goo was still alive, albeit with a small portion of its tail consumed. It writhed in agony, emanating a golden luminescence that permeated his being, enveloping him in warmth and inducing a deep sense of drowsiness. Thus, he made his way to the lounge and succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, he realized it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Stretching with a yawn, he noticed a fresh layer of black, oily grime coating his body. Could it be the effect of the golden silkworm goo's golden light? A glance at the creature revealed with surprise that its tail had remarkably regrown. He promptly took a shower, changed into a fresh outfit, and headed to the restaurant where Tianxi had invited him. After dinner, he found a secluded spot and perfected the 8th and 9th steps of his footwork. The foundational steps comprised merely 9 varieties, all of which he had now mastered. With this foundation, he could amalgamate various techniques to develop more intricate steps. He practiced until midnight, took a brief respite, and then summoned a vehicle to ascend the mountain, disembarking a few kilometers away to walk the remainder of the journey. Before long, he arrived at the location of Meng Xiling. Stealthily, he approached the back of the house, where he discovered Meng Xiling soundly asleep alongside 4 beautiful young women. He smirked, pondering whether she could manage with her current bulk. Silently, he reached the entrance and gently pushed the door open. The 4 women remained in slumber, and Meng Xiling was in a deep sleep. He delicately placed his hand on Meng Xiling's skin, and the creature in his left eye stirred with excitement. However, instead of rushing out, it bit the golden silkworm goo once more, causing it to emit golden light anew. This luminescence seemed to attract the goo worms within Meng Xiling, who began to vacate her body and enter Zhang Dong's through his palm. A shiver ran down Zhang Dong's spine as countless worms burrowed into him, an unnerving sensation. Yet, he trusted in the strength of the creature within his left eye and gritted his teeth to remain still. 1, 2, 3. Soon, over 100 goo worms had infiltrated his being. Meng Xiling stirred slightly, seemingly sensing something amiss. With a swift motion, Zhang Dong glided out of the house, gently closing the door behind him. After walking a few hundred meters, he found a large stone to sit upon, concentrating on the transformations occurring within him. At that moment, the creature released waves of light, compelling the goo worms to traverse into various orifices within Zhang Dong's body. His heart raced as he recalled the positions of these goo worms, which bore a striking resemblance to their locations within Meng Xiling, with only slight variations. Could it be that he was to become the so-called body of 100 goo? Recalling Meng Xiling's mention of bearing immortal goo, a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. He remained seated, allowing the creature in his left eye to command the 100 goo. Once all the goo worms were positioned, he counted, a total of 108. Each worm emitted a faint glow, seemingly radiating its life force. At this moment, Zhang Dong felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping him. An impulse surged within his heart, prompting him to commence the practice of the third set of movements from the Lingfei canon. This sequence was inherently challenging. However, whether due to the influence of the golden silkworm goo or the myriad of other goo, Zhang Dong found this particular attempt to be remarkably smooth and gratifying. Upon completing the third set, he sensed a further thickening of the true energy within him. Noticing that it was only 3:30 in the morning, he proceeded to practice the fourth set. The fourth set proved to be even more difficult. This time, the execution was not as fluid, yet he accomplished it swiftly nonetheless. Subsequently, Zhang Dong engaged in a continuous cycle of practicing the first through fourth sets, feeling the true energy within him accelerate with increasing vigor. Simultaneously, he observed that the myriad of goo were also flourishing under the nourishment of his true energy. Around 6:30 in the morning, he concluded his cultivation and rested for a brief moment when, from a distant building, he heard Meng Xiling's thunderous roar echo through the air. Who has stolen my myriad of goo? Ah. After dedicating 30 years to their collection and 8 years of arduous cultivation, all is in vain. I am filled with rage. Chapter 44. The appraisal scene. Upon hearing Meng Xiling's furious roar, Zhang Dong couldn't help but smile, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way down the mountain. Along the way, he pretended to be a morning jogger and managed to hitch a ride back to the city. After returning to his hotel to freshen up and change, he arrived at the company by 8 o'clock. After signing several documents, Yi Ro initiated a video conference. This meeting was organized for the entire Mingu group, and as a senior executive, Zhang Dong was naturally required to attend. During the meeting, his appointment as the vice president of Jiangbei Mingu Xian was officially announced. Yi Zhou praised Zhang Dong for his recent contributions, such as assisting Yi Ro in recovering stolen artworks and securing major clients like Zhou Dingshan. Yi Ro stated, "Our primary task at Jiangbei Mingu Xian is to secure Qiao Huayan. He is a more formidable client than Zhou Dingshan. Zhang Dong, I entrust this matter to you." Zhang Dong replied, "Very well, I shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor." As the meeting concluded, Yi Ro engaged in a private video call with Zhang Dong. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the appraisal conference sponsored by Qiao Huayan, and Zhang Dong needed to outshine the other 3 appraisers to gain Qiao Huayan's approval. Zhang Dong remarked, "The other 3 appraisers are likely aware that Mingu Xian will be involved, and they may attempt to sabotage me." Yi Ro nodded in agreement. "I have consulted friends within the industry. These 3 individuals have already amassed over $1 billion from Qiao Huayan and will not easily allow you to succeed. They will regard you as a threat to their livelihoods." After their discussion, the secretary brought in a cup of tea. The secretary, Ming Yan, a master student from a prestigious university, was 25 years old, poised and graceful. Zhang Dong had selected her from a multitude of interns, and after a few days of trial, he was generally satisfied with her performance. Mr. Zhang, manager Lu Feng came to see you earlier, she announced. Lu Feng, the manager of the investment department, must have had something important to discuss, so Zhang Dong instructed, please ask him to come in. Certainly. A few minutes later, Lu Feng knocked and entered, carrying a set of documents. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, here are several investment projects we recently agreed upon for your review. As the president, with Yi Ro absent, Zhang Dong now wielded decision-making authority over various matters. He perused the materials and noticed that the descriptions of two projects were unclear, prompting him to inquire, Manager Lu, have you conducted an on-site inspection for this project involving a 15 million investment in the Xizang Jade mine? Lu Feng replied, I have made 2 special trips there. The underground is rich in white jade, and my preliminary estimate suggests the total value exceeds 500 million. I believe this investment is worthwhile. Zhang Dong responded, let us put this project on hold for now. I will visit Xizang personally when I have the time. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Feng's eyes, but he maintained his composure and asked, shall we proceed with the other projects? Zhang Dong continued, regarding this project, the purchase of a Song Dynasty painting for 85 million, I believe its value does not reach that amount, at most 50 million. Lu Feng replied, understood. We shall temporarily pause these 2 projects. Zhang Dong concluded, for the other projects, please prepare a detailed proposal and submit it to me later. Zhang Dong has diligently perused numerous specialized texts, honing his expertise to an expert level regarding antiques and jade. Lu Feng responded affirmatively, but as he turned away, a flash of resentment and malice flickered in his eyes. Previously, he had considered Zhang Dong a novice, easily misled, yet he was taken aback by Zhang Dong's astuteness in identifying 2 problematic projects. In truth, Lu Feng had received substantial kickbacks from the very projects Zhang Dong halted, including a 10 million yuan commission from a jade mine acquisition and 6 million from the purchase of a Song Dynasty painting. Tomorrow, he was to assume the role of an appraiser, and throughout the afternoon, Zhang Dong fervently absorbed knowledge pertaining to antique appraisal, remaining in the library until 8 in the evening, poring over hundreds of volumes. Later that night, he requested access to the Minggu Xian warehouse, immersing himself in the study of various antiques and artworks, a pursuit that lasted until 4 in the morning. He gleaned immense knowledge, gradually constructing a comprehensive and cohesive framework of understanding that surpassed that of scholars who had devoted decades to the study of antiques. This was precisely why he joined Minggu Xian. Despite possessing the ability to see through objects, without a robust foundation of knowledge, achieving greatness would remain elusive. After a brief respite of a few hours, the time had come. He donned a Zhongshan suit, equipped himself with several seemingly unnecessary tools such as a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight, and set off towards the appraisal venue. The event was to be live-streamed, attracting a considerable audience, prompting local authorities to dispatch police to maintain order. Upon arrival at the appraisal conference, the other 4 appraisers were already present. Zhang Dong greeted them and took a seat at the back. The host, a tall and attractive woman with a melodious voice, announced the commencement of the event. Hello everyone, I am your host, Xu Chong. The treasure-seeking event, sponsored exclusively by Shengda Group, is officially underway. Now, let us welcome our 5 esteemed appraisers to take their seats. Zhang Dong and his colleagues rose and entered sequentially, with Xu Chong introducing him as Mr. Zhang Dong, Vice President of Jiangbei Minggu Xian and Senior Antique Appraisal Expert. The other appraisers carried an array of titles, and it was evident that they were considerably older than Zhang Dong, with the youngest among them being in his 40s. Next, they called upon the first treasure holder to step forward. These individuals had undergone rigorous selection. Only those with items of merit or value were permitted to participate in the appraisal segment. The first treasure holder was a septuagenarian who presented an ancient painting. With a kindly demeanor, he introduced himself as a professor with a passion for collecting. He revealed that he had purchased the painting for 500 yuan during his youth, a sum equivalent to his annual salary at the time. Approaching Zhang Dong with the painting in hand, the elderly gentleman inquired, Mr. Zhang, could you please ascertain the authenticity of this artwork? The other appraisers cast knowing glances at Zhang Dong, their expressions a blend of amusement and skepticism. Zhang Dong nodded thoughtfully as he unfurled the scroll before him. At a glance, he discerned that the paper originated from the Ming dynasty, The ink was likewise of Ming manufacture, and even the seal bore the marks of that illustrious era. Moreover, the artist behind the work was undoubtedly a master, skillfully mimicking both form and spirit with an artistry that left no trace of flaw. Undeniably, this was a remarkable counterfeit, capable of deceiving even the most discerning connoisseur. The cost of its replication, astonishingly, could reach up to 20% of that of an authentic piece. Yet, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. From the overall ambience of the painting, Zhang Dong inferred that it was a recent creation. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, by its style, "This is a large-scale ink wash painting, reminiscent of the works of the Ming scholar Su Wei. Furthermore, the seal belongs to Su Wei as well." The elder chuckled. "Indeed, though you are young, your perceptiveness is commendable." Zhang Dong continued, "The paper is of the Ming dynasty, the ink too, and the seal is undeniably authentic. Alas, this painting is not the work of Su Wei himself." The elder's expression shifted, and the three appraisers gasped in astonishment. He had actually uncovered the flaw. They had anticipated Zhang Dong to err, allowing them to correct him and tarnish his reputation in Xiao Huayan's eyes. However, they never expected him to unveil the truth. "Mr. Zhang, you assert that this painting is not by Su Wei. Do you have evidence to support your claim?" The elder began to question loudly. Chapter 45. The Autumn Cup. Zhang Dong chuckled, remarking that although the paper and seal were artifacts of that era, they had only recently been painted on. Typically, the degree to which ink permeates ancient paper cannot compare with the marks of over 4 centuries. Thus, forgers, in their quest to achieve the patina of ancient artworks, resort to concocting ink with certain chemical agents. At this point, he leaned in to sniff and laughed, noting the faint scent of chemicals. The elderly man's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "Impossible! You are spouting nonsense. This painting is undoubtedly authentic." Unperturbed, Zhang Dong replied, "There exists another method for authentication." He turned to the host and requested, "Please bring forth a bottle of white liquor." In no time, a staff member presented a bottle of 50-proof liquor. Zhang Dong addressed the elder. "Determining authenticity is quite simple. One merely needs to drop a single droplet of liquor onto the painting. Should the artwork be a forgery, the chemical agents in the ink will react with the liquor, turning a pale blue. Once the alcohol evaporates, the blue hue will vanish. This method, he noted, was gleaned from a book authored by a seasoned forger who had later reformed and become a national treasure-level expert in artifact appraisal." The old man scowled, yet he could not refuse, for that would betray his own insecurity. He nodded reluctantly, though he muttered, "If there is no reaction, you must provide me with an explanation." Zhang Dong used chopsticks to extract a drop of liquor and gently applied it to the painting. The paper absorbed the liquid, and almost instantaneously, the area within the droplet transformed into a pale blue. Afterward, Zhang Dong blew softly, and the alcohol evaporated swiftly, causing the blue tint to disappear. The host gasped, "Wow! What an astonishing method of authentication. Mr. Zhang, could you elucidate the principle behind this?" Zhang Dong proceeded to explain, and the audience was left enlightened, while the old man fell silent, rolling up the painting. Zhang Dong remarked, "Though the item is indeed a replica, both the seal and paper are genuine. Its production cost is at least in the 100,000 range, so you should keep it well." The elderly man snorted dismissively, turning to leave the stage, ignoring even the host's calls. The host shook his head, observing, "It seems this esteemed professor is momentarily unable to accept reality. I hope he encounters better treasures in the future. Now, let us welcome the second holder of a treasure." In the ensuing moments, among the dozen or so treasure holders, Zhang Dong authenticated 3 items as genuine, albeit with little value, resulting in no significant excitement. It was not until a middle-aged man approached with a censer that Zhang Dong instantly recognized it as a Xuande furnace from the Ming dynasty. The surface of the censer had evidently been artificially aged with dye, cleverly masking its original brilliance and character. Had it not been for Zhang Dong's exceptional eyesight, one might have easily deemed it a forgery. Indeed, a gem appraiser examined the censer closely, passing it to his colleagues for further scrutiny. After deliberation, he stated, "This piece exhibits clear signs of artificial aging. We do not believe it to be authentic. However, its overall form is exquisite, and it still holds collectible value." The other two appraisers concurred, affirming it as a forgery. The host, noticing that Zhang Dong had not yet expressed his opinion, inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Dong picked up the incense burner, examined it briefly, and remarked with a smile, "It appears I must apply a bit of white liquor." He requested some cotton, poured a measure of white liquor onto it, and began to rub the surface of the incense burner. In a matter of moments, the surface dye was removed, revealing a lustrous sheen beneath. Once the entire surface was cleansed of dye, the Schwanda furnace transformed into an exquisite sight, exuding a sense of ancient dignity that even prompted the host to exclaim in awe, "It's stunning, Mr. Zhang. Could you elucidate why such a fine incense burner was coated with dye?" Zhang Dong replied with a chuckle, "I surmise the owner fancied that this Schwanda furnace lacked authenticity, and, in their misguided wisdom, decided to apply dye." The owner scratched his head, now understanding the rationale. It turned out he had concocted the dye based on the colors of genuine pieces depicted in a catalog, intending to enhance its authenticity. The audience erupted in laughter, while the three appraisers wore expressions of dismay. They had not anticipated such a miscalculation regarding the Schwanda furnace. Another appraiser concurred with Zhang Dong's assessment, asserting it was indeed a genuine Schwanda furnace. The atmosphere in the room grew lively, for genuine Schwanda furnaces are quite rare, and even fewer are deemed authentic. The trio could not remain passive. One of them declared, "I still maintain my stance that this Schwanda furnace is a later imitation." The authentication of Schwanda furnaces is inherently contentious, and Zhang Dong recognized he must adopt a firm position to earn the audience's trust. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, "Sir, this Schwanda furnace is authentic. If you are willing to part with it, Minggu Xian is eager to purchase it." The middle-aged man, visibly excited, promptly inquired, "Mr. Zhang, how much can I sell this Schwanda furnace for?" Zhang Dong raised a single finger and replied calmly, "A minimum of 100 million. The man clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You truly possess a discerning eye, far superior to those three half-baked appraisers." Such candor struck directly, leaving the three of Qiao Huayan's designated appraisers internally wounded. Yet they feigned graciousness with smiles and headshakes. The subsequent appraisals proceeded rather uneventfully, with no significant treasures surfacing. Just as it seemed the audience was on the verge of slumber, a woman approached the stage holding a paper box. Xu Chong inquired with a smile, "Madam, what do you have there? Could you share it with us?" The woman, in her 40s with a weathered complexion indicative of prolonged outdoor labor, replied with a smile, "I am a country dweller, having traveled a whole day by train to arrive here. I wish to ascertain whether the items my grandfather bequeathed to my father possess any real value." She extracted a delicate little cup from the box. Its form graceful and slender, the body as thin as a cicada's wing, adorned with floral and rock patterns, as well as fluttering butterflies. Zhang Dong's heart raced. He immediately recognized that the purple hues upon the butterfly's wings were indeed the exquisite Chatsi Kai, a color unique to the rare Changhua Dotsai. This cup, he realized, was none other than the Changhua Dotsai Sancho cup. Only 3 of these exist in the world, preserved within the National Museum, their worth far surpassing that of the famed chicken cup. Several appraisers rose to their feet, yet the woman strode directly towards Zhang Dong, for she had observed the proceedings from the beginning and deemed him the most trustworthy among those present. Zhang Dong stood up, smiling, "Madam, do you recognize this cup?" The woman shook her head, replying, "I do not understand its significance, but my father once told me that this object is priceless. My grandfather lost his life to the bayonet of a Japanese soldier while protecting this cup, and he took the secret of its whereabouts to his grave." Zhang Dong was moved and inquired, "May I ask who your grandfather was?" With tears welling in her eyes, she answered, "My grandfather was the principal of a school in Boji County and also an avid collector. After his tragic demise, our family fled to the south and only returned home after the establishment of the nation. Yet, this cup has been preserved until today." Taking the cup into his hands, Zhang Dong gazed upon it, visions flooding his mind. He could almost envision an emperor raising the cup to drink. "Madam, it seems this cup is not the treasure you registered earlier?" The host, Xu Chong, interjected. The woman chuckled softly. "My father always said that human hearts are unreliable, which is why I registered a Qing dynasty teacup. However, this is the true item I wish to have appraised today. I trust Mr. Zhang, which is why I am willing to present it for his evaluation. Chapter 46. Chao Huayan Dong nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder sister, for your trust." He raised his cup, gazing at it with growing affection, and remarked, "Elder sister, allow me to tell you, this cup is known as the Sancho Cup. Apart from this one, only 3 others currently exist, all housed in a museum. Yet, none of those can compare to your exquisite piece, for this one has been used by the emperor." The host, filled with excitement, interjected, "Mr. Zhang, are you implying that the cup is genuine?" Zhang Dong affirmed, "Indeed, this Chenghua Dotsai Sancho Cup is an authentic masterpiece." The woman sighed in relief, wiping away her tears as she said, "My grandfather did not die in vain." The 3 appraisers could no longer contain their enthusiasm. One of them took the cup for a closer examination and marveled, "This is undoubtedly a genuine article. Madam, would you consider parting with this cup?" The woman shook her head and then inquired of Zhang Dong, "Mr. Zhang, what is the value of my cup?" Zhang Dong replied, 10 years ago, a chicken cup fetched an astronomical price of 200 million. The current value is certainly even higher. The Sancho Cup rivals, if not surpasses, the chicken cup in worth. Some believe its value exceeds 5 billion, while others argue it surpasses 70 billion. He smiled and added, "However, I would advise you to cherish it and refrain from selling it." After a brief pause, he continued, "If you find yourself in need of funds, you may consider leasing it to Minggu Xian, which would provide an annual rental income of 20 million. Of course, as the value of the Sancho Cup appreciates, the rental could rise even further." The woman nodded, "I trust you, Mr. Zhang." She then produced another identical Sancho Cup from her bag, revealing, "This cup is actually a pair. I refrained from mentioning it earlier to avoid any mishaps." Zhang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment as he took the cup in his hands, confirming its authenticity. This was indeed a pair of Chenghua Dotsai Sancho cups. The woman declared, "I would like to lease both cups to Minggu Xian for an annual rental of 40 million. Zhang Dong realized that, while the woman appeared simple and unassuming, she possessed remarkable acumen. Perhaps she was a descendant of a school principal from that era. He responded with a smile, agreed, 40 million it is. The program's appeal soared, as this elder sister's revelation went viral across major video platforms, resulting in a surge of viewership. Following this, numerous treasures were presented, yet none could eclipse the Sancho Cups. Backstage, a middle-aged man emerged, accompanied by several attendants. "Chairman, Minggu Xian indeed lives up to its reputation. The 3 experts we invited have shown a significant disparity in their evaluations," remarked the man, who was none other than Chao Huayan, the helmsman of Shengda Group. He smiled, "I shall meet with Mr. Zhang shortly." "Very well, I will make the arrangements at once." At 11:30, the event reached a conclusion, and guests were invited to a restaurant for a buffet. However, Zhang Dong was escorted to an opulent private room where he encountered Chao Huayan. "Mr. Zhang, I witnessed your brilliance earlier. I truly envy your knowledge," Chao Huayan said, rising to shake his hand. "Mr. Chao, you flatter me. I must thank you for considering me worthy of serving as an appraiser," Zhang Dong replied, graciously. "Haha, I have indeed found the right person." After some pleasantries, Chao Huayan inquired, "Mr. Zhang, I have a preliminary idea. Within 5 years, I aim to invest 6 billion in artworks. If the outcome is favorable, I will subsequently add another 100 billion to the investment. However, it is essential to enlist the expertise of professionals, and I hope you, Mr. Zhang, can collaborate with the Shengda Group." Zhang Dong promptly responded, "It is our honor at Minggu Xian to provide services to Mr. Chao." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, and upon discussing the rationale behind investing in artworks, Chao Huayan explained, "There are several ancient families in Europe, and recently with the conflicts in Eastern Europe, they have suffered significant losses and are preparing to part with a batch of cultural relics that were seized from our country years ago. I believe this is an opportune moment to acquire them, which is why I need an expert with a keen eye to ensure I do not fall victim to deception." Zhang Dong replied, "Now I understand. Please rest assured, Mr. Chao, that Minggu Xian will ensure you do not incur any losses." "Excellent. Let us finalize the contract tomorrow and arrange a time for our trip to Europe." With the agreement settled, Zhang Dong opted out of the afternoon's appraisal activities and reported the matter to Yi Ro. Upon hearing the news, Yiro was overjoyed and called to congratulate him. For such a substantial deal, Zhang Dong, being the vice president, would receive a significant commission, potentially ranging from 8 to 10%. Zhang Dong casually mentioned Lu Feng's investment projects, but Yiro advised him to make his own judgments without consulting her. With little else to do that afternoon, Zhang Dong sought out Wu Taixian to practice martial arts. He progressed rapidly, and Wu Taixian felt as though Zhang Dong had transformed, requiring him to exert 70 to 80% of his strength to keep up. That evening, Qin Yan called, as she did almost daily, with each conversation lasting at least half an hour. On the other end of the line, Qin Yan's mood seemed low. Mr. Zhang, when will you return to Yun City? I have been quite bored lately. Zhang Dong replied, if you're bored, perhaps you should work overtime. How annoying. Qin Yan pouted playfully. Tomorrow is the weekend. Will you accompany me for an outing? Zhang Dong responded, yes, I plan to return tomorrow. Wherever you wish to go, I will join you. Qin Yan exclaimed with delight. Really? That's wonderful. After their conversation, Zhang Dong noticed he had received a message from Su Ying, who invited him to a gathering of university classmates in the provincial city that evening, hoping he could attend. Zhang Dong had lost touch with most of his classmates after entering the workforce, only maintaining sporadic communication with a few close friends. Thus, he held little interest in the gathering. However, upon learning that Wu Kai would also be present, he promptly dialed Wu Kai's number. Wu Kai was one of his closest friends from university who had married last year, a wedding Zhang Dong could not attend due to being abroad, though he had still sent a gift. The call did not connect immediately, and after a few minutes, Wu Kai returned the call. Dongzi, Wu Kai's voice sounded somewhat subdued. Zhang Dong inquired, Lao Kai, Su Ying mentioned you would be attending the class reunion tonight? Wu Kai replied, Su Ying did call me, but I am not interested, so I declined. Zhang Dong realized that Su Ying had deliberately said that to coax him into coming over. He replied, she asked me as well, but I have no interest. What are you up to? I've been in the provincial city for a few days and was just about to contact you.
Wu Kai responded.
Clearly displeased, you've been in the provincial city? Why are you only telling me now? Zhang Dong explained, I've been busy, only just found some free time today. Since neither of us is attending the gathering, why not grab a drink instead? Wu Kai chuckled. Sure. Shall we head to our old haunt, Fat Lou's Barbecue? Zhang Dong and Wu Kai had studied at Zhongbei University, which was located on the eastern side of the provincial city, where numerous barbecue stalls thrived. They often frequented one particular restaurant back in their university days. All right, I'll head over now, Zhang Dong said. However, before he could get into his car, Wu Kai called again. His voice was dry as he said, Dongzi, I think I'll attend the gathering after all. Zhang Dong frowned. What made you change your mind so suddenly? Wu Kai sighed. Lu Qing will be there. I want to see her and have a proper talk. Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. Lu Qing was Wu Kai's newlywed wife from last year and also a classmate of theirs. However, the two had divorced 3 months ago, apparently because Lu Qing had found a new love, leading her to terminate her pregnancy. Concerned that Wu Kai might act impulsively alone, Zhang Dong said, since you're going, I'll join you as well. Chapter 47 Gathering. Su Ying sent Zhang Dong a location message. Xinhai Restaurant. At that moment, in a private room on the second floor of Xinhai Restaurant, 8 individuals had already arrived, a mix of both men and women, including Su Ying herself. To her left, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses remarked with a smile, Su Ying, I heard you've become the financial supervisor at a major company. Impressive. Su Ying glanced at the bespectacled man, struggling to recall his name, and replied politely with a smile, it's nothing much. The man adjusted his glasses and chuckled. You haven't forgotten me, have you? I'm Jiang Wen, I used to sit behind you in class. A spark of recognition flickered in Su Ying's mind. It seemed Jiang Wen had once harbored some feelings for her, but she quickly moved on with Zhang Dong and had since overlooked him. Where are you working now? She asked absently, her gaze fixed on her phone, wondering why Zhang Dong had yet to reply. Would he even show up? Jiang Wen replied, I started my own company, and it's doing quite well. You should come visit sometime. Su Ying responded with a non-committal clearly uninterested. On her right sat a woman clad in an elegant black off-shoulder dress, her meticulously applied makeup rendering her a solid 7 in beauty. She surveyed the room and inquired, Is everyone here? How many are attending today's gathering? This was Lu Qing, the newlywed wife of Wu Kai. Su Ying replied, currently confirmed. There are 11 people, with a few still uncertain. Lu Qing, having a good rapport with Su Ying, suspected that her friend had ulterior motives for organizing the gathering. Su Ying, what prompted you to suddenly host a gathering? You've never been this enthusiastic after all these years in the provincial capital. Su Ying smiled. Lately, work hasn't been too hectic, and I've been missing my classmates, so I thought it would be nice to get everyone together. By the way, is Chong Ming coming too? Lu Qing asked. Chong Ming had started his entrepreneurial journey during university and secured a substantial 50 million in venture capital 2 years ago, with rumors of recently acquiring another 150 million. At such a young age, he was already a billionaire, and Lu Qing had always harbored a secret admiration for him. Su Ying chuckled. Didn't you just start dating a wealthy boyfriend? You even divorced for him. Have you two broken up now? Lu Qing scoffed. What rich guy? He has been broke for ages. We've already separated. Su Ying merely smiled, dismissing Lu Qing's words, thinking to herself that perhaps that man had also wished to part ways. At that moment, Wu Kai entered, his gaze immediately landing on Lu Qing as he took a seat beside her. Upon seeing Wu Kai, Lu Qing's expression soured. She glared at Su Ying and demanded, Su Ying, what are you playing at? Since Wu Kai is here, why did you still invite me? With that, she stood up to leave, but Wu Kai grasped her arm firmly and said in a low voice, Lu Qing, I want to talk to you properly. Talk? You can talk to your mother. Lu Qing retorted, shaking him off with a look of disgust. After becoming involved with that man, she spent money extravagantly, enjoying a lavish lifestyle for half a year, and now she wouldn't even spare a glance at Wu Kai. Wu Kai suppressed his fury and said, Lu Qing, I admit that I shouldn't have quarreled with you back then. I heard you've broken up with that person. I hope you can come back and we can remarry. Lu Qing looked disdainfully at the man with whom she once shared many sweet memories and whom she had shared her bed, coldly replying, Remarry you? Wu Kai, are you dreaming? Do you truly believe you are still worthy of me? At that moment, Zhang Dong entered, having overheard Lu Qing's words at the door. He coldly remarked, after sleeping with a few other men, you think you've elevated your status? Does that make others unworthy of you? Infuriated by Zhang Dong's words, Lu Qing retorted, Zhang Dong, what business is it of yours? Be quiet. Zhang Dong sneered, if it weren't for Wu Kai, do you think I would even bother with you? Back then, when your family was struggling, you had only 500 yuan for living expenses each month. Wasn't it Wu Kai who supported you? He provided you with at least 1,000 yuan out of his 2,000 monthly allowance. Surely you haven't forgotten that? Hearing Zhang Dong's words, Su Ying's face flushed. She had also spent Zhang Dong's money back in the day, and even more so. It seemed Zhang Dong's words were directed at her as well. Lu Qing scoffed, I did spend his money, but I also gave my youth in return. It was a mutual agreement with nothing more to discuss. Wu Kai was about to say something, but Zhang Dong pulled him to sit opposite. He said, Old Kai, a good horse doesn't graze on the same pasture twice. Think it through. Wu Kai lowered his head, murmuring, Dongzi, I've just been laid off. Am I really that incompetent? Zhang Dong replied, laid off? Wasn't your job quite stable? Wu Kai forced a smile. I didn't cherish it. After the divorce, I was often late and argued with my boss, and eventually they let me go. Zhang Dong patted his shoulder. Being laid off might be a blessing. Come work for me. Su Ying quickly added, yes, Wu Kai, let Zhang Dong arrange a job for you. Zhang Wen chuckled and said, actually, you could also come to my company. This year, my company's revenue is 70 million, with profits exceeding 10 million. I just happen to need a driver. If you're interested, feel free to contact me. Su Ying was taken aback. She hadn't realized that the unassuming Jiang Wen was already a millionaire businessman. Lu Qing's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she sat down next to Jiang Wen, smiling. Jiang Wen, you're quite impressive. What kind of business does your company do? Jiang Wen, suddenly feeling a surge of pride, shifted in his seat and replied, we're in the packaging industry, specializing in product packaging. Lu Qing lavished him with compliments, and it was evident to all that she had an interest in Jiang Wen. This scene made Wu Kai's blood boil, his teeth grinding in frustration. Zhang Dong pressed down on his hand and said calmly, you're divorced now. It's no longer your concern. There's no need to get worked up over others' affairs. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Old Kai, I currently need a personal assistant to help with errands and carry my bags. The monthly salary is 30,000, with full benefits. Are you interested? As the vice president, he indeed required an individual akin to a personal assistant to manage some mundane affairs. Jiang Wen curled his lip, stating, My personal assistant earns a mere 5,000 a month. Zhang Dong, what kind of company dares to offer a salary of 30,000? Su Ying interjected. Zhang Dong is the vice president of Minggu Xian. Did you not catch today's treasure hunt program? He even represented Minggu Xian in appraising treasures worth billions, including the renowned Sancho Cup. Jiang Wen paused momentarily, realizing, so it's Minggu Xian. That is indeed a substantial company. Lu Qing scoffed. A personal assistant merely works for others. How does that compare to Jiang Wen, who runs his own business? Jiang Wen took this compliment to heart. Adjusting his glasses and smiling, it's quite acceptable. At that moment, Zhang Dong exchanged greetings with several classmates when a woman in red entered the room. This woman was none other than Zhou Qingning. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, she winked and feigned ignorance. Accompanying her was a man in a suit, not particularly tall, with a square face and thick eyebrows. The man displayed utmost respect towards Zhou Qingning, resembling a servant. Upon his arrival, several individuals stood up, exclaiming, Boss Chong. Chapter 48. The ghost face in the cauldron. The man, Chong Ming, recently secured a staggering financing of 150 million. In his spirited exuberance, he proclaimed, Dear old classmates, we are fortunate today. I have invited a distinguished guest. He then introduced Miss Zhou Qingning, stating, This 150 million financing was invested by Miss Zhou. The crowd gasped in astonishment and promptly rose to their feet. Zhang Dong subtly shook his head, knowing that Zhou Qingning must have learned of his presence through Chong Ming and hurried over. The gentlemen present expressed their admiration. Chong Ming continued, Miss Zhou's father is a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangbei, the chairman of Zhou Pharmaceutical Group. Zhou Qingning smiled and inquired, Hello everyone. I hope my presence is not an intrusion? The others quickly denied, though Zhang Dong merely shook his head, gesturing to the seat beside him. Miss Zhou, please take a seat here. Chong Ming raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself about Zhou Qingning's status and how she would not sit next to someone he deemed insignificant. He began, Miss Zhou, perhaps you should sit with me. However, before he could finish, Zhou Qingning smiled and nodded, taking a seat beside Zhang Dong, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. What was happening? Chong Ming's face turned awkward as he chuckled. Allow me to introduce. This is Zhang Dong. Zhou Qingning interjected. No need for introduction. We are acquainted high school classmates. Chong Ming was taken aback. I see. Su Ying, who had previously witnessed Zhou Qingning dining with Zhang Dong, was not surprised and cheerfully remarked, Everyone, please take a seat. Miss Zhou is Zhang Dong's classmate and Chong Ming's investor. We are all friends here. Suddenly, Jiang Wen stood up, eager to please Zhou Qingning, saying, Miss Zhou, I am Jiang Wen. I have collaborated with your esteemed group and provided packaging boxes. Zhou Qingning, unaware of the details, nodded and then turned to Zhang Dong. Does your classmate's business require my assistance? With just a word from Zhang Dong, Jiang Wen's packaging would surely find its way to Zhou Pharmaceuticals. However, Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, I am not well acquainted with him. I doubt he needs my help. Jiang Wen's expression fell instantly. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, Zhang Dong recalled Wu Kai's predicament and said, Qingning, let me introduce you to my good buddy, Wu Kai. Wu Kai. This is Zhou Qingning, my friend. Wu Kai grinned. Miss Zhou is truly beautiful. My friend Dong has a discerning eye and impeccable taste. He cast a meaningful glance towards Su Ying.
Su Ying Kusek in Wali.
Wondering why this unfortunate fellow was looking her way. Zhou Qingning shook hands with Wu Kai. Hello. Zhang Dong added, Wu Kai has just resigned. I could arrange a job for him. However, since working for someone else can be limiting, Qingning, do you have any connections to help Wu Kai secure some business? Zhou Qingning pondered for a moment and asked, Can you manage projects, Wu Kai? A new factory is under construction, and various tasks such as water and electricity installation, security measures, wall plastering, and window fitting require labor. Wu Kai's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he smiled and assured, "Rest assured, I am a civil engineering graduate, and I have previously worked in this field. I am fully capable." Zhou Qingning nodded in agreement. "Very well, you should establish a proper company, and we will sign a contract." Wu Kai had always dreamed of managing his own projects, but lacking connections had hindered him. Now, fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him, and he was overwhelmed with joy. Zhang Dong remarked, "Wu Kai, the project you will undertake is worth over $1 billion. Make sure to handle it well." Wu Kai replied with a grin, "Have no worries. You know my capabilities." Lu Qing felt a surge of hope. Could it be that her ex-husband was on the verge of a turnaround? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Zhang Dong, how much profit can be made from these projects?" Zhang Dong expressed his disdain for her, replying coldly, "For the entire project, Wu Kai can certainly achieve a modest goal. However, what does this have to do with you? You are already divorced." Lu Qing retorted angrily, "How amusing. Just because we are divorced, does it mean we cannot remarry?" Zhang Dong cast a glance at Wu Kai, who suddenly understood that with newfound wealth, he could choose any woman he desired. Dongzi was right. A good horse does not turn back to graze in the same pasture. He raised his glass with a smile, saying, "Dongzi, I toast to you. Thank you for not forgetting your brother after your success." Zhang Dong downed his drink with him, laughing, "A man's ambitions lie in distant horizons. Whether rich or poor, one should never compromise oneself." Wu Kai nodded vigorously, "I understand." Lu Qing's face turned pale. These words were clearly directed at her. She kept glancing at Wu Kai, attempting to capture his attention, but to no avail. He wouldn't even spare her a glance. As for Zhang Wen, he kept his distance from her, unwilling to offend Zhang Dong, as doing so would mean crossing Zhou Qingning as well. Chang Ming also caught on, realizing that Zhou Qingning was likely interested in Zhang Dong, and quickly added, "Zhang Dong, it has been years since we last met, and you have risen to the position of vice president at a large company. As your former classmates, we take pride in your success. I raise my glass to you." Everyone raised their glasses in unison, toasting Zhang Dong. Suing had hoped to get closer to Zhang Dong during this reunion, but with Zhou Qingning's presence, she felt she had no chance, and a bitter feeling settled in her heart. At that moment, Zhou Qingning received a phone call. Her expression shifted slightly as she told Zhang Dong, "There has been another strange incident at the construction site." Zhang Dong understood the urgency of such matters. They needed to be addressed promptly to avoid complications. He stood up and addressed the group, "Classmates, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let us gather another time." After bidding farewell, Zhang Dong drove Zhou Qingning to the site. "What happened?" he inquired. Zhou Qingning explained, "Not far from the last incident, a bronze ding was unearthed, containing numerous human bones. The workers are frightened, fearing another mishap, and they called my father. Upon arriving at the site, they found several workers gathered, with Zhou Dingshan also present. At that moment, Zhou Dingshan was wiping sweat from his brow, genuinely fearing the occurrence of yet another troubling event. At long last, Zhang Dong arrived, and he promptly exclaimed, "Xiao Zhang, come and take a look at this peculiar object." Zhang Dong's gaze was fixated upon the ancient cauldron before him. The cauldron stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, slightly over a meter in width, with 4 sturdy legs and a perfectly square shape, its surface adorned with exquisite engravings. At that moment, the lid atop the cauldron had been removed, revealing 3 human skulls nestled within, accompanied by various leg and arm bones. To his astonishment, a radiant purple-white light emanated from the cauldron, soaring towards the heavens. He glanced towards the spot where the desiccated hand had been excavated, roughly 30 paces away. Donning a pair of gloves, he approached the cauldron, carefully sifting through the bones until he unearthed a singular bead. This bead emitted a mesmerizing purple-white glow, semi-transparent, within which 6 runes swirled, subtly forming a certain configuration. However, to the others present, it appeared merely as an ordinary bead, devoid of any luminescence, and the runes remained invisible to their eyes. Zhang Dong pondered deeply. The previous desiccated hand had served to suppress whatever resided within the vessel, so what purpose did this cauldron serve? Chapter 49. Paragliding. He inquired of the workers, "Did you notice anything unusual when excavating the cauldron?" One worker replied, Nothing out of the ordinary, except for a delightful aroma that dissipated swiftly. Aroma, you say? He instructed someone to fetch a box and deposited all the bones within it, finding no further peculiarities within the cauldron. He then commanded that the bones be buried haphazardly, and with a single hand, he lifted the cauldron, estimating its weight to be no less than 400 pounds. Uncle Zhou, I shall take this cauldron with me. Zhou Dingshan was eager to have it removed, promptly responding, very well, take it. Xiao Zhang, is everything in order? Zhang Dong assured him, all is well, do not worry. In truth, he harbored suspicions that the cauldron had once contained something unclean, which had likely been purified by the beads, thus avoiding any mishaps. He located a pickup truck at the construction site and, after bidding farewell to Zhou Qingning, he transported the bronze cauldron away, placing it in the warehouse of Ming Guxian. Subsequently, he snapped a few photographs of the cauldron and sent them to Tang Kegong, an esteemed expert in appraisals. It wasn't long before the phone rang. Xiao Zhang, where did this cauldron come from? Tang Kegong asked, his tone gravely serious. Zhang Dong replied, it was just excavated from the site, and it contained numerous white bones. Old Tang, you possess vast knowledge. What is this object? Old Tang responded, this is a ceremonial vessel from the Xia and Shang dynasties. Did you observe how many skulls are within the cauldron? Zhang Dong replied, 3.
Tang Kegong elaborate.
The bones within the cauldron were likely dismembered and cast inside. The ancients during the Xia and Shang dynasties believed that this would seal the soul of the deceased. After conversing with Old Tang for a while, Zhang Dong ceased his ruminations and decided to return to the hotel for rest. As he turned away, the air surrounding the bronze cauldron suddenly warped, and a blurred visage materialized, seemingly attempting to break free from the cauldron's confinement. Startled, Zhang Dong retrieved the bead. The 6 runes within the bead began to spin rapidly, and an enigmatic force surged from the bead into his body. A flash of inspiration struck him. He summoned this force, gathering it in his palm, and struck towards the face. The impact felt as though he had struck a solid object, causing his palm to ache. With a resounding clap, the visage finally subsided, retreating back into the cauldron. Zhang Dong, bewildered, murmured, is it truly the sealed soul? After observing for a moment and noting the cauldron's lack of reaction, he departed. The following day, being the weekend, he did not need to go to the office and set off for home early in the morning. All was well at home. Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing were fertilizing the fruit trees on the mountain, and De Huang was roaming about. He made a trip up the mountain and met with Master Wu to discuss recent happenings. At 10 o'clock, Qin Yen called, Dong Gu, have you returned? I am at home. Let us have lunch together and decide where to go afterward, he replied. Qin Yen laughed, sounds great. Come pick me up. The mulberries on the mountain have ripened, offering a delightful sweet and sour taste. Tang Lan picked some large ones, and Zhang Dong took a few pounds to present to Qin Yen for her enjoyment. Upon arriving at Qin Yan's residence, he noticed a luxury vehicle parked outside, presumably belonging to a guest. He stepped out of the car, carrying the mulberries, and rang the doorbell. Hearing the doorbell, Qin Yen quickly emerged, her charming face displaying signs of displeasure. Curious, Zhang Dong inquired, what's the matter? Qin Yen replied, my mother's superior has a son who constantly seeks my company. He has come again today, and it's quite bothersome. Zhang Dong chuckled, he must have a fondness for you. Then, Qin Yen scoffed, I certainly do not share that sentiment. At that moment, a young man in his 20s, sporting dyed blonde hair and standing around 6 feet tall, emerged. Dressed in a somewhat hip-hop style, he cheerfully addressed Qin Yen. Xiao Yen, a few friends are gathering for lunch. Why not join me? Our parents are all acquainted within the same circle, and it wouldn't hurt to mingle. Qin Yen replied coolly, I have prior commitments and will not attend. The young man then turned his gaze towards Zhang Dong, his expression shifting to one of irritation. Who is he? He asked. Qin Yen casually linked her arm with Zhang Dong's and declared, my boyfriend. The young man's face contorted with anger. Qin Yen, I have treated you well, and yet you choose to be with someone else. Qin Yen retorted, don't flatter yourself. We merely exchanged pleasantries. What makes you think you've treated me well? He smirked coldly. If it weren't for my good words, would Aunt Zhu have attained her current position? Qin Yen frowned. You truly overestimate your importance. My mother's capabilities are the reason for her success. Not you. He pointed a finger at her and hissed. Fine. Qin Yan, just you wait. I will make you regret this. Zhang Dong asked, do you think he might cause trouble for your mother? Qin Yan snorted, in truth, my mother is quite capable. It's her father who constantly undermines her, fearing she might overshadow him. Zhang Dong recalled Qin Yan mentioning that Zhu Min, her mother, worked for Chonglu Group, a company boasting over 200,000 employees and an annual output value in the hundreds of billions, engaging in fields such as metal processing, automotive parts, glass products, chemicals, and electrolytic aluminum. However, the Chonglu Group had suffered consecutive losses in the past 2 years, amounting to 60 billion last year and 40 billion in the first quarter of this year, with projections indicating total losses exceeding 200 billion. The group had recently convened a shareholders' meeting and appointed a new president. Zhu Min served as the deputy general manager of a subsidiary that had maintained relatively good performance, remaining profitable during these turbulent times. Competent individuals shine wherever they go, Zhang Dong remarked. Qin Yan nodded, let us not dwell on that. I've made up my mind. Shall we go paragliding? Zhang Dong felt that such activities posed considerable risks and asked, aren't you afraid? Qin Yan replied, with you by my side, I have no fear. Reluctantly, Zhang Dong drove her to their destination. Qin Yan had already booked tickets online, and they first stopped for a bite to eat before heading to a hillside bustling with people, many of whom were engaged in paragliding. Qin Yan expressed her desire for adventure, yet her timid nature held her back. Zhang Dong, however, was the first to soar through the skies, accompanied by a seasoned paragliding professional. After a brief period of flight, he quickly grasped the technique and requested to pilot the glider himself, with the expert providing assistance from the side. Before long, he was gliding with remarkable skill, even surpassing the steadiness of the professional. His companions applauded him with enthusiastic thumbs-ups. Upon landing, Zhang Dong needed to take a vehicle back to the hillside. Just as he was about to board, a woman clad in black gracefully descended nearby, preparing for a smooth landing. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, lifting her back into the air with a violent spin. Zhang Dong, who was close by, acted instinctively without a second thought. He rushed over and embraced the woman, attempting to pull her back to the ground. However, the force of the wind was overwhelming, and they both ascended into the sky. Onlookers below gasped in astonishment, their shouts echoing in the air as they witnessed the duo suspended above. In that moment, Zhang Dong exhibited an extraordinary calmness. He maneuvered himself atop the woman, who was secured by a harness yet still experienced a sense of suffocation. Gripping the control lines with both hands, he shouted, "Hold on tight." The woman, gripped by panic, could only cling to him desperately. The turbulent air was both fierce and chaotic, and Zhang Dong relied solely on his left eye to gauge the currents, continuously adjusting the control lines to gradually stabilize the glider. Chapter 50. Dongfang Lan. After a full 2 minutes, the strong wind subsided, and the paraglider began to glide smoothly, allowing the crowd below to finally release their anxious hearts and erupt in applause. At that moment, he rose and turned to the back, wrapping his left arm around the woman's waist while his right hand grasped the rope, guiding the paraglider to a gentle landing on a grassy field. Once on the ground, the staff rushed over. Fortunately, both Zhang Dong and the woman emerged unscathed. She removed her helmet and protective gear, revealing cascading long hair. She was, in fact, a stunning beauty with an alluring figure, a slender waist, and enticing curves. It was evident that tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, a testament to her earlier fright. Seeing her unharmed, Zhang Dong prepared to depart. "Hold on," the woman suddenly spoke, her tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of authority, interwoven with a touch of tenderness. Zhang Dong turned to face her. She stepped forward and embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving my life." He did not push her away, sensing the intensity of her emotions. Qin Yan rushed over, having witnessed Zhang Dong being lifted by the paraglider, her fright causing her to burst into tears as she sprinted down, tumbling several times in her haste. Thankfully, Zhang Dong landed safely. "Brother Dong." Qin Yan stood beside them, looking quite pitiful. The woman released her hold, allowing Qin Yan to rush into Zhang Dong's embrace. "You scared me to death." Zhang Dong patted her back and chuckled, But I'm perfectly fine. The woman watched them with a smile, and once Qin Yan had calmed down, she extended her delicate hand, saying, "Handsome, let us get acquainted. I am Dongfang Lan." Zhang Dong shook her hand and replied, "I am Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, I will never forget your life-saving grace. Let us exchange contact information. When I have the time, I would love to treat you both to a meal." Upon receiving her business card, Zhang Dong was taken aback to see it read, "Director of the Board, President Dongfang Lan, Changlu Group." He showed the card to Qin Yan, who gasped, "You are the new president of Changlu Group?" Dongfang Lan smiled, "Beautiful lady, are you familiar with Changlu Group?" "Of course. My mother is a manager at one of its subsidiary companies." Dongfang Lan inquired further and, upon learning that it was Zhu Min, she smiled, saying, "I have heard of her. Manager Zhu is quite capable. The company she oversees has yet to incur any losses." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dongfang Lan took her leave. Subsequently, Zhang Dong personally took Qin Yan for a paragliding experience. Due to his previous remarkable performance, the staff readily accommodated his request. As they soared through the skies, Zhang Dong skillfully maneuvered, while Qin Yan let out a series of excited shrieks. After a while, she suddenly turned her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Zhang Dong grinned widely and returned the gesture with a kiss, an unspoken affection blossoming between them, indescribable in its sweetness. After more than an hour of paragliding, the pair rented camping gear nearby and set about grilling on the grassy expanse. As evening approached, they nestled into their camping tent, eager to savor more of their adventure together. However, Zhu Min soon called, inquiring, "Xiao Yan, why haven't you returned home? Are you with Zhang Dong?" Qin Yan replied, "Yes, Mom, we are camping and will be back later." Zhu Min cautioned, "Be careful. By the way, do you know the new president?" Qin Yan chuckled, "Yes, Mom. How did you know?" Zhu Min responded casually, "Oh, nothing much. She spoke to me this afternoon and mentioned you and Zhang Dong. By the way, I have been promoted to general manager." Qin Yan beamed, "Wow, Mom, you are amazing." Zhu Min retorted, "What's there to be happy about? The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. There will be much to do." After exchanging a few more words, Qin Yan hung up the phone and immediately shared the good news with Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong was somewhat surprised, pondering if it was mere coincidence. After enjoying themselves until 8 in the evening, Zhang Dong escorted Qin Yan home before returning to practice. Now, he had infused his body with the goo worm, significantly accelerating his training speed. He continued to refine the 5th and 6th sets of movements. By around 1 in the morning, having mastered these 2 sets, he connected all 6 sets in a continuous flow. As he did so, his internal energy surged like a river, his chi emanating like a dragon. After practicing twice, he began to study the Copperman martial arts, focusing on the 2 techniques formed by the 7th to 12th Coppermen. With these 2 techniques added to the previous 4, he was now proficient in 4 techniques and proceeded to execute them in succession while incorporating the footwork he had learned. After practicing until just past 5, he finally returned to his room to rest. At 7 o'clock, he rose, and just as he finished washing up, he heard the sound of a car horn at the door. Upon stepping outside, he saw Zhang Hu driving a newly acquired BMW 5 Series, with a woman deliberately cruising slowly past his home. Spotting Zhang Dong, he halted the car and grinned. "Xiao Dong, good morning." With a thick skin, he had just fought with Zhang Dong and now approached him to greet him. Zhang Dong wiped his face and remarked, "Nice new car." Zhang Hu replied, "Of course. Cost nearly 500,000. Then he glanced at Zhang Dong's Qian and added, "You always drive someone else's car. They may not say it, but they think less of you. Trust me, hurry and buy your own car." Zhang Dong found it amusing and said, "You are right." At that moment, Zhang Hong parked her Passat at the entrance. As the door opened, Yaya was the first to leap out, rushing towards Zhang Dong. "Uncle, the car's air conditioning is broken, and Mom won't fix it. It's sweltering." Zhang Hu immediately interjected, "Yaya, come sit in your uncle's car. My car has air conditioning and is quite cool." Yaya merely rolled her eyes at him, and Zhang Hu, feeling embarrassed, stepped on the gas and left. "Sister, why won't you fix the air conditioning?" he asked. Zhang Hong replied, "I don't know. I'll have your brother-in-law take care of it later." This Passat, once driven by the esteemed Zhang Hong, has now graced the roads for nearly 2 decades. It boasts a 2.0 naturally aspirated manual transmission, yet its interior is marred by dirt and age, with countless parts replaced over the years. Zhang Dong remarked, "Sister, it's time for you to consider a new car." Zhang Hong retorted, "Why change? This car runs perfectly well. My husband is contemplating a second child, and we will need funds for that in the future." Zhang Dong insisted, "It's in such disrepair, you should really get another one. I can contribute 200,000. Zhang Hong promptly waved her hand, "You should save your money wisely. You're about to marry. Don't you need funds for a house and a car? As for the 100,000 you gave me, I've set it aside for you, and it will be there when you need it." Zhang Dong felt helpless, aware that he could not sway her. After entrusting Yaya to Zhang Dong, Zhang Hong returned to her labors on the mountain. As he watched over Yaya, he practiced his footwork, mastering the 9 styles and now focusing on various combinations. As the clock approached 11, Qin Yen called, "Dong Gu, Dong Fanglan is treating us to dinner. Are you coming?" Understanding her desire to express gratitude, he replied, "Sure, I'll join you shortly." At 11:30, Zhang Hong returned from the mountain, and Zhang Dong set off for the restaurant. Upon his arrival, he found Dong Fanglan and Qin Yen engaged in lively conversation. Dong Fanglan donned a flowing black dress, her fair skin glowing like snow. With a subtle touch of makeup, she appeared not only beautiful but exuded an extraordinary grace. The moment Zhang Dong laid eyes on Dong Fanglan, he noticed a swirling mass of dark energy above her head. Within that darkness, a ghostly visage emerged, glaring at him with a sinister intensity. Chapter 51. The sword strikes evil curses? Zhang Dong feigned ignorance to the ghostly visage, greeting Dong Fanglan with a smile. Dong Fanglan rose and said, "Please, take a seat, benefactor." Zhang Dong replied, "I cannot accept such a title. Simply call me Zhang Dong." Dong Fanglan insisted, "It is not excessive to refer to you as benefactor, given the life-saving grace you have bestowed. I have heard from Qin Yen that you are the vice president of Minggu Xian." Zhang Dong acknowledged, "The boss holds me in high regard." Dong Fanglan continued, "After my grandfather passed, he left behind some relics. In his will, he stated that I could select 10 items from among them. Benefactor, would you be willing to assist me?" Zhang Dong's interest was piqued. "What kind of items?" "They are primarily antiques and artworks, along with several small lead-sealed boxes. Each box contains a description of a portion of the inheritance. Whoever claims it rightfully owns it." She added, "I am returning to Beijing in 2 days to make my selections. Hence my request for your help." Zhang Dong nodded, "Certainly. However, could you refrain from calling me benefactor?" With a teasing smile, Dong Fanglan replied, "Then shall I call you brother?" Zhang Dong laughed, "Very well, brother it is. After all, I am not your elder. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Sister Lan." Dong Fanglan agreed, "That works. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I still possess some connections in the Beijing circle." The 3 of them, being of similar ages, engaged in a lively conversation. Sensing the moment was right, Zhang Dong inquired, "Sister Lan, have you offended anyone?" Dong Fanglan looked at him curiously. "Why do you ask, brother?" Zhang Dong candidly replied, "I notice someone has cast a curse upon you." A few days prior, he had perused numerous texts on feng shui and metaphysics, 2 of which specifically addressed the curses from the Nanyang region. While his understanding was limited, he could discern that the dark energy and ghostly face were indeed manifestations of a curse. Dong Fanglan fell silent for a moment before saying, "As I mentioned, after my grandfather's demise, he left behind a considerable inheritance, and I possess the right of first choice. My uncle, 3rd uncle, as well as my cousins and aunt, they may all conspire against me." Zhang Dong, intrigued, asked, "Sister Lan, how substantial was your grandfather's inheritance to provoke such murderous intent against you?"
Dong Fanglan elaborate.
"The financial products in my grandfather's possession are valued at approximately 60 billion. Additionally, there are gold, cultural relics, commercial properties, and stores worth around 20 billion. Then there are the shares and dividend rights of over a dozen companies, totaling another 70 to 80 billion. Zhang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your family is so wealthy." Dong Fanglan explained, "My grandfather had an eye for talent. He supported and protected several individuals, all of whom eventually rose to prominence. One of them is currently at the height of their power. Thus, whatever my grandfather endeavored, he succeeded, leaving behind such a vast estate. Zhang Dong questioned, if the old gentleman valued you so highly, why then did he leave behind a mystery box? Dong Fanglan chuckled. Perhaps my grandfather believed I would encounter a brother who could assist me in securing the core assets. Zhang Dong gazed at her, his expression solemn, for he truly could. Qin Yen interjected, Sister Lan, then how is it that you are the president of Chonglu Group? At the inception of Chonglu Group, it encountered significant challenges and teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. My grandfather invested 15 million, acquiring a 40% stake, thereby becoming the largest shareholder of Chonglu Group. Qin Yen exclaimed in astonishment, incredible. Your grandfather must be a time traveler, always hitting the mark. Dongfang Lan chuckled. Perhaps, I hold him in high regard. She then inquired of Zhang Dong, brother, since you've discerned that I've been afflicted by a curse, do you possess a means to dispel it? Zhang Dong responded, after we finish our meal, I shall assist you. Once the trio concluded their dining experience, they exited the restaurant and proceeded to a tea house. In a private room of the tea house, Zhang Dong produced a bronze mirror, attempting to reflect sunlight onto the dark aura hovering above her head. The dark energy was evidently affected, yet it remained coalesced rather than dispersing. The malevolent visage within it glared at Zhang Dong with palpable malice, seemingly cursing him. Frustrated, Zhang Dong retracted the mirror and retrieved a withered hand, adorning it with a bracelet before sweeping it towards the dark energy. The aura diminished slightly but quickly regained its former strength. Observing Zhang Dong's actions, Dongfang Lan, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother, is that a human hand? Zhang Dong remained silent, contemplating, before extracting a bead containing 6 inscribed runes. The bead's power converged at his fingertips as he reached out to grasp the dark energy. The aura scattered momentarily, only to reassemble, his efforts proving futile. I refuse to believe I cannot conquer you. Zhang Dong's expression darkened as he returned to the car, retrieving an ancient sword. The sword, acquired at an auction, emitted a crimson light and exuded an aura of malevolence, distinguishing it from ordinary artifacts. Unwrapping the sword from its crimson cloth revealed a beautifully crafted weapon, its sheath made from shark skin and adorned with jewels. Drawing the sword, its dark red blade radiated a fierce crimson glow, and an ominous aura enveloped it. Under the sunlight, the blade appeared to twist and shimmer, a veil of blood mist materializing on its surface. Zhang Dong swung the sword towards the dark energy, and as the blade approached, the malevolent face within the aura widened its mouth as if to scream. With a soft pop, the dark energy erupted, and a horrific scream resonated in the minds of the trio. Dongfang Lan, slightly startled, inquired, Brother, what was that sound? With the sword's efficacy finally manifest, Zhang Dong breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Sister Lan, I have dispelled your curse. In the capital, within a mountain temple, an elder clad in black with long hair leaned on a gnarled wooden staff, a necklace crafted from the bones of birds and beasts adorning his neck, his gaze piercing. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with cold fury as he murmured, Such audacity, daring to break my curse. Having lifted Dongfang Lan's affliction, Zhang Dong advised her to rest and resume work the following day. He then continued his outing with Qin Yen. The pair first visited a swimming pool and later dined and watched a movie. Upon returning home at 11 o'clock, as he prepared to wash up and retire for the night, De Huang suddenly dashed to the door, barking loudly. Zhang Dong, intrigued, opened the door to find a pristine white fox perched at his doorstep, its left paw raised in the air, likely injured. The white fox, with its fluffy fur, exudes an adorable charm. However, Zhang Dong found it peculiar that it had chosen to appear at his doorstep rather than at another's. De Huang approached, licking the fox's fur and wagging his tail at Zhang Dong. It dawned on him that the white fox was a friend of De Huang, and their camaraderie was not a recent development. He bent down to lift the white fox, only to discover that its left front paw was broken, and its fur bore wounds, as if inflicted by some wild beast. He retrieved his usual supply of anti-inflammatory medication and gauze, then activated the X-ray vision in his left eye, meticulously realigning the fox's bones before securing them with 2 small splints. After settling the fox in the doghouse, He brought forth some meat to nourish it. This little creature showed no fear of humans, happily sharing the meal with De Huang. Just as he had made the fox comfortable, Zhang Dong was startled by the sound of barking from outside. The white fox's fur bristled with tension at the noise. A thought crossed Zhang Dong's mind, prompting him to open the door. He was met by a hunter in his 50s, gun slung over his shoulder, accompanied by 2 large hunting dogs at his feet. Zhang Dong closed the door and inquired, "Is there something you need?" The hunter, his face etched with the marks of time and hardship, replied with a smile, "I am merely passing through on a hunt and thought to ask for a cup of water." Zhang Dong responded, "Please wait a moment." He returned to his home, retrieving 2 bottles of pure water, which he handed to the hunter, saying, "Hunting at this late hour seems unusual." The hunter expressed his gratitude and replied with a chuckle, "I have no choice. I have been pursuing a white fox all day, but upon arriving in your village, it vanished." At that moment, the 2 hunting dogs resumed their barking at Zhang Dong's door. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his attention on the dogs, unleashing a formidable aura that resonated within him. The dogs whimpered, instantly obeying, and lay down on the ground, silenced. Chapter 52. The fox and the red fruit. The hunter squinted his eyes. "Little brother, you possess quite an imposing presence. Are you a practitioner of martial arts?" Zhang Dong replied, "I know a little." He continued, "That white fox is a friend of my dog. I have taken it in." The hunter was evidently aware that the white fox resided with him, yet he chose not to state it outright. He said coolly, "If you could relinquish the white fox, I would be willing to offer you a sum of money." Zhang Dong shook his head. "No, that is not possible. The heavens are merciful to living beings. A single fox pelt is hardly worth anything. Why must you insist on capturing it?" The hunter sighed and replied, "Since you are unwilling to part with it, then so be it." Having spoken, he turned to leave. After taking several steps, the hunter abruptly pivoted and aimed his gun at Zhang Dong. The muzzle, initially directed towards the ground, was raised halfway when Zhang Dong, like a specter, appeared behind him and seized him by the nape of his neck. With power surging through him, the hunter felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, causing his gun to clatter to the ground. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Little brother, let's talk this over." Zhang Dong let out a cold laugh, dragging the hunter up the mountain and then forcefully throwing him to the ground. 2 dogs followed but dared not look at Zhang Dong. They merely lay beside the hunter. Indeed, a single fox pelt held little value, especially considering the young age of the white fox, which rendered it even less valuable. Zhang Dong crouched down, meeting the hunter's gaze directly. "Then why pursue it for an entire day and night, even going so far as to threaten me with your gun?" The hunter's eyes darted away. "I simply find the pelt of that white fox to be exquisite. You need not speak if you choose not to. However, you must understand that a person like me possesses 100 ways to extract the truth from you, albeit the process may prove to be rather painful." The hunter sighed again. "You need not torture me. I will tell you. I have been paid to do a job for someone. Who would seek to capture a small fox? The individual is a man by the surname of Fong, in his 50s, quite imposing in stature. He showed me a photograph and detailed the fox's range of movement. For over a month, I have sought it. Although I could trace its activities, this little creature is exceedingly cunning. It was only yesterday that I finally located it. Then, it was a relentless pursuit until I reached your village. Did that man not disclose his reasons for wanting to capture the small fox?" The hunter shook his head. "He did not say. However, he offered me 300,000. He also promised me another 300,000 if I were to deliver the white fox to him." Zhang Dong declared, "You are to leave this place at once. Should I see you here again, you may not be so fortunate." He twisted the shotgun in his grasp, shattering it into a multitude of fragments, the barrel contorting grotesquely. The hunter rose and departed, taking his 2 hunting dogs, quickly vanishing from sight. Zhang Dong felt perplexed. What could the man by the surname of Fong possibly want with this little white fox? Upon returning home, he discovered that De Huang was missing, yet the little white fox remained. He was bewildered and inquired, "Where is De Huang?" To his astonishment, the white fox appeared to comprehend human speech, pointing with its injured paw towards the door. Zhang Dong's eyes widened. "You can understand me?" The white fox nodded in affirmation. At that moment, De Huang suddenly emerged from the dog hole, clutching a cluster of small red fruits in its mouth. With its tail wagging, it approached Zhang Dong and presented the fruits to him as if offering a treasure. Zhang Dong was astonished. Although De Huang had always been clever since its youth, it had never reached such heights of intelligence. More often than not, it displayed a certain foolishness. How could it have become so astute after befriending this white fox? He picked up a red fruit and inhaled its faint, fragrant aroma, then inquired of the white fox, "Can this be eaten?" The white fox nodded affirmatively. Zhang Dong continued, "Did you instruct De Huang to gather these fruits?" The white fox nodded once more. The fruits were small, comparable to wild cherries. Zhang Dong plucked one and tasted it, finding it sweet and delectable. As the juice flowed into his stomach, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, with one stream reaching his head, inducing a delightful lightheadedness. Subsequently, this energy coalesced into his true qi, and he sensed that his true qi had become purer. The fruit possessed such remarkable effects. He affectionately patted De Huang's head and said to the little white fox, "Let's rest now. We shall resume our discussions tomorrow." A night passed without further conversation, and the next morning, Zhang Dong and Yi Rou requested a brief leave, indicating they would return to Jiangbei a few days later. In the morning, he prepared some food for the little white fox before heading up the mountain to practice. After a while, he noticed the little fox had also arrived on the mountain, albeit moving on 3 legs. Zhang Dong paid it no mind and devoted the morning to learning 6 new movements from the bronze figurines, acquiring 2 additional techniques. Thus, he had now mastered 18 movements in total, comprising 6 techniques. Before he knew it, noon had arrived, and Tang Lan came to summon him home for lunch, mentioning that his aunt and cousin had arrived. In Zhang Dong's father's generation, families typically had 2 or 3 children. Besides his elder uncle, Zhang Dong had an aunt as well. His aunt had married a former soldier who had unexpectedly risen to prominence, eventually becoming the head of the police department in a county beneath Yun City, wielding considerable power. The adage goes, the poor do not seek kinship, the rich do not return home. Zhang Dong's family was of modest means, and compared to his aunt's family, a noticeable class disparity had emerged, resulting in infrequent interactions between the 2 families, which primarily occurred during festive occasions. His uncle had never visited Zhang Dong's home, making the journey only his aunt's annual tradition. Upon hearing of his aunt's visit, Zhang Dong cradled the little white fox and began his walk home, with De Huang trailing behind. At the entrance, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class was parked, and laughter resonated from within the courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted his aunt, a slightly plump, middle-aged woman, standing beside a young man in his 20s. He possessed a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and a robust stature of 185 meters, dressed in casual attire. This was Zhang Dong's cousin, Han Xian. Seeing his older cousin approach, Han Xian remained silent. Zhang Dong greeted them with a smile. "Aunt, Xiao Xian, you have arrived." His aunt chuckled. "Xiao Dong, what have you been up to? You're all sweaty. Is that a fox?" Zhang Dong replied, "I was just practicing some boxing." "Yes, this little one is my newly adopted companion." Unable to ignore his cousin's indifference, Han Xian cast a glance at Zhang Dong, who had begun practicing taekwondo during his university years and had achieved a black belt of the 3rd degree. "What martial art do you practice, Donggu?" he inquired with a cheerful smile. "Oh, just some casual training to keep fit," Zhang Dong replied. His aunt immediately interjected, "Xiao Dong, don't practice recklessly. Since Xiao Xian is a black belt in taekwondo, let him teach you." Zhang Dong chuckled but remained silent, then invited the mother and son to sit inside. After exchanging a few pleasantries, his aunt remarked, "Xiao Dong, I've heard that developers are interested in the orchard. Take my advice. If the price is reasonable, accept it, but do not be overly greedy. If they back out, we might end up with nothing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong realized that his aunt was likely a negotiator sent by his uncle, hoping he would relinquish the orchard. He responded with a smile, "Aunt, the orchard isn't worth much. I think I shall keep it." His aunt was taken aback. "At the very least, it's worth $1 million. How can you say it's worthless? Consider how little your monthly salary is and how much you can save."
Tang Lang chỉ make in, ôm.
Xiao Dong is now a leader in a large company. His income is quite substantial. His aunt paused, and Han Xian also lifted his head. Sister-in-law? Didn't Ti Xiaodong just return to the country? How did he land a position in a big company and become a leader? At that moment, Zhang Hong entered the room and laughed. Aunt, my mother isn't quite informed. Xiaodong is the vice president at Minguxuan, earning an annual salary of 1 million, along with company dividends. Chapter 53. The 7 lamps of elixirs. Auntie was taken aback. Over 1 million? She couldn't help but scrutinize her nephew anew, smiling as she said, Xiaodong, have you not been truthful with the family? Auntie knew well that becoming a vice president required years of diligent work, outstanding performance, and good relations with superiors. How could you, having just returned to the country, possibly attain such a position? Han Xian, equally incredulous, chuckled, Cousin, your vice presidency must have been achieved by flying up. Seeing their disbelief, Zhang Hong took out her phone and searched for the webpage of Zhongbei Minguxuan. There, in clear letters, it stated Zhang Dong's position. Vice President of Zhongbei Minguxuan. Aunt, look, this is Zhang Dong, is it not? Auntie was utterly astonished. Oh my, this is remarkable. Xiaodong, how did you manage that? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. I studied antique appraisal abroad for several years and found this job upon my return. And how much dividend does the company provide you? Auntie asked, her emotions a mix of pride and concern. Not much, just a few percent, Zhang Dong responded. Han Xian quickly searched online for Zhongbei Minguxuan's profit figures and exclaimed, last year's profit was 6.3 billion. A few percent must amount to over 100 million in dividends. Auntie trembled, her face filled with disbelief. Over 100 million. That's an astounding sum. Tang Lan smiled broadly and remarked, Xiaodong is indeed a late bloomer, a source of relief for everyone. Auntie felt slightly awkward. She had initially intended to be a persuader, yet now found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, someone called from the doorway, is anyone home? Zhang Dong, sensing it was not a familiar voice, stepped outside to investigate. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man, followed by 2 men in their 30s or 40s, their temples bulging prominently. Zhang Dong glanced at the trio and inquired, who are you looking for? The middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, smiled and said, I am Fong. I heard you have taken in a little white fox, and I would like to purchase it. Zhang Dong understood that this man was the employer of the hunter. He replied coolly, not for sale, you may leave. The middle-aged man extended his 5 fingers and smiled. I will offer you 500,000. Please consider it. Zhang Dong shook his head. I have already stated, it is not for sale. The man's expression darkened. Friend, could we perhaps discuss this matter further? Zhang Dong recognized the intimidation attempt but remained unperturbed. Very well, let us go up the mountain. Han Xian, arriving at the doorway, noticed his cousin ascending the hill with several strangers and, curious, followed suit. Upon reaching an open space in the orchard, Zhang Dong halted and said, we may speak now. The middle-aged man stated, Friend, I am not an ordinary person. That little white fox holds great significance for me, and I hope you will hand it over. If you refuse, I shall be compelled to employ certain measures to make you comply. Zhang Dong scoffed, then let me witness your methods. The middle-aged man took a step back, and one of his companions advanced toward Zhang Dong, his large knuckles raised, ready to strike. What are you doing?
Han Xian rushed over.
Although he had never held his cousin in high regard since childhood, seeing someone take action against him compelled him to intervene. With a swift motion, Han Xian aimed a kick at his opponent, who was a skilled fighter and quickly discerned the flaw in his attack, redirecting his assault towards Han Xian. Zhang Dong seized Han Xian's clothing, pulling him to his side while frowning, stay still and watch. After speaking, he stepped forward, moving peculiarly to the side of the opponent, delivering a powerful punch. The opponent raised his hand to block, but with a resounding crack, Zhang Dong's recent rigorous training and abundant vital energy shattered the opponent's wrist and arm. The man let out a muffled groan and stumbled back, cradling his injured arm. Another assailant roared and lunged a punch towards Zhang Dong's chest. Yet to Zhang Dong, the movement appeared almost lethargic. With a slight sidestep, he landed a punch to the opponent's ribs, fracturing several bones and causing internal turmoil. The opponent collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. The middle-aged man was taken aback, retreating repeatedly. Han Xian was utterly astonished, Zhang Dong's movements were both rapid and precise. How could he be so formidable? Zhang Dong advanced toward the middle-aged man, whose complexion had turned pale. I did not expect my friend to be a master. I apologize for my earlier offense. Zhang Dong locked eyes with him, inquiring, "Why do you insist on obtaining that white fox?" The middle-aged man replied, "I simply have a fondness for white foxes and wish to capture one as a pet." Zhang Dong sneered, "Are you not speaking the truth?" Feeling the chilling glare in Zhang Dong's eyes, the man's heart sank. "Friend, if you hand over the white fox, I can offer a substantial reward." Zhang Dong shook his head. "First, answer my question, and then I shall contemplate whether to grant your request." After a brief silence, the middle-aged man conceded, "Very well. This white fox is quite special. It is called the medicine fox. Its sense of smell is extraordinarily acute and can locate rare medicinal herbs." Zhang Dong recalled the fruit that De Huang had found earlier, realizing it was indeed the fox's innate ability. "Then I certainly cannot hand the white fox over to you," he declared. "Leave now and do not return." The middle-aged man, undeterred, insisted, "I am willing to offer 10 million. Zhang Dong dismissed him. "That amount is of no interest to me." With a sigh, the man recognized that someone of Zhang Dong's caliber would not lack for such a sum. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Could I perhaps borrow the white fox for a time? I need to search for 2 medicinal herbs." Zhang Dong asked, "Are you the owner of an apothecary?" The man shook his head. "I am a herbalist, also gathering herbs as I go. I know of a location nearby where a rare herb grows, but I have been unable to locate it without the white fox's assistance." Zhang Dong inquired, "What herb is it?" The middle-aged man replied, "It is locally known as 7 lanterns, a type of herbal remedy with remarkable effects. Can restore white hair to black and regenerate teeth. There was once a local villager who, upon accidentally consuming 7 lanterns while afflicted by illness, lived to the age of 101. Chapter 54. Saraputra and the wandering physician. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Dong replied, "I can lend it to you, but I must accompany you." He felt uneasy about entrusting the white fox to someone he barely knew. The other party was overjoyed and promptly introduced himself. "I am Fang Jiliang." He extended a business card with both hands. "The white fox requires a period of rest due to its injuries. Please return to me in a month." "Very well. I shall not impose further." After Fang Jiliang departed with his companions, Han Xian, profoundly shaken, suddenly inquired, "Brother, how did you hone your skills? Would you like to learn?" Zhang Dong asked with a smile. Han Xian nodded eagerly. "Attack me." Zhang Dong beckoned him. Han Xian inhaled deeply and leaped into a flying kick. Yet, just as he soared through the air, Zhang Dong's hand had already pressed against his waist, sending him tumbling several meters away. Upon landing, Han Xian stumbled forward a short distance. Unyielding, he attempted another flying kick, only to be pushed aside once more by Zhang Dong. "Your approach exposes too many flaws. If you were to encounter a true master like that individual from earlier, a single strike could severely injure you." Zhang Dong's explanation enlightened Han Xian, offering him a newfound understanding of martial arts. "Brother, if you were to compete professionally, you would undoubtedly become a champion fighter."
Han Xian exclaimed.
Zhang Dong regarded him and shook his head. "The skills I have mastered are lethal. They are ill-suited for the arena." After practicing for a while, Zhang Hong called them back for dinner. During the meal, both Ant and Tang Lan were astonished to observe Han Xian displaying significantly more respect towards Zhang Dong, addressing him as cousin with eyes filled with reverence. "Brother, could you take me to the antique street this afternoon? Next week is my father's birthday, and I wish to purchase a small token for him." With no pressing matters, Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. Ant was skeptical. Xin, the antique street is rife with swindlers. There are no genuine items to be found. Han Xian chuckled. "Brother Dong is an expert in appraisal. With him by my side, I shall not suffer any losses." After dinner, Zhang Dong drove Han Xian to the antique market. Having visited once before, he was well acquainted with the area. They perused several shops but found nothing of worth. Unable to contain himself, Han Xian asked, "Brother, I see many appealing items. Shall we not settle for something?" Noticing Han Xian's impatience, Zhang Dong replied, "To acquire quality items, one must possess patience. Do you think the world is abundant with treasures that one can stumble upon without effort? They entered another shop, where the proprietor specialized in beads. The interior was adorned with an array of exquisite beads, with prices ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Zhang Dong glanced around and noticed a pug at the entrance wearing a string of beads around its neck, which emitted a gentle glow imbued with compassion. He reached out and removed the beads, discovering they were a bracelet crafted from natural stone beads and bodhi seeds. Judging by their age, they appeared to be several decades old, with the string having likely been replaced at a later time. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, observed Zhang Dong as he picked up a string of beads, chuckling, "Is that a trinket that has caught your eye? Surely it is merely a child's plaything." Zhang Dong replied, "These beads are quite charming. Children do possess discerning taste. What material is it made of?" The proprietor responded, "Perhaps jade. If you fancy it, I shall part with it for 500. Previously, it would have cost no less than 1,200. However, since it has been handled by a child, I can offer you a discount." Zhang Dong nodded. "Very well, I shall purchase it." Han Xian, witnessing his brother acquire an item from a dog, felt a twinge of curiosity but nonetheless took out his phone to make the payment. The two did not procure any additional items and exited the shop. Unable to contain his curiosity, Han Xian inquired, "Brother, I fail to see what is so special about this object." Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "What do you know? This stone is a relic from a revered monk. Holding it can ward off malevolence and ensure safety." Han Xian scoffed, "Brother, relics are mere pseudoscience." Zhang Dong halted, saying, "One should refrain from making hasty judgments about that which they do not comprehend." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, clad in a Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 30s, yet not quite reaching 40. His face resembled an ancient moon, and his eyes sparkled like cold stars. He carried a box and walked with a unique grace, reminiscent of a performer on stage, yet more fluid and natural. As they brushed past each other, the man's gaze fell upon the beads in Han Xian's hand, prompting him to halt and inquire, "Do you wish to sell those beads?" Han Xian was taken aback and glanced at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong smiled, "Are you familiar with what they are?" The middle-aged man responded, "These are monk relics, suitable for medicinal use." Han Xian's eyes widened in realization. His cousin's words were indeed true. "How much will you offer?" He couldn't help but ask. The man pondered for a moment before stating 50,000. "That seems fair." Han Xian gasped, "What?" The man repeated, 50,000. "For you, that price is not insignificant." Zhang Dong queried, "Are you a physician?" The man nodded, "A wandering doctor, traversing the world to heal the ill. I am on my way to treat a patient, and the relic would come in handy." Zhang Dong contemplated, then took the string of beads from Han Xian and handed it to the man, saying with a smile, "Just take it for 500. The man appeared somewhat surprised, scrutinizing Zhang Dong with a few discerning glances, and remarked, 500? Isn't that a trifle low?" Zhang Dong replied, "Not at all. I acquired it for 500 just moments ago." The man conceded, handing Zhang Dong 500 in cash, which included a business card, stating, "Young brother, I appreciate your kindness. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, the man gracefully departed. Han Xian, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Brother, he offered 50,000, and you let him have it for 500. What a loss." Zhang Dong reassured him, "We have not suffered a loss. It was originally purchased for 500. Do not fret. I will find you something of greater value." The two then ventured to a nearby stall to search for more treasures. Before long, Zhang Dong spotted a stall laden with ancient coins. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some of the coins emanating a faint, ethereal glow. He reached out and rummaged for a while, extracting a total of 15 luminous copper coins. These coins included the half-tail coins forged during the Qin dynasty, the 5 coins from the Han dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao from the Tang dynasty, the Songyuan Tongbao from the Song dynasty, and the Yongle Tongbao from the Ming dynasty. Collectively, these 5 types of currency are referred to as the Great Five Emperors' coins. When gathered together, they can serve as a form of talisman. A glance revealed fleeting images, and he immediately recognized the exceptional nature of these coins, which had been enshrined in a temple for many years. They were incense money, their value immeasurable. Upon inquiring about the price, He learned they were 50 yuan each, and he promptly purchased all of them. He then acquired some red string to string together 5 of the great 5 emperor's coins, tying them into a knot before handing them to Han Xian. This is for your uncle. These great 5 emperor's coins can ensure safety and enhance fortune and wealth. Han Xian, now fully convinced of Zhang Dong's sincerity, asked, Brother, these great 5 emperor's coins are quite valuable, aren't they? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. To those in need, these items are priceless treasures, worth spending millions on. To those who do not, they are merely trinkets worth a few dozen yuan. Han Xian responded with an understanding "Oh." Upon returning home, they found that his aunt had grown impatient, and soon afterward, she left with Han Xian. In the afternoon, after practicing martial arts for a while, Zhang Dong checked on the little fox's injuries and fed it some food. As dusk approached, he prepared to ascend the mountain for training. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the itinerant physician from earlier, who was approaching from a distance. To Zhang Dong's astonishment, he covered the 100-meter gap in the blink of an eye. Zhang Dong was taken aback. What kind of skill was this? Chapter 55. Chen Xuanjin, the wandering physician, smiled and remarked, I never anticipated that my little medicinal fox had been rescued by you. Zhang Dong realized at once, so you are the owner of that little fox. The wandering physician nodded, calling out, and the little fox joyfully dashed out, leaping straight into his embrace, nuzzling its tiny head against him. Zhang Dong chuckled. This little creature nearly fell into someone else's hands. Now that it has found its owner, I feel at ease. The wandering physician smiled. Thank you. I had to go out for a while, so I left it in the mountains to forage, not expecting it to encounter someone with ill intentions. Zhang Dong invited, Sir, would you care for a cup of water at my home? The wandering physician replied, That would be a delight. Once inside, Zhang Dong brewed tea and inquired, How shall I address you, sir? The wandering physician responded, My surname is Chun. You may call me Old Chun. Zhang Dong continued, Mr. Chun, regarding the patient you treated this afternoon, is he well now? Mr. Chun nodded. Thanks to your relic, he is not in grave condition. May I ask your name? Zhang Dong replied, My name is Zhang Dong. Mr. Chun suddenly recalled something and asked, Do you know Wu Tai Xian? Zhang Dong was taken aback. You know my elder brother? Mr. Chun chuckled. He came to see me yesterday and mentioned you. You are quite remarkable. At such a young age, your skills are already commendable. Zhang Dong had an epiphany. This gentleman, surnamed Chun, practiced medicine and knew Wu Tai Xian. Could he possibly be the renowned healer, Chen Xuanjin? So, it is you, the esteemed Chun, whom I have long admired. Zhang Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Xuanjin waved his hand dismissively. What esteemed healer? I am merely a wandering physician. Zhang Dong remarked. The last time I witnessed my elder brother performing bone setting, his technique was extraordinary. Your medical skills must surpass his. Noticing Zhang Dong's keen interest in medicine, Chen Xuanjin inquired, Would you like to learn? Zhang Dong eagerly nodded. I wish to learn. Can you teach me? Chen Xuanjin cautioned. Learning medicine is no easy task. If you are merely curious, I advise against it. Zhang Dong insisted, I am not just curious. I genuinely wish to learn. In truth, Zhang Dong had long aspired to be a physician. However, due to an unsatisfactory performance in his college entrance examination, he missed the opportunity to apply to a medical university. Chen Xuanjin nodded, producing 2 books from his robe, stating, Here are 2 volumes. One is the inner canon of Huangdi, and the other is the outer canon of Huangdi, both annotated by me. You must memorize them entirely. Additionally, procure a copy of the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold and the compendium of Materia Medica. You must also commit those to memory. Once you have thoroughly mastered these 4 texts, I shall teach you the art of medicine. Zhang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. The compendium of Materia Medica alone was a hefty tome, and the thought of memorizing all 4 was daunting. Many might never achieve such a feat in their lifetime. Nevertheless, he nodded resolutely. Very well. I shall memorize them as swiftly as possible. After a brief stay, Chen Xuanjin departed with the white fox. Zhang Dong immediately returned to his study, fervently reciting the inner canon of Huangdi and the outer canon of Huangdi. He had heard of the inner canon, but what was this outer canon? He dismissed his curiosity and focused entirely on his memorization. Although Chen Xuanjin provided annotations, certain concepts remain elusive. Ultimately, he dedicated 3 hours to memorizing 2 scriptures. That evening, perhaps inspired by the Huangdi Neijing, he commenced practicing the 4th set of movements, quickly mastering it. The following morning, Dongfang Lan called to inquire if he was available, and they arranged a time to meet. At 9 o'clock, Dongfang Lan's car arrived at Zhang Dong's residence, and the two set off for the high-speed train station. The train departed at 10, with a journey lasting nearly 4 hours. Dongfang Lan had purchased business-class tickets, with their seats arranged in front and behind each other. She adjusted her seat to face Zhang Dong, allowing them to converse comfortably. "Brother, once we arrive, they may attempt to intimidate you. Pay them no mind. With me around, they won't dare to act against you," Dongfang Lan assured. Zhang Dong chuckled. "Sister Lan, rest assured, I'm not easily intimidated." After a brief conversation, Dongfang Lan closed her eyes to rest. While Zhang Dong took out the compendium of Materia Medica he had prepared in advance and began to memorize its contents. By the time the train reached its destination, he had successfully committed the substantial work to memory. Upon exiting the high-speed train station, a driver awaited them, and they proceeded to their destination, a prestigious office building. As they disembarked, a woman in a tailored suit approached briskly, respectfully addressing, "Second Miss. Everyone is waiting for you upstairs." Dongfang Lan nodded slightly and headed towards the elevator. A group of individuals stood at the elevator entrance, blocking the stairs as they saw her approach. Dongfang Lan raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" One particularly stout man, towering over others, grinned apologetically. "I'm sorry, the elevator is out of order." Dongfang Lan scoffed. "Using such petty tricks is truly juvenile." Zhang Dong reached to press the elevator button, but the stout man attempted to obstruct him. With a casual shove, Zhang Dong sent him sprawling several meters away, landing heavily on the ground. The remaining individuals were taken aback and dared not move. Zhang Dong pressed the elevator button and entered with Dongfang Lan. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they traversed a corridor to a conference room where nearly all significant members of the Dongfang family had gathered. Zhang Dong surveyed the scene. About 20 individuals, both male and female, young and old, all impeccably dressed. In addition, there were over 20 bodyguards stationed inside and outside the room. Dongfang Lan greeted everyone before guiding Zhang Dong to a seat. Next to them sat a woman in her 20s, who glanced at Zhang Dong and remarked, "Sister Lan, is one bodyguard sufficient?" Dongfang Lan replied, "One is enough." The woman chuckled, "Sister Lan, that may not suffice." Just as Dongfang Lan was about to respond, an elderly man in his 60s rapped the table and stated, "Dongfang Lan, we need to discuss something with you." This man was Dongfang Lan's uncle, Dongfang Qian, who oversaw several enterprises under the Dongfang family. Dongfang Lan replied coolly, "Uncle, please speak plainly." Dongfang Qian nodded and said, "Xiao Lan, I have conferred with your 3rd uncle and aunt, and we find your grandfathers will rather frivolous. In order to ensure the prosperous inheritance of the Dongfang family's wealth, we have decided to open all the boxes and equitably distribute the family assets." Dongfang Lan immediately shook her head. "Since grandfather has established a will, we should adhere to it. This is also a matter of respect for him." An elderly woman stepped forward, who was Dongfang Qian's wife, and declared loudly, "Xiao Lan, this decision was made by the elders collectively. You must comply." Dongfang Lan scoffed. "Must I comply? What if I choose not to?" Dongfang Qian said calmly, "Xiao Lan, you are still young. Before making a decision, you must ponder it thoroughly, lest you regret it later."
Dongfang Lan viết lít.
"At least I understand one principle. It is better to regret later than to regret now." Dongfang Qian slammed the table and said sternly, "Dongfang Lan, do you not even heed your uncle's words?" Without a trace of fear, she responded, "Uncle, I am following grandfather's words." A young man stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Dongfang Lan. "How dare you speak to my father like that?" He was in his 30s. Dongfang Lan frowned slightly. "Dongfang Xiong, this is not your place to speak." Dongfang Xiong, a burly man, reached out to grab Dongfang Lan, but Zhang Dong stepped forward to intervene between them. Dongfang Xiong glared. "Who do you think you are? Get lost." Chapter 56. The inheritance blind box. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow slightly and retorted, "Mind your words." "Damn it, get him out," Dongfang Xiong shouted. For burly bodyguards approached Zhang Dong, who felt a surge of energy within him. As one of them reached out to grab his shoulder, Zhang Dong swiftly raised his hand to make contact. The man let out a muffled groan, spitting blood as he staggered backward. The other three, taken aback, immediately launched an assault aimed at Zhang Dong's vital points. Zhang Dong employed the first move of the Copper Man's ultimate technique, synchronizing it with his footwork. He knocked one down with a punch and then forcefully slammed the heads of the remaining two onto the table. With a resounding crack, the table shattered, leaving all four men sprawled unconscious on the ground. Dongfang Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. She had actually prepared some backup outside, but it seemed unnecessary now. Dongfang Xiong, both astonished and furious, exclaimed, "Well done, Dongfang Lan. You actually brought hired muscle to deal with us."
Dongfang Lang Viplit, Dongfang Xiong.
I know you all are unwilling to accept that Grandpa allowed me to choose the box first. You will undoubtedly try to find a way to stop me. However, it matters not. I am ready for both wit and might. Seeing Dongfang Lan's preparedness, the onlookers exchanged glances. One of the ants remarked, "Dongfang Lan, no one knows what lies within the boxes. Even if you choose first, what you select may not be what you desire."
Dongfang Lang Viplit Non Challenge.
Whatever I draw is fate. I do not care. Even if what I select is worthless, it is still what my grandfather left me. The woman let out a huff and turned her face away. Dongfang Lan then turned to a middle-aged man present, saying, "Uncle Ma, my grandfather entrusted the matters of the inheritance to you, so I leave everything in your capable hands." The middle-aged man stood up and smiled, saying, "It is my duty. The time is also right. I will now have Lawyer Chun announce today's rules." A man in his 30s stepped forward, producing a contract to read aloud. In essence, he explained that Dongfang Lan's grandfather, Dongfang Zhizhong, had divided his unallocated estate into 100 portions and entrusted Mr. Ma and Lawyer Chun to oversee the distribution of these assets. The distribution would proceed in the order listed, with each individual allowed to select several boxes. Once the announcement was complete, Mr. Ma stated, "According to the old man's wishes, the first person on the list is Dongfang Lan. She may choose 10 boxes from the 100 and inherit what lies within them. Next, I will take you all inside for a brief look." He then instructed his men to open a heavy security door at the back, revealing a spacious room filled with numerous tables, each adorned with metal boxes of various sizes, totaling 100. Mr. Ma continued, "As you can all see, everything is contained within. You will enter in order and each person may take 3 to 10 boxes. As for what is inside the boxes, that will depend on your luck." He then smiled at Dongfang Lan, saying, "Dongfang Lan, you are first in line. You may now enter to make your selection." Dongfang Lan nodded and took Zhang Dong's hand as they walked inside. As Dongfang Lan prepared to bring Zhang Dong along, Dongfang Xiong shouted, "That person cannot enter." Dongfang Lan retorted, "He is my bodyguard. Why shouldn't he come in? I require 10 boxes and must find someone to assist me in carrying them." Upon hearing her words, Dongfang Xiong fell silent. In truth, had it not been for Zhang Dong's formidable prowess, he would have certainly attempted to intervene. "Humph. I doubt she will uncover anything of significant value." A young man muttered softly. He was Dongfang Rue, the son of San Shu. Dongfang Lan and Zhang Dong entered the room. He cast a cursory glance around before employing his perceptive abilities, discovering that some boxes contained gemstones or property deeds, while others held deposit slips or corporate equity documents. All the boxes were uniform in size, making it impossible to ascertain their contents from the exterior. During their journey to Beijing, Zhang Dong had already discussed the most valuable items with Dongfang Lan. She revealed that Dongfang Zhizhong's core assets comprised 3 principal holdings. The first was his acquisition of 1,000 shares in the renowned investment firm Berkshire Hathaway over a decade ago, purchased for $40,000, which had now surged to an astounding $60,000 per share. With 15,000 shares, the total value soared to $61 billion. Zhang Dong swiftly located the box containing the equity documentation, decisively placing it in front of Dongfang Lan. The second core asset encompassed a 40% stake in the Changlu Group, which Zhang Dong also quickly identified. The third asset comprised shares from 5 distinct companies. Although these firms were not under the Dongfang family's control, they generated substantial profits. These included an insurance company, a financial institution, and a technology firm, with the combined value of the shares exceeding $20 billion. Zhang Dong meticulously extracted each one. Having retrieved 7 boxes, 3 remained. He selected the ownership of a pawnshop, a premier office building in Haicheng, and a key to a foreign bank's safe deposit box. It could be said that the items he chose constituted over 80% of the Dongfang family's total assets. After concluding the selection, he assisted Dongfang Lan in carrying the 10 boxes outside. Mr. Ma remarked with a smile, according to the will, the chosen items must be publicly unveiled. Indeed, let everyone witness what you have selected, Dongfang Xiong declared loudly. Dongfang Lan was not entirely aware of what Zhang Dong had chosen for her, yet she replied nonchalantly, "Very well." Mr. Ma produced a set of electronic keys and gently tapped the iron box, illuminating the touchscreen, which prompted for a password. It turned out that all heirs possessed a unique password. Only upon entering it would the box unlock. Any attempt to forcibly open it would result in the contents being incinerated by intense heat. Dongfang Lan entered an 8-digit code, and the iron box sprang open, revealing the deed for a Grade A office building, complete with an official transfer contract and notarized documents. "What? The office building in the heart of Haicheng?" Aunt exclaimed, her face etched with envy. It is worth noting that the annual rent for that building alone amounts to over $1 billion, and it continues to rise each year. Uncle Dongfang Qian cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Lan, this office building has always been under Xiao Xiong's management. Do you think it might be possible?" Dongfang Lan interjected, "Certainly. As long as the price proposed by my uncle is reasonable, I shall promptly transfer the office building to Dongfang Xiong." Dongfang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, he was reluctant to part with such a substantial sum of money. He remarked, "If you are willing, I could invest 5 billion to purchase the office building." Dongfang Lan chuckled. 5 billion? "Uncle, may I use that sum to acquire another office building under your name?" Infuriated, Dongfang Xiong retorted, "The office building in my family yields an annual rental income of 1 billion. Do you truly believe you can purchase it for 5 billion? What a dream!" With a gentle sigh, Dongfang Lan replied, "Indeed, uncle must be lost in a dream." Dongfang Xiong's face flushed with anger as he glanced toward the door. Unbeknownst to him, a long-haired elder clad in black stood outside, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff. Adorning his neck was a necklace crafted from the bones of birds and beasts, and he gazed intently at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, too, felt the weight of his stare. Their eyes met, and he immediately recognized this individual as the one who had employed dark arts against Dongfang Lan. Suddenly, the elder grinned sinisterly and exhaled a breath. Zhang Dong witnessed a grotesque shadowy figure, with 2 heads dangling from its neck, lunging toward him and Dongfang Lan. Anticipating the attack, Zhang Dong swiftly drew his sword from the suitcase and slashed at the 2-headed shadow. The blade seemed to chapter 57. Envy and jealousy. Dongfang Lan glanced at the elderly man outside the door and inquired, "Is this the sorcerer you have summoned to deal with me?" Dongfang Qian was taken aback, then replied sternly, "Xiao Lan, do not make baseless accusations without evidence. This gentleman was invited to assess the feng shui. I am at a loss as to why your bodyguard harmed him." "Xiao Xiong, call the police." Dongfang Lan scoffed. "Call the police? Should I awaken him to inquire who the mastermind is?" Dongfang Qian's expression shifted, and with a huff, he gestured for those preparing to call the police to halt. At this moment, Dongfang Lan made a phone call, and 2 elderly men entered, accompanied by their attendants. She rose and greeted, "Grandfather Jiang, Grandfather Ho." Both gentlemen were longtime friends of Dongfang Zhizhong and acted as overseers of the inheritance distribution. Their influence in the capital was on par with that of Dongfang Zhizhong. Upon their arrival, Dongfang Qian and the others quickly stood to pay their respects. One white-haired elder chuckled. "Originally, this matter concerns the Dongfang family, and we outsiders should not interfere. However, I heard from Xiao Lan that someone has disregarded Brother Dongfang's instructions. Thus, we came to see for ourselves." Dongfang Lan proclaimed, "I invite Grandfather Jiang and Grandfather Ho to witness." She then opened the second box, revealing a financial asset transfer agreement, the 10,000 shares from the stock god, valued at $61 billion. The expressions of those from the Dongfang family, including Dongfang Qian and Dongfang Xiong, turned ashen, resembling corpses. Yet with Jiang and Ho present, they dared not act rashly. Mr. Ma smiled. Xiao Lan, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. You have acquired 2 successive core assets of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Lan proceeded to open the third box, which contained the equity certificate of Changlu Group. Although the company had been suffering losses in recent years, its net assets still exceeded 100 billion, and with proper management, it was poised for a turnaround. Dongfang Xiong could not help but exclaim, Dongfang Lan, Changlu Group is merely a dying giant. Can you, as a woman, truly resurrect it? Dongfang Lan replied, Changlu Group merely requires a capital infusion for technological upgrades. Before my grandfather passed, plans were already laid out, and I shall continue to execute them. Next, she opened the 4th box, revealing the equity certificate of Dongfang Pawnshop. This establishment had a history of 20 years, with net assets exceeding 10 billion, and its annual loaned funds surpassed 500 billion, yielding nearly 1 billion in pure profit. One by one, each box detonated like heavy bombs, causing the hearts of the other Dongfang family members to tremble, their expressions increasingly twisted with despair. Upon opening the 10th box, Dongfang Qian could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, Uncle Jiang, Uncle Ho, Dongfang Lan is clearly cheating. She has taken all the core assets. This is impossible. She must be colluding with Ma Mingyuan. Mr. Ma's countenance turned frigid as he coldly retorted, Dongfang Qian, you must take responsibility for your words. My every action has been under the supervision of Elder Jiang and Elder Ho, as well as the law firm. Dongfang Lan acquiring core assets is merely her fortune. Your urgency cannot alter that. Jiang Lao Dao. The entire process was under triple supervision. No one could possibly cheat. Moreover, with that figure in the court watching, who would dare to commit fraud? The members of the Dongfang family fell silent. Indeed, cheating was out of the question, but Dongfang Lan's luck seemed almost supernatural. Upon opening the box, she immediately, with the assistance of the law firm, completed the transfer of wealth, which was then validated by the signatures of several parties involved. By the time all formalities were concluded, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Dongfang Lan smiled and said, Thank you, Grandpa Jiang, Grandpa Ho, Uncle Ma, for your assistance today. Under the piercing gazes of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Lan left the office building with a pile of documents in hand, accompanied by Zhang Dong. Dongfang Xiong also exited, making a call in a secluded area, coldly stating, Activate the backup plan. She has just descended, and that person by her side is formidable. Once outside, Dongfang Lan sighed softly, remarking, This outcome truly exceeds my expectations. Brother, can you see what's inside the box? Every asset within the box was precisely what she desired. It was nothing short of miraculous. Zhang Dong, of course, would not admit it, chuckling, Perhaps it's just my good fortune. Dongfang Lan did not press further, smiling, Regardless, I have acquired the most vital assets of the Dongfang family. However, from this moment onward, my life will be in jeopardy. Upon my return, I shall draft a will stating that should I meet my demise, all my assets shall be donated to the state. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. Are they truly that ruthless? Dongfang Lan replied, I possess methods to contend with them, yet I must also prepare for the worst. Brother, I am immensely grateful to you today. Without your help, acquiring so many core assets would have been exceedingly difficult. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall certainly aid you. Zhang Dong smiled. Very well, I shall not be modest with you, Sister Lan. Dongfang Lan continued. In the coming days, I intend to remain in the capital to visit some uncles and elders. Brother, you may return home for now. Zhang Dong, feeling somewhat uneasy, insisted. Sister Lan, I would prefer to stay by your side for your protection. While I may not be a top-tier expert, I am sufficient to guard you. Dongfang Lan's beautiful eyes sparkled. So, it appears my brother possesses impressive martial skills as well. However, rest assured, I have already engaged 2 esteemed individuals for close protection. Nothing will happen. As they approached the car, a man and a woman, both in their 30s to 40s and exuding a formidable aura, approached. Zhang Dong assessed their internal energy flow and felt that their strength rivaled that of Wu Taixian. Brother, you may either stay here for the night or leave today. I can arrange a driver for you, Dongfang Lan offered with a smile. Zhang Dong responded, I will stay for the night. Sister Lan, contact me anytime should you need anything. Very well. After bidding farewell to Dongfang Lan, a driver escorted Zhang Dong to a nearby 5-star hotel. With some leisure time on his hands, he purchased a book of priceless formulations to study. That evening, he enjoyed a buffet dinner at the hotel before returning to his room to continue his cultivation. At 3:30 in the morning, he had mastered the 7th and 8th sets of movements from the Lingfei Sutra, and a portion of the meridians within his body had been cleared, becoming increasingly refined. After completing these 2 sets, he retired to bed for some rest. Just as he lay down, his phone buzzed with a message from Dongfang Lan, comprised of some nonsensical characters. Intrigued, he decided to call her. Dongfang Lan, seemingly under the influence of alcohol, laughed and said, Driver? Yes, I'm at the Blue Bridge Club. You needn't come to fetch me. She promptly hung up, clearly unable to elaborate on her situation and intentionally mistaking him for a chauffeur. Without hesitation, he got up and hailed a taxi to the Blue Bridge Club. The location of the Blue Bridge Club was not available on the map, and it was only after inquiring with the driver that Zhang Dong confirmed its whereabouts, proceeding to his destination. Situated somewhere in the northern part of Beijing, Zhang Dong arrived at the Blue Bridge Club just before 4 in the morning. He scaled a tall wall and, upon landing, swiftly moved several meters to the side. The area was under surveillance, yet his movements were so rapid that the security personnel failed to detect him, for their eyes were not perpetually fixed on the screens. Zhang Dong observed that the Blue Bridge Club was a 7-story building. Activating his ability to see through walls, he discerned the interior layout with clarity. He noted that there were individuals present on every floor, and Dongfang Lan was currently on the 5th floor. She sat on a sofa, appearing to be in a semi-conscious state, while 3 men across from her engaged in animated conversation. In a corner, 2 skilled individuals, a man and a woman, lay unconscious, presumably in a state of oblivion. Chapter 58. Master Lu. He leaped gently, his fingers gripping the crevices of the bricks, and in a few moments, he reached the 5th floor window, entering one of the rooms. The window was ajar, allowing him easy access. The room was vacant. He opened the door from within and stepped into the hallway, heading towards the direction of Dongfang Lan. Among the 3 men, the one in the middle had long hair and remarked, Master Lu truly lives up to his reputation as a master of hypnosis. Dongfang Lan is evidently under his control. Following this, the master instructed her to obediently relinquish all her assets. Once this is accomplished, I shall grant the master 1 billion. Master Lu, in his 50s, sat to the right of the long-haired man, smiling as he said, the effects of the drug have not yet fully manifested. Shortly, I will commence with a complete hypnosis. This long-haired man, Zhang Dong had encountered before. He seemed to be a cousin of Dongfang Lan, named Dongfang Rui. Dongfang Rui scoffed. Dongfang Lan foolishly believes that by surrounding herself with 2 experts, she can seize the Dongfang family's enterprise. How naive! At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Zhang Dong stepped inside. 4 bodyguards stood at the entrance. Before they could react, Zhang Dong unleashed the formidable technique of Zhilong Cao, instantly incapacitating all 4. Among these bodyguards, 2 were struck by elbows while the other 2 suffered knee blows, all sustaining severe injuries. Before Dongfang Rui could comprehend the situation, Zhang Dong had already approached Master Lu, seizing him by the throat. Despite Master Lu's exceptional hypnotic skills, his close combat abilities were lacking, prompting him to wave his hands frantically. Zhang Dong coldly demanded, What have you done to Dongfang Lan? The antidote, give it to her. Sensing the murderous intent in Zhang Dong's eyes, Master Lu quickly capitulated, retrieving a packet of powdered medicine from his pocket. Zhang Dong forcefully threw him to the ground, then took a bottle of unopened purified water, pouring out 3/4 of it before adding the powdered medicine and shaking it vigorously. Once the powder dissolved, he first made Master Lu drink a sip. Seeing no ill effects, he then administered the remainder to Dongfang Lan. Dongfang Rui, pressed tightly against the sofa, spoke up, Friend, let us discuss this. If you agree to cooperate with me, I will offer you 1 billion, no 20 billion. Zhang Dong did not spare him a glance, focusing instead on observing Dongfang Lan's reaction. After a full minute, she gradually began to respond. My head feels dizzy, she said, cradling her head. Zhang Dong kicked Master Lu and inquired what's causing the headache. Master Lu hurriedly replied, "It's nothing. She will recover shortly." Zhang Dong then retrieved another packet of powdered medicine, administering it to a male and a female expert. Their robust physiques allowed them to rise within 10 seconds after consumption. Upon assessing the scene, they quickly grasped what had transpired and felt a sense of shame. After 10 minutes, Dongfang Lan's headache subsided. Once she comprehended the sequence of events, she glared coldly at Dongfang Rui and declared, "Time and again, you have struck against me. You chose to initiate hostilities. Do not blame me for retaliating." She turned to Master Lu and coldly asked, "You can hypnotize?" Master Lu, his face pale, nodded hastily, "Yes." In the midst of the unfolding scenario, Dongfang Lan instructed, "Hypnotize Dongfang Rui at once, compelling him to heed my commands." Master Lu, casting a wary glance at Zhang Dong, dared not defy her request and promptly retrieved a pouch of powdered medicine. Zhang Dong dissolved the powder and administered it to Dongfang Rui. Despite Rui's desperate struggles, they proved futile. Shortly thereafter, his gaze grew vacant, and Master Lu indicated that hypnosis could commence in an hour. Having nearly regained her composure, Dongfang Lan was queried by Zhang Dong, "Sister Lan, did you intentionally call me?" She nodded. "Though this Lu has employed tactics against me, I sensed something amiss. To be prudent, I sent you a message." Master Lu, filled with admiration, remarked, "In truth, I had already initiated preliminary hypnosis at that time. I was unprepared for your indomitable will, which still retained logical discernment." Dongfang Lan replied, "Once this matter is resolved, Dongfang Rui will ensure you receive your due rewards, not a fraction less." Master Lu gritted his teeth, expressing gratitude. "Thank you." Zhang Dong then inquired, "Sister Lan, what are your plans?" With a calm demeanor, Dongfang Lan stated, "Earlier today, I paid a visit to a significant figure who promised me that if Dongfang Qian and his associates dare to act against me again, he shall not remain passive." Following this, she made a brief phone call and returned to Zhang Dong, saying, "Brother, you are fortunate to have stayed. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences today. Should this person hypnotize me, I would unwittingly transfer all my assets to them." Zhang Dong frowned, remarking, "We are all family. They have been too ruthless, leaving no avenue for retreat." Dongfang Lan scoffed, "Thus, I shall not extend them any courtesy." While Master Lu awaited the effects of the potion, Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to ask, "Master, would you impart your techniques of hypnosis to me?" Master Lu, unperturbed, replied, "Hypnosis encompasses psychology, linguistics, and demands exceptional talent. Frankly, it would be a waste of time for you to attempt it." Zhang Dong countered, "Since I have the time, I shall give it a try." Master Lu conceded, "Very well, I will teach you a few foundational gestures and incantations." He demonstrated, and Zhang Dong observed as Master Lu uttered peculiar syllables, with his Adam's apple and vocal cords vibrating at a strange frequency. Moreover, the gestures were fascinating. When executed, Zhang Dong noticed a faint glow emanating from the center of Master Lu's forehead. Master Lu harbored skepticism regarding Zhang Dong's ability to master the craft, for there were only a handful of true hypnotists in the world. It was not that others lacked the desire to learn. Rather, it was exceedingly challenging. After several demonstrations, Zhang Dong began to produce similar incantations, his vocal cords and Adam's apple generating deeper sounds, some of which fell beyond the realm of human hearing. When he mimicked the same gestures, Master Lu's pupils suddenly contracted, and as Zhang Dong continued his incantations, they gradually dilated. He then felt an intense focus centered in his forehead and instructed Master Lu, "Lie on the ground and bark like a dog." Master Lu nodded, and to everyone's astonishment, he immediately supported himself on his palms, emitting a series of barks, even forgoing the instinct to pant, as if he truly were a dog. Zhang Dong found this phenomenon quite remarkable. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Master Lu regained his senses. Upon realizing his actions, his expression shifted to one of horror as he exclaimed, "How did you accomplish that?" Zhang Dong replied, "By mimicking you." A look of incredulity spread across Master Lu's face, and with a sudden glint in his eye, he inquired, "How should I address you?" Zhang came the response. Master Lu took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Zhang, Might we relocate to a different setting for our conversation? Zhang Dong regarded him thoughtfully and replied, very well. The two moved to the adjacent room, where Master Lu abruptly knelt and implored, I beseech you, Mr. Zhang, please save my teacher. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. Please rise and speak, he urged. Master Lu hastily stood up, his excitement palpable as he continued. Mr. Zhang, my teacher is a hypnotist of even greater caliber than I. However, while attempting to ascend to a higher level, he was met with a backlash that has ensnared him in a dream state, rendering him unable to awaken. Your extraordinary talent surely indicates that you can rescue my teacher. Zhang Dong countered, I am merely a novice. How can I assist you? Master Lu quickly interjected. My teacher possesses a journal that documents his journey in mastering hypnosis. If I provide you with this journal, your accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine. Chapter 59. The Mo Fong Company. Zhang Dong was intrigued by the concept of hypnosis and inquired, what should I call you? Master Lu replied, I am Lu Dujuan. Zhang Dong scoffed, Dujuan? Do you deserve such a name? Accepting money to act as an accomplice? Is this the conduct of a virtuous gentleman? Lu Dujuan lowered his head, filled with shame, and admitted, I am indeed in desperate need of funds. To save my teacher, I must hire an international 8th-tier hypnotist, which requires a substantial sum. Their fees are exorbitant, starting at $1 billion. Zhang Dong was taken aback. So expensive? Lu Dujuan sighed. There is no alternative. There are only 3 8th-tier hypnotists in the world, each of whom is exceedingly difficult to persuade. Zhang Dong asked, what level is your teacher? Lu Dujuan responded, my teacher was originally a 7th-tier hypnotist, but in his quest for advancement, he attempted to ascend to the 8th tier and ultimately faced failure. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dong said, I will first examine the notes. As for whether I can master it and to what extent, I cannot guarantee anything. Lu Dujuan quickly replied, no worries, please feel free to try. After a while, they returned to their previous location, where Lu Dujuan began to hypnotize Dongfang Rue. Dongfang Rue made a phone call, announcing that he had successfully completed his task and instructed them to come immediately. Meanwhile, Dongfang Lan had already begun her preparations. The confidant of the influential figure had arrived nearby, ready to act at any moment. Zhang Dong chose not to involve himself further and retired to a rest area to rejuvenate. At dawn, Dongfang Lan knocked on the door. Sister Lan, how did it go? Dongfang Lan replied, Dongfang Rue, Dongfang Xiong, and Dongfang Qian have all been apprehended, and a portion of their assets has been confiscated. Zhang Dong nodded, that's good to hear. Sister Lan, I shall take my leave now. By the way, I would like to take Lu Dujuan with me. Dongfang Lan smiled, very well. I will remain in the capital for a few more days. When I return, I shall express my gratitude to you properly. After bidding farewell, Zhang Dong located Lu Dujuan, and the two boarded a vehicle. Lu Dujuan produced a notebook and respectfully stated, Mr. Zhang, this is my teacher's notebook. Zhang Dong accepted it and perused its contents, noting the meticulous details. I shall give it a try. If I cannot learn it, then so be it. Lu Dujuan quickly replied, Indeed, please take your time. Mr. Zhang, are you heading back now? Zhang Dong responded, I am going to the high-speed train station to return to Yun City. Lu Dujuan smiled, I have nothing pressing, so I shall accompany you to Yun City. Rest assured, I will not impose on you. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, all right then. At noon, Lu Dujuan accompanied Zhang Dong back to Yun City. Lu Dujuan sought accommodation at a hotel while Zhang Dong took a taxi home. Upon returning, he took his dog, De Huang, for a stroll on the mountain before heading home for lunch. The meal was lavish. Zhang Dong devoured 3 large bowls of rice and nearly finished all the dishes. Just as he finished, he noticed a white fox sitting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhang Dong emerge, it was filled with joy and immediately leaped into his embrace. Zhang Dong chuckled, little one, has your master arrived as well? The white fox nodded, its tiny paw gesturing towards the mountain. Zhang Dong replied, I shall go find him. After walking for a while up the mountain, he reached a hollow where a large stone lay, upon which Chun Xuanjin sat, his eyes seemingly half closed. Zhang Dong hurriedly called out, Mr. Chun. Chun Xuanjin opened his eyes with a smile and inquired, I happened to pass by here and thought I would come see you. How much of the book I assigned have you memorized? Zhang Dong answered, I have mostly memorized it. Chen Xuanzhen appeared surprised and asked, Really? Then let me pose a few questions. Zhang Dong nodded eagerly. Certainly. Chen Xuanzhen asked, Can you recite the prescription for treating febrile diseases? Without hesitation, Zhang Dong replied, It states, to eliminate heat and detoxify, nothing surpasses bitter and acidic substances. Therefore, we often use Kushin, Qingsang, Aiyi Jizi, Tingli bitter wine, and Wu Mei. These are the essentials. Once he finished reciting, Chen Xuanzhen posed another question. What about the prescription for treating painful sores? Zhang Dong responded, Qing Mu Xiang, 2 taels, Sun Lu Xiang, Ailan Shi, Ding Xiang 1 tael each, and Shi Xiang half a tael. Combine the 5 ingredients, grind them, and boil with 4 liters of water to yield 1.5 liters for consumption. For severe heat toxicity, add 1 tael of Shi Jiao, substituting with Shangma if Shi Jiao is unavailable. For mild cases, omit the Ailan Shi, and it is remarkably effective. After listening, Chen Xuanzhen asked over a dozen more questions, some from the Huangdi Neijing, others from the Benchao Gongmu, and some from the Huangdi Weijing, to which Zhang Dong responded fluently. Chen Xuanzhen chuckled, Initially I found memorization quite tedious, yet you possess an innate talent for it. Zhang Dong inquired, Mr. Chen, will you teach me the art of medicine? Chen Xuanzhen then retrieved 6 medical texts from behind him, saying, Memorize these thoroughly and comprehend their meanings. I shall return in a few days to teach you the principles of medicine. Zhang Dong was elated, repeatedly expressing his approval. Chen Xuanzhen added, I must journey to Southeast Asia. Little Bai will remain with you for the time being. Zhang Dong reassured him, Rest assured, I will take good care of Little Bai. He then produced the notes given to him by Lu Dajuan and handed them to Chen Xuanzhen, asking, Sir, can I self-study the content within? Chen Xuanzhen merely glanced at it and replied, There is a semblance of wisdom here, but it follows a misguided path. Such a person will ultimately suffer repercussions. Zhang Dong nodded. Indeed, he is now lost in an illusion, rendered a vegetative state. Chen Xuanzhen remarked, The essence of hypnosis lies in the spirit, and the foundation of the spirit resides in the body. Your physique is already quite robust. Should you be interested, you may practice. However, it must never be used to harm others. Zhang Dong affirmed, Understood. After Chen Xuanzhen departed, Zhang Dong spent the afternoon practicing his skills. By evening, he had perfected the movements of the 9th and 10th sets of the Ling Fei Jing. As night fell, he connected all 10 sets and practiced from the beginning. After midnight, he began to study the notes, which contained a plethora of hand seals, magical symbols, incantations, and more, all in a chaotic array, some derived from esoteric traditions, others from Taoist schools, and some from Western teachings. The following morning, the driver Lu Chong arrived to pick him up. Upon returning to Minggu Xian, he noticed that the glances of everyone around him had shifted. The previous respect had diminished. Entering his office, he discovered Lu Feng from the investment department seated in his chair. Upon noticing Zhang Dong's entrance, Lu Feng smiled and remarked, General Manager Zhang, you finally decided to come to work. Zhang Dong's expression remained unchanged as he replied, Manager Lu, what are you doing in my office? Lu Feng continued to smile. Did General Manager Zhang not receive the notification? I have now replaced you as the Vice President of Minggu Xian in Jiangbei. By the way, the presidency is no longer held by Yi Rou. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Why had Yi Rou not informed him of such a significant change? He quickly dialed Yi Rou's number, and it was promptly answered. Before Zhang Dong could speak, Yi Rou said, Zhang Dong, there has been an issue with Minggu Group. Our competitors have allied with other major shareholders to seize control of Minggu Xian. The chairmanship has changed hands, and I am to be ousted as well. It turned out that the Yi family held 42% of Minggu Group's shares, while shareholders collectively owned 52%. Just yesterday, the rival company, Mo Fong, acquired the majority of shares from all shareholders, holding 50% and 5/10 of Minggu Group, thus becoming the controlling entity and essentially taking command of the board. Upon hearing the name Mo Fong, Zhang Dong felt a surge of realization and inquired, Is it the Mo Fong Group headquartered in the capital? Yi Rou confirmed, Indeed. The financial backing of Mo Fong is formidable. They are supported by the Dongfang family. Chapter 60. The ponytail girl Zhang Dongdao reassured Yi Rou, There is no need for you to be overly concerned. I shall devise a solution. Yiro interpreted this as mere comfort, responding, Indeed, I have other matters to attend to. I shall call you later. After hanging up, Lu Feng chuckled, Zhang, or rather Zhang Dong. You are no longer the vice president of Jiangbei Mingguxian. You may as well gather your belongings and depart. Zhang Dong regarded him coolly, replying, Lu Feng, as the saying goes, one must leave a thread for future encounters. Are you not wary of my potential return? Lu Feng scoffed, with Emofang Company controlling Minggu Group. How could you possibly return? Zhang Dong merely stated, we shall see. Upon exiting the company, Lu Chong, though not obligated, chose to accompany Zhang Dong. Master Lu, you need not see me off, Zhang Dong insisted. Lu Chong promptly replied, Zhang Dong, regardless of your status with the company, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall never be ambiguous. Zhang Dong smiled, very well, thank you. Upon returning to his usual hotel, he contacted Dongfang Lan, Sister Lan. Among the companies you oversee, one is named Emofang Company. They acquired controlling interest in Minggu Group yesterday. Dongfang Lan chuckled. I have just learned of this. It was orchestrated by the previous management. Zhang Dong sighed. Was I not the vice president of Minggu Xian? I have just been dismissed by Emofang Company. Dongfang Lan remained unfazed. How about this? I shall visit Emofang Company shortly and negotiate with the president of Jiangbei Minggu Xian on your behalf. Zhang Dong laughed. Sister Lan, I lack experience in managing a company, but the former President Yi is quite adept. Dongfang Lan remarked, so you are speaking on her behalf. Very well. Have her come to Beijing. I shall converse with her in person. Zhang Dong agreed. Thank you, Sister Lan. She replied, you have assisted me immensely. This trivial matter is nothing in comparison. At that moment, Yiro was seated at the headquarters of Minggu Group, busy packing alongside her subordinates. With the change in leadership, a significant turnover was imminent, and most would face dismissal. A secretary whispered, President Yi, are we to leave like this? Yiro sighed softly, filled with reluctance and helplessness, yet utterly powerless. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice emerged. I am Dongfang Lan. When will you be in Beijing? I wish to discuss something with you. Yiro, well aware of Dongfang Lan's identity as a shareholder of Emofang Company, thought, she wishes to speak with me? Very well, I can come at any time. Shortly after ending the call, representatives from Emofang Company arrived, announcing a suspension of layoffs, and the chairperson remained Yiro. Stunned, she quickly realized the implications and hastily called Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, are you assisting me? She inquired, her voice trembling slightly. Zhang Dong chuckled. Dongfang Lan is a friend of mine. I just did her a favor. Yiro inhaled deeply. Thank you. Zhang Dong chuckled. What is there to thank? I too am merely safeguarding my position as vice president. Once everything stabilizes, I shall express my gratitude to you sincerely.
Yiro responded earnestly.
Zhang Dong replied with a smile. Very well. I shall await your return, General Manager Yi. After hanging up, he felt no urgency to return to the company. Adjustments would certainly be made at Mofang Company, but it would take some time. Just as he was preparing to indulge in a couple of games, a video call from Wu Kai came through. On the other end of the video, Wu Kai was in an office holding a document and exclaimed, Dongzi, I have secured the contract. Zhang Dong felt elated for him, saying, Lao Kai, give it your best shot. Rest assured, for your sake, I shall also strive to excel. Wu Kai inquired, Dongzi, are you in the provincial capital? If so, let us enjoy some skewers together tonight. All right, let us meet at 6, Zhang Dong replied. With no pressing matters in the afternoon, Zhang Dong decided to stroll through Jade Street in the provincial capital. Having made some profits last time, he had only visited a few shops. Now that he had funds at his disposal, he intended to select some raw stones. Upon arriving at Jade Street, he found it bustling with tourists. Many first-time jade buyers wore expressions of anticipation, hoping to discover materials that could appreciate tenfold or even 100-fold. At that moment, a beautiful girl with a ponytail walked by, laughing with her companion, who was a plump girl. The latter said, Xiaoyin, let us pick out some jade. Perhaps we can make a fortune. The ponytailed girl, with her delicate features, donned a black skirt and striking red stockings, resembling a character straight out of an anime. She replied with a smile, "Sounds great." The two girls entered a jade shop. Since Zhang Dong was merely wandering, he decided to step in as well to see if there were any suitable materials. While he was selecting stones, the ponytailed girl had already chosen one, exclaiming, "Let us go with this one. It's only 600, which isn't expensive." The shop had no other customers. The owner, a burly man with a bushy beard, grinned widely and asked, "Miss, would you like me to open it?" The plump girl replied, "Of course. Let us see if Xiaoyin has struck gold." The owner promptly handed the stone to a worker behind him, who quickly cut off a small piece to reveal a window. The ponytailed girl asked, "How is this material, boss?" The owner examined it briefly and said, "It's a glutinous type worth just over 100. The ponytailed girl pouted, 600 for this. I'm losing 100. I wish I hadn't bought it." The owner raised an eyebrow and clarified, "Miss, this material isn't 600. It's 28,000. Both the ponytailed and plump girls were taken aback. How did it suddenly become 28,000? The price clearly stated 600. The owner immediately turned the tag over, calmly stating, "Look closely, 600 refers to the weight in grams. The price is on the other side." When he flipped the tag, it indeed read 28,000 yuan. The plump girl exclaimed angrily, "This is extortion." The bearded proprietor let out a chilling laugh, for his establishment typically sold only a few pieces of jade each day. Yet, whenever a sale occurred, it promised a substantial profit. "Ladies," he proclaimed, "the prices are clearly marked and you made your choices. Now that the gamble has gone awry, am I to be blamed? Is there any logic in such a notion?" The girl with the ponytail, both angry and frightened, trembled at the thought. Her monthly living expenses amounted to a mere 2,000 yuan, making the 28,000 yuan price tag equivalent to 2.5 years of her livelihood. How could she possibly afford such a sum? The plump girl voiced her distress. "I will call the police." The bearded man sneered, "Do as you wish. But the sum remains 28,000, not a penny less." Zhang Dong, having just picked up a piece of jade, was drawn to the commotion. Fully aware of the unfolding situation, he approached the ponytail girl and said, "Fear not, my dear." Seeing Zhang Dong come closer, the ponytail girl, with a pained expression, replied, "But I do not have 28,000. The proprietor interjected, "If you lack the funds, call your family and have them send the money." Turning his attention to the piece in his possession, Zhang Dong inquired, "Sir, what is the price of this piece?" The proprietor glanced at it and declared, 9,000. Zhang Dong nodded, promptly paying for it with his phone, then addressed the proprietor. "A gentleman appreciates wealth but seeks it through honorable means. Is it not disgraceful to deceive this young lady out of her money?" The proprietor, incensed, retorted, "You insolent brat, whom do you accuse of fraud?" Zhang Dong replied, "This piece of jade cost no more than 300. Charging 600 would already be excessive. How dare you demand 28,000? Chapter 61. A matter of a phone call. The boss exclaimed angrily, "What does it have to do with you?" Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "I have been present at the scene. I can vouch for this young lady. It was you who attempted to defraud her. Miss, please call the police. I will testify on your behalf." The boss, sensing that Zhang Dong was not an ordinary person, felt a twinge of fear as he observed the girl preparing to report him. He quickly relented, saying, "All right, let us settle for 8,000. Grateful for Zhang Dong's support, the girl with the ponytail whispered, "I can scrape together 8,000. Zhang Dong interrupted her, stating, "It's only 600. Not a penny more." The boss scrutinized him and remarked, "My friend, you seem somewhat familiar." After a few seconds, he suddenly exclaimed, "You are the one who offered 60 million for the jade last time." He then sighed, "Fine, 600 it is." The ponytail girl beamed with joy and hastily paid the 600, bowing to Zhang Dong. "Thank you, big brother." Zhang Dong inquired, "Are you a student around here?" The girl quickly nodded, "I am from the dance academy. My name is Shi In. Zhang Dong advised, "The world of gambling stones is fraught with pitfalls. You should tread carefully in the future." Shi In scratched her head. "I understand. What should I call you, big brother?" "I am truly grateful for your help today. Just call me Zhang Dong," he replied, turning to leave. However, Shi In grabbed his hand, smiling, "Big brother, did the boss really say you bought Jade worth 60 million? Is that true?" Zhang Dong chuckled, "I was just lucky at the time." She cautiously asked, "Could you help me choose a piece as well?" Surprised by her boldness, Zhang Dong, having no pressing matters, nodded in agreement. Shi Yining was elated. "Thank you, big brother." The plump girl also gazed at Zhang Dong with admiration, her chubby cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon arriving at another shop, Zhang Dong scanned the selections and picked out 2 pieces for himself, spending over 70,000. Subsequently, he assisted Shi Yining in selecting a raw stone valued at 5,000, which had promising potential worth several tens of thousands. Upon purchasing the stone, Shi Yining immediately requested it to be opened. Soon, a window was cut into the stone, revealing a hint of green and an impressive quality. The boss grinned. "You have good fortune, young lady. This stone could be worth 40 to 50,000. Shi Yining clenched her fists in excitement. "That's fantastic." When a customer inquired if she would sell it, she readily agreed, transforming her 5,000 into 45,000. A profit of 40,000. "Big brother, you are amazing," Shi Yining exclaimed joyfully, then surprisingly handed Zhang Dong 20,000. "Big brother, let us share the 40,000 equally." Taken aback, Zhang Dong smiled. "You should keep the 40,000. Shi Yining giggled. "You must accept it. The remaining 20,000 is a fortune for me." Zhang Dong chuckled and willingly accepted the money, saying, "Very well then." Shi Yining showed no intention of leaving, continuing to follow closely behind Zhang Dong. He also rented a tricycle to assist with the cargo and even helped him negotiate prices. Observing her lively demeanor, Zhang Dong decided to indulge her whims. Throughout the afternoon, he visited merely a dozen shops, acquiring numerous pieces of jade totaling over 15 million. Some of the original prices were exorbitantly high, reaching several million or even tens of millions, yet after careful consideration, he determined that the profit margins were limited. Thus, he primarily procured materials in the range of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, with the most expensive piece costing just over 1 million. The materials filled 2 entire truckloads, one pushed by Zhang Dong and the other by Shi Yining. As they toiled until past 5 o'clock, beads of sweat had begun to form on her forehead. Subsequently, Zhang Dong rented a cargo truck to transport the raw stones to the Minggu Xian warehouse. Minggu Xian boasted a private vault which he had previously rented. Its ample space was sufficient to accommodate these materials. Before departing, Zhang Dong cheerfully inquired of the two, "I will be dining with friends shortly. Would you care to join?" Shi Yining's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly replied, "Absolutely, brother. Let's exchange contact information. We'll change our clothes and head over." By 6 o'clock, he arrived at Fat Lou's barbecue, where Wu Kai had already secured a table and waved eagerly upon seeing Zhang Dong. As Zhang Dong pulled out a chair to sit opposite him, he noticed Wu Kai's troubled expression and inquired with a smile, "What's the matter?" Wu Kai handed over his phone, revealing a chat group of alumni discussing Zhang Dong's dismissal from Minggu Xian. Didn't he just become the vice president? How could he be dismissed so swiftly? Someone questioned. It is said that he embezzled funds and was caught. Another spread rumors. Soon after, someone tagged Suing. "Suing, you should know about Zhang Dong's situation. Could you clarify what happened?" Suing, evidently aware of the matter, replied, "The embezzlement claims are utterly unfounded. It's merely a routine personnel change. I know this because my cousin works at Minggu Xian. She mentioned that Zhang Dong ascended to his position through President Yi Ro's support. As for the specifics, you can surmise. Therefore, it is not Zhang Dong who is in trouble, but rather President Yi. Consider this. If the backing collapses, how could the subordinates remain unscathed?" Zhang Dong glanced at the screen and returned the phone to Wu Kai, chuckling, "Let them say what they wish." Wu Kai, concerned, asked, "Dongzi, what is really going on? Are you genuinely implicated?" Zhang Dong reassured him with a smile, "Do not worry. It's merely a matter of a phone call." No sooner had he spoken than a call from Dongfang Lan came through. "Brother, I have spoken with Yi Ro and have great admiration for her. I have decided to allow her to continue as the president of Minggu Group, while also bringing her onto the board of Mafang Company." Zhang Dong responded, "Sister Lan, your wisdom is commendable." Dongfang Lan laughed. "Admiration is one aspect, but I primarily considered your counsel, brother." Zhang Dong replied, Thank you, Sister Lan, for your consideration. Dongfang Lan concluded, all right then. Once I finish my tasks, we shall meet in Ningxing. After hanging up, he smiled. The matter has been resolved. Yi Ro will continue as president of Minggu Group. Wu Kai rejoiced, really? That's wonderful. Dongzi, your position is secure. Two individuals were engaged in casual conversation when a girl with a ponytail approached them. It was the afternoon's Shi Yin. Zhang Dong, brother. Shi Yin greeted with a smile as she stepped forward. We searched for quite a while and finally found this place. Zhang Dong invited the two to sit down and then introduced Wu Kai, saying, this is my newly acquainted friend from the dance academy. Shi Yin, this is my buddy Wu Kai. Wu Kai's eyes lit up. Hello, beautiful, please have a seat. Thank you, Shi Yin replied with a smile. Zhang Dong inquired, is your friend not coming? Shi Yin smiled coyly. She went on a date, so I came alone. The presence of a beauty enlivened the atmosphere, and Wu Kai spoke animatedly. Unfortunately, Shi Yin's gaze remained fixated on Zhang Dong most of the time. Suddenly, a man, towering at least 6 feet 3 inches and muscular, sat down between Zhang Dong and Shi Yin, resting one arm on Shi Yin's shoulder, while his eyes remained fixed on Zhang Dong. Yin, is this your friend? Upon seeing this person, Shi Yin appeared flustered and hurriedly exclaimed, Tong Hui, please behave. He is my friend. Chapter 62. Why don't you fight back? Are you friends? I think not. Just look at the disdain in his eyes. It irks me. The man spoke coldly, his face nearly pressed against Zhang Dong's. Zhang Dong leaned back slightly and asked nonchalantly, Shi Yin? Who is he? Tong Hui grinned broadly. Who am I? I am Tong Hui, her boyfriend. Summoning her courage, Shi Yin suddenly declared loudly, I am not his girlfriend. That is a unilateral declaration. Tong Hui frowned, about to retort, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his wrist as Zhang Dong seized it. He struggled fiercely, but Zhang Dong's grip was like a vice, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Ah! His body began to tilt and he sank to one knee, crying out in agony as he withdrew his hand from Shi Yin's. Are you Shi Yin's boyfriend? Zhang Dong inquired, tightening his grip slightly. Tong Hui emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. No, it's one-sided. I've known her for less than a month. Zhang Dong commanded, in the future, refrain from disturbing others. Leave. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Tong Hui stumbling several meters away. Tong Hui immediately sprang up, glaring at Zhang Dong with eyes full of resentment. Wu Kai stood up at once, sneering, kid. Not satisfied? Do you want me to spar with you? Having practiced Sanda in high school and dabbled in boxing at university, he did not regard the imposing Tong Hui as a threat. Tong Hui snorted heavily and turned to leave. Shi Yin hurriedly thanked the two, offering a wry smile. Tong Hui has quite the background. His grandfather and parents were all part of the national basketball team. Zhang Dong replied, such people cannot be feared. The more you fear them, the more outrageous they become. Just then, the skewers and appetizers ordered by Wu Kai were brought over, and the three raised their glasses in unison. However, shortly thereafter, the surroundings darkened as a group of towering figures, each over 6 feet tall, encircled them with Tong Hui among them. With a cold smile plastered on his face, Tong Hui remarked, did you not wish to practice with me? Let us proceed. Zhang Dong glanced around and noticed that the civic park was nearby. He gestured towards it, saying, let us head over there and wait for me. The group nodded at Zhang Dong and strode toward the park. Wu Kai chuckled, it's been a while since I've had a good workout. Dongzi, entertain them. Zhang Dong patted his shoulder, you keep the ladies company for 3 minutes. If I'm not back by then, you can join in. A true expert must make a grand entrance. Wu Kai laughed heartily, all right, I'll wait 3 minutes. Downing the beer in his glass, Zhang Dong rose and followed them. The park was sparsely populated, and there was a clear area where Tong Hui and his companions stood, arms crossed, awaiting him. Upon seeing Zhang Dong approach alone, Tong Hui sneered, kid, dare to offend me? Today you shall learn that the king of hell has 3 eyes. With a wave of his hand, several burly men advanced toward him. Zhang Dong strode forward, resembling a human beast, and collided directly with the group. The first to be struck was the center on the basketball court, known for his frequent confrontations, formidable strength, and solid foundation. However, upon colliding with Zhang Dong, he was sent flying 3 meters back, letting out a muffled groan upon impact. The other two were no match for him either, tumbling to the ground. Zhang Dong moved through the chaos as if in a realm untouched by others, swiftly approaching Tong Hui and delivering a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed in the air, leaving Tong Hui momentarily stunned, clutching his face. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Dong raised his hand for another slap, inquiring, "Why don't you fight back?" Tong Hui, fueled by rage, swung his fist in retaliation, only to have Zhang Dong seize his wrist and hurl him away, crashing into another individual. Zhang Dong then proceeded to kick Tong Hui several times, causing him to wail in pain, yet without inflicting any lasting harm. Satisfied, Zhang Dong dusted off his hands and remarked, "If you seek a beating, come find me." With that, he sauntered back to the barbecue stall. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, when did Dongzi become so formidable? He is practically a martial arts master." In Shi Yinin's eyes, admiration sparkled like countless twinkling stars. The three continued to drink until past 11 o'clock, after which Zhang Dong hailed a cab to first escort Shi Yinin home, and then the two indulged in a soak and foot massage. By the time Zhang Dong returned to the hotel, it was already past 3 in the morning, and he collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. The following day, he was roused by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the company's new vice president, Lu Feng, whose voice carried a hint of flattery. "President Zhang, will you be coming to the office today?" Zhang Dong feigned confusion. "I've been laid off. What reason do I have to go to the office?" Lu Feng quickly replied, "President Zhang, you have not been laid off. In fact, you've been promoted. The new appointment has just come through. You are now the president of Jiangbei Minguxuan. As for me, I'll continue in my role as the manager of the investment department, awaiting your directives." Zhang Dong felt overwhelmed. How could one night as sleep lead to such a dramatic elevation in status? He hung up the phone and called Yuro. Yuro responded with a smile, "President Zhang, what can I do for you?" Zhang Dong confessed, "Yizong, I lack substantial experience in managing a company." Seemingly anticipating his concerns, Yuro reassured him, "No worries. I will have Enrusha serve as your deputy. She will handle all matters of the company, big and small. Of course, for significant decisions, your signature will still be required." Zhang Dong suggested, "Why not let Enrusha be the president while I remain as vice president?" His reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid daily office routines, having grown weary after 3 years of working abroad.
یه رو کانترت.
You only need to visit the office twice a week, on Mondays and Fridays. If anything arises in between, Enrusha will contact you by phone. Hearing that he only needed to go in twice, Zhang Dong chuckled. With just 2 days of work a week, this presidency seems rather leisurely. Yuro added, "As long as you can bring in a few major clients, you could go a whole year without stepping foot in the office." Zhang Dong affirmed, "Rest assured, Yizong, I will exert myself doubly." Given the recent appointment, Zhang Dong felt compelled to return to the company, so he gathered his things and hurried off. Lu Chong had long driven to the entrance to pick him up. Upon his return, Zhang Dong discovered that the office had been transformed into Yi Ro's chamber, which had already been tidied up, and Zhang Dong's former secretary was now occupying the space. The first order of business for Zhang Dong was to instruct the disciplinary department to investigate Lu Feng. He had previously observed discrepancies in Lu Feng's investment projects, which were evidently problematic. However, at that time, as the vice president, he lacked the authority to act. Now that he had ascended to the position of president, there was no reason for hesitance. The personnel in the disciplinary department understood his intent. Regardless of whether Lu Feng had committed any infractions, they were capable of unearthing issues and promptly commenced their inquiry. Enrusha's office was situated directly across, and when Zhang Dong was present, individuals sought him out. In his absence, they would turn to Enrusha. As the end of the workday approached, Zhang Dong unexpectedly received a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, he recognized Zhou Zijuan's voice. "Zhang Dong, are you interested in reclaiming that 30 million I owe you?" the caller inquired. Zhang Dong replied, "It's only natural. Of course, I hope you repay the debt." Zhou Zijuan continued, "There is a General Kunjiang in Myanmar who has amassed a significant quantity of exceptional raw stones over the decades. Would you be interested in joining me for a stone gambling venture? Zhang Dong responded. What prompts such generosity from you? Zhou Zijuan replied, naturally, there are conditions. If I can facilitate you in earning 100 million, I will consider your 30 million debt null and void. What say you? Chapter 63. The Witch's Cauldron. Zhang Dong felt a stirring in his heart. The market was scarce of quality materials, reminiscent of his previous fruitless search on Jade Street, where he could only find a handful of reasonably good stones. If he could venture to the source and select a batch, it would indeed be a splendid opportunity. With his remarkable skills and audacity, he was unperturbed by any schemes from Zhou Zijuan, proclaiming, that is acceptable. As long as the materials are of exceptional quality, I can forego the 30 million. Zhou Zijuan responded, excellent, prepare your funds. The general's materials do not come cheaply, and, by the way, the general only accepts euros. Zhang Dong inquired, when do we depart? Zhou Zijuan replied, next Tuesday. I shall await you at the border. Once there, you may accompany my convoy or bring your own. Very well. See you on Tuesday, Zhang Dong affirmed. After ending the call, he pondered for a moment before contacting Yi Ro to inform her of his plan to procure raw stones in Myanmar. He asked her to inquire if old Zhou could assist in arranging a convoy for international travel. Yi Ro cautioned, traveling abroad entails risks. However, with old Zhou's presence, it should be considerably safer. Allow me a moment to consult him. In less than 10 minutes, old Zhou called back, asking how many vehicles will you require, and what is the distance to the border? It would be best to provide me with the coordinates. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Dong sent the pertinent information. Once he clarified the details, old Zhou remarked, transporting high-value raw stones within a warlord's territory necessitates at least 2 multi-wheeled transport vehicles, for armored vehicles, and, if required, an armed helicopter. As for personnel, a minimum of 1 platoon is essential. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Old Zhou, I'm merely purchasing some raw stones. Is all this truly necessary? Old Zhou replied, this is the required display of strength. Without such measures, the local warlords may target you. Zhang Dong sighed. With such extensive equipment, it must cost a considerable sum. I hardly believe old Zhou would assist me free of charge. Old Zhou stated, the charge is calculated daily at 150,000, with ammunition resupplies billed separately. After contemplating, Zhang Dong concluded that the entire endeavor would take no more than 2 days, responding, very well, 150,000 it is. However, will acquiring an armed helicopter and armored vehicles be illegal? Old Zhou reassured him, all personnel are retired elites, familiar with the local environment, and possess legal operating certificates. Zhang Dong found old Zhou increasingly enigmatic, saying, all right, please make the arrangements promptly. Old Zhou added, Mr. Zhang, thank you for assisting the young lady regarding the acquisition by Mofong Company. I have no influence over company matters. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. It was evident that old Zhou was genuinely grateful. Zhang Dong chuckled. Then give me a discount, 100,000 a day? What? The signal is poor. I must hang up. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat. Minggu Xian itself was engaged in the jade business, and its warehouse housed a high-quality jade cutting machine. He summoned the cutter and instructed him to mark and cut all the previously purchased jade roughs. Soon, all the gambling stakes transformed into clear materials. He summoned Mr. Gu from the company to conduct a preliminary assessment. Mr. Gu, seasoned and knowledgeable, estimated the total value of these materials to be approximately 73 million. He was set to purchase raw stones next week and required some funds. Hence, he sold this batch of jadeite to a client of Minggu Xian. Given that jadeite is non-renewable and the prices of high-end jadeite continue to soar, a portion of Minggu Xian's clientele favored acquiring jadeite materials for asset preservation. In the warehouse, the ancient cauldron remained, and as he prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed it emitting a faint golden glow. Fortunately, he no longer beheld the ghostly visage, presumably frightened by the force of his previous strike. He approached and touched the cauldron. The moment his hand made contact, a wave of tingling sensation coursed through him, revealing that the cauldron was vibrating, akin to the reverberation of a bell being struck. As he pressed his hand against the cauldron, the tremors propagated from his fingertips to his bones and then radiated throughout his entire body. when his whole being began to resonate, a melodious sound, akin to a dragon's chant, unexpectedly erupted from his chest. Zhang Dong swiftly withdrew his hand, causing his body to cease vibrating. Upon re-establishing contact, the vibrations resumed almost immediately. After half an hour of experimentation, Zhang Dong sensed that this tremor might serve to refine his physique. Consequently, he instructed Lu Chong to drive a pickup truck, intending to transport the cauldron home. Upon returning to Yun City in the afternoon, he placed the cauldron in the courtyard. The white fox and the large yellow dog were sitting at the entrance, wagging their tails in unison at his arrival. After arriving home, Zhang Dong diligently studied the 6 medical volumes left by Chen Xuanjin. By nightfall, he had memorized them all. However, while he had committed the content to memory, comprehending the material proved to be quite the challenge. The following morning, Zhang Dong was awakened by the white fox's calls. He donned his clothes and stepped into the courtyard, where he found Chen Xuanjin standing at the entrance, the white fox nestled in his arms. "Sir," he exclaimed. Chen Xuanjin nodded and inquired, "Have you read the books?" Zhang Dong affirmed, "I've memorized everything, but some concepts elude my understanding." Chen Xuanjin replied, "It is sufficient that you have memorized them. Understanding will come in time." At that moment, Chen Xuanjin's gaze fell upon the grand cauldron in the courtyard. Approaching it, he pressed a button, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he remarked, "A wudong cauldron." Zhang Dong quickly inquired, "Sir, it is called a wudong cauldron?" Chen Xuanjin closed his eyes for a few seconds to sense its energy and said, "This cauldron is a fine object, still harboring some residual energy, but it will soon release it. For the next few days, do not venture elsewhere. Instead, utilize the power within it to refine your body." After imparting this knowledge, he also taught Zhang Dong a breathing technique to complement the body refinement process. Once the teachings were concluded, Zhang Dong invited him inside. With his parents busy in the orchard, the house was devoid of others. Chen Xuanjin stated, "Today, I shall teach you the principles of medicine. Your memory surpasses that of an ordinary person, allowing me to instruct you at a swifter pace." "Yes," Zhang Dong replied eagerly. Thus, Chen Xuanjin began imparting the foundational aspects of medical theory. The medical texts Zhang Dong had read previously became instrumental at this juncture, as whenever Chen Xuanjin cited a particular herb, ailment, or symptom, the corresponding information would instantly materialize in his mind. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Chen Xuanjin urged him to read so extensively. After 3 hours of instruction, Zhang Dong's mind brimmed with knowledge. However, he merely noted it down, requiring time to digest and assimilate the information. Upon concluding the session, Chen Xuanjin rose to depart, remarking, "I shall return tomorrow to assess your understanding of today's lessons." Watching Chen Xuanjin recede into the distance, Zhang Dong sighed deeply, experiencing a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of his middle school days, when he was frequently called upon by teachers. He hastily consumed a meager meal, then settled himself within the cauldron, engaging in breathwork while contemplating the teachings imparted by Chen Xuanjin. Aside from eating and attending to his needs, he spent the entire day immersed in the cauldron, practicing his breathing techniques. Tang Lan even called for him several times, believing he had lost his senses, yet Zhang Dong remained steadfastly inside. That evening, he continued in the cauldron until the break of dawn the following day. At 6:30, Chen Xuanjin arrived punctually. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Dong promptly leaped out of the cauldron. "I shall now test you," Chen Xuanjin declared, commencing with a series of questions. After pondering for an entire day and night, Zhang Dong had grasped the concepts thoroughly, answering with remarkable fluency. Chen Xuanjin, highly pleased, proceeded to impart a wealth of theoretical knowledge, dedicating another 3 hours to instruction. Thus, day after day, Zhang Dong devoted 3 hours to learning, followed by practicing his breathing techniques within the bronze cauldron. Chapter 64. The super client. By the 4th day, the tremors within the cauldron had subsided. As Chen Xuanjin had indicated, the energy within had been entirely released, and he had seized the final opportunity. Before long, 5 days had elapsed, and upon his return, Chen Xuanjin commenced teaching him the art of pulse diagnosis, adjusting his own pulse to aid Zhang Dong's comprehension. This session lasted a full 6 hours. As he prepared to depart, Chen Xuanjin instructed, You must integrate what you have learned during this period and apply it in practice. After some time, I shall return to find you. Upon hearing the term master, Zhang Dong's eyes brightened, and he promptly knelt before him, proclaiming, "Disciple Zhang Dong pays his respects to master." Chun Xuanzhen chuckled heartily, assisting him to his feet, and said, "Well, you are now my disciple." Zhang Dong implored, "Master, please stay for dinner tonight." Chun Xuanzhen replied, "Let us defer that for now. When I return next time, prepare some fine wine, and we shall indulge together." After bidding farewell to Chun Xuanzhen, Zhang Dong swiftly gathered his belongings and made his way to the airport, for he was to board a flight to the border. It turned out that today was already Monday, and tomorrow marked the day for purchasing raw stones. The airport in Yun City lacked direct flights, so he was compelled to travel to Ning City for his journey. In the morning, he first returned to the company. Upon entering his office, he spotted Yi Ro seated, awaiting his arrival. Zhang Dong's eyes gleamed. "President Yi, what brings you back to Ning City?" Yi Ro smiled. "What is the matter, Zhang Dong? Now that you are president, am I no longer welcome?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "I anticipated your return, but not so soon." Yi Ro responded, "I returned for a reason. You previously tasked the disciplinary department with investigating Lu Feng, correct? They have indeed uncovered quite a bit over the past few days." She handed him a document, and as Zhang Dong perused its contents, a cold smile crept across his face. He has certainly lined his pockets. It turned out that Lu Feng's confirmed bribes amounted to over 27 million. He had held the position of manager in the investment department for less than 3 years. "Has this been reported to the police?" he inquired. Yi Ro nodded. "Yes, he has been taken for questioning, and some of the funds have been recovered. However, it is not just Lu Feng. Numerous others within the company have also been implicated. Thus I had to return to assist you in managing the situation." Zhang Dong acknowledged, "Indeed, I am not fully aware of the company's circumstances. Your personal handling of this matter would be most beneficial." Suddenly, Yi Ro asked, "I have met Dongfang Lan. She mentioned you are her brother?" Zhang Dong explained, "I saved her once while paragliding and we became friends. Later, I assisted her in returning to Beijing to secure some core assets." Yi Ro remarked, "I see. No wonder she was willing to support my appointment as president. It seems she was doing you a favor." Zhang Dong replied, "It is mainly due to your exceptional capabilities, President Yi." Yi Ro shot him a playful glare. "From now on, do not call me President Yi. Simply refer to me as Yi Ro."
Zhang Dong acquiesced. Understood, Yi Ro.
He then inquired, "Why has Mofang Company suddenly decided to acquire Minggu Group?" Yi Ro let out a cold laugh, remarking that after Wu Hui was expelled from the Yi family, she leveraged her maternal family's influence to win over various major shareholders. Subsequently, she allied with Mofang Company to acquire shares of Minggu Group. Wu Hui's daughter, Yi Mimi, is the girlfriend of Fang Longting, the son of Mofang Company's chairman, thus orchestrating this elaborate scheme together. Zhang Dong expressed his astonishment, realizing that it was indeed Wu Hui behind the scenes, a woman who remains relentless. Yi Ro continued, explaining that this situation inadvertently facilitated her collaboration with Dongfang Lan, who holds a 41% stake in Mofang Company, rendering her incapable of controlling it. However, upon Mofang Company's ascension as a major shareholder of Minggu Group, they exchanged 10 of their equity for 12 of Minggu Group's shares held by her father. Although her father is usually rather confused, he serendipitously made the right move. Last week, Dongfang Lan acquired that 10 stake from her father, thus securing 51 ownership of Mofang Company and becoming the controlling shareholder, ultimately restructuring the board. Zhang Dong remarked on her formidable nature, praising, "Sister Lan is indeed powerful." Yi Ro then elaborated that the Fang family, caught off guard, engaged in negotiations with Dongfang Lan, willing to exchange 61 of Minggu Group S shares for 51 of Mofang Group S shares. Zhang Dong inquired why the Fang family sought to repurchase the shares. Yi Ro explained that the Fang family is preparing for the IPO of Mofang Company, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, is expected to launch next year. Once listed, the company's market value is anticipated to exceed 50 billion. At that point, the Fang family would ascend to the ranks of a wealthy elite. The prior acquisition of Minggu Group shares was a strategy to expand the company's scale and enhance its market value. Zhang Dong understood, realizing that now the major shareholder of Minggu Group is indeed Sister Lan, severing ties with Mo Fong Company. Yi Ro confirmed this but noted that Mo Fong Company has devised a plan to attract several super clients. Consequently, they must compete with Mo Fong Company for these elite clients to prevent their dominance from growing further. Zhang Dong queried about these super clients, to which Yi Ro responded, mentioning Li Banqing from Gangcheng and the new gambling king He Tianxi. She elaborated that Li Banqing possesses trillions in capital and is looking to diversify his investments, reportedly planning to inject 5 billion euros into the art market. The new gambling king, having acquired a significant portion of the old gambling king's wealth through ruthless means, has expanded his influence over the past decade, now surpassing the old king. With assets in the hundreds of billions, he is in search of investment opportunities, particularly with a penchant for high-end jade. Zhang Dong recognized the significance of these two major clients, noting that securing them for Minggu Xian would elevate both its influence and revenue. Indeed, Li Banqing represents overseas tycoons, while the new gambling king symbolizes the emerging wealthy elite, making both individuals crucial to their aspirations. However, Yi Ro cautioned that Mo Fong Company has already been in contact with this group. Zhang Dong concluded that ultimately, it would come down to strength. If they could procure a batch of high-end jade on their upcoming trip to Myanmar, they would have a competitive edge with the new gambling king. Yi Ro's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. With your keen insight, this venture will undoubtedly yield tremendous profits. So I've decided to accompany you. Zhang Dong was somewhat taken aback. You're coming too? Yi Ro playfully retorted, what? Do you not wish to take me along? Zhang Dong promptly replied, of course not. I am merely concerned about potential dangers along the way. Yi Ro chuckled, with your expertise and old Zhou's team we shall be just fine. Zhang Dong nodded, all right, then we shall go together. Yi Ro continued, I have already prepared 100 million. This will be a personal undertaking for me. By the way, do you have sufficient funds at your disposal? Zhang Dong responded, I have over 100 million on hand, which should suffice. Yi Ro offered, if needed, I can lend you some. As the president, I manage billions. Zhang Dong acknowledged, sounds good. Before long, Zhang Dong received another sum of money. It turned out that the jade materials he had previously sold had all been successfully purchased. With the credibility of Minggu Xian backing him, and given that Zhang Dong's prices were slightly lower than market value, the investors had snatched them up, resulting in a total of 73,800,000. Including his previous earnings, he now had approximately 140 million at his disposal. With the funds secured, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro swiftly boarded a flight to the border province. The plane landed at around 2 in the afternoon. Upon exiting the airport, they spotted old Zhou holding a sign in wait. Mr. Zhang, the convoy is ready. Zhang Dong nodded. Please provide me with a vehicle. I need to meet someone first. Chapter 65. The armed convoy he instructed Yi Ro to rest first, then drove alone to meet Zhou Zijuan. 20 kilometers from the airport lay a county town, where Zhou Zijuan and his associates had already gathered in a hotel. Zhang Dong arrived at the hotel, and the two parties encountered each other in the lobby. Several groups of sofas were arranged in the lobby, and to Zhang Dong's surprise, Luo Danli was seated beside Zhou Zijuan, indicating their reconciliation. Zhou Zijuan embraced Luo Danli, exclaiming with a smile, I never expected you to actually come. Zhang Dong replied, there's money to be earned. There's nothing to fear. He inquired, when do we depart? Zhou Zijuan responded, we shall set off at midnight, allowing us to reach our destination by dawn. Zhang Dong stated, I have my own convoy. Zhou Zijuan chuckled. All right, I will send you the location shortly. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Dong promptly took his leave. Once he departed, Zhou Zijuan pushed Luo Danli aside, saying, if tomorrow's operation succeeds, you may remain by my side. If it fails, you are to leave. Zhou Zijuan still attributed the 30 million loss to Luo Danli. Luo Danli nodded. Understood, Zijuan. I will do my utmost to cooperate. Subsequently, Zhou Zijuan returned to his room, where Lu Zhongyu, the owner of Ningxing Baoyufang, awaited him. Cousin, that fellow has arrived. Zhou Zijuan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lu Zhongyu chuckled. If that lad is here, he must be carrying no less than 100 million. Zhou Zijuan hastily asked, Cousin, How shall we deal with him? Lu Zhongyu replied, it is too early to discuss that. You will find out tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the lodgings of old Zhou's group, located about 10 kilometers away in a small town, Zhang Dong arrived to find several armored vehicles stationed at the eastern end of the town. He sought out old Zhou, while Yi Rou rested in her room. Over 20 individuals were inspecting firearms in the courtyard, including a significant number of heavy weaponry. Old Zhou smiled. Let me introduce everyone. This is Mr. Zhang Dong, the employer for this operation. Mr. Zhang, these are the members of the convoy. This is the captain, Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters and clad in a gray-green uniform, extended his hand. Mr. Zhang, I am Lu Zhen. Zhang Dong nodded. Captain Lu, I appreciate your efforts on this journey. Lu Zhen replied, we do our job for payment. It is only right. However, I must inform you that if no danger arises, the daily fee is 150,000. Should combat or casualties occur, the costs will escalate significantly. Zhang Dong acknowledged that is acceptable. Old Zhou remarked, I won't be accompanying you. Just notify me once it is over. Zhang Dong smiled. Old Zhou, if you come along, I shall help you select a piece of raw jadeite. Old Zhou replied nonchalantly, I have never believed in luck. He glanced at the time. My ride has arrived. After old Zhou departed, Lu Zhen inquired, Mr. Zhang, traveling such a distance to procure jadeite raw stones, you must be an expert in stone gambling. Zhang Dong replied, my skills are adequate. Lu Zhen inquired, how many raw stones does the boss intend to purchase? Zhang Dong replied, I am uncertain. Let us test our luck. If there are many fine materials, then we shall procure a greater quantity. The 7 birds painting that he had previously entrusted to Yi Rou for auction had been successfully sold a few days prior, yielding him a net profit of 35,556,000 after deducting expenses. Thus, his available funds amounted to approximately 14 million, and he had additionally borrowed 50 million from the company's account through Yi Rou, culminating in a total capital exceeding 200 million. Lu Zhen remarked, Old Zhou has investigated. There will be many individuals purchasing materials from him this time, at least over 70. Zhang Dong observed, it seems that the seller has a substantial quantity of materials. After conversing for a while, Zhang Dong sought an open space to practice his boxing. It appeared that the refinement within the cauldron had significantly enhanced his physique, allowing his movements to flow with greater ease. Upon witnessing Zhang Dong's boxing practice, Lu Zhen noted with a smile, it seems Mr. Zhang has studied martial arts. After executing a newly learned technique twice, Zhang Dong chuckled, it is merely my haphazard practice. Lu Zhen playfully asked, would you like a sparring partner? Zhang Dong responded, that would be splendid. Lu Zhen gestured to a team member, a towering figure at 1.95 meters, with dark skin resembling an iron tower. Nyo-san, accompany Mr. Zhang for a couple of rounds. Nyo-san nodded and strode directly to face Zhang Dong, adopting a sparring stance, his eyes sharpening instantly. Suddenly, he launched a swift kick aimed at Zhang Dong's face. Rather than retreating, Zhang Dong advanced, closing the distance just as Nyo-san's leg was raised, pushing him away with a single palm. Had he wielded a weapon or struck with greater force, Nyo-san would have sustained serious injury. Nyo-san felt a tremendous force surge toward him, propelling him back over 3 meters, nearly unsteady on his feet. With a look of astonishment, he took a deep breath and launched another attack, this time applying his experience to strike from close range. As his punch connected, he felt a blow to his chest, and before he could comprehend, Zhang Dong's palm had already struck his face, albeit gently. Nyo-san managed a wry smile and remarked to Lu Zhen, Captain, Mr. Zhang is far too towering. I cannot contend with him. Lu Zhen was taken aback. He was well aware of Nyo-san's prowess, as even a dozen ordinary men could hardly withstand a minute against him in unarmed combat. To think such a formidable individual could not even graze Zhang Dong's sleeve. His curiosity about Zhang Dong deepened, and he inquired with a smile, does Mr. Zhang possess a lineage of ancient martial arts? This was not the first time Zhang Dong had heard references to ancient martial arts. Acknowledging that the Copper Man martial arts he had learned indeed belonged to this tradition, he nodded affirmatively. Lu Zhen regarded him with newfound respect, exclaiming, a master of your caliber hardly requires bodyguards. Zhang Dong replied, It is safer with more people around. Besides, I have brought friends along. After practicing for a while, the group convened for dinner at 6 o'clock, followed by a period of rest. At 11:30 in the evening, everyone rose to prepare. By midnight, their vehicle set forth toward the border. Once they crossed the national boundary, the roads deteriorated, and their speed diminished considerably. After driving for 2 or 3 hours, the convoy suddenly came to a halt. Lu Jin communicated via the intercom to inform everyone that local villagers were blocking the road, urging all to prepare. Hearing the commotion ahead, Zhang Dong opened the car door and approached the front. There, he found a group of local villagers obstructing the path, carrying a young boy on a blanket. The boy's abdomen was distended, and he wore a pained expression. Due to the language barrier, communication proved to be quite challenging. Zhang Dong discerned that the villagers likely sought transportation to take the boy to a hospital. He stepped closer for a better look, recognizing the boy's symptoms as akin to a condition he had encountered in medical literature. He gestured for silence from both parties and began to take the boy's pulse. His calm demeanor instilled a sense of tranquility in everyone present, and one woman looked at him with a pleading gaze. The boy's pulse mirrored precisely the description of the ailment in the medical texts, which in Western medicine is referred to as intestinal torsion. Without prompt treatment, this condition could lead to intestinal necrosis. He instructed the villagers to gently set the boy down and prepared to employ a therapeutic massage technique to alleviate the boy's intestinal torsion. With his hands placed firmly on the boy's abdomen, he applied rhythmic pressure, generating a profound force. To gauge the effectiveness, he visualized the boy's abdominal cavity, adjusting the pressure and angle of his hands accordingly. In less than half a minute, the intestines returned to their proper position, and the boy's expression of agony vanished. The villagers were overjoyed and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Dong. With the boy healed, the villagers finally departed, allowing the vehicle to continue its journey. Hiro, taken aback, exclaimed with a smile, "I never imagined you possessed medical knowledge." Zhang Dong replied, "Would you believe me if I said I had just recently learned it?" Hiro shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 66. The young man has been deceived. The road ahead became somewhat more navigable. Around 2 o'clock, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Lu Jin addressed the entire group, stating, "Up ahead is a checkpoint. This area is under the control of the local armed forces in Myanmar. I will handle the negotiations." It was evident that Lu Jin was not a stranger to this route. He disembarked, took 2 packs of cigarettes with him, and shortly thereafter the checkpoint raised its barrier, allowing the convoy to pass in succession. Zhang Dong remarked, "Captain Lu, it seems these individuals are quite courteous towards you." Lu Jin replied, 5 years ago, we had a conflict here. At that time, they seized several of our vehicles and a dozen men, demanding a ransom of $5 million. Zhang Dong, intrigued, inquired, "What happened next?" Lu Jin continued, "Subsequently, we orchestrated a surprise attack on their armory, igniting munitions worth tens of millions of dollars, and we decapitated their second-in-command. After that, their general personally called to apologize, and all our people were released that very day. Since then, we have traversed this area without hindrance. After passing the checkpoint, they encountered no further issues until dawn. By 5 o'clock, they arrived near their destination, where the convoy halted on a hillside 5 kilometers away to rest and prepare a meal. Around 7 o'clock, Zhou Zijuan called to inform them of his arrival. He soon arrived with Yi Ro, driving an off-road vehicle, while Lu Jun and 3 other team members followed in another vehicle. After 10 minutes of driving, they reached a quaint local town with a pleasant atmosphere. As they traversed the streets, they came upon an imposing entrance leading to a complex of buildings. At the entrance stood 6 armed personnel on guard. Upon reaching the gate, Zhang Dong articulated their purpose, and astonishingly, the guards comprehended his words, nodding in acknowledgement and allowing both vehicles to enter while directing them further. After a few more minutes of driving, they arrived in front of a 3-story building, which housed dozens of vehicles, all bearing domestic license plates. At the front of the building stood 10 bodyguards wielding firearms. One of them called out, prompting a man with curly hair in his 50s to emerge from within, a smile adorning his face. "Welcome, welcome. Where do you gentlemen hail from?" he inquired. Zhang Dong replied, "We have come from Ningqing, having heard that the general is selling a batch of raw stones, and we wished to take a look. The curly-haired man chuckled. I am Huang Fa, responsible for hospitality. Just call me Old Huang. He beckoned them inside to view the raw stones. The group of 6 was ushered into a spacious living room on the first floor, furnished with tables and chairs, behind which lay a plethora of raw stones casually strewn across the floor. Some had already been partially cut and were presented as semi-finished pieces. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, dark and corpulent, in his 60s, was demonstrating a piece weighing around 10 kilograms. The stone had been partially revealed, showcasing a jadeite of icy quality and vibrant green hue. Soon, dozens of people gathered around, scrutinizing it with awe. Zhou Zijuan was among them, gazing at the piece with envy, fully aware that such exquisite material would start at a price of 3 million euros, and the final cost would only escalate. He realized he could not afford it. Upon encountering Zhang Dong, Zhou Zijuan approached swiftly, exclaiming, I told you I wasn't deceiving you. The quality of materials here is both abundant and exceptional. Zhang Dong inquired, Are we to select for ourselves? Zhou Zijuan replied, Certainly not. While some materials can be chosen at will, others of exquisite quality are reserved for auction, open to all present. He then gestured towards a gentleman in his 60s, stating, This is General Kuan. All these materials are sourced from the old mines, some of which were excavated over 30 years ago and have been preserved until now. At that moment, another individual approached, Lu Zhongyu, the proprietor of Bao Yufeng. With a smile, he greeted Mr. Yi, Mr. Zhang. It is a pleasure to see you again. Zhang Dong responded, So Boss Lu is also here. Lu Zhongyu explained, General Kuan is a friend of mine, and I am here to assist. By the way, if either of you is interested in acquiring fine materials, feel free to seek me out. Zhang Dong replied, We shall browse for now. Lu Zhongyu and Zhou Zijuan soon departed to examine the materials, prompting Yi Ro to whisper, I sense that these two may not be entirely trustworthy. Zhang Dong cautioned, Let us remain vigilant. General Kuan, having exchanged pleasantries with several individuals, made his way towards Zhang Dong and Yi Ro. As he approached, Zhang Dong noted a pallor on the general's countenance, accompanied by a noticeably rapid respiration. Recently having undertaken the study of medicine, he instinctively associated such symptoms with illness. Upon an internal examination, he discerned that a significant artery in General Kuan's heart was 80% obstructed, with a thick layer of foreign material adhering to the vessel wall upstream. One piece of this foreign matter was perilously close to dislodging, which, if it were to descend into the bloodstream, would completely occlude the artery, leading to a myocardial infarction. Based on his assessment, Zhang Dong surmised that General Kuan had no more than 10 minutes before succumbing to heart failure. You must be Mr. Zhang. Welcome. General Kuan greeted warmly, exuding an amiable demeanor devoid of any pretense. Zhang Dong replied, It is an honor to attend your Jade exhibition, General Kuan. This is my companion, Ms. Yi Ro, the president of Minggu Group. Is Minggu Group a significant enterprise? General Kuan inquired. Zhang Dong replied, Indeed, it is a company with an annual profit of $1 billion. General Kuan raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Remarkable. It is noteworthy that the total annual export value of jade from Myanmar is merely $300 to $500 million, less than half of Minggu Group's profits. Recognizing the strength of both Yi Ro and Zhang Dong as buyers, General Kuan became increasingly cordial, remarking, Lu Zhongyu informed me that you are both his friends, which makes you my friends as well. Since we are friends, I have a selection of fine goods to present to you. He then beckoned Zhang Dong and Yi Ro to follow him to another area, opening a door that led to an additional warehouse. This warehouse housed hundreds of rough stones, their skins unmistakably sourced from the old mines. Yi Ro's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, So many materials. Zhang Dong surveyed the room, noting that over 70% of the stones possessed little value, primarily consisting of the lowest grade of jadeite. However, a few pieces stood out as exceptionally promising. He remained composed, smiling as he remarked, Indeed, the general stock is truly of superior quality. He was well aware that this General Kuan was clearly attempting to take advantage of him. However, he was not disconcerted. Upon comparing the marked prices, he discerned that at least 10% of the materials could ensure a return on investment, and a few pieces were evidently undervalued, possessing considerable worth. He promptly declared, With such generous treatment from the general, I must purchase a few more. He immediately summoned Lu Zhen to assist in transporting the raw stones. The smile on General Kuen's face grew increasingly pronounced as he said, "Boss Zhang, you truly possess an exceptional eye. All of my materials are of the finest quality." Observing Zhang Dong genuinely falling for the ruse and moving the materials outside, Zhou Zijuan revealed a triumphant smile, turning to Lu Zhongyu and saying, "Uncle, this fellow has indeed been deceived." Chapter 67. "I bet you 10 million euros," Lu Zhongyu chuckled. "Those materials have been assessed using scientific instruments and big data. 90% of them hold little value. Let us observe how this lad reacts." Zhou Zijuan inquired with a smile. "Uncle, General Kuen mentioned he would allocate 30% to us. He wouldn't go back on his word, would he?" Lu Zhongyu patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. General Kuen is a man of his word. He would never deceive us." Zhang Dong selected a total of 32 pieces, of which 21 yielded neither profit nor loss. 7 offered a modest gain, and 4 promised substantial profits. The total value of all the materials amounted to 762,500 euros, equating to over 59 million yuan. After spending nearly 60 million, Zhang Dong remarked with a smile, "General, I wish to select another batch of materials." Having finally disposed of some worthless materials, General Kuen was elated and responded, "Of course. You may freely choose from those over there. I shall grant you a 95% discount." Zhang Dong nodded and, accompanied by Yi Rou, proceeded towards the area filled with raw stones, where thousands of pieces were displayed, including both transparent and gambling materials, with prices ranging from a few thousand euros to over 1,000,000 euros. To conserve energy, Zhang Dong focused solely on materials valued above 30,000 euros. Noticing Zhang Dong still selecting materials, Zhou Zijuan approached with a broad smile, saying, "What audacity! You purchased 6 million euros worth of materials in one go." Zhang Dong pointed to several pieces, instructing Lu Zhen and the team to move them aside, and casually remarked, "These materials are of average quality. They will only yield a profit of about 50 million. Zhou Zijuan was taken aback. "You consider those materials average?" Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Yes, you brought me here to take advantage of me, did you not? Did you think I was unaware?" Zhou Zijuan's heart raced, but he soon felt a surge of irritation, scoffing, "So what if you know? Those materials have been examined with high-tech instruments. They are worthless. You spent 60 million on a pile of rubbish, and you dare claim you can earn 50 million? Zhang Dong pointed to a few more pieces and then, with a grin, asked Zhou Zijuan, "Do you think all I purchased is trash? Are you bold enough to wager with me again?" Zhou Zijuan's heart raced as he inquired, "What do you wish to wager?" "Let us bet on whether the value of my selected materials exceeds 100 million. If it does not only will you owe me nothing from your 30 million, but I shall grant you an additional 50 million. Zhou Zijuan's breathing quickened. He believed the materials he had purchased could not possibly exceed 60 million, let alone 100 million. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly declared, "All right, I will take your bet." Zhang Dong coolly responded, "Do you possess the capital to wager with me?" Zhou Zijuan scoffed, "This time, I have brought 1 million euros. If I lose, that million shall be yours." Zhang Dong raised his thumb in admiration, truly affluent. "Very well, I shall summon the general." He cheerfully approached General Kuen, relaying the details of his bet with Zhou Zijuan, and added, "General, regardless of who wins, we shall allocate 30% of the winnings to you." General Kuen's eyes sparkled. Was this not a windfall for him? He immediately responded with a smile, "No problem. I shall serve as the notary for both of you." Thus, he instructed for the cutting machine to be activated, and the stone was prepared for unveiling. Zhang Dong selected a piece of material weighing over 100 kilograms from a collection of 32, the most valuable among them. Within it lay a section of violet high jadeite, not less than 30 kilograms. Even more remarkably, this exquisite jadeite was perfectly suited for crafting bracelets. Zhang Dong estimated that this piece could yield at least 100 bracelets. The remaining material could also be fashioned into some pendants. Such a high-quality, fully colored violet jadeite would be extraordinarily beautiful. A single bracelet could fetch no less than 700,000 to 800,000. If sold in a marketplace, its value would start at a minimum of 1,500,000. He marked a few lines on the material for the craftsman to cut. When the crowd beheld the jadeite, resembling a winter melon in size, They were astonished. General Kuan exclaimed, "High Jade Violet! Marvelous! Simply marvelous!" Subsequently, his gaze towards Zhang Dong shifted to one of intrigue. Zhang Dong smiled and said, "General, could you have someone assist in appraising its value?" General Kuan summoned Huang Fa, who, upon examining the cut surface, gasped in admiration and declared, "If Mr. Zhang is willing to part with it, I would pay 10 million euros for it." Zhang Dong replied with a grin, "So, this piece is valued at a minimum of 80 million. Huang Fa nodded in affirmation. Zhang Dong then glanced at Zhou Zijuan, whose face had turned ashen. With a single piece already valued at 80 million, how could he continue to gamble? General Kuan patted Zhou Zijuan on the shoulder and said, "Young Master Zhou, do not despair. You still have a chance." Zhang Dong then presented a second piece, containing a 10-kilogram ice-red jade, of even higher quality than the previous violet. Once cut, the crowd beheld its vivid red hue, transparent and lustrous, a superior variety among red jade. Bracelets crafted from this would belong to the AAA grade. This quality of red jade was valued at over 5,000 per gram. Huang Fa chuckled, "This material is even better than the last. If Mr. Zhang is willing to sell, I would offer 40 million. General Kuan remarked, "The value of these two pieces has already surpassed 120 million. It seems Mr. Zhang has won the wager." Zhang Dong replied, "With such high-quality materials from the general and a touch of luck, making a profit is only natural." The crowd, witnessing the remarkable jadeite Zhang Dong casually acquired, clamored to General Kuan, "General, we wish to see such fine materials. You must not favor one over the other." General Kuan smiled broadly, sighing, "I originally intended to keep these materials for a few more years, but since everyone is so supportive, very well." The crowd rejoiced, rushing towards the warehouse. General Kuan looked at Zhang Dong with newfound favor, then turned to Zhou Zijuan, saying, "Young Master Zhou, please transfer 10 million euros. Zhou Zijuan trembled, for this sum represented nearly all of his family's liquid assets. If he lost it, his father would surely be furious. He cast a glance of assistance towards Lu Zhongyu in the distance, but the latter turned his head away, completely ignoring him. Zhou Zijuan took a deep breath and said, "General, we were just joking earlier. Could we possibly?" General Kuan shot him a sharp look, causing Zhou Zijuan to swallow the rest of his words in fear. "I am the witness. If you dare to go back on your word, I will have you executed immediately." Zhou Zijuan felt like crying, trembling as he retrieved his phone under General Kuan's watchful gaze. In order to purchase the jade, he had activated a high-value payment service at the bank, transferring a total of 10 million euros in 2 installments, 7 million for Zhang Dong and 3 million for General Kuan. After completing the transfer, Zhou Zijuan collapsed to the ground, utterly disheartened. At that moment, someone expressed interest in buying the piece of violet jade, and Zhang Dong quoted a price of 85 million, which the buyer accepted. As he continued to select the stones, Yiro remarked, "Zhang Dong, you are truly remarkable." Zhang Dong replied with a smile, "I have been studying gambling stones recently. I am now quite the expert." In this region, he handpicked around 100 stones, with a total value of 12,500,000 euros. More than half of the stones in the warehouse had already been sold, and General Kuan could hardly contain his joy. He patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Zhang, you have brought me great fortune. I truly appreciate you." Zhang Dong responded, "General Kuan, I possess some knowledge of medicine." General Kuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "So Mr. Zhang is also skilled in medicine. That is truly impressive. A young talent." Zhang Dong continued, "I observed your complexion, and it seems there may be an issue with your heart. I recommend you visit a hospital for a checkup." General Kuan, who had been smiling, suddenly turned cold at this remark and retorted, "Mr. Zhang, it would be wise for you to focus on your stones and refrain from attempting to diagnose others." Chapter 68. Repayment. Unbeknownst to Zhang Dong, General Kuan's wife is a physician who conducts annual checkups on him, and his health is impeccable. Thus, he dismisses Zhang Dong's concerns. Zhang Dong, merely acting out of goodwill, finds no fault in the skepticism directed towards him, as his purpose here is to purchase jade, not to provide medical advice. With a huff, General Kuan strides towards another grand door, commanding the guards to open it. "Ladies and gentlemen, within lies the exquisite jadeite raw stones to be auctioned today." As the warehouse doors swing open, A throng of people rushes inside, with even Zhou Zijuan unable to resist the allure of the spectacle. Inside the warehouse, there are over 100 raw stones, a few of which are significantly large, some towering over a person, their surfaces revealing palm-sized windows. These stones were unearthed over 20 years ago and have been preserved ever since. He taps one of the stones and declares, "I shall name this one the Great General. Do you not see its form resembles a commanding general seated regally?" Despite Zhang Dong's skepticism regarding the resemblance, the others nod in agreement, affirming its likeness. General Kuan proclaims, "This great general stone, with its window approaching icy quality, also reveals glimpses of verdant jade within. Therefore, its starting bid is set at 30 million euros. Bids may be raised, with increments no less than 1 million euros. Zhang Dong approaches this exorbitantly priced stone and, with a mere glance, discerns its dismal condition. The window was skillfully crafted, revealing only a slight hint of green. The buyers, hesitant to make a hasty bid, gather around the stone for further examination. Zhang Dong, however, has already shifted his attention to other specimens, which indeed are treasures in their own right. He discovers one stone originating from the Moksha mining site. Myanmar's jadeite production is divided into several major areas, each comprising multiple mining sites. The Moksha site is renowned for its exceptional quality, with 80% of the icy and glass-like jadeite available in the market sourced from here. This particular stone weighs over 50 kilograms and is entirely a gamble. Its interior boasts 2/3 of premium green glass jade, a rarity among the finest jadeite. Another stone features approximately a quarter filled with dense green and another quarter exhibiting red mist. Weighing over half a ton, it hails from the Damakan site. Among the remaining stones, many are of high quality. However, Zhang Dong's financial resources are limited, compelling him to secure only these two. Zhou Zijuan pulls Lu Zhongyu aside, gritting his teeth. "Cousin, I cannot afford to lose this 10 million euros. My father would surely kill me." Lu Zhongyu scans their surroundings and whispers, "Fool, who told you to gamble with him?" Zhou Zijuan implores, "Cousin, you must save me. Quickly, ask General Kuan to deal with him, and we will split his fortune." Lu Zhongyu scoffs, "Do you think eliminating someone is that simple? The one accompanying him, Yi Ro, is no ordinary person. As far as I know, she is currently the president of the Minggu Group." Zhou Zijuan seethes with frustration. "I simply cannot swallow this humiliation." Lu Zhongyu responds nonchalantly, "Why the rush? Just a moment ago, this young man remarked that the general has a weak heart. Ha! He has certainly offended the general. I will seek out the general shortly to discuss this matter. Even if he refuses to take action, it matters not, for I have a friend nearby who possesses dozens of firearms. Eliminating these few individuals would pose no challenge. In that case, the jade he purchased will rightfully belong to us." Zhou Zijuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Cousin, your foresight is truly commendable." Lu Zhongyu replied, "So let us not rush. We shall address everything once it is concluded." As the two were conversing, Zhang Dong suddenly approached, extending his hand and demanding, 30 million. "Repay me." Zhou Zijuan felt a surge of anger, for he had just lost 10 million euros, and now he was being asked for an additional 30 million. He coldly retorted, "There is none." Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "None? Are you certain?" Zhou Zijuan gritted his teeth, asserting, "I will not return a single cent." With a resounding slap, Zhang Dong struck Zhou Zijuan's face and coldly inquired, "Will you repay me?" Zhou Zijuan, enraged, shouted, "How dare you hit me?" The commotion attracted the attention of General Kuan, who promptly dispatched several armed personnel to quell the altercation. General Kuan approached, furrowing his brow, and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what is happening?" Zhang Dong replied, "General Kuan, this scoundrel refuses to repay his debt and dares to confront me." General Kuan harbored a deep disdain for those who default on debts, as he had once experienced the misfortune of lending money to numerous relatives and friends during his rise to prominence, only to see them never repay him. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Zijuan, stating, "Those who do not repay their debts are unwelcome here." Zhou Zijuan, feeling a twinge of panic, quickly pleaded, "General, it is not that I do not wish to repay. I genuinely have no money." General Kuan raised an eyebrow. "No money? Then what business do you have here? Lu Zhongyu hastily interjected, General, he needs his funds to purchase materials. The debt can wait. He will certainly repay it. General Kuan considered this and patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder. Mr. Zhang, I hope you will refrain from causing further disturbances. Zhang Dong grinned. Understood. After a brief interlude, the auction commenced, and astonishingly, someone bid 30 million euros, with others joining the fray. Ultimately, a jeweler from the harbor city secured the piece for a staggering 37 million euros. Which one is suitable? Do give me a hint, Yiro whispered. Zhang Dong nodded, noting that several pieces were indeed promising, and he intended to have Yiro make a move. As the subsequent pieces were auctioned, some went unsold while others fetched exorbitant prices, yet Zhang Dong remained silent. When the seventh piece was presented, he exchanged a glance with Yiro, who immediately entered the bidding. In the end, Yiro acquired it for 350,000 euros. After a few more auctions, General Kuan finally approached the piece of imperial green jade and announced with a smile, "This piece hails from Moksha and weighs 56 kilograms. You can all see the abundant green hues on its surface, so I shall start the bidding at 3 million euros. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 300,000. The attendees had previously examined the pieces, and 7 individuals began to bid. When the price reached 650,000, only 2 remained in contention, with Zhang Dong offering 5 million euros. 5,500,000, exclaimed a gaunt elder, placing his bid. 6 million, Zhang Dong responded with calm assurance. The elder hesitated, recognizing that the potential profit from this stone was a 50-50 gamble. However, he deemed the price too steep and ultimately shook his head, relinquishing his interest. With a bid of 6 million euros, Zhang Dong acquired the stone, instructing Lu Zhen to place it directly into the vehicle. Subsequently, he made 2 more purchases, assisting Yiro in acquiring 2 additional raw stones. In total, the 3 stones amounted to 13,500,000 euros, nearly exhausting Yiro's funds. As the auction progressed into its latter stages, the sizable Ma-Kan stone finally made its appearance, commencing at a starting price of 13 million euros. Yet there were few bidders, with only Zhang Dong and another participant in the fray. The latter merely matched the minimum bid, and when Zhang Dong raised the price to 14,500,000, the competitor promptly shook his head in defeat. At that moment, Zhang Dong still possessed over 20 million in funds. Waiting for the opportune moment, he spent 320,000 euros to secure the final raw stone. His remaining capital now dwindled to 3 million euros. Having been engaged in continuous observation, he began to feel fatigued and decided it was prudent to conclude his bidding while ahead. As the auction came to a close, General Kuan was exceedingly pleased, as his assets had surged by over 100 million euros. Suddenly, however, his complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he clutched his chest and staggered backward. Huang Fa quickly supported him, inquiring, "General, what is wrong?" Chapter 69. The unyielding thief General Kuan's expression was one of agony as he exclaimed, "My shoulder aches, my chest feels constricted, and I can scarcely breathe. Doctor, summon a physician." However, a middle-aged man rushed over, stating, "The doctor has been called away by the lady. It will take at least 2.5 hours for him to return." Furious, Huang shouted, "This fool shall pay with his life." Upon hearing this, General Kuan's pallor deepened, and a sudden thought struck him. He pointed at Zhang Dong, imploring, "Mr. Zhang, can you save me?" Zhang Dong approached and nodded reassuringly. "There is no need for concern, General. As long as I am here, you shall not perish." Recently having studied medicine, he carried a set of silver needles with him. Utilizing his left eye's extraordinary vision, he precisely pinpointed the location of the clot and deftly inserted the needle into the blood vessel. At that moment, he channeled a thread of genuine energy into the needle, causing its tip to vibrate at high speed, which shattered a portion of the clot, promptly clearing 1/3 of the vessel. Yet, the clot remained, necessitating the administration of thrombolytic medication. The results were immediate. General Kuan's pain subsided, and he sat up, gazing at Zhang Dong with profound admiration. "Mr. Zhang, you are truly a miraculous healer. I shall never forget your life-saving grace." He clasped Zhang Dong's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Heaven knows how terrified he was of death, being a local warlord with dozens of beautiful wives and a fortune in the billions. He simply did not wish to die. Zhang Dong smiled gently. You must still go to the hospital, for the clot remains within you. General Kuan nodded vigorously. Indeed, I shall board a helicopter to the hospital immediately. Then, he suddenly turned to the dazed Zhou Zijuan, commanding sternly, return the 30 million to Mr. Zhang at once, or I shall have you executed. In the face of mortality, 30 million seemed trivial. Zhou Zijuan, as if bereaved of his father, called home. Upon learning of the imminent danger, though his family despised him, they nonetheless arranged for the 30 million to be sent. Reluctantly, he transferred the funds into Zhang Dong's account. Upon receiving the notification of the remittance, Zhang Dong remarked, "Thank you, young Master Zhou." Zhou Zijuan glared at him, his eyes filled with malice. With his objective achieved, Zhang Dong recognized the urgency to depart and instructed Lu Zhan to prepare for their exit. Shortly thereafter, four armored vehicles and 2 multi-wheeled transport trucks arrived. Lu Zhan directed the loading of Jade materials onto the vehicles as their party ready to return. Zhou Zijuan and Lu Zhongyu pursued closely, their eyes nearly popping out upon witnessing the 4 armored vehicles and a dozen well-equipped mercenaries awaiting Zhang Dong. Cursed be it! Where did he acquire such armored vehicles? Despair enveloped Zhou Zijuan. His initial intention to eliminate Zhang Dong en route now appeared utterly hopeless. Lu Zhongyu's expression darkened as he remarked, "While my friend possesses several firearms, taking on armored vehicles poses too great a risk." Zhou Zijuan slumped into his seat, muttering, "It's over. My family is destined for bankruptcy." Lu Zhongyu squinted, declaring, "The goods aboard their vehicles are worth billions. If I were to divulge the information to the warlord over there, they would undoubtedly be intrigued." Zhou Zijuan suddenly became animated, excitedly exclaiming, "Uncle, could we perhaps receive a share?" Lu Zhongyu exhaled a puff of smoke, coldly replying, "I have some acquaintance with the party involved. They may be willing to part with a portion for us. Let us proceed." On their return journey, their speed noticeably quickened. Zhang Dong, in high spirits, turned on the music and began to hum along. Lu Zhan remarked with a smile, "It seems that Boss Zhang has made quite a fortune." Zhang Dong replied, "It's not too bad." He continued, "Everyone has worked hard. Upon our return, each of you will receive an additional 50,000 as a reward for your efforts." At this news, the group erupted in laughter, expressing their gratitude. Yuro chimed in, "I can't wait to unveil the raw stone right now." Zhang Dong responded, "There is no rush. The materials I selected will surely appreciate in value." Yiro added, "If there are enough quality materials, the new gambling king, He Tianxi, will undoubtedly be very interested." As the vehicle continued its journey, Zhang Dong glanced back and noticed an off-road vehicle trailing them from a distance. Despite the considerable gap, he recognized that Lu Zhongyu and Zhou Zijuan were inside. At that moment, Zhou Zijuan's vehicle had an additional passenger, Luo Donli. Luo Donli had been waiting at a small inn up front and had recently been picked up by Zhou Zijuan. Now, she sat nervously in the back seat, feeling intimidated by the ominous aura emanating from Zhou Zijuan. "Call Zhang Dong and inform him that there is a tourist town ahead. It's getting dark. We can rest there for the night," Zhou Zijuan commanded coldly. Luo Donli whispered, "He probably won't listen to me. We have already. Just do it." Zhou Zijuan gritted his teeth. Luo Donli shivered slightly and reluctantly took out her phone to call Zhang Dong. Once the call connected, she steadied her breath and said, "Zhang Dong, it's Donli. I'm just behind the convoy." Zhang Dong's expression remained impassive as he asked, "What do you want?" Luo Donli replied, "There is a tourist town not far ahead where we can rest for the night." Zhang Dong responded dismissively, "Whether we rest or not is none of your concern." Luo Donli continued, "My friend runs an inn in the town. The environment is quite nice. I just wanted to help her attract some business. If you don't need to rest, that's fine." Zhang Dong said nothing further and ended the call. Since dawn, they had been on the road, and with their daytime vigilance, everyone was indeed somewhat fatigued. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dong turned to Lu Zhan and asked, "Is there a town ahead where we can rest?" Lu Zhan glanced at the map and replied, "Up ahead is Mango Town. The environment there is quite pleasant, and we can rest for the night." Zhang Dong agreed. "Very well. Let us rest there and set out early tomorrow morning. After driving for another half hour, they arrived at Mango Town, which was beautifully constructed, featuring a parking lot and well-appointed hotels. Upon seeing Zhang Dong's convoy enter the town, Luo Donli breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Zijuan sneered. It seems this kid hasn't quite gotten over you. Luo Donli felt a complex mix of emotions, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Lu Zhongyu declared, once they settle down, they shall be unable to leave forever. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Lu Zhen assigned 4 individuals to monitor the vehicles, while the others entered the hotel to rest. The hotel offered a self-service barbecue, and Zhang Dong ordered some skewers to grill for his teammates. As they indulged in the barbecue and beer, laughter and joviality filled the air. Around 10 o'clock, Luo Donli approached unexpectedly, offering a somewhat awkward smile to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, may I sit here for a moment? She inquired. Yiro recognized her and replied coolly, it seems we are not acquainted. Luo Donli bit her lip and continued, Zhang Dong, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Zhang Dong handed the freshly grilled skewers to Yiro and replied indifferently, you may speak your mind. With a sigh, Luo Donli admitted, I acknowledge that my actions were misguided. However, it was a moment of folly. Zhang Dong, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? In her mind, she calculated the situation. Zhang Dong possessed wealth and status, and if he were to extend forgiveness, she would divulge information regarding Zhou Zijuan's collusion with warlords. Conversely, if Zhang Dong refused her, she would remain silent. Yiro interjected, Luo Donli, upon witnessing Zhou Zijuan's downfall, you seek to return to Zhang Dong's embrace. Do you believe that is feasible? Luo Donli retorted angrily, our affairs are of no concern to you. Yiro shrugged and turned her gaze towards Zhang Dong. He cast a cold glance at her and said, once you have finished, you may leave. Suddenly filled with rage, Luo Donli felt incensed by the audacity of this insignificant individual to deny her forgiveness. Zhang Dong, you will surely regret this. With that, she stormed away without a backward glance. Chapter 70. Annihilation. As Rodanli walked away, Yiro pondered, Zhang Dong, don't you find it peculiar? What is peculiar? Zhang Dong inquired. Yiro replied, she evidently harbors no feelings for you, yet she called to suggest you rest here. However, I just inquired, and the owner of this place doesn't recognize her at all. A flicker of realization crossed Zhang Dong's mind. Then what is her true intention for keeping us here? In the next moment, both their expressions subtly shifted. Let us finish our meal and continue on our journey, Yiro declared. Being in a foreign land, Zhang Dong understood the necessity of vigilance and nodded. All right. Once the group finished their meal, Zhang Dong abruptly announced their departure. Lu Zhen, without further inquiry, directed his team to move out, as 4 armored vehicles and 2 transport trucks rolled out in succession. Zhou Zijuan, who had not slept, hid nearby, observing Zhang Dong intently. Upon witnessing their sudden departure, he felt a surge of anger and surprise, rushing to Rodanli and seizing her hair, demanding, did you divulge any information to him? Speak. Rodanli, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, pleaded Zijuan. I have said nothing. I swear to the heavens. Lu Zhongyu approached calmly, saying, do not fret. General Bai's men are just ahead. I will have them lie in ambush. Zhou Zijuan's spirits soared. Are they already here? Splendid. Lu Zhongyu smiled ominously. This kid is sufficiently cautious, but alas, his reaction is too slow. As they departed, Zhang Dong took the front passenger seat, keeping a vigilant eye on the road ahead. Yiro settled into the 3rd vehicle, with Lu Zhen seated directly behind him. Boss Zhang, is there a situation? Lu Zhen inquired. Zhang Dong replied, we are being schemed against. We must leave early. You all will have to endure a bit more. Lu Zhen responded, no problem. Traveling at night is quite normal. We can rest properly upon our return. After driving several kilometers, Zhang Dong noticed a fleeting light in the distance. He immediately commanded, all vehicles turn off the engines. Lu Zhen promptly echoed, engines off. Alert. At that moment, concealed within the foliage and rocks on a sharp bend ahead, over 50 individuals aimed their dark barrels and PRG weapons towards the road. A man in his 50s fixated on the distance, having just seen the glow of headlights, now extinguished. However, with the winding mountain paths obstructing his view, he was not overly surprised. In the vehicle, Zhang Dong asked, "Do we have grenades?" Lu Zhen nodded. "More than 50. Zhang Dong instructed, "Teach me how to use one." Lu Zhen retrieved a grenade and demonstrated on the spot. After mastering the technique, Zhang Dong requested 15 grenades. Lu Zhen couldn't help but ask, "Is there a situation ahead?" Zhang Dong replied, "Uncertain. I shall scout ahead." Lu Zhen, feeling uneasy, insisted, "Boss Zhang, this is our responsibility. Let me go." Zhang Dong smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry, I will return in 20 minutes. Seeing his determination, Lu Zhen ceased to argue. Nodding, "Make sure to be careful. I still have flashbangs here, take a few with you." Zhang Dong stepped out of the vehicle alone. His left eye possessed not only X-ray vision but also night vision capabilities. Swiftly, he vanished into the dense mountain forest. One of the team members asked curiously, "Captain, Boss Zhang is truly formidable. Venturing ahead alone with 15 grenades." Lu Zhen said calmly, "He is a master." The group waited for several minutes, but the headlights did not materialize. One among them could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "General, do you think the other party has discovered our presence?" Instantly, another retorted, "Nonsense. The sky was so dark that even with the sharpest vision, one might not discern anything clearly. How could they have spotted anything?" The man suddenly found this reasoning plausible and remarked, "How peculiar. Could it be that what we saw earlier wasn't headlights after all?" At that moment, a figure silently emerged several dozen meters away. It was Zhang Dong. Though the night was pitch black, his elevated vantage point allowed him to clearly discern the enemy's formation. Their intent was unmistakable: to ambush them. He promptly retrieved 3 flashbangs, igniting them before accurately tossing them towards the crowd. Bang! With his precise calculation, the flashbang detonated less than a meter above the ground, its blinding light instantly rendering those fixated on the road sightless. The deafening explosion also temporarily robbed them of their hearing, transforming them into the blind and the deaf. Everyone clutched their eyes and screamed, yet none could hear another's cries. Zhang Dong began tossing grenades with an impassive expression, one after another. These grenades erupted amidst the crowd, shattering trees, shredding grass, and sending debris flying in all directions. Boom after thunderous boom. 15 grenades were at Zhang Dong's disposal, of which he had deployed 10. As the cacophony of explosions subsided and the dust settled, he approached to inspect the aftermath, discovering that 7 or 8 individuals had survived, albeit severely injured. Their chances of survival seemed bleak. He gathered the undamaged weapons, slinging them over his shoulder, and communicated via radio, "Captain Lu, we shall proceed." The headlights flickered back to life, and they soon arrived at a bend in the road. Zhang Dong stood at the intersection, burdened by 7 rifles on his back, while 2 machine guns dangled from his hands, and his right hand gripped 2 RPGs. Lu Zhen felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily exited the vehicle to assist in loading the equipment into the rear, regarding Zhang Dong with the trepidation one would reserve for a formidable and perilous beast. Once back in the vehicle, Lu Zhen inquired, having utilized 10 grenades, "How many adversaries remain?" Zhang Dong, "Several dozen, but all have been resolved." Lu Zhen, "If Boss Zhang were in our line of work, he would undoubtedly be the unrivaled lone wolf." Zhang Dong chuckled, "Let us proceed." After the vehicle had traveled a short distance, they encountered several trucks, likely left by the individuals from the mountains. Lu Zhen alighted to conduct a brief inspection but found nothing amiss, prompting the group to continue onward. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongyu attempted to reach the warlord by phone, yet his call went unanswered. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he swiftly turned to Zhou Zijuan, instructing, "Pack your belongings, we must leave at once." After passing the inspection point, the group turned back along the same route. After walking for a while, a group of mountain villagers suddenly appeared ahead. Zhang Dong recognized one of the youths among them. He was the very boy whom he had healed. Upon seeing their vehicle, the boy waved his hands repeatedly, signaling them to stop. Zhang Dong alighted from the vehicle and inquired with a smile, "It seems you have made a good recovery." The youth gestured with his hands, alternating between pointing towards the rear and mimicking the action of shooting a gun. Zhang Dong squinted, grasping the implication that there were individuals lying in ambush not far behind. Lu Zhen's expression darkened, Could it be a group of them? Zhang Dong replied. It appears they are not deterred and intend to intercept us once more. Captain Liu, are there alternative routes we might take? Lu Jin replied coolly, there are, but it is unnecessary to change our course. He produced a satellite phone and made a call. Half a minute later, a deep voice emanated from the device. Dart, what brings you to call at this late hour? Lu Jin responded, Chief, we are being blocked by local armed forces from Myanmar ahead. We have already eliminated dozens, yet they seem undeterred. The other party fell silent for a few seconds before exclaiming, Damn, these fools are courting death. Give me their coordinates. Lu Jin nodded and dispatched 2 individuals for reconnaissance. Before long, they returned to report the enemy's position to Lu Jin. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sound of an armed helicopter resounded from above, its searchlight illuminating the ground. The hundreds of armed personnel hidden in the grass were instantly revealed, causing the commander to leap up in fright and shout, Run for your lives. Chapter 71. The predators grew, yet it was too late. 2 missiles hurtled towards them, striking the crowd like a spectacular display of fireworks. Zhang Dong, witnessing this from a distance, could not help but chuckle bitterly. Captain Liu, are these really missiles? Aren't they rather costly? Lu Jin replied with a smile, These are nearly expired. There's no need to waste them. They don't count as expenses. Following this, a barrage of gunfire erupted, continuing relentlessly until, after 10 minutes, it subsided. Sensing it was time to move, Lu Jin signaled the convoy to advance. After traveling 2 kilometers, they arrived at the battle site. The scene was harrowing, littered with charred and bullet-riddled corpses. As their vehicle passed, Zhang Dong remarked, Captain Liu, these individuals are quite audacious. They dared to engage an armored vehicle. Lu Jin responded, These areas are backed by wealthy financiers, emboldening their bravado. Hence, whenever an opportunity arises, we must teach them a severe lesson. By dawn, the convoy returned to the border. Zhang Dong entrusted Lu Jin with transporting the Jade aboard the vehicle to Ning City. After bidding farewell to Lu Jin, he and Yi Ro checked into a hotel in a small border town. Having scarcely rested throughout the night, Yi Ro slept until 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Dong also dozed briefly but spent most of his time in meditation. Upon Yi Ro's awakening, Zhang Dong took her to dine on the local internet-famous rice noodles, which, in truth, were rather mediocre. Given the proximity to the border and Myanmar, the streets were filled with stalls selling jade, though regrettably, the offerings were of inferior quality. Items costing hundreds or thousands that, when cut open, were worth scarcely 10. At that moment, a man clad in ethnic minority attire approached, and as he brushed past Zhang Dong, a peculiar sensation sparked within him, stirring the goo worms in his myriad orifices. Intrigued, he grasped Yi Ro's hand and followed the man. After a short distance, the man entered an alleyway, which led to a door that he pushed open. Yi Ro inquired, What is the matter? Zhang Dong replied, Nothing, let us move. He discovered that beyond the door lay a courtyard with 2 small buildings. At the rear of the buildings was a main road, and he resolved to explore it. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived at the road behind the 2-story building, where numerous stalls lined both sides, selling jewelry, jade, seals, and porcelain. He picked up a piece of rough stone to examine while his gaze drifted towards the 2-story building, his vision penetrating the walls. He observed the man conversing with an elderly gentleman adorned in vibrant ethnic clothing. The man produced a small box and handed it to the elder before rising to depart. The elder opened the box for a brief glance. Inside, a mass of small black worms, akin to ants, writhed in a dense cluster. Clutching the box, the elder proceeded to an adjacent room. Inside lay a portly figure whom Zhang Dong recognized as Meng Xiling. How had he ended up here? Meng Xiling appeared gravely weakened. He accepted the box from the elder's hands and, tilting his head back, poured the wriggling insects into his mouth, gnashing his teeth viciously as dark juices dribbled from the corners of his lips. Zhang Dong observed further, noting that after having his goo worms forcibly taken, Meng Xiling's myriad orifices were constricting, a process that seemed to inflict great agony upon him. The elder remarked, Son-in-law, the fairy worm has emerged from its cocoon. Unfortunately, it fled due to the absence of a suitable host. We are currently organizing a search party. With a crash, Meng Xiling hurled the box in her hand to the ground, exclaiming, "Useless." The elder continued, "The fairy worm is attracted to places bustling with life. It should be within the county town. Why are you not searching for it?" Meng Xiling glared but spoke weakly. The elder nodded and swiftly exited. Zhang Dong could not discern the details of their conversation, compounded by the local dialect, leaving him utterly bewildered. Setting down the raw stone, he turned to leave, saying to Yi Ro, "I will book a flight. Let us return today." Yi Ro nodded in agreement. On their way back to the hotel, Zhang Dong suddenly felt an intense twitch in his left eye, and his vision seemed to narrow abruptly. He raised his right hand to inspect it, noticing that his palm had shrunk tenfold. What was happening? Soon after, he spotted a blue light darting through the crowd several kilometers away. A flicker of intuition stirred within him, and he grasped Yi Ro's hand, hastening towards the blue light. As they drew nearer, the creature residing in his left eye grew increasingly excited. At a distance of 1,000 meters, however, it quieted, retracting its presence, and Zhang Dong's constricted vision returned to normal. At that moment, within Zhang Dong's body, all the worms began to resonate, emitting a high-frequency sound inaudible to human ears but perceptible to the worms. The blue light stabilized, revealing a blue insect the size of a fly, peculiar in appearance, with red eyes and a body radiating a blue luminescence. Suddenly, the blue insect surged towards Zhang Dong with exuberance. He, being the host it desired the most, was its perfect match. Zhang Dong's heart raced as he watched the blue light dart towards his nostrils, swiftly penetrating into him. It seemed to be an intangible entity that directly reached his heart. In that instant, the chorus of worms harmonized, releasing energy that enveloped the blue insect in comfort, causing it to unfurl its wings and emit a piercing cry like a sovereign. Zhang Dong felt no discomfort. He remained unaffected, casually telling Yi Ro, "Let us return to the hotel." Throughout their journey, the blue insect, akin to a ruler, sensed the myriad worms within Zhang Dong's body, all quaking in response. Whether out of submission or fear remained uncertain. Yi Ro entered Zhang Dong's room, suggesting, "First, book the flight. We can reach Ning City before nightfall." Zhang Dong acknowledged her, then reclined on the bed. At that moment, as if receiving a command, the myriad worms began to glow. The power they emitted formed a domain, within which the blue insect appeared trapped, confined to a narrow space, struggling in vain to break free from the constraints of the realm. Suddenly, Zhang Dong felt a warmth in his left eye, and the golden insect burst forth, lunging at the blue insect. With the assistance of the myriad worms and the advantage of the domain, the golden insect swiftly severed one of the blue insect's wings. A fierce battle ensued, unleashing terrifying power that erupted within Zhang Dong's being. At this moment, his body was exceedingly frail, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he lay motionless on the bed. His temperature surged, reaching a feverish 41 degrees, and his mind became clouded. Yi Ro was alarmed. She touched Zhang Dong's forehead and exclaimed, "So hot! I will accompany you to the hospital." Zhang Dong gently shook his head, insisting, "I am fine." A few minutes later, one of the blue worm's legs was severed, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. Ultimately, it succumbed to the golden worm, which mercilessly bit off its head, rendering it lifeless. Subsequently, the golden worm continued to feast on the blue cursed worm. As it consumed its prey, it emitted waves of blue-golden energy, which permeated every cell and meridian within Zhang Dong's body, instilling an unparalleled sense of comfort. Concurrently, the 100 worms released energy waves that gradually dimmed, with the majority of this energy being absorbed by the golden worm. 10 minutes later, these worms began to emerge from Zhang Dong's nostrils and ears, retreating to a corner where they soon perished. Yi Ro, unaware of this scene, went to the bathroom to fetch a damp towel, placing it on Zhang Dong's forehead to alleviate his fever. A few moments later, the golden worm, having satisfied its hunger, became docile. Zhang Dong no longer felt feverish. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of relief, as if his body were brimming with newfound strength. Chapter 72. The new resident. Suddenly, he sat up, twisted open a bottle of purified water, and consumed it in one gulp. Yi Ro gently touched his forehead, noting that the fever had subsided. In astonishment, she inquired, Have you recovered from your fever? You were burning just a moment ago. Zhang Dong, brimming with joy, replied with a smile. It's nothing. I was merely feeling a bit unwell, but I'm fine now. Yi Ro sighed in relief, smiling. You scared me. I'm glad you're all right. After undergoing a light wave treatment, Zhang Dong found himself coated with a slimy residue. He promptly took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Subsequently, the two hailed a taxi to the airport, embarking on their flight to Ningxing. Upon their return, Zhang Dong intended to head to the hotel, but Yi Ro interjected. As the vice president and a shareholder of the company, I've arranged for you to have an apartment. Shall we go see it now? Zhang Dong chuckled. Thank you, boss. The vehicle arrived at a residential area near the company, where the homes were stacked, with one household occupying the first 2 floors and another on the upper levels. Zhang Dong's apartment spanned the 3rd and 4th floors of a stacked building, adorned with a glass greenhouse filled with an array of beautiful flowering trees, exuding delightful fragrances. Every piece of furniture and appliance was of the highest caliber, the lavish decor surely worth no less than 2 million. Zhang Dong remarked, living in such a large space alone feels a bit extravagant. Yi Ro countered, not at all. Whenever I come to Ningxing on business, I will stay here. The company has also arranged for a cleaner to come daily. Zhang Dong was taken aback, blinking in surprise as he said, Boss, I'm merely your employee. You cannot impose additional expectations. Yi Ro playfully tossed a couch pillow at him, saying, What are you thinking? Zhang Dong caught the pillow and inquired with a grin. How long do you plan to stay in Ningxing? Yi Ro replied, I will leave when I secure the new gambling king. Zhang Dong's heart stirred. Is he Tianxi coming to Ningxing? Yi Ro nodded. Ningxing boasts the Emerald Street, and he Tianxi has brought a team of Jade experts to procure a batch of Jade. Currently, all the Jade merchants in Ningxing are frantically stocking up, preparing for a lucrative venture. She looked at Zhang Dong and smiled. I have already extended an invitation. He Tianxi will be coming to us first. Zhang Dong's eyes brightened as he asked, When is he arriving? Perhaps this week, she replied, so we have little time. We must quickly release the raw stones. Zhang Dong nodded. We will have enough time. Once the goods arrive, I will personally handle the stone cutting. Before long, they received a call from Lu Zhen, informing them that the jade materials had arrived in Ningxing and needed to be picked up. 15 minutes later, at a warehouse of Ming Gushuan, 2 trucks approached, unloading boxes of raw stones that had been securely packaged. The warehouse was spacious, equipped with professional cutting machinery, ready for immediate use. It was already dinner time, and the pair grabbed a bite nearby before returning to cut the raw stones. Zhang Dong donned his work attire, skillfully cutting the stones like a seasoned artisan. Fortunately, his strength allowed him to effortlessly lift the hefty raw stones, weighing over 100 pounds, onto the cutting table. The first stone to be cut was a piece of imperial green jade sourced from the Moshi sand pit. The material weighed 56.3 kilograms, with 2/3 comprised of exquisite jadeite. He marked a line and promptly commenced the cutting process. Within mere minutes, the stone was cleaved in 2, revealing a vibrant green at the cut. When illuminated by a strong light, the jade glimmered like water. Yi Ro gasped, exclaiming, This is imperial green. Zhang Dong opened 2 additional sections, both showcasing imperial green. Such a sizable piece weighed approximately 30 kilograms. Furthermore, the remaining third, though not reaching the standard of imperial green, was of icy quality and held significant value as well. Yi Ro inhaled deeply and remarked, This material is worth at least 500 million. If crafted into an artwork, this value would soar even higher. Zhang Dong had acquired this piece for 600,000 euros, equivalent to 47 million yuan. Following the stone's revelation, its worth surged over 9-fold. Zhang Dong smiled and, using a crane, placed the hefty stone from the Damacan quarry onto the cutting table. This stone weighed 675 kilograms and cost him 14,500,000 euros. After marking the line, he began the cutting process. 1/4 of this material was pure green jade, while another quarter showcased an interplay of green and red, both exhibiting commendable quality. For the first cut, Zhang Dong extracted the pure green jade, where only a few areas contained inclusions. The majority displayed high ice quality and weighed around 130 kilograms. For the second cut, He removed the intermingled green and red section, which also possessed icy quality. This material, with hints of green and yellow, would make a stunning bracelet, much adored by certain enthusiasts. This piece weighed over 140 kilograms. The remaining jadeite, while not reaching icy quality, still possessed admirable characteristics, with lovely green hues and vibrant red mist, categorizing it as a rare, high-quality jadeite. Hiro observed for a moment and mused, the value of this material is at least 1.5 billion, but determining the precise worth is challenging. Subsequently, Zhang Dong also unveiled several pieces he had selected for Hiro. Although they were not as breathtaking as the previous two, their value had surged 3 to 5 times. Having previously spent 13,500,000 euros, their current worth exceeded 370 million. The remaining pieces were either only capable of breaking even or had limited potential for appreciation. Thus Zhang Dong chose to set them aside rather than cut them. Once the original stones were fully processed, Hiro received a call from a close friend and departed, leaving Zhang Dong to return to his apartment. With over 2 billion in hand, Zhang Dong found it difficult to sleep, so he observed the golden insect. It had completely consumed the blue cursed insect. If his assumptions were correct, the blue cursed insect was likely the celestial cursed insect mentioned by Meng Xiling. Now it seemed that the celestial cursed insect was not so formidable, having been so easily devoured. At that moment he felt invigorated and light, prompting him to ascend to the rooftop to practice the 11th and 12th sets of movements of the Ling Fei Jing. The Ling Fei Jing comprises 12 sets of movements, and he had previously mastered 10. Perhaps due to the consumption of the celestial cursed insect, today's training was particularly smooth, allowing him to complete the 11th set in just half an hour. After another half hour, he successfully finished the 12th set as well. At this point, the myriad meridians within him had been largely unblocked, these pathways traversing through the myriad orifices and connecting the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the skin and bones. Subsequently, he commenced with the first set of movements, practicing diligently through to the 12th set. After completing this regimen, he felt a harmonious resonance throughout his orifices, and the true energy within him grew increasingly potent, nearly on the verge of bursting forth. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered Hiro accompanied by a short-haired woman in her 20s. The woman appeared slightly overweight, bearing several marks on her face indicative of past altercations. Hiro said, "Zhang Dong, this is my close friend Chen Yuan. She'll be staying here temporarily. Is that convenient?" Zhang Dong replied, "Of course, you may stay downstairs while I reside upstairs." Chen Yuan nodded at Zhang Dong and then took a seat on the sofa, weeping, while Hiro offered her comfort. Zhang Dong exchanged a few words before retreating upstairs. The two women conversed until past midnight before finally resting. The following morning, the three of them shared breakfast at a nearby eatery, but Chen Yuan still seemed quite unsettled. During the meal, she received a phone call. After hanging up, she said, "Xiao Rou, he has apologized to me. I wish to speak with him." Hiro furrowed her brows, replying, "Chen Yuan, this marks the 7th time he has struck you. What is there to discuss?" Chen Yuan offered a wry smile, "Yet when he is not violent, he treats me quite well." Hiro, at a loss for words, conceded, "Very well, I shall respect your decision." Zhang Dong, engrossed in his meal, chose not to involve himself in the affairs of those he did not know well. "Could you give me a ride back?" Chen Yuan inquired. Zhang Dong responded with a smile, "Chen Yuan, I will gladly take you home." "Thank you, Zhang Dong," she replied. Hiro sighed, "I suppose I shall accompany you after all." Zhang Dong drove, delivering Chen Yuan to the front of an apartment building. As they exited the vehicle, Hiro considered accompanying her upstairs, but Chen Yuan quickly interjected, "Xiao Rou, there's no need for that. Otherwise, you'll just end up arguing with him again. I will call you shortly, so do not worry." As Chen Yuan departed, Zhang Dong inadvertently noticed a dark aura hovering above her head, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. What could this possibly signify? Chapter 73. Hypnosis. Once Chen Yuan departed, he remarked, "You should refrain from involving yourself too deeply in your friends' affairs. Everyone has their own choices." Hiro sighed, "I have grown accustomed to it." Zhang Dong inquired, "Shall we head back?" Hiro replied, "Let us wait a moment. If the discussion falls through, she will undoubtedly come down." As they engaged in casual conversation inside the vehicle, A sudden, jarring noise erupted from the adjacent greenbelt. A figure plummeted from a great height, crashing heavily onto the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. Zhang Dong swiftly flung open the car door and looked up to see a solitary figure at the 9th floor window, coldly observing the scene below before departing. He rushed to the fallen individual and discovered it was indeed Chen Yuan. She had succumbed, her breath extinguished, her pupils dilated. Yi Ro dashed over, and upon recognizing the lifeless body, she covered her mouth and wept bitterly. Zhang Dong promptly called the police and then requested an ambulance. 10 minutes later, a police car arrived, cordoning off the area. A familiar face appeared before Zhang Dong. It was Officer Tian Shi. "Zhang, it has been a while." She greeted him. "Did you report the incident?" Zhang Dong nodded. "Yes, I did. The deceased is Chen Yuan, a friend of ours. We brought her to meet her boyfriend." Officer Tian Shi meticulously inquired about the circumstances and ultimately stated, "We will conduct an investigation. You may return now." Zhang Dong added, "Officer Tian, I saw someone behind that window on the 9th floor when Chen Yuan fell. He should be her boyfriend." Tian Shi assured him, "Rest assured, we will look into it." With the remaining matters in the hands of the police, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro departed. As they exited the community, Yi Ro suddenly embraced Zhang Dong's shoulder and wept. Zhang Dong parked the car at the roadside, offering comfort. "Life is unpredictable. Try not to grieve too deeply. How could she have died? She was so young." Yi Ro clearly struggled to accept the reality. Zhang Dong asked, "What does Chen Yuan's boyfriend do?" "He practices mixed martial arts and has ranked in national competitions." Yi Ro replied with a soft sigh. "I advised her to be cautious, but she would not heed my warnings. The police will uncover the truth. Do not let your thoughts wander." Zhang Dong reassured her before driving her back to her apartment. Throughout the morning, Yi Ro remained in a despondent state. At 11 o'clock, Tian Shi called Zhang Dong. "Zhang, we have conducted a preliminary investigation. Chen Yuan's death has been ruled a suicide." Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. "I accompanied her downstairs. She seemed emotionally stable, intending to reconcile with her boyfriend. She shouldn't have taken such drastic measures." Tian Shi replied, "Chen Yuan's boyfriend provided the surveillance footage. Confirms that she indeed jumped." Zhang Dong's frown deepened. "He has surveillance at his home?" "Yes," Tian Shi affirmed. "Due to his frequent absences, he installed cameras, which fortuitously captured the moment Chen Yuan fell." She added, "Your friend appears deeply affected. Please take care to comfort her." Zhang Dong pondered for a few moments, an unsettling feeling lingering within him, and asked, "Officer Tian, is that individual still at the precinct?" "Tian Shi, we are still here. We need to pose a few more questions to him." Zhang Dong, "Officer, may I participate in the investigation? I harbor suspicions that Chen Yuan may have been murdered." Tian Shi was momentarily taken aback. Due to previous events, he held a profound trust in Zhang Dong. After a few moments of contemplation, he inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Zhang Dong, "Let us discuss in person. I shall come to find you now." Tian Shi, "All right." After ending the call, he advised Yi Ro to rest and proceeded alone to the Criminal Investigation Unit. Upon arriving at the precinct, Zhang Dong was greeted by Tian Shi, who informed him, Chen Yuan's boyfriend, named Wei Yongjian, is still in the interrogation room. He is expected to leave this afternoon. Zhang Dong responded, "Officer Tian, I possess the skill of hypnosis. I can hypnotize Wei Yongjian to reveal the truth." Tian Shi widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. "Hypnosis?" Zhang Dong nodded, acknowledging that hypnosis could allow him to forget his surroundings, relinquish his inner defenses, and unveil his true thoughts. Tian Shi remarked, "Please take a seat inside. I shall inquire with the captain." She invited Zhang Dong into her office, where numerous officers were busily engaged in their tasks. Zhang Dong settled into Tian Shi's chair. On Tian Shi's desk lay a photograph of a young girl, seemingly around 2 years old. A thought crossed his mind. Tian Shi is so young, and she already has a child? Moments later, Tian Shi and Captain Zhang arrived. Captain Zhang, having previously met Zhang Dong during the rescue of the young girl, greeted him warmly. "Mr. Zhang," he said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Zhang Dong rose to his feet and inquired, "Captain Zhang, has Tian Shi conveyed my thoughts to you?" Zhang Wuqing, the captain, nodded and inquired, General Zhang, how confident are you? Zhang Dongdao, with unwavering resolve, instructed a confidant to accompany him inside, assuring that the truth would be coaxed from the individual, while preparations for audio and visual documentation were made. Zhang Wuqing nodded in agreement, suggesting that Tianxi accompany him. Within the interrogation room, Wei Yongjian sat comfortably in a chair, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. The demise of his girlfriend, Chen Yuan, appeared to weigh little on his demeanor. At that moment, Zhang Dong and Tianxi entered, the latter now donned in casual attire. They settled into their seats, and Zhang Dong remarked with a smile, "Mr. Wei, we have but a few more inquiries before you may take your leave. We express our condolences regarding Ms. Chen's untimely passing." In his hand, he twirled a pen, which inadvertently captured Wei Yongjian's attention. Simultaneously, a series of peculiar syllables escaped his lips, complex sounds he had acquired from a particular notebook, difficult to articulate without genuine force. Wei Yongjian's gaze became vacant, his pupils dilating. Zhang Dong then rose and approached him, gently patting his shoulder, and inquired with a smile, "Wei Yongjian, what truly transpired today? How is it that Chen Yuan fell from the building? Alas, although her temperament is quite irritable and she often quarrels with you, it should not lead her to such extreme measures." Wei Yongjian's pupils gradually constricted, revealing a glimmer of brutality in his gaze as he declared, "It was I who led her to her demise. My disdain for her has reached its peak. Moreover, I have long been involved with another woman." Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Then why did you choose to take her life?" "I am in dire need of funds. Her parents tragically perished in a car accident, leaving her a substantial inheritance. 6 months ago, we visited the notary, and I am the sole heir to her estate. Naturally, should I meet my demise, my inheritance will also belong to her. How much does she possess? And why do you require such a large sum?" "Wei Yongjian, I have a penchant for gambling and have accrued over 10 million in usurious debts. I cannot repay it. I must acquire funds. Her inheritance comprises 3 properties, a commercial establishment, and some cash, totaling approximately 20 million. Tianxi clenched her fists, glaring at the scoundrel. Zhang Dong inquired, "How did you bring about Chen Yuan's demise?" "I administered a substance to her that instantaneously induced negative emotions. Then, I relentlessly verbally assaulted her, berating her and unearthing her scars, driving her to contemplate suicide," Wei Yongjian declared, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his face. "With this money, not only can I settle my gambling debts, but I will also have a few 100,000 left over to indulge in a life of leisure." Zhang Dong cast a glance at Tianxi, who then asked, "Wei Yongjian, what is the name of the substance you gave Chen Yuan, and do you still possess it?" "I procured it from the dark web. I have some remaining, stored in my refrigerator," he replied. "Tianxi, President Zhang, have him retrieve the purchase records. I will promptly dispatch a team to Wei Yongjian's residence in search of clues." Chapter 74. The death of Master Wu. Zhang Dong nodded, aware that Wei Yongjian had no chance of escape. Shortly thereafter, he instructed Wei Yongjian to log into the computer, where they uncovered screenshots of his medication purchases, along with his chat records with the drug dealer. Exiting the interrogation room, Zhang Wuqing clasped Zhang Dong's hand firmly, expressing his gratitude. "Mr. Zhang, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, this criminal would have evaded justice." Zhang Dong replied, "It was my duty." After waiting for half an hour, Tianxi brought news that the specific medication had been located in the refrigerator and was on its way for testing. "When will Wei Yongjian regain consciousness?" Tianxi inquired. "Any time now," Zhang Dong responded. "Let us wake him up." Returning to the interrogation room, Zhang Dong snapped his fingers. Wei Yongjian jolted awake, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though he had merely been asleep, completely oblivious to what had transpired. "Can I leave now?" he asked in a low voice. Tianxi coldly replied, "I'm afraid you cannot." A flicker of panic crossed Wei Yongjian's face as he stammered, "What do you mean?" Tianxi produced a laptop and played back his earlier statements. After watching half of the video, Wei Yongjian's complexion shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "What have you done to me? Why can't I remember?" "Tianxi," he said, "I am offering you a chance. Now, recount the details of your crime once more, and perhaps you may receive leniency." The video had thoroughly dismantled Wei Yongjian's psychological defenses, and it wasn't too long before he confessed, his statements aligning with those given under hypnosis. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Tianxi remarked, "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Dong replied, "It was nothing, Officer Tian. If there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. Allow me to escort you." After seeing Zhang Dong off, Zhang Wuqing asked Tianxi, "Could we possibly ask him to assist once more in extracting a confession from Lu Kaifeng?" Tianxi felt a stir of interest. Lu Kaifeng was a suspect in a serial murder case, yet he steadfastly refused to confess. Despite the police employing various methods, they had been unable to elicit a confession, ultimately resorting to charges of assault. However, assault carried a mere 3-year sentence, and given Lu's good behavior, he would soon be released. Tianxi nodded. "All right, I shall give it a try." Returning to his apartment, it was already 4 in the afternoon. With Yi Ro absent, he called to inquire after her, only to discover that the Yi family was facing some turmoil, prompting his urgent return. He relayed the details of the police investigation to her. Upon hearing, Yi Ro sighed. "Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, that beast Wei Yongjian would have escaped punishment forever." Zhang Dong deliberately shifted the topic, asking, "What is so urgent that you had to rush back?" Yi Ro sighed again. "My uncle and cousin are vying to claim shares held by grandfather, causing a daily uproar. My grandfather, wearied by their antics, is considering a division of the family." Zhang Dong queried, "How will the division be carried out?" "My uncle and the others would likely prefer cash, given their lack of experience in managing the company." Zhang Dong understood that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared, yet as it was a family matter for the Yes, he felt it was not his place to pry further. After ending the call, he decided to return home first. He made a call, and before long, his driver Lu Chong arrived to pick him up. Before dusk, Zhang Dong's vehicle finally arrived at his doorstep. Upon alighting, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of dinner, indicating that a meal had been prepared in his absence. He beckoned Lu Chong to join him for the evening repast. After they had dined, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings, when suddenly a long howl resonated from the mountain. Zhang Dong felt a stir in his heart and hastened up the slope. Upon reaching the summit where Wu Qingfeng had previously instructed in martial arts, he was taken aback to find Zheng Jian, a student whom Wu Qingfeng held in high regard, standing there instead. "Senior, it is you," Zhang Dong remarked, somewhat surprised. Zheng Jian's eyes were slightly reddened as he replied, "Junior, Master Wu is no longer with us." Zhang Dong was struck with astonishment. "What do you mean?" Zheng Jian sighed deeply. "Yesterday afternoon, a man came to see Master Wu, and they spoke behind closed doors. After about 10 minutes, that man departed. When I entered to check, I found Master Wu gravely injured on the floor." Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Where is Master Wu now?" "He passed away an hour ago. His body has already been prepared," Zheng Jian said. "Master Wu held on through the night, presumably wanting to speak with you. Unfortunately, you were not at home. I attempted to call you, but Master Wu forbade it." Zhang Dong pressed, "Who was it that harmed Master Wu?" "I remember his appearance, but I do not know his name," Zheng Jian replied, shaking his head. Without further ado, Zhang Dong sprinted towards the opposite mountain with Zheng Jian closely following. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, he found the usual youthful martial artists gathered there, alongside numerous local villagers who had come to assist. Wu Qingfeng was already laid in his coffin. Zhang Dong approached and surveyed the scene, noticing that his internal organs exhibited signs of hemorrhage and damage, with a shattered sternum. A dark handprint marred his chest. This was clearly a fatal strike. Zhang Dong paid his respects before the coffin, bowing 3 times, and then turned to Zheng Jian, asking, "Did Master Wu utter any words before his passing?" Zheng Jian nodded, responding, "Master Wu spoke 5 words, Black Sand Pomonimo family. He also instructed me to deliver this to you." He presented a thin, handwritten booklet to Zhang Dong, which contained hand-drawn diagrams of meridians and some incantations. Zhang Dong, who practiced the Spirit Flying Sutra and Copper Man martial arts, immediately recognized the uniqueness of these meridian pathways. Zheng Jian chuckled ruefully. "To be honest, I have perused the contents, yet I cannot comprehend them at all." Zhang Dong tucked the booklet away, stating, "To master a technique, one must possess a profound foundation in internal energy." Zheng Jian sighed. It seems I lack even the qualifications to practice it. No wonder Master Wu did not bequeath it to me. Senior Zhang, I entrust you with the arrangements for Master Wu's funeral, Zhang Dong said. Zhang Jian nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements. He then made his way to Wu Qingfeng's residence, casting his gaze upon the ground, which was muddy and marked with numerous erratic footprints. Among them, one set of prints was notably deeper than the rest, indicative of a martial prowess far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, suggesting a force that penetrated the earth itself. He noted the footprints' characteristics and then asked Zhang Jian, when shall the funeral be held? The day after tomorrow, Zhang Jian replied. Zhang Dong nodded, stating that he would venture out to investigate the whereabouts of the murderer and would certainly return the day after tomorrow. With that, he took his leave, prompting Zhang Jian to sigh. A few youths gathered around, inquiring, where is Brother Zhang going? Zhang Jian replied, he is off to track down the one who harmed our teacher. The youths expressed their astonishment, with one asking, can Brother Zhang really find him? Zhang Jian responded, I am uncertain. However, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he will undoubtedly return the day after tomorrow. Though Zhang Dong had known Wu Qingfeng for only a short time, the fondness and regard Wu had for him were profoundly felt. Now, with Wu having been brutally slain, he could not remain passive. He was determined to identify the culprit and exact vengeance. As he traversed the mountain's peak, he spotted a figure standing there, Chun Xuanzhen. Master, he called out as he approached hurriedly. Chun Xuanzhen nodded slightly. I arrived just as you were heading in that direction. What transpired? Zhang Dong replied, my teacher, Master Wu, was murdered. Master, do you know if anyone in the world today wields the iron sand palm? Chun Xuanzhen remarked. There are not a few who practice the iron sand palm, yet only a handful excel in its execution. Zhang Dong then inquired, is there anyone with the surname Mo? Chun Xuanzhen confirmed. Indeed, the Mo family has passed down the iron sand palm for 9 generations, producing numerous adept practitioners. The current head of the Mo family is named Mo Xinghe. He possesses the ability to unleash a venomous force with his palms, capable of injuring foes within 3 paces. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dong declared, I wish to pay a visit to the Mo family. After a moment of silence, Chun Xuanzhen replied, there is no need for you to go. Mo Xinghe is right here in Yun City. Chapter 75. The wealthiest man in Yunqing. Zhang Dong's eyes glinted with a cold light. Master, where is he? Chun Xuanzhen sighed softly and said, in the realm of martial arts, each person harbors their own grievances. Why must you interfere? Zhang Dong. Master Wu has bestowed upon me the gift of martial arts. I cannot allow him to be unjustly harmed. At the very least, I must uncover the truth behind this matter. Chun Xuanzhen nodded slightly and said, very well, I shall enlighten you. Mo Xinghe currently resides in the mansion of Li Donghai, the wealthiest man in Yun City.
Li Donghai's son, Li Jianglong,
has recently become Mo Xinghe's disciple. Yesterday, I visited the Li residence to treat his wife. Zhang Dong inquired, Master, what level of cultivation has Mo Xinghe attained? Chun Xuanzhen. Mo Xinghe is a true master of the Qi realm. Your cultivation is actually not inferior to his, but you lack combat experience. When facing such a seasoned martial artist, experience often outweighs raw power. Zhang Dong, Master, no matter what, I must confront Mo Xinghe today. Seeing his determination, Chun Xuanzhen smiled and said, you are a righteous child. Very well, this master shall accompany you. Having finally taken on such a disciple, he naturally could not let him walk into danger alone, hence his insistence on joining. Zhang Dong, unwilling to involve Chun Xuanzhen, replied, Master, I should go alone. Chun Xuanzhen glanced at him and spoke calmly. You call me master, and so I treat you as my own. How could a teacher stand idly by while his disciple faces peril? You need not be concerned, master. A mere Mo Xinghe is insignificant in your presence. Zhang Dong bowed deeply to him and said, Thank you, master. At the residence of Li Donghai, the nearly 50-year-old magnate was hosting a lavish banquet, attended by the elite of Yun City alongside numerous extraordinary figures from the martial world. As the wealthiest individual in Yun City with a fortune exceeding 50 billion and ownership of 2 publicly listed companies, Li Donghai had astutely capitalized on emerging industries, expanding his empire beyond Yun City to influence the entire Jiangbei region and even the nation. Now, at the zenith of his success, Li Donghai had begun cultivating relationships with distinguished socialites, political heavyweights, and even legendary martial artists. None of the guests present that evening were ordinary. Clad in traditional Tang attire, Li Donghai beamed with pride and raised his glass. Esteemed guests, tonight I have prepared aged vintage for us to savor together. Suddenly, a steward hurried in and whispered urgently, "Master, the divine physician has arrived." Li Donghai was overjoyed. Previously, he had pulled strings through a high-ranking connection to invite Chen Xuanzhen. However, after examining his wife, Chen Xuanzhen departed immediately, and no matter how Li tried to persuade him, he couldn't be detained. Upon hearing that Chen Xuanzhen had returned, Li was naturally delighted and hurried out personally to greet him. Chen Xuanzhen and Zhang Dong had already arrived at the gate when Li Donghai rushed forward in a fluster. "Ah, my esteemed divine physician, I failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive my discourtesy." Chen Xuanzhen smiled and said, "To depart and return again? I apologize for disturbing Mr. Li." "Not at all," replied Mr. Li. "It is an immense honor to have a divine physician such as yourself here. Please, take a seat." Chen Xuanzhen cast a glance and, upon spotting Mo Xinghe's seat, strode directly towards it. Mo Xinghe was certainly aware of the esteemed reputation of the divine healer. Standing several meters away, he rose respectfully and said, "Divine healer, please." Chen Xuanzhen took a seat at the head of the table, while Zhang Dong settled beside him, discreetly observing Mo Xinghe. As Mo Xinghe stood, he left behind distinct footprints, which Zhang Dong scrutinized closely, realizing they bore no resemblance to those of the assailant who had slain Wu Qingfeng. This left him perplexed. Could there be no connection to Mo Xinghe? Chen Xuanzhen, of high lineage and remarkable renown within the martial world, commanded such respect that even Mo Xinghe felt unworthy to converse with him, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the gathering. It was Zhang Donghai who broke the awkward silence with a smile, inquiring, "Divine healer, may I ask who this esteemed gentleman is?" Gesturing towards Zhang Dong, Chen Xuanzhen replied, "This is my newly acquainted friend, Zhang Dong. We have been enjoying a delightful conversation." Zhang Dong felt a twinge of confusion as to why Chen Xuanzhen refrained from acknowledging him as his disciple. However, upon reflection, he began to grasp the underlying reasons. The divine healer's immense fame could prove burdensome for him if he were to carry the title of disciple before he was fully capable of standing on his own. Recognizing the honor of being referred to as a friend by Chen Xuanzhen, Li Donghai was quick to express his respect, saying, "Ah, it is Master Zhang. What a pleasure." Zhang Dong nodded in return. "I hope my unexpected visit has not disturbed you, Mr. Li." Li Donghai smiled and remarked, "If Master Zhang is engaging in delightful discourse with the divine healer, you must undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual." Zhang Dong humbly replied, "I cannot take credit for such accolades. I merely possess a modicum of knowledge regarding collectibles and calligraphy, which is hardly noteworthy." Li Donghai's eyes brightened. "Is that so? I fear I may have to impose upon you, Master Zhang. I possess a treasured sword and would be grateful if you could assist me in determining its age and provenance." Zhang Dong responded, "I would be pleased to assist." Li Donghai promptly instructed his steward, "Bring forth the sword from my collection." Within minutes, the steward presented an ancient sword, cradled delicately in his hands, before Zhang Dong. With a cursory glance, Zhang Dong perceived a flurry of light and shadow dance before his eyes, recognizing that the blade originated from the Eastern Han dynasty. The hilt was crafted from gold, inscribed with the characters Qinggang. Li Donghai remarked, "Master Zhang, some claim this sword to be one of Cao Cao's two renowned swords, the Qinggang sword. Could you possibly verify its authenticity?" Zhang Dong examined the weapon. The scabbard was intact and exquisitely crafted, undeniably a fine sword, yet it was not one of Cao Cao's. The hilt belonged to the Tang dynasty, while the scabbard dated to the Song dynasty. Though the blade itself was indeed from the Eastern Han, its quality, while superior in its time, fell short of the title of a true treasure sword. "Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from speaking without knowledge," interjected a young man of similar age to Zhang Dong, who appeared diminutive yet exuded an air of arrogance. Zhang Dong replied calmly, "If you wish for me to inspect it, yet do not trust my judgment, then what purpose does my examination serve?" This individual was Li Donghai's son, Li Songlong, who scoffed, "In today's world, there are too many who boast without merit. I fear being deceived. To speak frankly, this sword was purchased through an intermediary. It is indeed an authentic Qinggang sword." Li Donghai frowned. "Songlong, do not be disrespectful." Li Songlong retorted, "Father, I am merely stating the facts." Zhang Dong cast a glance at Li Songlong, noticing a mass of dark energy accumulating in his chest and abdomen, indicative of poison. "According to medical principles, you must be the esteemed young master Li," he remarked. "What a pity." Li Songlong, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by a pity?" Zhang Dong glanced at Chen Xuanjin, observing that he showed no intention of intervening, and continued, "It is said that you have recently practiced the iron sand palm, employing medicinal sand in the early stages." He left his statement ambiguous, prompting Mo Xinghe to interject, "What do you imply, young friend? Do you suggest that my teaching is flawed?" Zhang Dong shifted his gaze to Mo Xinghe, noting that he too harbored a substantial mass of dark energy within his chest and abdomen. However, due to his profound internal strength, he could expel the poison during exertion. Yet, over time, it would still prove detrimental to his health. "Mr. Mo, as a master of the black sand palm, may I inquire how long the oldest practitioners of the iron sand palm have lived?" Mo Xinghe's expression shifted, and he replied, without discussing others, "The most long-lived master of the Mo family's iron sand palm reached only 63 years. Meanwhile, an ordinary person can live to 80. Chapter 76. Young Master Li yields Chen Xuanjin. Practicing iron sand palm requires distinct medicinal prescriptions for detoxification during different phases. Have the Mo family's secret formulas been lost to time?
Montag Xinghe was utterly astonished.
He hastily rose to his feet and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, "Divine physician, your discerning eyes pierce through all obscurity. When my Mo family obtained the esoteric knowledge of iron sand palm, we were indeed missing two crucial medicinal formulas." Zhang Dong remarked, "The Mo family's martial arts training follows a gradual and systematic approach. However, this young master Li seems rather impatient. If he continues practicing in such a reckless manner, it would be difficult for him to survive beyond 30. Li Songlong's countenance paled, yet he stubbornly retorted, "You're speaking nonsense." Chen Xuanjin beckoned to Li Songlong, who, recognizing him as a rare talent of their era, hastily approached with eager deference. After taking his pulse, Chen remarked solemnly, "Your internal organs are tainted with poison. Without treatment, your life is indeed in grave peril." Li Songlong's face turned ashen with dread. He fell to his knees with a resounding thud, pleading desperately, "I beseech you, divine healer, save me." Zhang Dong inquired with an amused smile, "Did you not profess disbelief earlier?" Li Songlong glared at him with palpable resentment and spat through clenched teeth. "What concern is it of yours?" Chen Xuanjin said indifferently, "For such a minor ailment you can seek Zhang Dong, he can treat it." Li Songlong was dumbfounded. Zhang Dong looked at him with a faint, knowing smile and remarked, "These past few days, I've learned a bit of medicine from Mr. Chen. Coincidentally, I can handle this very condition." Li Donghai understood that if his son didn't seize this opportunity, no one else might save him. So he shot his son a meaningful glance. With an awkward and reluctant expression, Li Songlong approached Zhang Dong, cleared his throat, and said, "Young Master Zhang, do you think you could?" Zhang Dong stifled a yawn and turned to Mo Xinghe, asking, "Mr. Mo, are you acquainted with Wu Qingfeng?" Mo Xinghe raised an eyebrow with an air of intrigue. "The legendary hands of Wu Qingfeng? I have heard of him, though we have never met in person." Zhang Dong took out his mobile phone and displayed the black palm print on Wu Qingfeng's chest. He inquired, "Mr. Mo, in your esteemed opinion, how many individuals in this world possess the capability to deliver such a formidable palm strike?" Upon seeing the palm imprint, Mo Xinghe was utterly astonished, for the assailant's martial prowess surpassed even his own. He enlarged the image, scrutinizing it carefully for a full half-minute before murmuring, "Could it be him?" Zhang Dong's heart stirred as he inquired, "Who is this person you speak of?" Mo Xinghe, "Over 3 decades ago, my late father took in an exceptionally gifted disciple from outside our family lineage. However, after my father's passing, we gradually lost contact. This man was named Yang Chen. whose iron sand palm technique surpasses even mine in sheer power and depth. Zhang Dong, Mr. Mo, do you happen to know where this Yang Chun resides now? Mo Xinghe shook his head. We haven't been in contact, so I don't know his whereabouts. I only know his hometown is in Longhu County. With this, Zhang Dong finally obtained a useful lead. Only then did he turn his attention to Li Songlong. Smiling as he inquired, "Young Master Li, what was it you wished to say earlier?" Li Songlong's expression was grim as he had no choice but to repeat, "Young Master Zhang, could you perhaps assist in curing my ailment?" Zhang Dong gestured for him to raise his wrist, took his pulse, and then requested paper and pen to write a prescription for Chun Xuanjin to examine. The latter nodded and smiled, saying, "Not bad." Zhang Dong then handed the prescription to Li Songlong, stating, "After each training session, steep the herbs in boiling water for half an hour and cleanse your entire body. Over time, the toxins within you will dissipate." Li Songlong received the prescription with both hands, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. This is a life-saving prescription." Mo Xinghe quickly clasped his fists and inquired, "Young Master Zhang, I wonder if this prescription will be of any use to me?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "Your situation is rather complex. I am unable to assist." He then turned his gaze towards Chun Xuanjin. Chun Xuanjin replied, "Please tell me the several prescriptions you have used previously." Mo Xinghe hastily procured paper and a pen, inscribing the prescriptions before presenting them to Chun Xuanjin with both hands. After a brief glance, Chun Xuanjin wrote down 2 additional prescriptions, stating, "With these 2 added, your issue can be resolved." Mo Xinghe was overjoyed. Upon receiving the prescriptions, he deeply bowed to Chun Xuanjin and promptly produced a check, saying, "A small token of appreciation. Please accept it, divine doctor." Chun Xuanjin remarked to Zhang Dong, "You should accept it." Upon examining the check, Zhang Dong was astonished to discover it was for 10 million. The Mo family certainly possessed wealth. He graciously accepted the check. Li Donghai, having realized the situation, quickly wrote a check of his own, presenting it to Zhang Dong with a smile. A small gesture, "Young Master Zhang, please accept it." Li Donghai's check was also for 10 million, and Zhang Dong accepted it with a cheerful demeanor. With their objective accomplished, Chun Xuanjin rose and announced, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He departed promptly, leaving those who had hoped to consult him in quiet dismay as they rose to see him off. After the master and disciple had left, Mo Xinghe expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Today was not in vain. The prescription given by the divine doctor is an invaluable treasure for the Mo family. Though unprepared today, I shall surely reward the divine doctor generously another day." Li Donghai also shared in the joy, remarking, from young Master Zhang's accent, "He is from Yun City. We must make an effort to maintain connections in the future." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Songlong, who, having lost all irritation, nodded in agreement. "Father, I have taken note." After departing from the Li residence, Zhang Dong invited Chun Xuanjin to his home to continue his studies in medicine. This time, Chun Xuanjin imparted deeper knowledge, and although Zhang Dong grasped only fragments, he diligently took notes. The following morning, Chun Xuanjin departed, leaving the 20 million for Zhang Dong as pocket money. Preoccupied with thoughts of tracking down the culprit, he instructed Lu Chong to drive him to Longhu County. The journey was not far, taking approximately 3.5 hours by car. Due to the limited information provided by Mo Xinghe, he asked Tianxi to assist in searching for anyone named Yang Chun in Longhu County. Tianxi identified 2 individuals and sent him their addresses. Zhang Dong first encountered a Yang Chun, a construction worker in his 50s, an ordinary man who was clearly not the one he sought. The second Yang Chun resided in a town beneath the county city. Upon arriving at the household, Zhang Dong discovered the front gate was locked. The courtyard was quite impressive, boasting white walls and red tiles, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. He knocked on the door of the house opposite, and a man in his 40s opened it, dressed in a white coat and layered soles, appearing to be a practitioner of some sort. His eyes sparkled with vitality as he appraised Zhang Dong and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Dong replied, "I wish to inquire about a certain individual residing here, by the name of Yang Chun." The man scrutinized Zhang Dong from head to toe and stated, "Yes, there is indeed a Yang Chun. He is in my home. Are you seeking him?" Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. I am looking for him. The man continued, he is enjoying tea at my place. Please follow me. Zhang Dong instructed Lu Chang to wait by the car while he entered alone. The man casually closed the door behind them and remarked with a smile, So you are a friend of Yang Chen? Zhang Dong replied, We were acquainted in the past. It has been several years since we last met, and I have come to pay him a visit. Passing through a moon gate, they arrived at a courtyard where 6 individuals stood, ranging from their 20s to those in their 50s, engaged in their practice. Upon seeing their companion accompanied by a stranger, they all paused. The man who had brought Zhang Dong took a step back and coldly fixed his gaze on Zhang Dong, saying, You possess quite a bit of audacity. Chapter 77. Just Desert's Zhang Dong remained remarkably composed as he surveyed his surroundings and remarked, It appears Yang Chen is not present here. The man in the white coat chuckled sinisterly, You are neither the first nor the last to seek him out. Zhang Dong replied, I am looking for Yang Chen. Tell me his whereabouts, and I shall depart immediately. Depart? Now that you have come here, do you truly believe you can leave? The opponent snorted coldly and gestured towards a burly man in his 30s. This man had thick arms, veins bulging prominently, and his slightly darkened nails were a testament to years of practicing the iron sand palm technique. Realizing the implication, Zhang Dong stated, It seems you are all disciples of Yang Chen. The man let out a sound of disdain, advancing with a low posture and striking towards Zhang Dong with a palm. The force behind the iron sand palm was laced with toxic gas. A hit in any area could severely injure an opponent. Zhang Dong, having diligently practiced his footwork, swiftly sidestepped half a meter, delivering a kick to the man's head, rendering him unconscious. The remaining individuals gasped in astonishment and rushed towards him. Zhang Dong quickly retreated, parrying the fastest pursuer with a palm strike that sent him flying, blood pouring from his mouth upon landing. Utilizing his agile footwork, Zhang Dong swiftly incapacitated 5 men. The few who remained dared not advance, their eyes fixed on him with trepidation. He coldly declared, I have not taken any lives. Otherwise, we would all be corpses by now. I shall inquire once more. Where is Yang Chen? Right here. A frail, emaciated figure emerged from a nearby door. With dark circles under his eyes, he appeared to be in his 60s and walked slowly into view. Zhang Dong scrutinized his footsteps, instantly recognizing that they matched the prints of the perpetrator at the scene. He was indeed Yang Chen. You killed Wu Qingfeng? Zhang Dong questioned. The gaunt elder winced in pain as he responded. It was I who struck him down. Did you have a grudge? Zhang Dong inquired further. Yang Chen shook his head.
No grudge existed.
Due to my prolonged practice of the iron sand palm, toxins have accumulated within me, nearing eruption. In a desperate bid for survival, I sought out Wu Qingfeng, having heard he possessed a technique capable of purging the toxins. However, he refused to relinquish the method. As a dying man, I had no choice but to threaten him. To my astonishment, he would not divulge the technique even unto death. Zhang Dong produced a small booklet and coldly questioned, Is this what you seek? Yang Chen, filled with excitement, reached out to grab it, but Zhang Dong stepped back, rubbing his hands together until the booklet disintegrated into dust. Yang Chen, both astonished and enraged, bellowed, You seek death. In an instant, his hands turned as dark as ink, enveloped by a shroud of sinister energy. Zhang Dong understood that the more deeply poisoned a master of iron sand palm was, the more lethal their strikes became. A single hit would spell certain death. He deftly retreated, employing the techniques of the Copper Man and his intricate footwork to engage with Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen possessed profound internal strength, he was too deeply poisoned. As he exerted all his energy, the toxins surged within him. In less than a minute, his forehead had turned black. Zhang Dong observed him coldly, deliberately provoking him. Without that technique, you are undoubtedly doomed. You shall meet a most dreadful demise, with your muscles contracting and your vital organs slowly decaying, living a fate worse than death. Yang Chen, consumed by fury, launched yet another ferocious assault. Zhang Dong moved like a shadow, darting left and right, evading his opponent's grasp. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Chen's entire body darkened. His vision failed him first, followed by a complete contraction of his muscles, which twisted into grotesque lumps, tendons snapping with a resounding crack. A chilling scream escaped Yang Chen's lips as his limbs contorted, his eyeballs melting away, and dark blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The poison within him had finally erupted. Zhang Dong stood a short distance away, observing him coldly, stating, "I can neutralize your poison, yet you chose to kill Master Wu for the sake of a technique." Yang Chen, his vocal cords damaged, rasped, "Kill me." Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Death is not so easily attained." He turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who had been struck down, coldly inquiring, "You mentioned I am not the first to seek out Yang Chen? Are there many others?" The individuals present realized they were no match for Zhang Dong, and with Yang Chen on the brink of death, they were further disinclined to resist. The man replied, "He frequently ventures out to kill, expelling toxins in the process. Thus, adversaries often seek vengeance, utilizing murder to detoxify." Zhang Dong pondered. The toxicity within Yang Chen was overwhelming, and the iron sand palm could transfer poison into others. While this method could temporarily delay the onset of toxicity, it was merely a superficial remedy. "How many has Yang Chen killed?" he queried. "We are uncertain, but there are dozens each year." Zhang Dong sighed. Yang Chen had slain Wu Qingfeng, likely not merely for the technique, but because he was inherently a murderer. Yang Chen's muscles continued to contract, his agony intensifying. Zhang Dong procured a chair, sitting across from Yang Chen, who was now a grotesque visage. His tongue blackened and rigid, his voice corrupted beyond utterance, reduced to mouthing silently. Half an hour later, the notorious Yang Chen finally succumbed to the very poison he had cultivated through years of arduous practice. His body was grotesquely contorted, muscles detached, and his organs rotten, a sight too horrific to behold. He coldly regarded the others, stating, "If you wish to avoid such a grim fate in the future, cease your training." With that, he turned and departed, unimpeded by any who dared to stop him. The following day marked the funeral of Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Dong arrived early, accompanied by Zhang Jian, leading the apprentices in laying Wu Qingfeng to rest. After a day filled with activities, as evening approached, Zhang Jian prepared a few dishes for a toast with Zhang Dong. "What are your plans, senior brother?" Zhang Dong inquired. Zhang Jian replied, "Over the past few years, it seemed I was learning from our master, yet I was merely hiding away. Now that our master is gone, I must return." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement, raising a cup in salute to Zhang Jian. "Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Zhang Jian nodded, and only then did he ask, "Have you found your adversary?" Zhang Dong: "I have found him. His name is Yang Chen, and he met a tragic end while I stood by, merely watching." Zhang Jian clenched his fists. "It is unfortunate that I was not present." Several vehicles approached the vicinity of the training ground, with the foremost being a luxury car worth millions. A butler-like figure approached, slightly bowing as he walked with measured steps to Zhang Jian, respectfully stating, "Second young master, the master has requested your return home." Zhang Jian let out a cold laugh. "After being abandoned for 7 years, what purpose does my return serve now?" The man replied, "The eldest young master has met with an accident and is now in a vegetative state. The master's health is also failing. The Zhang family requires your leadership." Zhang Jian seemed to have anticipated this news, responding indifferently, "I am conversing with my junior disciple. You may wait aside." "Very well." The butler stepped back, positioning himself 10 meters away. Zhang Jian addressed his junior. "The Zhang family has some influence in the south. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Zhang Dong smiled. "Excellent." After finishing his last glass of wine, Zhang Dong produced a small booklet, his reinterpretation of the techniques left by Wu Qingfeng. He remarked, "The materials left by my teacher are overly obscure. I have reorganized and annotated them so you should be able to practice as well." Zhang Jian glanced at it, smiling. "My junior truly possesses remarkable talent. No wonder Master Wu expressed a desire to take you as his disciple, though he felt unworthy." Having said this, he rose and clasped his hands to Zhang Dong. "Junior, let us keep in touch." After watching Zhang Jian depart in his vehicle, Zhang Dong returned home. Shortly after 7, Yiro called, inquiring, "Has your second uncle decided to sell his shares? Are you interested?" Chapter 78. auction on the high seas. Zhang Dong's heart leapt as he inquired, "Are they truly willing to allow an outsider like me to acquire equity?" Yi Rou replied, "It is I who have advocated for you. Moreover, the transfer of shares requires the consent of Dongfang Lan, and she will undoubtedly not oppose your holding of shares." Zhang Dong asked, "How much equity is at stake?" "There remains 10% of the shares, and your uncle has set the price at 5.5 billion. Zhang Dong chuckled ruefully, "Where would I find 5.5 billion? Yi Rou assured him that batch of jadeite holds considerable value. Once sold, it should be sufficient. Should there be a shortfall, I can lend you the difference, which you can repay through the company's dividends." Zhang Dong responded, "If that is the case, I shall proceed with the purchase." "Excellent. I will prepare everything for you. In a few days you may come to sign the share transfer contract. By the way, He Tianzi will be visiting the company tomorrow. You are responsible for his reception. He Tianzi is inherently inclined to gamble, yet he rarely loses. If he suddenly proposes a wager, do not acquiesce." "Understood. I shall arrive at the company early tomorrow," Zhang Dong replied. That evening, Zhang Dong continued his training, departing for Minguxian at 5 o'clock the next morning. By 7:30, he had arrived at the office, where his secretary brewed a cup of tea, and he began to read. Starting at 8:30, individuals came to him in succession for signatures. It was not until 10 o'clock that He Tianzi arrived. Zhang Dong, accompanied by several subordinates, personally greeted him at the company entrance. He Tianzi appeared youthful, donned in a white suit, and looked to be in his early 40s, radiating vitality. It was evident that he had once been quite handsome, exuding charm. Zhang Dong approached with a smile. "Mr. He, welcome. I am Zhang Dong, the president of Minguxian in Zhangbei." He Tianzi extended his hand with a smile. "Greetings, President Zhang. I have heard of you from General Dongfang and General Yi. You are quite the connoisseur of appraisals and skilled in stone gambling." "Too kind," Zhang Dong replied. "Please, Mr. He." He Tianzi grinned, "I have pressing matters shortly, so let us proceed directly to view the jadeite." "Certainly, I have arranged for everything," Zhang Dong responded. He led the way to an exhibition hall, where the few pieces of jadeite he had unearthed were showcased, illuminated in such a manner that they appeared exceedingly upscale. In addition to the few pieces Zhang Dong had cut, there were numerous raw stones, each of which had already been opened. Zhang Dong had skillfully chosen the windows for the raw stones, allowing a glimpse of the vibrant green and superior quality. Evidently knowledgeable about jadeite, He Tianzi was accompanied by 2 experts. Upon seeing the imperial green piece, both experts displayed expressions of astonishment. He Tianzi remarked, "Imperial green, it has been years since I last heard of such a find. I shall take this piece. President Zhang, what is your asking price?" Zhang Dong had previously estimated it at 500 million and smiled. 800 million. The 2 experts nodded in agreement, clearly deeming the price reasonable. Purchasing it would not be a loss. He Tianzi acknowledged, "Very well, I shall take this piece." With a generous hand and decisive manner, he acquired all the prime materials in Zhang Dong and Yi Rou's possession, totaling 3,650 million, of which 520 million belonged to Yi Rou. At the moment of checkout, He Tianzi suddenly chuckled, "General Manager Zhang, I run a casino. How about we engage in a wager?" Zhang Dong's heart stirred at this proposition, and he smiled, asking, "What kind of bet does Mr. He have in mind?" He Tianzi picked up a piece of raw stone and inquired with a grin, "How much is this material worth?" Zhang Dong glanced at it. Having purchased it from General Kuan, he knew the quality was commendable, likely to appreciate by around 50%, and replied, 600,000. He Tianzi retorted, "I bet that once it is unveiled, it will not be worth 600,000. Zhang Dong blinked and asked, "If I lose, what must I forfeit?" He Tianzi explained, "If its value exceeds 600,000, I will pay 1.5 times its worth. Conversely, if the actual value falls below 600,000, you owe me half of that amount. So, General Manager Zhang, are you willing to wager?" Generally speaking, the odds of raw stones appreciating in value are significantly lower than those of depreciating. Thus, from a probabilistic perspective, He Tianzi's gamble appears to favor gains over losses. Little did he know, each piece of stone was meticulously selected by Zhang Dong, and every one of them would yield a profit once revealed. Feigning hesitation for a few seconds, Zhang Dong finally said, "Since Mr. He is in high spirits, let us take a gamble." He summoned the machinery and personally conducted the cutting. The portion he extracted was precisely from the highest quality region. When he presented the cut material to the onlookers, 2 experts exchanged glances, and one remarked, "Sir, the value of this material exceeds 1 million. Despite losing over 1 billion, He Tianxi felt no pang of regret. He laughed heartily. General Manager Zhang is indeed a master of stone gambling. I am impressed. He promptly instructed his subordinates to transfer the funds and cheerfully asked, General Manager Zhang, I must make a trip to the high seas. A salvage team has discovered a sunken ship belonging to the Japanese. According to their analysis, during the war, the Japanese plundered numerous cultural relics from our country to transport back home. This merchant ship was one of them, but it disappeared shortly after departing. Zhang Dong's interest piqued, and he inquired, Are the items aboard well preserved? He Tianxi chuckled. Interestingly, the Japanese initially used sealed containers, so many items within remain intact. Now, the salvage team is set to auction off those well-preserved boxes at sea. Zhang Dong asked, Mr. He, does this mean I can participate as well? Of course. You can accompany my ship, He Tianxi replied with a smile. I sense that General Manager Zhang is exceptionally fortunate. I wish to borrow some of your luck. Zhang Dong nodded. Very well. I shall join Mr. He to broaden my horizons on the high seas. Zhang Dong called upon 2 security guards and a secretary to accompany He Tianxi as they left the company. Seated in the same vehicle, Zhang Dong asked Mr. He, How large are the boxes? He Tianxi responded, There are both large and small ones. The smaller ones measure 0.5 meter in width and 1 meter in length, while the larger ones can be 1 meter wide and 2 to 3 meters long. There are even some gigantic boxes. Zhang Dong inquired, Will the boxes be opened for auction, or will they be auctioned as is? All the crates are sealed. Their contents may have been destroyed or could remain perfectly intact. Whether one ultimately profits hinges entirely on luck, precisely the allure of participating in these high-seas auctions. He Tianxi remarked, A man with a penchant for gambling. And the price? A small box, starting bid at 1 million. The highest bidder shall prevail. The medium box begins at 3 million, while the larger one commands an even steeper price. The precise values will unveil themselves upon your arrival. Zhang Dong posed a question. Would it not be more advantageous to auction the contents separately? He Tianxi remarked, This is where their cunning lies. If these items were classified as cultural relics, they would legally be prohibited from auction. However, as long as the crates remain unopened, they don't qualify as relics and can thus be sold. Moreover, they've undoubtedly already opened a batch of crates, only to find the contents either damaged or lacking significant value. After careful deliberation, they opted to auction the crates in their entirety. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at Ningxing Airport, where they boarded a flight to Binhai. From there, they transferred to a speedboat, heading toward international waters. Chapter 79. Shipwreck auction. Upon reaching the port and laying eyes on a colossal cargo ship, the clock had already surpassed 2 in the afternoon. During the journey, He Tianxi's attendants produced a modest meal pack, and the group partook in a light repast. Approaching the vessel, they ascended the ship via a folding ladder, arriving on the expansive deck. At that moment, the vast deck was already teeming with over 100 individuals, as the auction was poised to commence. The auctioneer, a middle-aged man adorned with sunglasses, addressed the crowd, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. All boxes that are successfully bid upon will be transported to the dock by the cargo ship. After outlining the rules, the man concluded, Today, we shall auction 356 boxes, each with its own price. We will now commence with box number 1, weighing 57 kilograms, with a starting bid of 1,500,000. Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. As the auction commenced, Zhang Dong cast a glance at the box, which contained a broken terracotta figurine, its hues faded by water, rendering it nearly devoid of value. He Tianxi inquired with a smile, Zhang, do you believe this item can be auctioned? Zhang Dong suggested waiting a little longer, as there were hundreds of boxes, and there was no need to rush. Consequently, He Tianxi refrained from making a bid, and ultimately, the first box was auctioned off for 1,800,000. Following that were the second and third boxes, which Zhang Dong also chose not to bid on due to the severe damage to their contents. It was not until the fourth box that he found it sealed impeccably, with no damage to its contents. Inside, wrapped in soft grass and paper, lay 20 exquisite blue and white plates, each nestled in its own designated compartment. These plates, all dating back to the Yuan dynasty, were authentic examples of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Lot number 4, with a starting bid of 3 million, requires a minimum increment of no less than 300,000. Zhang Dongdao remarked, Mr. He, I shall bid on this. He Tianxi nodded in agreement. Very well. Due to the box's remarkable integrity, there were quite a few individuals vying for it. Ultimately, Zhang Dong secured it for a price of 8,400,000. The acquired box was promptly delivered to him. He Tianxi remarked with a smile, Mr. Zhang's sudden bid must surely have a reason. May I open the box? Zhang Dong. President He, whether it's a loss or a gain, we can assess it later. This place is crowded with prying eyes. If we lose, others will gloat. If we gain, they'll turn green with envy. He Tianxi chuckled. Very well, we'll review it later. The 7th crate contained 4 exquisite vases, all crafted in the Song dynasty's June kiln. Zhang Dong remarked, President He, it's time for you to make your move. He Tianxi had been waiting for the right opportunity and immediately joined the bidding. The starting price was 3 million, and he ultimately secured it for 7,100,000. Subsequently, He Tianxi took the initiative to bid 7 times on his own. Additionally, following Zhang Dong's advice, he bid 6 more times, acquiring a total of 14 crates. Zhang Dong, however, bid far less frequently. Out of over 300 crates, he only participated in 9 auctions, each time spending millions. His secretary repeatedly stepped forward to complete the transactions. As the auction concluded, the man in sunglasses announced with a smile, all guests who have spent over 30 million are invited to join me in the ship's cabin. He Tianxi nudged Zhang Dong with a wink. Do you see? There's more treasure beneath. They left someone to guard the boxes and followed the man in sunglasses into the ship's cabin. The cabin was rather dimly lit, permeated with a distinct smell of fish. Inside, various boxes were stacked haphazardly, both large and small. The man in sunglasses remarked with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, in appreciation of your trust, I have decided to offer you additional boxes. These boxes have not been exposed to water. The small ones are priced at 5 million each, the large ones at 7 million, and the medium ones at 6 million. You may choose freely. Once you select, affix a note bearing your name, and I shall arrange for them to be delivered above. However, time is of the essence. You have only 15 minutes. Then he glanced at the clock. The timer had begun. He Tianxi had already seized a handful of slips and dashed forward, laughing as he picked boxes that caught his eye and affixed his name to them. Zhang Dong, however, was in no rush. He strolled leisurely among the boxes. Only after examining dozens did he finally find a slip to attach. Occasionally, he would affix slips consecutively, attaching 2 or 3 to different boxes at once. In what seemed like no time, 15 minutes had elapsed. Within such a brief span, some had affixed dozens of slips, while others had only managed a few. He Tianxi had attached 29, while Zhang Dong had affixed 16 boxes in total. 7 small boxes, 4 medium boxes, and 5 large boxes, amounting to a grand total of 94 million. The secretary made the payment, and all the boxes were transported to the deck by the staff using the elevator, placed alongside the 9 boxes previously photographed by Zhang Dong. By this time, it was already dusk, and He Tianxi's and Zhang Dong's boxes were directly hoisted into the cargo hold of the speedboat. This vessel could accommodate over 1,000 tons of cargo, making it more than sufficient for these boxes. Upon returning to the port, Zhang Dong rented a truck and had the secretary personally oversee the transportation of these boxes to Ningqing. He Tianxi, being rather impatient, immediately rented a large warehouse upon the box's arrival at the port and opened all of them on the spot. It must be said that this new gambling king had quite the fortune. Half of the boxes he selected were well sealed, and overall, he did not incur any losses. In contrast, the 6 boxes that Zhang Dong helped him choose contained items of significant value, with a total worth exceeding 270 million. Observing the contents of several boxes, He Tianxi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. He gestured for his secretary to come over and said to Zhang Dong, Mr. Zhang, I am prepared to invest 2 billion in acquiring a collection of artworks. We can proceed to sign the contract. I firmly believe that collaborating with fortunate individuals will bestow upon me good fortune as well. Thus, Zhang Dong returned to Ningqing with a monumental contract worth 20 billion. Shortly after 10 in the evening, a truck entered the warehouse, unloading 25 boxes of various sizes. Zhang Dong was aware of the contents within, hence he felt no urgency to open them. That night, he retired to his apartment to rest. The following morning, Yiro called, her voice heavy with fatigue. She informed him, initially my uncle had agreed to sell the equity, but the Zhou family intervened, inflating the price to 100 billion. Zhang Dong replied, 100 billion? What is the Zhou family's background? Yiro, do you recall the last encounter we had with Zhou Tsong in Yun City? He is the son of the Zhou family. What are their intentions? Zhang Dong inquired, perplexed. A staggering sum of 100 billion is not something an ordinary family can afford. Even if they could, careful consideration would be paramount. Yiro, it's still unclear. After all, acquiring only 10% of the shares wouldn't be particularly advantageous for the Zhou family. Moreover, the transfer of shares requires the approval of Dongfang Lan. Their current actions appear to be quite deliberate. Zhang Dong, we have sold some of those materials, and together we have amassed 5,475 million. With this amount, we could have easily purchased that 10% stake. However, unexpectedly, the Zhou family has intervened. Yiro, Zhou Tsong has invited me to discuss the acquisition of my uncle's shares tomorrow. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment and said, I will go there first thing in the morning. I am quite eager to see what Zhou Tsong intends to do. Chapter 80. Zhou Tsong's script. Yiro, all right, I shall await your arrival. With a leisurely evening ahead, Zhang Dong continued to delve into the hypnotic notes he had been studying intermittently over the past few days, attempting to practice the techniques, though he remained uncertain of their efficacy. The practice of hypnosis proved to be exceedingly taxing on his mental faculties, and before he realized it, he succumbed to slumber. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Zhang Dong's vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot of the Minggu Group headquarters. Inside the office of the headquarters, Yiro was already present, seated across from her uncle Yishou and his only son, Yi Xian. Yishou reclined comfortably on the sofa, holding a thermos cup, gently blowing on the goji berries floating atop the surface, before taking a small sip. He was of diminutive stature and slender build, with dark circles under his eyes, indicative of severe kidney deficiency. Yiro glanced at the time just as the secretary entered, followed closely by Zhang Dong. She exhaled a sigh of relief and rose to her feet, saying, please, have a seat here. Zhang Dong offered a cursory glance at Yishou and his son, nodded in acknowledgement, and took a seat to the left of Yiro. Yishou looked up at Zhang Dong, a smile forming on his lips, and remarked, you must be the young Zhang, am I correct? I have heard that you have managed Minguxuan with remarkable success. Indeed, you are quite accomplished for your age. Zhang Dong, Mr. Yi, you flatter me. He then cast a glance at Yiro. Yiro said, Uncle, Zhang Dong and Dongfang Lan are friends. Only if he acquires the shares in your possession will Dongfang Lan possibly agree. As for the Zhou family, even if they were to offer 100 billion, if Dongfang Lan does not consent, your transaction cannot proceed. Yishou snorted coldly. It matters not if she disagrees. I shall continue to hold the shares, for I receive dividends every year. Moreover, you must arrange a board seat for Yi Xian, allowing participation in the group's management. Zhang Dong chuckled. Mr. Yi, if the Zhou family is indeed willing to purchase the shares, I can persuade General Dongfang to agree to this transaction. Yishou was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes brightened. General Zhang, are you truly willing to assist me? Zhang Dongdao, certainly. Yishou promptly took out his phone and dialed a number, saying, Is this Mr. Zhou? He. Dongfang Lan has agreed to our transaction. When shall we sign the contract? The person on the opposite side uttered something, and Yishou frowned slightly. Is there still a need for further discussion? General Manager Zhou, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? You explicitly stated 1 billion, yet now you claim that a discussion is necessary. I must inform you that if I do not receive a definitive answer from you before noon, I shall sell the equity to another party. Upon finishing his statement, he hung up the phone in a huff. Yishou chuckled lightly and said to Zhang Dong, I shall step out for a moment. Please continue your discussion. He hurriedly left the office with Yi Xian. Once they departed, Yiro turned to him and remarked, I intended to reserve this 10% of the equity for you, Yet here you are, willing to assist him. Zhang Dong responded with a smile. On my way here, I contemplated the matter. The Zhou family's business overlaps with Minggu Group's, and they are performing quite well. There is no justification for investing heavily in Minggu Group. Since we are uncertain of their intentions, it would be prudent to take a step back and relinquish the equity to him.
Ye Rou replied.
We shall meet with Zhou Tsong at noon and hear what he has to say. Zhang Dong subsequently mentioned his participation in the high seas auction, stating, "Those items are exquisite treasures. I shall offer them for sale at Minggu Xian." Yi Rou chuckled. Had I known earlier, I would have attended as well. Nevertheless, it matters not, for the day after tomorrow, the esteemed collector Lu Juzi will hold an auction, which should feature a plethora of remarkable items. I intend to acquire a few. Zhang Dong inquired, Lu Juzi, you say? It is said that this individual led a remarkably legendary life. Yi Rou, indeed. In the past, when foreign powers invaded the capital, they plundered over 1 million precious artifacts, scattering them across foreign lands. Lu Juzi's ancestors were esteemed officials of the late Qing dynasty. Later, he pursued his studies abroad and began to focus on the artifacts that had been lost overseas. Over the course of 50 years, he acquired hundreds of thousands of cultural relics from abroad and donated over 100,000 of them to the National Museum. To procure these artifacts, he diligently engaged in commerce and eventually established a trading company, amassing assets that once exceeded 100 billion euros. Zhang Dong. Why auction them off? Yi Rou. I have heard that Lord Lu is in a deep coma, and his 7 offspring are to divide his inheritance. They are all apprehensive about losing out, so they have decided to auction the items first and then divide the proceeds. Zhang Dong chuckles bitterly. It seems they possess little interest in antiques. Yi Rou, indeed. That trading company has been incurring losses over the past few years. The Lu family's only valuable assets are these artistic treasures and calligraphies. Zhang Dong. The items collected by Lord Lu should be authentic. Yi Rou shakes her head. That is debatable. After all, he is not an exceptionally skilled expert and may have misjudged some pieces. However, the items slated for auction will all be valued at over 1 million. Some minor pieces will have their prices explicitly stated. Yi Rou. The 7 children of the Lu family are all novices. They are truly squandering these treasures. Zhang Dong remarked. So, it seems we can temporarily set aside the matter of equity. Yi Rou smiled and replied, when the time comes, I shall accompany you. If the opportunity arises, we shall seize it. By noon, at 11 o'clock, Yi Rou and Zhang Dong shared a vehicle to meet with Zhou Kong. Upon arriving at a CAF in the business district, they discovered Zhou Tsong already seated there. Upon noticing Zhang Dong, Zhou Tsong slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, Miss Yi, did you not come alone? Yi Rou, Zhang Dong is now the president of Minggu Xian. It is only fitting for him to be here. Zhou Tsong nodded. Please, take a seat. He beckoned to a waiter, allowing the two to place their orders.
Ye Rou, sitrite forhjertelig.
Expressed her curiosity. I am quite puzzled about the purpose behind the Zhou family's promise of 100 billion to purchase the equity of Yi Shou. Without discussing whether the Zhou family can indeed produce 100 billion, even if they could, this business venture would still prove unprofitable. Zhou Tsong chuckled and said, Today, I am meeting with Miss Yi to discuss this matter. Our Zhou family has already reached an agreement with the second master of the Lu family to act as the agent for the sale of hundreds of thousands of antiques from the Lu family. However, the primary business of the Zhou family lies in gold and jewelry, with the art sector constituting only a minor fraction. Therefore, the Zhou family requires the assistance of the Minggu Group. Yi Rou furrowed her brows. The Zhou family is not adept at this endeavor. On what grounds does the Lu family seek collaboration with you? Zhou Tsong chuckled softly. I am already engaged to Lord Lu's daughter. We are indeed of the same ilk. When it comes to collaboration, one must naturally seek out those who are akin to oneself. Zhang Dong. So, what is it that you desire? Zhou Tsong replied coolly. This is indeed a substantial venture. Once accomplished, the profits will amount to no less than tens of billions. Therefore, I must acquire equity in the Minggu Group. After the group goes public, I shall divest my shares, while the Minggu Group will remain under your ownership. Yi Rou scoffed. You truly dare to dream about something we haven't even planned for. Zhou Tsong. Are you both unaware? Dongfang Lan is preparing to take the Minggu Group public, and the Liu family's significant business deal could greatly enhance the company's performance and elevate its valuation. Yiro, so you intend to spend 100 billion to purchase 10% of Yishou's shares? Zhou Zong. That is insufficient. I require at least 15%. However, the funds for the equity acquisition will only be available once I have sold my shares. Yiro shook her head. This is nothing but a ruse. We cannot agree to such terms. Furthermore, the development of Mingguxian is flourishing and does not necessitate the Liu family's business. She then cast a glance at Zhang Dong and inquired, General Manager Zhang, has the contract with the new gambling king been signed? Zhang Dong nodded. Yes, it has been signed for 200 billion. Chapter 81. The 12 jade plates. Yiro smiled and remarked that the wealthiest man in the harbor city had sent his youngest son to participate in the Liu family's auction, suggesting that she might have the opportunity to engage with him. Zhou Zong was taken aback and exclaimed that General Zhang had actually secured He Tianxi's contract, which was quite remarkable. It seemed he ought to collaborate with the two of them even more. Yiro replied nonchalantly that she had already promised Yishou to consent to the transfer of equity to the Zhou family. Henceforth, they would all be shareholders of Minggu Group, fostering a pleasant partnership. Zhou Zong's expression shifted. The Zhou family primarily engaged in the jewelry business, boasting an ostensible wealth of hundreds of billions, yet their actual cash flow was rather limited, making the prospect of producing 100 billion in cash utterly unrealistic. To be frank, I have already been in contact with Dongfang Lan, who expressed considerable interest in my proposal. Is that so? Zhang Dong immediately dialed Dongfang Lan's number. Sister Lan, has Zhou Zong reached out to you?
Dongfang Lan, Currenti Đi Ninh, Responde, You Kong.
I believe I have met him. What is the matter? Zhang Dong explained, the other party wishes to acquire 15% of Minggu Group's equity, with the condition of entrusting us with the sale of several 100,000 pieces of cultural artifacts. Dongfang Lan acknowledged, I am aware of this. What is your opinion? Zhang Dong replied, I believe it is entirely unnecessary.
Dongfang Lan remarked,
I just reviewed your contract with He Tianxi. A 200 billion deal is impressive. In that case, I will defer to your judgment and will not collaborate with the Zhou family. Zhou Zong, overhearing Dongfang Lan's words, scowled, glaring intensely at Zhang Dong. After Zhang Dong ended the call, he smiled and said, Young Master Zhou, if you are genuinely interested in that equity, I can assist you.
You Kong scoffed,
rising to adjust his attire and coldly stated, Then there is nothing further to discuss. Let us wait and see. He stormed out in a huff, leaving the accounts unsettled. Yiro remarked, if it weren't for you, Zhou Zong's scheme might have succeeded. After all, once the company goes public, Dongfang Lan could also reap the benefits. Zhang Dong responded, Sister Lan is not short-sighted. She would never invite a wolf into the fold. The two opted to enjoy a light meal at the CAF before returning to headquarters to await news from Yishou. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the visibly displeased Yishou and Yi Xian returned to the office, clearly having received no favorable news from the Zhou family. Yiro informed them, Uncle, I just spoke with Zhou Kong. In his plan, he intends to provide you with not a single penny, but would wait until the company is listed, cashing out before compensating you. Yishou's expression darkened. Does this Zhou Zong take me for a fool? Zhang Dong inquired. Has the Zhou family responded to Mr. Yi? Yishou rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa and stated, General Zhang, the price remains the same, 55 billion. I am willing to sell you the equity. Zhang Dong nodded, very well. Let us first sign a letter of intent, with the formal transaction to take place next week. With Yishou expressing no objections, both parties signed the letter of intent and agreed to finalize the equity transfer procedures the following Tuesday. After the father and son departed, Zhang Dong suddenly asked, Is it possible to reach the Liu family? Yiro smiled and asked, What is the matter? Do you wish to go early? Zhang Dong nodded. When it comes to valuable items, one must seize the opportunity to view them ahead of time. Otherwise, when the crowd gathers, others may snatch them away. Yiro replied, Actually, my grandfather has a good relationship with Mr. Liu and Mr. Liu-san. I can give him a call. After finishing her call, she informed Zhang Dong. Grandfather said we can pay a visit to the elder Liu. Zhang Dong's eyes lit up. Right now? Yiro glanced at the time. We'll set off in half an hour. During their conversation, Zhang Dong learned that the elder of the Liu family, Liu Gengxin, had a lifelong passion for calligraphy and painting, although his own skills were rather modest. The family's collection was overseen by Lu Gengxin, making him the most influential figure in the Lu household. Half an hour later, they departed, arriving directly at the Lu residence. The estate was vast, as Lu Juzi had built various warehouses to preserve cultural relics, covering over 1,000 acres. Soon, Yi Zhouji's vehicle arrived as well, and the three of them entered the Lu family estate together. Upon passing through the main gate and driving a short distance, they halted in front of a 3-story building. A man in his 60s, slightly portly with slicked-back gray hair, hurried out. He greeted Yi Zhouji with a warm smile. "Uncle Yi." Yi Zhouji responded, "Gengxin, it's been a while. How is Mr. Lu faring?" Lu Gengxin sighed. "He remains in a state of unconsciousness." Yi Zhouji sighed as well. "At nearly 90, every day is a blessing." Yi Rou chimed in, "Hello, Uncle Lu." Lu Gengxin chuckled. "Little Rou, you are growing more beautiful by the day. If only my wayward son were more ambitious, I would surely have him pursue you." Yi Rou laughed. "Uncle Lu, you jest. Lu Ku is quite diligent." Seemingly wishing to change the subject, Lu Gengxin turned to Zhang Dong and asked with a smile, "And who might this be?" Zhang Dong replied, "Good day, Mr. Lu. I am Zhang Dong, the president of Jiangbei Mingguxuan." Lu Gengxin acknowledged, "Ah, so you are President Zhang." Yi Rou added, "Uncle Lu, I've heard that the items for sale are all ready. May we take a look?" Lu Gengxin responded with a smile, "Of course. All these items are for sale, and if you're interested, you may take them with you now." He beckoned to a man resembling a steward, saying, "Old Yang, show them around the warehouse." While Yi Zhouji and Lu Gengxin conversed in the living room, Zhang Dong and Yi Rou followed Old Yang to the warehouse. The entrance to the warehouse was imposing, equipped with surveillance and guarded by personnel. As Old Yang opened the door, they beheld a space exceeding 3,000 square meters, filled with shelves of varying heights, all adorned with price tags. Old Yang remarked, "President Zhang, Miss Yi, whatever catches your eye, I can have it moved out for you." Zhang Dong ambled forward, hands clasped behind him, as he surveyed the first row on his left. Everything within his gaze emanated a distinct radiance, each artifact bearing witness to its own era and diverse experiences. Most of these treasures were reasonably priced, ensuring that any purchase would neither incur a loss nor yield a profit. After a short while, he was captivated by 12 jade discs, each measuring 10 centimeters in thickness and 20 centimeters in diameter, their surfaces intricately carved with enigmatic runes. Due to the exceptional quality of the jade, they were priced exorbitantly at 28 million each. In his eyes, the jade discs emitted an intense white light, suggesting they were far more complex than they appeared. Thus, he peered into the interior of the discs and discovered a layered structure, with each layer measuring only a few micrometers in thickness. Each jade disc was composed of over 50,000 exceedingly thin jade slices. Moreover, the surfaces of these jade pieces are adorned with numerous inscriptions and images. Zhang Dong felt a surge of excitement. He did not examine them closely, but instead inquired, "Are these jade plates for sale?" Old Yang nodded and replied, "Indeed, Manager Zhang. There is a price tag displayed." Zhang Dong declared, "I shall take all 12 jade plates." Chapter 82. The Dragon's Gall. Old Yang promptly summoned his aides to bring in boxes, meticulously packing all the jade plates before wheeling them to the entrance. Zhang Dong continued to venture deeper into the space, selectively choosing an array of items. The treasures he selected varied in value, some worth hundreds of thousands, while others reached into the tens of millions. After thoroughly surveying the entire warehouse, he ultimately selected 150 pieces. Yi Rou also chose over 20 items, and together they instructed Old Yang to pack and load the goods onto a vehicle before returning to the living room. In the living room, Yi Zhouji and Lu Gengxin were still engaged in conversation. Upon their return, Lu Gengxin inquired with a smile, "So, did you find anything to your liking?" Zhang Dongdao expressed his gratitude to Mr. Lu, stating that he had selected over 100 items. Mr. Lu Gengxin chuckled, remarking that the remaining items had yet to be organized and could not be presented at the moment, but he would inform them once everything was arranged. Shortly thereafter, Old Yang approached with a list, revealing that Zhang Dong's 150 selected items amounted to a staggering 504,500,000. Among them, the most valuable were the 12 jade plates, worth over 330 million. After reviewing the list, Lu Gengxin smiled and remarked that he had not anticipated that President Zhang would take an interest in those 12 jade plates. Intrigued, Zhang Dong promptly inquired, "Mr. Lu, where did those jade plates originate?" Upon the mention of the jade discs, Lu Gengxin instantly perked up, chuckling. 20 years ago, my father accompanied the National Antarctic Expedition to the South Pole. There, he stumbled upon an ancient site. This site dates back millions of years, and these jade discs were unearthed from it. Upon returning to our homeland, numerous scientific experts endeavored to interpret them, yet to no avail. Zhang Dong quickly inquired, "How many of these jade discs are there? Are they all here?" Lu Gengxin: "There are 60 jade plates, while the others are stored in the National Museum, though they are generally not exhibited to the public." Zhang Dong: "I see. I wonder if Mr. Lu has any means to borrow those jade plates?" Lu Gengxin chuckled, "This is not an issue. My father has generously donated a substantial number of artifacts to the museum, and our relationship is quite amicable." Zhang Dong felt reassured upon hearing this. His curiosity regarding the items within the jade plate was piqued, and he resolved to conduct thorough research upon his return. Taking the opportunity, Yi Ro remarked, "Uncle Lu, I have heard that the Lu family has collaborated with the Zhou family to sell these antiques. If we are to discuss sales channels, Minggu Xian is undoubtedly more suitable than the Zhou family. Recently, Chao Huayan and He Tianxi have already signed contracts with us at Minggu Xian." Lu Gengxin replied, "This matter was primarily facilitated by my second brother, and I prefer not to interfere. Let me discuss it with him later." Yi Ro understood that this matter could not be rushed and chose to proceed with patience, smiling as she said, "In any case, please trust in our professionalism, Uncle Lu." Lu Gengxin laughed heartily. "Of course, I have faith in you all. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with a definite answer." "Thank you, Uncle Lu," Yi Ro responded with a sweet smile. "If both parties can reach an agreement, I shall ensure you receive the most favorable price." Subsequently, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro each transferred funds to Lu Gengxin. Although Yi Ro purchased fewer items, she still made a payment of several tens of millions. Just as he was about to take his leave, Zhang Dong suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, followed by a chilling aura enveloping him. He immediately exited the hall and gazed towards the west. There, in the courtyard to the west, a plume of dark vapor surged into the sky, forming a mushroom-shaped cloud at an altitude of 100 meters, shrouding the entire Lu residence. Zhang Dong suddenly dashed outside, prompting everyone to follow suit. Lu Gengxin inquired, "General Zhang, what is it that you are observing?" Zhang Dong fixed his gaze upon the ominous black mist and inquired, "Mr. Lu, what purpose does that courtyard serve?" Lu Gengxin remarked, "That place was originally a fragrance hall, but after my mother passed away, it was abandoned and has been used for storing miscellaneous items over the years." Zhang Dong understood that he had to clarify matters with Lu Gengxin, saying, "I possess some knowledge of feng shui, and that courtyard holds an unsettling aura." Lu Gengxin's expression shifted slightly. "Can General Manager Zhang really see through it?" Zhang Dong nodded. "I observed a sinister black mist rising in the courtyard, quite ominous." "Mr. Lu, have you experienced any unusual sensations lately?" Upon hearing Zhang Dong's inquiry, Lu Gengxin let out a sigh and remarked, "Mr. Zhang is truly a remarkable individual. Indeed, some peculiar occurrences have transpired in this courtyard. However, that incident took place over a decade ago." Zhang Dong, in contemplation, inquired, "Mr. Lu, may I pose a somewhat impolite question? Has the Lu family been on a decline since that time?" Lu Gengxin was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts drifting back to the past, just as Zhang Dong had articulated. Ever since that incident, the Lu family had been in a steady decline. Their trading company, once boasting a net worth exceeding $100 billion, now found itself in the throes of insolvency. Members of the Lu family faced a succession of troubles. During this tumultuous period, his father had sought the guidance of a sage, yet despite the sage's revelations, the Lu family could not reverse their fortunes. They continued to plummet. Now, with Zhang Dong revisiting this old matter, Lu's head throbbed as he inquired, "Zhang, what precisely is the source of this malevolent energy? Is it possible to dispel it?" "Zhang Dong, let us proceed and take a look. Moreover, it would be prudent for Mr. Lu to candidly disclose the events that transpired over a decade ago." Lu Gengxin nodded slightly, exhaling a breath. Very well. As several individuals made their way towards the western courtyard, Lu Gongxin recounted an event that transpired over a decade ago. At that time, Lu Gongxin's mother, the venerable Lu matriarch, was a devout follower of Buddhism and Taoism. She had enshrined a statue of Guanyin in the incense hall, where she would daily recite prayers, beseeching for the safety and well-being of her family. One fateful year, while she was engrossed in her prayers, a bolt of lightning struck, severing an ancient tree that had stood for centuries in front of the incense hall. This venerable tree had existed long before the Lu family arrived, and due to its age, Lu Juzi had decided to preserve it. After the lightning strike, the tree was cleaved in two. In an unexpected turn of events, a dark shadow leapt into the Lu matriarch's embrace. Upon looking down, she discovered a large black centipede, measuring over a meter in length. Startled, she let out a shriek and jumped back. Fortunately, a courageous maidservant, undaunted by the creature, swiftly kicked the centipede out of the incense hall, sending it tumbling into the courtyard. Just then, another bolt of lightning descended, obliterating the centipede on the spot. Following that incident, the Lu family began to decline, and within 6 months, the Lu matriarch also passed away. Upon finishing his tale, the group arrived at the western courtyard. The door to the incense hall was firmly shut, with the charred remnants of the ancient tree standing ominously in the courtyard, its center hollowed out. Zhang Dong observed a layer of dark mist enveloping the severed tree, while a beam of black light surged forth from the hollow, coalescing into ominous clouds suspended in midair. He halted 10 paces from the grand tree, activating his ability to perceive beneath its roots. Ever since he had ingested the ethereal worm, his power of discernment had significantly intensified. It not only endured for a longer duration but also penetrated deeper and extended further than before. In an instant, he discerned a depth of several meters below ground, where dozens of semi-transparent eggs were congealed together. The ominous black mist emanated from these centipede eggs. It was evident that these eggs were in a state of suspended vitality, likely laid by a formidable centipede over a decade ago. The centipede had transcended into a powerful being, drawing down heavenly lightning. Thus, its eggs were undoubtedly extraordinary. Zhang Dong was uncertain about how to handle this peculiar find, so he retreated to a corner and dialed Chen Xuanzhen's number, succinctly conveying the situation. Upon hearing the news, Chen Xuanzhen's voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "Heavenly Dragon's Gall! This is a precious medicinal treasure." Chapter 83. Collecting the eggs of the centipede, Zhang Dong lowered his voice and inquired, "Master, what is the purpose of this medicine?" Chen Xuanzhen replied with deliberate clarity, "It revives the dead, and it transforms flesh into mere bones." Zhang Dong gasped, "Master, is this substance harmful to humans? Ever since this family acquired it, they have been beset by misfortune." Chen Xuanzhen affirmed, "Indeed, the centipede is an embodiment of malevolence. Its eggs inherently carry a sinister aura. If there are living beings nearby, they will inevitably be affected." "Master, how should this be contained?" Zhang Dong asked. Chen Xuanzhen instructed, "It should be placed in a snake skin bag and then enclosed within a silver vessel." Having clarified the matter, Zhang Dong turned to Lu Gongxin, saying, "Mr. Lu, I believe I have discerned the source of the malevolence. However, eliminating this vile entity will require considerable effort on my part." Lu Gongxin, being astute, promptly replied, "Mr. Zhang, as long as you can dispel the malevolence, feel free to set any conditions you desire." Zhang Dong chuckled, "It is not a matter of conditions. I simply hope that the Lu family can collaborate with Minguxuan in the future, as this would benefit us both." Lu Gongxin nodded in agreement. "That is easily arranged. From now on, anything our family undertakes will be entrusted to Minguxuan." Yuro smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Lu Gongxin waved his hand dismissively. "It is but a small matter. Mr. Zhang, shall we commence? Is there anything you require from me?" Zhang Dong requested that he procure an excavator to remove the dead tree and continue digging further. Additionally, he instructed him to prepare a snake skin bag and a silver box. The Lu family held significant influence in the area. Within 20 minutes, an excavator had entered the courtyard. To facilitate its entry, Lu Gongxin ordered the demolition of 3 walls. The excavator worked efficiently, and within a short span, it had excavated a pit over 10 meters deep. When they were 30 centimeters away from the Tianlongdan, Zhang Dong instructed the operator to halt. He descended into the pit, continuing to dig with his tools. Before long, he unearthed the centipede's nest, which was replete with cotton, hay, and feathers, housing a cluster of centipede eggs the size of chicken eggs, exuding ominous dark energy. Wearing gloves, Zhang Dong collected the Tianlongdan and placed them into the snakeskin bag, which was then secured within the silver box. Having gathered the centipede eggs, Zhang Dong cradled the box in his left arm and leaped upwards, skillfully using his legs to propel himself to the surface in a few deft movements. Lu Gongxin's eyes gleamed with admiration as he exclaimed, "Master Zhang, what remarkable skill!" In a brief moment, Lu Gongxin's address had shifted twice, first referring to him as Mr. Zhang, then as Zhang Xianxing, and now as Zhang Dashi. Zhang Dong remarked, "Mr. Lu, this item is exceedingly sinister. I must take it away for proper disposal." Lu Gongxin hastily replied, "Then I must trouble you, Master Zhang." He gestured to the butler, who approached with a check. Receiving the check, Lu Gongxin presented it with both hands, stating, "Master Zhang, this token of gratitude is but a small expression of my respect. Please do accept it." Zhang Dong glanced at the check, noting that it was for 30 million. In today's world, even the highest fees charged by premier masters rarely exceeded this amount. He did not hesitate to accept the check and remarked, "Mr. Lu, I must attend to this matter, so I bid you farewell." The group then departed from the Lu residence. Yi Zhouji returned to the Yi family, while Yi Rou, accompanied by Zhang Dong, took the truck back to the headquarters to temporarily store their purchases in the warehouse. Intrigued, Yi Rou inquired, "What exactly is the item from underground?" Zhang Dong chuckled and replied, "Do you remember what Lu Gongxin mentioned about that large centipede?"
Ygero nodded. Ido.
Are you suggesting that those items are centipede eggs? Indeed, they are also known as Tianlongdan, a precious medicinal ingredient, Zhang Dong affirmed. Our journey was indeed worthwhile. Yi Rou smiled, "Yes, with the Lu family ceasing collaboration with the Zhou family, everything has been resolved." Zhang Dong added, "Zhou